Chapter 331. If the company is called Geoduck, I'm afraid I won't be able to recruit anyone. Seeing Xia Ning's eyes wide open, he stared at him with a puzzled look. Qin Sun picked up the milk tea cup on the table, took a sip of milk tea, and said with a smile, "In 2 months, I went from an intern to a full-time employee, then to a supervisor, a vice president, and now the chairman. Promoted all the way. Promoted, and promoted again. Don't you want to absorb my promotion spirit, Xia Ning?" She was stunned, looking at the serious look on Qin Sun's face. Thinking of the 3 words promotion spirit, she could guess that it meant like a promotion. But why did it sound weird? "Forget it. I won't smoke anymore," Xia Ning answered calmly, pretending not to understand what Qin Sun said, trying to make herself look like a professional manager. "Boss Qin, Boss Neo just got bandaged in the hospital, and he's fine now. It just looks scary. Her life is indeed tough." Qin Sun heard Boss Qin, and was so happy that he held the back of his head with both hands, leaned back, and lay on the chair. He was not happy because of this title, but because this title came from Xia Ning's mouth. For some reason, he liked to ravage Xia Ning. Maybe because she looked too cold? Destroying powerful things seems to be the natural destructive desire of males? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's smug look, and cursed in her heart. Childish. She walked over and put a document in her hands on the table with both hands. "Mr. Qin, these are some names of film and television companies that I just thought of. Please take a look. You can choose one, or you can choose a new one." Qin Sun leaned crookedly on the chair, stretched out his hand, and snorted softly like a landlord. Xia Ning sighed, picked up the document with both hands, and handed it to Qin Sun. "Mr. Qin, please take a look." Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, somewhat surprised. She was in a good mood today. She laughed a lot. She was more obedient. I was so pushy, but she didn't pull my hair. She even handed me the documents with both hands. Is her professional attitude so good? Is it because she was paid 22 million yuan a year? This is the power of money. Qin Sun picked up the document and glanced at it, and found that they were all Tianju, creating times, leading the way. This name looks grand, but it actually has no characteristics. He felt bored, put down the document, and looked at Xia Ning. "I don't think any of these names are as eye-catching as Oak." Xia Ning was a little proud. She spent several days and nights thinking about the name Oak before she came up with it. Oak symbolizes eternity, which is a good hope for the company to last forever. She looked at Qin Sun and asked, "What name do you want, Mr. Qin?" Qin Sun lowered his head, tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers, and murmured, "This company is called Oak." "Oak! Oak!" He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Seeing this, Xia Ning knew that Qin Xuanchang had something to say, and leaned forward slightly, expecting something. Then he heard Qin Sun say loudly, "Geoduck. Geoduck Pictures. Assistant Xia. What do you think? Do you feel refreshed?" Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun in silence, and did not speak for a long time, especially when he thought of the appearance of the Geoduck. He felt that the name was even more difficult to say. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. "It's more than refreshing. It's refreshing my worldview. Boss Qin, you can't just think about your own happiness when you choose a name. You also have to consider us workers in the film company. I think it will be difficult to recruit people with this name." Qin Sun thought about it, and when he introduced himself to others in the future, he said, "Hello. I am the chairman of Geoduck." It did sound a bit indecent. "Then keep thinking," Xia Ning said immediately. "No time. I will rent an office upstairs tomorrow and prepare the materials to register the company. The company name must be decided today. The materials for registering the company must be submitted in the next 2 days." Qin Sun was a little confused, sat up a little, looked at Xia Ning and asked, "Rent an office tomorrow and register the company in the next 2 days? Yi Lan's 30 million has not come down yet. Is my money enough?" He stood up and looked at Xia Ning with some emotion. "Are you going to use your husband's small treasury to support me?" Xia Ning wanted to laugh when she heard it, and said, "Boss Qin, go upstairs and rent an office. A small one. And the deposit is 2 and the payment is about 30,000. With the company address and some materials. Registering a company costs a few thousand yuan or less than 10,000 yuan. You want to pay for this little money from me? You are too stingy." Qin Sun was stunned for a moment. looking at Xia Ning and asked, Ning Ning, I am not well educated. Don't lie to me. It doesn't cost 10,000 yuan to register a company? I have seen many TV dramas where the registered capital is tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Xia Ning said with a smile. Registered capital does not need to be paid in full. Qin Sun was stunned. And the more he listened, the more confused he became. Is this registered capital used to scare people? He couldn't figure it out. And he was too lazy to ask. Qin Sun stood up, walked out of the desk, opened his arms, and hugged Xia Ning tightly. Ning Ning, without you, how can I live? Xia Ning was strangled to the point of having difficulty breathing. And she reached out and gently pushed Qin Sun. Mr. Qin, respect yourself. Let go. Don't mess around with men and women during working hours. But she felt that Qin Sun hugged her tighter, and a low voice sounded in her ears. Work and rest. Work and rest. Xia Ning. Suddenly, she felt something peck her cheek, and immediately separated. Her face was a little wet. The room became quiet. There was only the sound of breathing. After a while, Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun, who was close at hand. You just? Qin Sun nodded a little embarrassedly. I couldn't help it. He straightened his neck and closed his eyes. Kill me or cut me. Whatever. Xia Ning could only breathe heavily, stretched out her hand to pry open his hand, and said softly, Don't do it again. Qin Sun opened his eyes, saw Xia Ning's back as he walked toward the door, and said, The company's name is Pomelo Tree. It's the pomelo tree in my yard. Xia Ning stopped, turned her back to Qin Sun, and waved gently. Got it. She walked out, closed the door, leaned against the wall beside the door, looked up at the ceiling, and blushed. She was upset. Why did I say don't do it again just now? Although his behavior is annoying. But, as a normal interaction between a boyfriend and girlfriend, it's not too much. Right? He is timid in this regard. Will he be scared by me? If it was Yilan, would she cater to Qin Sun, kiss him directly, and then lock the door? And then? Disgusting. Really disgusting. In the office, Qin Sun glanced at the closed door, sighed deeply, opened the browser and typed. Great Compassion Mantra muttered. I am guilty, I repent. The Great Compassion Mantra popped up on the web page. He began to recite. Namo, he luo, dana, dora he. He stuttered, sighed, said. Forget it, I can't be a saint. Suddenly, he slapped the table and said loudly. I just kissed you. So what? Is it against the law? I just kissed you. At this moment, the door creaked open. Chapter 332, I just want to have a love affair that won't end in dismemberment. Qin Sun heard the noise, but didn't even see who was coming. She immediately lowered her head to look at the web page and continued to confess. Namo. He luo. Dana. Duo luo yi. Yi. Wu Yu's voice sounded a little surprised. Brother-in-law. Are you also learning to chant sutras like Xia Ning? Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, closed the web page, poked her head out from behind the computer screen, and looked at Wu Yu. Why don't you two sisters have the habit of knocking on the door? Not polite at all. Wu Yu smiled apologetically, put a big bag in her hand on the coffee table, and said, These are some snacks my sister bought at the supermarket when she returned to the company. Candy, chocolate, potato chips, drinks, cookies, cakes, etc. She sat on the sofa, looked at Qin Sun, and said, Xia Ning looks cold, but in fact, she is very thoughtful. She is very feminine. She was in the supermarket with her phone to check what foods are easy to gain weight. She bought several flavors of candy alone, milk flavor, sweet and sour, mint, various fruit flavors, just in case you get tired of them. Qin Sun looked at the bag of snacks and was silent. He just drank 3 cups of milk tea in one breath, and almost vomited. It is easy to get tired of eating the same flavor all the time. Wu Yu saw Qin Sun was silent, and knew that he had taken her words to heart. She looked at Qin Sun's good-looking face, showed a helpless smile, and said, Brother-in-law, it is really a difficult project to feed you into a greasy middle-aged man. Qin Sun sighed, and reached out to adjust his non-existent glasses. I was wrong this time, and I will take responsibility. I apologize to you. I deserve it. I shouldn't be so handsome. Wu Yu. She clenched her fist lightly, and then released it. There was a feeling of wanting to hit Qin Sun, but afraid of dirtying her hands. Wu Yu sighed and said, After buying these snacks, the old nun was worried that you would eat so much junk food, which would be bad for your health. I also bought some red dates, wolfberries, and American ginseng. As she spoke, she took out a thermos cup from the bag. This cup costs 500 yuan. She didn't even blink, and said that you like black, so she bought a black one. I'll make wolfberries and American ginseng for you. Qin Sun was a little moved. Even his mother couldn't be so meticulous. But when did I say I like black? It should be black silk. Xia Ning heard it wrong. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu, and said with a smile, "Don't praise her anymore. If you praise her again, I'm afraid I can't help but run out and kiss her." Wu Yu showed a puzzled look on her face, which gradually turned into contempt. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong with a boyfriend and girlfriend kissing? If you forcefully kiss her, even if she calls the police will think you are showing off your affection." She stood up and looked at Qin Sun, and shook her head with disdain. "If I were you, Xia Ning's legs would tremble every time she got out of bed." "Me?" she sneered. "I look down on you." Qin Sun. He was hit hard, and felt like a eunuch pointing at his nose and scolding him. "You are disabled. You are a useless person." He looked at Wu Yu and said seriously, "I start from emotion and stop at etiquette. I am a gentleman." Wu Yu smiled and turned around and left. "Do you believe it yourself?" When she walked to the door, she turned back again, looked at Qin Sun and lowered her voice, and said in a mean way, "Brother-in-law, my sister is still a virgin, but she will eventually get married. Think about it. What if, because of your cowardice, her first time was taken away by someone else? Then you will die with regret until the day you die. Didn't you also say that? Some people will never come back once you miss them?" Qin Sun. When he thought of this scene, his heart was in a knot. Immediately, he thought of watching the Return of the Condor Heroes when he was a child. When Xia Longnu was taken advantage of by the stinky Taoist priest, he wanted to pick up a dung fork and rush into fight with Jin Jibing. Let go of that girl, let Yan come over. Of course, as he got older, his thoughts changed. Let me come. Qin Sun lowered his head, and clasped his hands tightly together. Can't I be Lu Xiaohui in the company, Song Gongming at home, and start to follow Tian Buduang's route? Choose Daji in the company, and be King Zhou in the workplace. He was struggling, hearing Wu Yu's footsteps, immediately raised his head, and saw that she was about to open the door, and hurriedly said loudly, "Wu Yu, wait a moment." Wu Yu turned around and asked, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Qin Sun smiled gently. "If one day, your sister wants to kill me, please help me. Your sister has a whole suitcase full of weapons. Brass knuckles, recurve bows, daggers, electric batons. A whole suitcase. That suitcase is so big that it can hold a whole person." Wu Yu's eyes lit up. She has always been a person who likes to watch the fun and is not afraid of trouble. She nodded frequently. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I can definitely protect you. Be brave," she said in a deep voice. "It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Why not do it today?" Qin Sun waved his hands repeatedly, said, "Why are you more anxious than me? Some things can't be too anxious. I want to have a love that won't be torn into pieces." Wu Yu. Is it so dangerous? If I don't handle the situation well tonight, the worst case scenario is more than 3 years, but less than 10 years. I won't be torn into pieces. She smiled. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Tonight, I'll keep you safe. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu, gradually narrowed his eyes, and deliberately revealed a cunning and fierce light in his eyes. Wanted to give her a little warning. How could a younger sister always want to push her sister into the fire pit? He used the ability of an all-round filmmaker, and his whole temperament was gloomy, wretched, and terrifying. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun's expression and swallowed her saliva. I don't know why. She suddenly thought of the serial killer on a rainy night, and hurriedly covered her non-existent breasts with both hands. Brother-in-law, you are not trying to find the confidence of a man in me now. Are you? You are my brother-in-law. This is a deformed love. Qin Sun shuddered when he heard it, and spat. Bah! Dream on. What's the difference between you and a man? It hurts my hand. Wu Yu. I was just joking just now. You don't have to say such mean things. You hit me right where I am, she said angrily. Small breasts have their advantages. For example, when I was chased by a dog when I was a kid, I ran very fast. Xia Ning couldn't run, so she was forced to fight with the dog. Qin Sun was shocked. Xia Ning fought with a dog? Did she win? Wu Yu nodded. Narrow victory. When Shin-sun heard the word narrow victory, he knew that she was bitten by a dog, sighed, felt a little distressed, and said, "Poor Xiaoning, she suffered such a great disaster at such a young age. Wu Yu. Why is the air full of the sour smell of love again?" She didn't have ears to listen anymore, and walked directly to the door, but was stopped by Shin-sun again. "Wu Yu, are you not a professional private detective?" Hearing the word professional, she immediately turned around, with a serious face. "Of course I am." Shin-sun looked up at the ceiling and said, "There is a pinhole camera hidden in the ceiling of my office. It is used by Niu Xiaojun to monitor me. Now I am on equal footing with her. Please remove it for me. The boxing gloves, nunchakus, swords, guns, and sticks that he will buy tomorrow will arrive. By then, he will be tired of editing movies, and he will do some tricks in the office to exercise his body. He even wants to test his strength in overclocking mode. Then you have to turn the air conditioner to the lowest setting. And take off the cumbersome clothes? You can't let others see it." Wu Yu's face became a little excited. Last time, as a professional private detective, he sneaked into the villa and was slapped by Shin-sun. A fool. Today, I must earn my face back. She opened the door. "It's a piece of cake. Wait for me to get the tools. Go to the general manager's office." Wu Yu told Xiaoning about Shin-sun's plan to remove the pinhole camera. Xiaoning heard this, feeling a little regretful, but also helpless, nodding. "Pull it out." Wu Yu looked at Xiaoning, hesitated, and said in a low voice, "Old nun, I'm going to pull out a pinhole camera in front of Shin-sun, and quietly install 3 more. We can quietly observe what Shin-sun's fetish is." Xiaoning looked at Wu Yu, somewhat unable to believe that she had become so dirty, having such a shameless voyeuristic desire. "Really?" She lowered her head, continued to sort out the materials needed to register the company, and said softly, "I didn't hear anything. Chapter 333 code? I don't understand it. What code is that?" With Xiaoning's tacit consent, Wu Yu immediately drove Xiaoning's car back to the villa to pick up her silver suitcase. She rushed back to the company. She didn't knock on the door, but directly broke into Shin-sun's office and couldn't help but scream. "It's so cold." The air conditioner in the room was blowing. She looked up and saw that the air conditioner showed 16 degrees. Wu Yu looked at Shin-sun and found that he was sitting behind the computer, editing the video seriously, with a fever patch on his forehead. She heard from Xiaoning that Shin-sun was special. Once he worked hard, his body would heat up severely. It was just like playing large-scale games on a computer would burn out the graphics card. It should be because his brain cells were extremely active. Otherwise, how could he learn so many skills, such as marketing, singing, acting, and writing scripts? His brain capacity must be very large. He should be able to learn anything very quickly. Wu Yu looked at Shin-sun quietly for a while, and saw that he looked serious, and he seemed not to have heard her come in. Thinking of Xiaoning's evaluation of Shin-sun, it was a bit strange that this guy was always thinking about slacking off. Shin-sun is so diligent. When I attacked him in the villa, he was editing the movie. This afternoon, he was editing seriously again. How can he be a lazy guy? This is obviously a very reliable business partner. Thinking that she invested 1 million in Shin-sun's movie, she is also Shin-sun's party A. I was even happier. This party B is absolutely reliable. Hardworking, steadfast, hardworking. When he was happy, Wu Yu suddenly thought of a fact and was stunned. No. This is a private job he took. During work, he took the company's salary and blatantly did his own work. If this isn't a slacker, what is it? Despicable. Wu Yu coughed said. Brother-in-law, I'm going to start removing the pinhole camera. Shin-sun heard the noise, stuck his head out of the computer screen, and saw Wu Yu changed into a black shirt and black pants. He was wearing a bandit hat that only showed his eyes, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. You wear this kind of hat, are you going to rob? Wu Yu's head was wrapped tightly, and a muffled voice came out. Sense of ritual. Shin-sun. He was too lazy to look at Wu Yu, and continued to edit the movie. Editing a movie is much harder than editing an advertisement. He had a ready-made template in his mind for the advertisement, but for this Qin Yunxing, he had to use the screenwriter's thinking, the director's thinking, and reorganize the plot. It would take longer. Even with the dual blessing of overclocking mode and a versatile filmmaker, it would take several weeks to edit. Half an hour later, Shin-sun suddenly heard a knock on the table, paused the editing, and looked up. Wu Yu had a smug smile on his face, and put a pinhole camera on the table. Brother-in-law, it's done. Jin-sun nodded and continued to edit the movie. Yeah, okay, thank you for your hard work. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, a little disappointed, and asked loudly, Is that all? You don't want to praise my professionalism? Jin-sun looked up at her, smiling, and said, Then you are great. Wu Yu. She turned and left, and the slight guilt she had for installing 3 pinhole cameras on the ceiling just now disappeared immediately. Returned to the general manager's office. Xia Ning was working hard. Wu Yu was influenced by this and also started to select actors, made a table, and found the actors' wonderful performance clips to download and organize them into folders. He tried his best to let Jin-sun see the actors' characteristics comprehensively and intuitively. At dinner, the 3 of them ate around the coffee table. Wu Yu suddenly asked, Why do you like to eat around the coffee table? Jin-sun knew that Wu Yu was not used to it, but this was very normal in ordinary families. He was like a parent who was teaching his son a lesson and tapped his fingers on the table a few times. Don't ask so many questions. Kid. We eat here to watch TV. Wu Yu turned her head to look at the TV that had never been turned on. It was almost covered with dust. She sighed. That makes sense. Suddenly, she thought of the rhythm of Jin-sun tapping the table just now. Jin-sun also knows Morse code? Help me. Help him with what? Has he figured it out? Wu Yu buried his head in eating and quietly looked at Xia Ning. The few of them ate in silence. Suddenly, after Wu Yu finished eating, put down the bowl and chopsticks, picked up the chopsticks as if playing, and tapped the edge of the bowl gently. There were a series of long and short ding-dong sounds. Jin-sun looked at Wu Yu, a little dissatisfied, and taught him a lesson. You can't knock on the bowl when eating, only beggars knock on the bowl when they want to eat. Wu Yu looked at Jin-sun with a surprised face, threw the chopsticks on the table, and whispered, Damn, idiot. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and sulked. She was overthinking just now. Jin-sun didn't understand Morse code at all. Suddenly, she heard Xia Ning's voice. Wu Yu, you just typed Morse code, saying that you would act tonight, and I would be responsible for covering you? Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat, turned to look at Xia Ning, and found that she had a dangerous smile on her face. Shit, I forgot. They had learned Morse code together when they were doing mountain adventures. They learned some simple ones at that time, and she thought that she should learn it at a professional level, and then she would study it for a while after returning home. I didn't expect that Xia Ning, this old nun, would be so boring. Xia Ning's eyes swept over Wu Yu, and fell coldly on Jin-sun's face. Jin-sun, what bad things are you going to do tonight, that you want Wu Yu to cover you? Jin-sun. He immediately thought of what Wu Yu said this afternoon. It's better to do it today than today. Just now. Wu Yu. That tomboy. Was banging the bowl? Was she using Morse code to signal herself? What a fucking idiot. The code I couldn't understand was understood by the enemy. If this isn't treason, what is it? Jin-sun looked embarrassed. He saw Wu Yu quickly pick up the dishes, walk to the kitchen, and close the door. Then, there was a sound of locking the door. He was left alone to face the cold Xia Ning. Jin-sun was shocked. This washboard is really too loyal. Jin-sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and saw that her eyes were almost spitting fire. He rubbed his face hard, put down his hands, revealing a pair of eyes that were as affectionate as looking at the toilet. Ning, Wu Yu said this afternoon that you had a fight with a dog when you were a child, and you were bitten on your butt. I feel bad. I want to see the wound, to see if there is a scar. He looked at Xia Ning sincerely, and said half-truthfully, compared to the sin of wanting to sleep with Xia Ning tonight, he would rather bear the sin of wanting to care about her wound. Xia Ning's chest rose and fell slightly, watching him hesitate to speak, as if she wanted to curse. Finally, she shook her head and smiled bitterly, and stretched out her right hand in front of Jin-sun. My hand was bitten. No scar. She turned her head to look at the closed kitchen door, heard the sound of water inside, and said coldly, Don't believe a word Wu Yu says in the future. Suddenly, she felt her hand being held by a pair of warm and generous hands, and turned her head to see. Jin-sun's eyes were full of affection. Does it still hurt? As he spoke, he gently opened his mouth and blew on the back of her hand. A gust of wind seemed to blow from the back of her hand along the blood vessels to her heart. Numb and itchy. Xia Ning looked at Jin-sun, and her face was a little hot. It doesn't hurt anymore. In the kitchen, Wu Yu left the dishwasher unused, and washed the dishes over and over again by hand. Hearing the noise outside, he said angrily, One is shameless. The other one has no shame at all. Adulterer and whore. Slut and bitch. In the days that followed, Jin Sun, Xiaoning, and we were like they had taken dog medicine. It's on fire. The preparations for the filming of The Richest Man in Shihong City are progressing at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 334. He only becomes delicate and romantic when he is doing marketing? The next day, Wu Yu handed Jin Sun a folder, which was a list of candidate actors she had compiled. Jin Sun glanced at it, but did not click on the file. Wu Yu was a little disappointed. Brother-in-law, would you like to open it and take a look? Jin Sun looked at Wu Yu and said, Wu, the small shareholder, use your connections, and submit the script of The Richest Man in Shihong City for filing. Try to pass the review as quickly as possible. Without filing, it is illegal to shoot a movie, and my choice of the role is in vain. Wu Yu slapped his forehead in anger. How could I forget this? Film filing means that before filming begins, the story outline must be submitted to the relevant departments for review. After passing the review, the script needs to be submitted. After the script is reviewed again, some relevant modification suggestions will be given. The whole process takes at least 20 days. Wu Yu said, patting the washboard. Brother-in-law, don't worry, it's difficult for others to do this, but I can do it. She left Jin Sun's office, sent the script to her father, and asked him to use his connections reasonably, legally and compliantly to speed up the review and file the film. On the third day, Xiaoning rented a small office on the upper floor of Oak Company. He processed relevant documents and submitted materials for company registration. On the fifth day, Yi Lan's 30 million arrived. On the 12th day, Xiaoning handed Jin Sun a business license. Yuzi Film and Television Company, without a ribbon-cutting ceremony, without an opening dinner, and even without employees, opened quietly. During this period, Jin Sun was busy all the time, editing the movie Qin Yunxing crazily. Because he needed to compose music, he went out several times, went to the music studio to hum the tune, and asked the musicians to compose the music. As for the special effects of the movie, he could do it, but he couldn't do it alone. It takes a whole team to do it. Then, I'm too lazy to do it. Several people worked around the clock. Time passed quickly. During Jin Sun's editing of the movie, Xiaoning would occasionally give him some plans from the company's planners for review, guidance, and modification. These employees were originally well-known planners in the industry, but they became a little unconfident under Jin Sun's halo and were eager to get guidance from the big boss. Jin Sun read the plan quickly, took a quick look, and nodded. Not bad. Change the line. Change it to Danny a brand kidney treasure. It's good for him, and it's good for me. Xiaoning? Isn't it too dirty? Jin Sun sneered. That's your heart. A few days later, he looked at another case. Change the advertising slogan to washing is healthier. After saying that, he looked at Xiaoning and asked, are we at Oak now focusing on the advertising of the lower three products? Xiaoning. Coincidence. Coincidence. A few days later, Xiaoning brought another plan for a cup of milk tea. Jin Sun looked at it and smiled. Offline milk tea shops are popular now, and there are companies specializing in brewing milk tea. They are really stubborn. Xiaoning hesitated and said, if there is money, you have to make it. If there is no particularly outstanding marketing plan, we cannot sign your name, and we will definitely protect your reputation. Jin Sun smiled and said, it's okay. Making money is not bad. He created a new document on the computer desktop and simply wrote a script. Night. Coffee shop. A couple sits by the window, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Heavy snow outside the glass wall. Xiaoning, what am I to you? Jin Sun, you are my Liu Mei. Xiaoning, so I am milk tea? Jin Sun, this way, I can hold you in my hand. Finished. Jin Sun sent it to Xiaoning. Okay, you asked the company's people to talk to party A. Be polite, don't be like me. He lowered his head and continued to edit the movie. Xiaoning saw that he was doing private work again. And he had been doing private work for a while. She shook her head and left. She walked to the door and opened the file. She quickly opened the door and looked at Jin Sun. With a strange expression, she saw Jin Sun lowering his head and working seriously. She closed the door gently. A little confused, he wrote a romantic short play with just 4 simple sentences. Is he really a straight man? Or does he only become delicate and romantic when he is doing marketing? Oak Company. Under Xiaoning's management and Jin Sun's guidance, They won orders one after another. They made money in waves. Yuzi Film and Television Company. Xia Ning has already recruited some non-core personnel such as finance, accounting, front desk, and administration. As for the professionals of the film and television company, none of them have been recruited yet. Qin Sun is not in a hurry at all. Xia Ning is not in a hurry either. She knows that Qin Sun has been editing movies seriously recently, and she just wants to do Lu Ming a favor. She wants Lu Ming to use his influence to form a filming team for Qin Sun. As for their own team, they will consider it later. 3 weeks later, Qin Sun finally finished editing The Journey of Qin Yuan and edited 2 versions. One regular version, which follows the original script of The Journey of Qin Yuan and interprets the story clearly. The other version, he adjusted the narrative structure and narrative style, and added famous movie soundtracks from his previous life. At the key points, he also muted the actors' lines directly. He replaced them with subtitles, and some lines with the same meaning, but higher level. He even thought that some plots were missing. So he wrote a few scenes directly, enriched the story, and continued to raise the bar. Qin Sun sent the regular version to Lu Ming. He was so tired that he lay back in a chair in a daze, and felt as if he was in another world. Suddenly, he reached out and slapped himself, and his chubby face trembled slightly. Qin Sun, you are so diligent. You are risking your life. Have you forgotten your original intention? Have you forgotten your mission? Are you slacking off? He closed his eyes slightly, and carefully called up the slacking off panel. This is the first time in these days that the slacking off panel has been called up. Slacking off value, 1860080. The next lottery requires 10 million slacking off points. Qin Sun opened his eyes. Damn it! How can there be 1.8 million slacking off points? Suddenly, he realized it, and slapped his thigh. Wu invested 1 million, and got 3 points of dry shares. Xia Ning also has 3 points of dry shares. They can both be considered as the client I serve. Right? I edited The Journey of Qin Yuan every day, doing private work, which seems to be slacking off. After figuring this out, Qin Sun took a sip of the milk tea on the table and felt like vomiting. But he swallowed it hard. He looked at the martial arts equipment in the corner of the office: swords, guns, clubs, boxing gloves, sandbags, and sighed. I dare not touch these things. They are all piled here and gathering dust. I am afraid that if I move them, I will lose weight. When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones work hard, and his body fat. In the past month, Qin Sun has gained more than 30 pounds. He is becoming more and more like a greasy uncle. 2 hours later, Qin Sun lay on the sofa and began to watch Wu Yuxuan's role performance video. According to the date, the film filing will be completed in the next few days, and the filming will start. Otherwise, it will be too late. Chapter 335. Not enough time? As long as I'm fast enough, that's enough. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard a knock on the door. He raised his head slightly, and shouted weakly, "Please come in." Xia Ning and Wu walked in, and saw Qin Sun, who was so weak that he looked like he was dying. These days, he has been sitting behind the computer, and his eyes are shining all day long. This is the first time I've seen him so weak. Xia Ning was a little panicked, and quickly walked to the sofa, and squatted down, and held Qin Sun's hands with both hands, and asked with concern, "Qin Sun, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Qin Sun's eyes revealed fatigue, and his breath was weak. I finally gained 32 pounds, and I dared not move. I dared not move at all. I was afraid of losing weight. Xia Ning. She reached out and touched Qin Sun's forehead, turned to look at Wu Yu, and said seriously, "He doesn't have a fever. He is serious." Hearing this, Wu Yu sighed, looked at Qin Sun, and felt that he was a little pitiful and cute. Brother-in-law. In fact, exercise almost doesn't lose weight. Okay? Most of our calorie consumption is used for our own metabolism, and exercise consumption is only a small part. Even if you jog for an hour, you could only consume the calories of a cup of milk tea. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu weakly, and then looked at Xia Ning, and saw Xia Ning nodded firmly. Wu Yu added, "I have lost weight before. I have looked up strategies. You have to believe me." Qin Sun was stunned, looked at Wu Yu's chest, and shook his head gently. Did she lose weight? How thin does a woman have to be to feel thin? Qin Sun smiled, his whole body momentum changed. He immediately stood up, stretched his limbs as hard as he could, his joints crackled. Xia Ning was shocked when he heard this. Wu Yu's eyes widened even more. He said he had never practiced before? This momentum can't kill people with one punch? Qin Sun walked to the corner of the office, moved the vertical sandbag to the middle, and put on boxing gloves. A clumsy and fast punch. Bang! 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 Wu Yu looked at it, with a black face. Indeed, he really had never practiced. Who punches like an old man stealing an old lady's underwear, with such a vulgar and obscene posture? But he was really strong. He was really fast. Xia Ning found it funny. This is probably a random punch to kill the master. Qin Sun asked while punching, his big belly trembling. Wu Xiaogu. Xia Xiaogu, what do you two want from me? Wu Yu answered. Boss Qin. The film has been filed. And we can start filming. But Qin Sun turned his back to the two of them, hunched over, and threw punches in a very wretched and fierce manner. But what happened? Wu Yu glanced at Xia Ning. Xia Ning explained with a serious face. Boss Qin. It's November now. And there are only 3 months and a few days left before the Chinese New Year. The film must be released during the Spring Festival, even at the fastest speed. 1 month for casting. 1 month for filming. 1 month for post-production. And 1 month for publicity. It will take at least 4 months. The time is far from enough. So, either take your time. After all, slow work produces fine work. We can choose to release it during the summer vacation next year. Qin Sun didn't say anything, and threw a few punches. And the last punch made the sandbag shake. He held up his fists and said, 1 month for casting? You're not choosing a wife. Why do you have to be so careful? The 2 leading actors have been confirmed. And it would be better if we can find other roles that fit the characteristics of the characters themselves. If you can't find them, I can train them. Casting. I'll select the list later, and start contacting them tomorrow. It must be done in a week. When Xia Ning heard the word training, she thought of the first scene of the commercial. Yi Lan was scolded by Qin Sun, and finally cried, and chased him to the grove to ask for an explanation. Xia Ning couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Is he really going to teach other stars so roughly? I'm afraid it will easily cause public outrage. Qin Sun steadied the sandbag, and continued to punch, panting. You've seen my shooting speed. What I do. As he said, he punched faster, and his fists left a series of afterimages. I do most things quickly. 1 month, it must be done. When Hong Kong films were in their heyday, it took more than 2 months to make a commercial film. That's a big lazy guy. The film version of The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber was shot in 7 days. Qin Sun is confident that he can finish it quickly. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun's arrogant words, frowned slightly. She didn't want to participate in a shoddy movie. Especially a script with such high commercial value, it can't be wasted. She turned to look at Xia Ning, wanting her to persuade her. But she saw Xia Ning smiling, looking at Qin Sun quietly. Her eyes became calm. No more impatience just now. What's going on? Xia Ning likes to listen to Qin Sun's bragging, and she actually believed it? She is so easy to deceive? Then why hasn't she been deceived into bed yet? Qin Sun punched, and continued. As for post-production, is the post-production of The Richest Man in Shihong City as difficult as The Journey of Flying Clouds? I only edited The Journey of Flying Clouds in more than 20 days. Wu Yu was shocked when he heard this. Brother-in-law, you have already finished editing The Journey of Flying Clouds? Qin Sun replied. That's not great. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun in silence, speechless, quiet, nothing to say. The editing of a general movie takes 4 to 6 months, and requires the cooperation of an entire team. Especially for a fantasy film, like The Journey of Qin Yun. It takes even longer. This person finished editing it in more than 20 days? She looked at Qin Sun, who was boxing like a bear, and believed that he could finish The Richest Man in Shihong City in a short time. He was really fast. Gradually, Wu Yu's eyes showed admiration, and he exclaimed, Brother-in-law, you are really a bastard. Qin Sun? He stopped boxing, turned to look at Wu Yu, took off his boxing gloves and threw them on the ground. That's a good compliment. Don't compliment me next time. He walked behind the desk, picked up the milk tea, and drank 3 big mouthfuls in one breath. The little bit of calories that he just consumed was replenished far more than he had consumed. Xia Ning saw that Wu Yu's eyes looking at Qin Sun were not right, so she walked in front of Wu Yu calmly, blocking her sight. What about the publicity? It usually takes about 40 days to publicize a movie, roadshows, short videos, WeChat, actor self-media and various channels to promote, building momentum. This can greatly affect the box office. Even if we barely finish filming, we may only have less than a month to do publicity. She was expecting Jin-sun to do something big, but she tried her best to do her duty as an assistant and persuaded him rationally. Are you sure you want to take this risk? Jin-sun flattened the milk tea in one breath, threw it into the trash can, patted his big belly, said, I only allow myself to be fat for a while. Before the Chinese New Year, I must lose weight again. Xia Ning. Why didn't I realize that he cared so much about his appearance before? Suddenly, Wu Yu came out from behind Xia Ning, looked at Jin-sun, and said with a smile, My sister doesn't mind. Jin-sun smiled, didn't say anything and continued. Publicity and distribution means publicity and distribution. He looked at Wu Yu. Distribution, Sunny Cinema, which is backed by shareholder Wu, is responsible for distribution. As for promotion, you need to know what we do. Can't Oak Company handle a small movie promotion? He paused, looking at the two of them, with a mysterious smile on his face. Moreover, the promotion of the movie had already started 2 months ago. Wu Yu was confused, with a face full of question marks. Has it started a long time ago? Xia Ning thought about it. A month ago, wasn't he working on the planning of Duty? At that time, there was no plan for the richest man in Shihong City. When was he? What kind of promotion did he do? Chapter 336. Are you going to eat Huang Huai's blood buns again? What did you do a month ago? Xia Ning heard Jin-sun was keeping him in suspense, and felt that the smile on his face was a bit annoying, so he asked directly. Jin-sun replied, A month ago, the video with the highest number of views about me at present should be in Nisier's account. My performance at the opening of Duty. He looked at Xia Ning and asked back, What impressed you the most? Xia Ning recalled the scene at that time and said, A song written for Huang Huai. There is another sentence. Every year when the peach blossoms bloom, I always think of someone. He used to like me very much. She remembered that when Jin-sun finished singing the song, he said that sentence. The hundreds of audiences at the door were silent. She was also a little uncomfortable, and even made a cup of milk capsicum to comfort Jin-sun. Now milk capsicum has become a hot-selling tea of Dudu. Jin-sun smiled, looked at Wu Yu, and asked, What about you? Wu Yu, is there anything else that impressed you? Xia Ning saw Jin-sun turn his head to look at Wu Yu, and knew her answer, and he seemed dissatisfied. She also looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu saw the two people's gazes, and felt like being surrounded by two invigilators during the college entrance examination. She was about to say something, but when she saw the smile on Jin-sun's face, she fell silent again, and racked her brains to guess the correct answer. But she heard Jin-sun say softly, Wu Yu, don't think about it deliberately, just say what you feel naturally. Wu Yu raised her head, smiled a little embarrassedly, observed Jin-sun's expression, and replied, In addition to what Xia Ning said. In fact, there are 2 more sentences in the comments of this video that are highly discussed. She found that Jin-sun's smile became brighter, and immediately knew that she should have guessed correctly. She looked at Xia Ning with a bit of pride. Her voice got louder. And she said, First, on the day she left me, blue rain fell in front of my eyes. She looked at the smile on Jin-sun's face, smiled too, and made a 2 gesture. Second, later I finally learned how to love. But it's a pity that you have already gone away and disappeared in the crowd. Many netizens said that this is the most regretful words they have ever seen. Like a thorn in the heart, it makes people unable to sleep. She looked at Jin-sun, licked her lips, a little nervous, and a little expectant. Netizens say, this is like lyrics. Jin-sun smiled softly, and nodded slowly. This could be lyrics. He saw Wu Yu's eyes wide open, and his fists clenched tightly. Xia Ning also opened his mouth slightly. Jin-sun quickly stepped back quietly. What is this for? Seeing that the expressions of the 2 women were a little too enthusiastic, he was a little scared. Writing songs is like drinking water and peeing. It's really too scary. I can't play the routine of writing a song in 5 minutes anymore. It's very dangerous. Jin-sun quickly lied, trying to suppress their admiration that was like the Yellow River. I was inspired at the time, and I just said it casually. Later, I noticed the comments of netizens. I thought about whether to spread these words, write lyrics, and write songs. I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't think of it. Jin-sun paused, and saw that Xia Ning and Wu Yu seemed to be stunned for a moment, with a hint of disappointment in their eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief. Later, I thought about it for more than 2 months, and finally wrote 2 songs. Xia Ning and Wu Yu looked at each other, with a complicated look. 2 whole months? Only, finally? Did Qin Sun fail Chinese in primary school? Is 2 songs in 2 months a long time? This should be called. I only thought about it for 2 months, and wrote 2 songs. Seeing the expressions of Xia Ning and Wu Yu, Qin Sun knew that he had said the wrong thing again. They must think that writing 2 songs in 2 months is very awesome. In fact, most music companies, except for gold medal composers, if ordinary composers only write 2 songs in 2 months, will be fired. Xia Ning and Wu Yu assumed that these 2 songs would be widely circulated. That's why they were so surprised. Writing 2 hit songs in 2 months, it's really pretty awesome. Qin Sun was a little distressed. The slacking system was too powerful. His strength no longer allowed him to keep a low profile. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, smiled, and said softly, "Qin Sun, sing one." Wu Yu glanced at Xia Ning, felt that her attitude was not respectful enough, showed a slightly flattering smile on her face, and bowed like the ladies of ancient times. She said delicately, "Mr. Qin, is my family lucky enough to listen to the music?" Qin Sun, "My family? Why don't you say I? It's clearly slave." Okay. He looked at Xia Ning and Wu Yu's expectant eyes, was a little scared, and hurriedly continued to keep a low profile, said, "Only 1 song has been completed, and the other one is still being conceived. I will just sing a few lines of the completed song." He cleared his throat. "On the day I left you, blue rain fell in front of my eyes. Proud tears dare not abandon my eyes." The voice was melodious and pleasant to the ears. Xia Ning and Wu Yu looked at each other, shocked. It's good enough to write a song based on random words. It sounds good. It's good enough. Still so exciting? The office was quiet. Suddenly, Wu Yu seemed to have thought of something, jumped up, landed on the ground, looked at Qin Sun and shouted, "Genius! You are a fucking genius! You can actually think of this way of promotion, on top of a video that already has huge traffic. Take the lyrics that thousands of netizens expect to become a song and make it a reality. Then present it in a movie." She opened her arms and rushed towards Qin Sun, as if she wanted to hug him. Qin Sun was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly, her back against the wall. "Calm down. You have to calm down." When Wu Yu rushed halfway, a hand suddenly appeared above her head, grabbing her hair. Wu Yu screamed in pain and stopped. Xia Ning grabbed Wu Yu's hair, gently pulled her back, and said coldly, "Don't think I can't catch you just because your hair is short. If you have something to say it, don't make a move." She looked at Qin Sun and said, "I don't understand. What do you mean by turning expectations into reality, and then presenting it in a movie?" Wu Yu pushed Xia Ning's hand away, turned around, stared at her and said sarcastically, "Waste. I told you to read the script carefully. In The Richest Man in Shihong City, isn't there a plot where Wang Buyu hires Xia Zhu's idol to sing in a hotel in order to spend money? Think about it. What song did that singer sing?" Xia Ning thought about it, and the script didn't say what song it was. Then, can't it be any song? She looked at Qin Sun, somewhat shocked. "Did that idol sing the song you just sang? On the day I left you, blue rain fell in front of my eyes?" She saw Qin Sun, and suddenly showed a teasing smile. "Are you going to eat Huang Huai's blood buns again?" Chapter 337. Is this your attitude when asking for favors? Seeing the disgust on Qin Sun's face, Xia Ning smiled gently. Huang Huai was all fabricated. There is no such thing as a blood-stained bun. But, for netizens, Huang Huai is Qin Sun's first love. In that sad story, he was angry because of a cup of milk tea for 18 yuan, and he lowered the price of Dudu tea. Now Huang Huai is going to be on the screen again. This story has been added with a strong and colorful stroke. From now on, Qin Sun's reputation as the most affectionate person on the internet will be deepened. Whether it is himself or Yilan, they will be considered as the third party. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and thought that Qin Sun said these words at that time, certainly not for the promotion of The Richest Man in Shihong City. But he can use it now. Is this standing on the shoulders of giants? And that giant was also created by himself. If it is counted this way, then didn't the publicity start 2 months ago? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun quietly, smiled, didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Wu Yu's voice rang in my ears. "Sister, if one day you broke up with Qin Sun, if I pursue him, don't be surprised. And don't stop me. Xia Ning turned to look at Wu Yu. Wu Yu was not ashamed at all. Don't get me wrong. I'm not interested in him. I just want to taste this fine brand. Xia Ning turned to look at Wu Yu. And gradually frowned. Wu Yu smiled awkwardly. Good things should be kept in the family. But she saw Qin Sun's eyes fell on her chest. And a look of contempt appeared on his face. Wu Yu. My breasts will be big one day. They are big because of anger. Wu Yu was a little angry. These days, in order to advance the progress of the movie, she has been constantly improving the actor's information, and has revised 7 or 8 versions. Even if there is no credit, there is hard work. How dare this dog-eyed guy keep grabbing her breasts? Wu Yu stared at Qin Sun, not even calling him brother-in-law, and said, That guy. Have you watched the list of actors, resumes, and their wonderful performance videos that I gave you? Qin Sun answered truthfully. I took a quick glance, and I can see that you put your heart into it. Wu Yu frowned. You still know that I put my heart into it? I consider the roles fit. National popularity. Pay. And whether they have time. I made this shortlist after comprehensive consideration of many actors. For each role, there are more than 3 candidates. You told me you just took a quick glance? Do you think you have a keen eye and can see the trick with just a quick glance? She took 2 steps forward, but stopped immediately, worried that Xia Ning would pull her hair, and said loudly, Time is running out. You have to quickly choose the right actors. We also have to rent equipment, form a filming team, and choose a location. There are so many things to do. Qin Sun's ears hurt from the noise. This Wu Yu is really a small person with a big temper. Suddenly, the phone rang. Qin Sun took out his phone and saw that it was director Lu Ming. He glared at Wu Yu and sneered. As a director, I have to choose actors, rent equipment, form a filming team, and choose a filming location. He raised his voice. Wouldn't I be begging for food on my knees? Isn't there a ready-made professional here for me to cheat? To show my love? Wu Yu tilted his head and looked at Qin Sun, like a cock with its feathers standing on end. Qin Sun immediately answered the phone, pressed the speaker, so that everyone could hear. Wu Yu immediately kept quiet for the sake of the overall situation. In the phone, Lu Ming's voice was a little excited. Boss Qin, you are really my lucky star. We just watched the journey of Qin Yin internally. The plot is smooth, coherent, the story conflicts are strong. And the theme is clear. After watching it, the company decided to work overtime on dubbing, and then add the cost of special effects to improve the quality again. We want to grab the New Year's Day schedule for release. Your foreign friend is really amazing. He is really good at editing movies. In such a short time, you edited it so well. Qin Sun pretended to show a puzzled expression on his face, frowning, and said, Is the plot smooth? Coherent? Didn't they specifically note that some scenes needed to be res hot? He walked quickly behind the computer, looked down, and said loudly, Ouch, I'm sorry. Director Lu. Sorry, I sent it to the wrong person just now, and sent you a pile of shit, wasting your time. The office was quiet. Xia Ning sighed softly, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. How can you talk like that? I just praised the editing work to the sky, and you immediately said it was a pile of shit. Isn't this a slap in the face? Wu Yu felt much better immediately. Compared to Lu Ming, the insult she suffered seemed insignificant. After all, he is a famous director. But the big shot, who can let Yilan be the second female lead, has great influence in the industry. Qin Sun actually said that he just fed him a pile of shit. The other end of the phone was even more silent. It seems that he was not satisfied with the taste of shit. Qin Sun didn't care, operated the mouse, and sent the final edited version of Qin Yunxing to Lu Ming. Director Lu. You know you're also a director. After I saw the movie my friend edited, I watched it once and felt not so good. So I directed him to re-edit it. The other end of the phone laughed awkwardly and said nothing. It was obvious that he didn't believe in Qin Sun's ability to direct movies. After all, advertising and movies are almost 2 different things. Qin Sun continued. Director Lu, I've sent you the version I worked so hard on, day and night, without eating or drinking, in spite of the rain or shine. Please take a look. On the other end of the phone, Lu Ming heard Qin Sun use the idioms that he seemed to have learned all his life to emphasize his hard work. I immediately guessed that Qin Sun had some plans. Boss Qin, do you need my help? Qin Sun smiled and said, Thank you for your trouble. Let me watch it first. We'll talk after you watch it. The other end of the phone was silent for a moment, said, It just so happens that The company's senior executives are still in the meeting room, and the meeting hasn't ended yet, so let's watch it again. The phone was hung up immediately. Jin Sun didn't even have time to say goodbye. Obviously he was angry, and was trying to control his emotions. Xia Ning looked at Jin Sun, guessed that Jin Sun wanted to borrow Lu Ming's filming team again, and warned him. Jin Sun, is this your attitude when asking people to do something for you? Jin Sun sat on the chair, looked at Xia Ning, and smiled. When asking people to do something for you, this should be my attitude. Letting others ask you for help is the best way to ask for help. Xia Ning was helpless inside. Wu gave Jin Sun a thumbs up and said sarcastically, "Oh, you are awesome." Jin Sun did not reply. The office was silent. This was to drive away guests. Xia Ning was very tactful and pulled Wu Yu, who was in a fighting state, out of the office. Back to the general manager's office. Wu Yu was still indignant. "Old nun, you said that Jin Sun. This little bastard, how dare he let down other people's efforts like this?" She took Xia Ning's hand, walked quickly towards the general manager's office, and said in a low voice, "He drove us away with silence, and must have called another wild woman. Let's go eavesdrop." Xia Ning. Chapter 338. An idle singer without a representative work is like a 9,000-year-old man without a penis. General manager's office. Wu Yu rushed behind the desk, opened the computer's D drive, and then opened an inconspicuous folder. Opened another folder. Opened another. Finally, he called up a monitoring program hidden in the corner. In the monitoring screen, Jin Sun's image was very clear, and his voice was also particularly clear. The 3 cameras secretly installed on the ceiling, Wu Yu had spent a lot of money on them. One costs more than 8,000 yuan. If Jin Sun dares to speed in the office, he will be caught in a minute. Xia Ning sneaked over and looked at the surveillance. Jin Sun was sitting on a chair, with his feet high on the desk, and his phone was close to his ear. Talking to someone. Not familiar? Not familiar, but at least we know each other. It's okay to know each other. You invite him to participate in the richest man in Shiheng City. What? I have to be his father? That's okay, I'm willing. I don't care if it's his first screen debut or not, or how precious it is. I don't care how precious it is, I just want to break his Jin Sun stopped talking, nodded gently, and made him sounds from time to time. Wu Yu turned to look at Xia Ning, and gently bumped her with her shoulder, reminding her. "Old nun, did you hear that?" Jin Sun said, "He wants to break someone else's thing." Xia Ning's face was unhappy. "I'm not deaf. Jin Sun was talking about his first screen appearance, you got it wrong. He should be looking for Yi Lan to recruit other actors to the crew. He is still concerned about your list." Wu Yu snorted arrogantly said, "That's because you have a filter, you don't think enough. What people say can more or less reflect their true thoughts. He's thinking about this kind of thing now, you're in danger." At this time, Jin Sun's voice came from the computer speakers. "Then I'll sing you a song. As long as he comes, this song will be his." Xia Ning and Wu Yu immediately looked at the surveillance screen, thinking that he was going to sing the song again. Then, Jin Sun's singing voice made their faces change. Jin Sun's voice sang. "Later. I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have long gone and disappeared in the crowd. Later. I finally understood in tears. Some people will never come back once they are missed. White petals of gardenia falling on your blue pleated skirt." Singing finished. The surveillance video was quiet. Jin Sun didn't say anything. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be shocked, and didn't say anything either. Wu Yu looked at the surveillance video, and excitedly clenched his fists and smashed them on the table. "I said it. This kid is a genius. He was just pretending to be stupid with us. What are you talking about, still in the process of thinking about it?" "You mean still in the process of thinking about it?" Xia Ning looked at the surveillance screen quietly, and was slightly moved. The lyrics expressed regret. The song sang regret. The lyrics and music match well. Isn't this kind of song a must-have for those who love pure love? Suddenly, Xia Ning felt her arm being grabbed by someone. Turning around, she saw Wu Yu with an excited look on her face, and was about to pull her out. "Old nun, you should kowtow to Jin Sun for me now. I can't hold back my admiration for him anymore." Xia Ning shook her arm to break free of her hand, and said, "Why don't you kowtow yourself?" "Wu Yu, I'm embarrassed." Xia Ning sneered, "I'm embarrassed?" Suddenly, Yi Lan's voice came faintly from the phone. The two turned their heads to look. Jin Sun held the phone far away, scratched his ears with his fingers, and his eardrums were obviously hurt. Jin Sun, why did you give this song to Bai Hong? How can he sing? Give me this song. Jin Sun snorted coldly, saying, Yilan, don't be greedy, contact Bai Hong quickly. You two are a strong alliance. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly, picked up the phone, and sent a voice message to Yilan, singing a song. Later, I finally learned how to love. Send it. Sent another voice message. Send it to Bai Hong and tell him that this may be his only chance in his life to have a masterpiece. Xia Ning suddenly felt a punch on her shoulder, and it hurt a little. She turned to look at Wu Yu and frowned. Seeing Wu Yu was about to punch her again, she took a step back and said angrily, Wu Yu, are you crazy? Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning with a pair of big eyes and asked back, Old nun, why aren't you excited at all? Xia Ning was a little confused. Why should I be excited? Wu Yu, didn't you hear Jin Sun trying to get Bai Hong into the crew? Xia Ning, Bai Hong, is he famous? Wu Yu sighed, slightly sarcastically. Bai Hong is a super idol who became popular after appearing on a talent show a year ago. Now he has more than 35 million fans on Weibo. Xia Ning. By so many? Wu Yu said loudly, there are a lot of brainless fans. Xia Ning, you too? Wu Yu, I'm not. Xia Ning, then why are you so excited? Wu Yu circled around Xia Ning, as if he was visiting some endangered and peerless idiot. Bai Hong's first screen show, professionals in the film industry have predicted that, as long as the script is up to standard, he will be invited to play the leading role. Even if it is to earn money from a wave of crazy fans, it can earn at least 500 million or 600 million yuan at the box office. Xia Ning was a little surprised. Then why is his first screen show still on? Wu Yu explained. Many directors have handed him scripts, and he has been looking for a suitable script. But he became famous at a young age, and he is very careful about his reputation. He knows that his acting skills are not good, so he has been hesitant to go into the entertainment industry. He is afraid that his acting skills will be ridiculed, which will not increase his fame, but will backfire. Hearing this, Xia Ning immediately understood. Poor acting skills, to protect your reputation, and not dare to make your first screen debut? Then the singing idol and the richest man in Shihong City. Isn't he just playing himself? There is no need to worry about acting skills. Who can't play himself? All the crazy fans have to praise him. Brother, your acting is really good. Knowing this news, Xia Ning's mood changed. If he could get such a popular star to make a cameo appearance. Although he is not the main actor, it would be good to use his fame to promote the movie. She looked at the screen. A little worried. Will Bai Hong agree? Wu Yu also looked at the screen, looking at Jin Sun who was lying on the sofa playing with his phone, and said softly, I heard that Bai Hong's company hired a gold medal musician and created 6 or 7 singles for him in a year. But none of them became popular. They are more anxious than anyone else. Just a cameo in the movie for a few minutes. And you can get a representative work. It should be very tempting for him. Xia Ning thought of Song Ying's gaffe after winning the song A Song of Lovesickness, and nodded gently. Wu Yu continued to explain. An idol singer is extremely eager for a representative work. Not only for himself, a representative work can increase his value. It is also an explanation to his fans. A representative work can make his fans become very tough when fighting with other idols' fans online. You can point at other fans and scold them. What's the matter? Later I finally learned how to love. Was it sung by your brother? It wasn't sung by your brother. Why are you barking here? They are just so arrogant. She turned her head to look at Xia Ning, made the final conclusion, and said in a deep voice, an idol singer without a masterpiece is like a 9,000-year-old man without a penis. No matter how powerful he is still incomplete. Xia Ning. This metaphor is really vivid and vivid. Wu Yu sighed. Jin Sun is really generous. No wonder she is reluctant to give Yilan 30% of the profit. How can he want 1 billion box office? I guess he wants 2 billion. The two women played with their phones while staring at the surveillance screen, like two experienced surveillance security guards, waiting for Jin Sun's phone to ring. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. An hour and a half passed. Finally, Jin Sun's phone rang. Chapter 339. Jin Sun has always done things this way. You have to get used to it in the future. Xia Ning and Wu Yu put away their phones and looked at the computer monitoring screen. Jin Sun answered the phone. Hello? Bai Yifan agreed. But do you want to book him a 5-star hotel? I won't book him a 5-star hotel. Our filming location is in the hotel. Do you want to book one for you as well? I told you that our main filming location is the hotel. You can choose anyone. I want to stay in your room too. I'm afraid you're crazy. I'm in the rising period of my career now. How can I have a scandal with you and affect my reputation? He hung up the phone. Wu Yu hugged Xia Ning tightly and shouted excitedly, "Big boobs." The current top-ranked young actor Bai Hong is joined. The top-ranked singing queen is the heroine. The top-ranked internet celebrity Qin Sun is the hero. And I am the super professional second male lead. You said this movie is a piece of shit, but there will be many people who buy tickets just to try it out. Xia Ning turned to look at Wu Yu, feeling helpless. She was clearly the third male lead. Then, she saw Wu Yu frowning, looking angry. Old nun. Did you hear that? Yilan invited Qin Sun to her room. Do you think she was joking or serious? Xia Ning thought for a moment and said, if Qin Sun refused, she would say it was a joke. Her voice was a little cold. And she continued, if Qin Sun didn't refuse, she would go with the flow and make the best of a bad situation. Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning and frowned slightly. At this critical moment, are you still talking about Wenqiu's idioms? Old nun. I am very rational, without any personal emotions, and I will give a fair and objective evaluation. She looked into Xia Ning's eyes quietly. Xia Ning was a little strange. She felt a little uneasy after being stared at. Then she heard Wu Yu say, your relationship is not strong. Xia Ning, she said stubbornly, it's okay. Wu Yu sneered. Qin Sun looks mean, but he is actually very responsible. Once Yilan succeeds, Qin Sun will definitely take responsibility. She reached out and patted Xia Ning's shoulder. You have to work hard and release your nature. Xia Ning. At this time, the sound of a mobile phone ringing came from the computer speakers again. The two turned their heads to look. On the surveillance camera, Qin Sun answered the call and immediately held the phone away from his ear. Director Liu, don't get excited. Speak softly. Ah. I rearranged it according to my ideas and slightly changed the narrative rhythm. Yeah, those script files are the plots that need to be reshot. That soundtrack is called A Solitary Shadow in the World. Did you cry when you heard it? Director Liu is such an emotional person. When a stranger meets a lonely shadow in the cold river. Why should we have known each other before? This line, I was moved. Alas, you are too serious. Why are you charging me? We are all brothers. Do you have to give me money? You said this old Liu or this. I saw Qin Sun sitting up, and his voice became a little more serious. Give me the entire crew of the Legend of Chusun for another month. And I'll pay for it. No. I have to pay for it. I'm a kind person. And I don't make money by doing something dishonest. Xia Ning and Wu Yu smiled at each other. Not making money by doing something dishonest? If it's money that's not dishonest, he won't make it. In the surveillance, Qin Sun laughed a few times and said again, there is one more small thing. Brother Liu, you are a leader in the film industry. You must have a certain understanding of the characters of actors. I will give you a list later. Please help me choose the one with the best professional attitude and the most obedient one from the candidate list for each role. How obedient should I be? It would be best if I could be as obedient as a dog. Please contact them for me and push my assistant Xia Ning's prestige to them. Just Yilan. Bai Hong has joined the crew of the richest man in Shihong City. Then, Qin Sun held the phone far away. It seemed that Lu Ming on the other end of the phone yelled again. After a while, he put the phone back to his ear. Don't be so excited. It's just Bai Hong. All right. Right. The filming of The Richest Man in Shihong City is about to start, and I need your help. Brother. Ah, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. How can I be considered a young talent? I'm just following director Liu's old path again. First shoot commercials, then movies. Pause. Qin Sun said with a smile. It's troublesome. It's troublesome. Can it be done within 3 days? Brother Liu. You are awesome. Okay. Contact me when the time comes. Hang up the phone. Qin Sun lay back on the sofa, opened the game and continued to play, so calm that he seemed not to realize what had just happened. Watching Qin Sun lying down and playing the game in the surveillance video. Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, put his face close to the surveillance video, and zoomed in the picture with the mouse to find that Qin Sun was really playing the game. And he had already started to choose a character. She turned to look at Xia Ning, opened her eyes wide, and said, why isn't Qin Sun excited at all? Xia Ning smiled softly. What should he be excited about? Wu Yu frowned, looked at Xia Ning with disdain, and said, Old nun, I thought he was so pretentious, but I didn't expect you to be pretending too. Seeing that Xia Ning's smile could no longer be suppressed, she stretched out her hand to tickle Xia Ning, and Xia Ning laughed and stepped back repeatedly. What is he excited about? Qin Sun just lay on the sofa and made a few phone calls, and settled the super idol Bai Hong. Settled the selection of roles. Settled the rental of equipment. Settled the formation of the filming team. This is called planning in the tent, and winning thousands of miles away. Do you think he should be excited? Xia Ning smiled softly. I'm used to it. Wu Yu. She clenched her right fist and pounded her chest. I can't get used to it. She turned her head and looked at the fat boy lying on the sofa on the surveillance screen, scratching his head. Her eyes were a little excited. Yilan, Bai Hong, Qin Sun, the three most popular people on the internet right now, plus Director Liu's filming team, and the actors selected by Director Liu himself. Qin Sun's script and directing skills, and editing skills. Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning and asked, What do you think is a suitable box office? Seeing Xia Ning didn't say anything, she held up 2 fingers. It should be 2 billion. Xia Ning smiled and said, Qin Sun has always done things this way. He likes to make big things. You have to learn to get used to it in the future. Wu Yu. So pretentious? I really want to hit someone. The next day, Lu Ming continued to push the actor's prestige to Xia Ning, and she was responsible for in-depth negotiations on specific cooperation details. For example, the schedule, the pay, and other special requirements of the actors. Maybe Director Liu has a good eye for selecting people. Or maybe the actors are looking at Director Liu's face. The contract was negotiated very smoothly. 4 days later, Xiongzhou. The sun is shining. In a European-style castle hotel, the crew of the richest man in Shihong City entered. Chapter 340. A show of force right from the start. The days ahead will be tough. Inside the castle hotel, some familiar actors gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and sat on chairs in the lobby and whispered. Lao Zhao, you're here too? Yes, I didn't expect you to be here too. We just finished filming the last movie together. Lao Zhao, the audience must be overwhelmed when they see our combination. Ha ha ha. It has the potential to be a bad movie. Alas, there's nothing we can do. Our acting is okay, but the script is too silly. Nowadays, young and handsome actors are popular, and traffic stars are going to reap the box office. Middle-aged people like us are about to run out of food. Another corner. Hey, Oldly, look around. There are familiar faces. All of them are well-known figures in the film industry. Although they are not big names, but they are big. How much is the investment in this play? I don't know. But Yilan's fans said it was 80 million. What? 80 million? Look around. There are some comedians. 80 million investment in comedy is considered a big production. 80 million investment in comedy is really a big deal. Hey! These are all Yilan's fans. And they may not be true, but my salary is okay. In another corner. What do you think of this Qin Sun's background? Look, he was able to get Director Liu to contact us. He also got Yilan. I heard he was her rumored boyfriend. What's his background? How come he can sing whenever he wants, shoot commercials whenever he wants, and make movies whenever he wants? I heard he was just a kid in the countryside, and now he's the CEO of a marketing company. I heard this movie has product placements for Xiaomi phones, and Dudu Tea. These are all big companies. Alas, it's very complicated here, you. Let's stop discussing it. What rural kid? It's all smokescreen on the internet. Did you see that girl with small breasts just now? I heard that she is the daughter of the CEO of Sunny Cinema. What? The one that Qin Sun scolded like a dog just now. The daughter of Sunny Cinema? More than that. His assistant who looks cool is also from the Xia family, the Xia family of the Xia group. What the hell? So we are all accompanying the prince to study. Let's stop discussing it. Don't get into any trouble. The second floor of the hotel. In the living room of a 2-bedroom suite. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Yilan, Wu Yu sat on the sofa, looking at a laptop on the coffee table. This computer belongs to Qin Sun. A time schedule is being written on the computer desktop. Yilan looked at the time on it, and said with a wry smile, Will the filming be completed in 1 month? I have to go to Lu Ming's place to reshoot a few scenes of the journey of Qin Yun in a few days. Can it be done in 1 month? Qin Sun crossed his legs and said, I just asked the crew to make us 80 million. Xia Ning is from the Xia family. Wu Yu is the daughter of Sunny Cinema. All these rumors have been leaked. The actors recommended by director Lu Ming are all honest people. They are afraid of trouble, and dare not cause trouble. They must be very afraid of me now. His eyes swept over everyone one by one. As long as they listen, I have the confidence to finish the filming within a month. After saying that, the three women looked at him with disdain. This grandson really doesn't waste any resources. Qin Sun met their gazes, not embarrassed, said, "In the days to come, I will be more harsh with you three." He smiled, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Hearing this, Yilan remembered that when shooting the first scene of the commercial, Qin Sun scolded her so much that she was bleeding. The language was vulgar, and contained a lot of motherfucking words. She frowned slightly and warned, "Watch your limits. Kid." Wu Yu snorted coldly, swearing, "Hit me if you dare." Qin Sun looked up, looked at her, and said with a smile, "Satisfy you, Wu Yu." At this time, ding dong, a WeChat message popped up in the lower right corner of the laptop. Qin Sun didn't click it, but found that three women looked at him with ill intentions on their faces. Yilan stood up and said in a sarcastic tone, "Let's go out for a while. Don't disturb Director Qin from chatting." Wu Yu stood up. Xiaoning smiled softly, looked at Qin Sun, and shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to mind. Qin Sun sighed, clicked on the WeChat message. It was a voice message from Song Ying. "Brother, are you still human? Now it's rumored everywhere on the internet that your movie The Richest Man in Shihong City has started filming. I've waited for so long, and you haven't sent me an invitation letter yet. What's the matter? I can't even act as an extra? Can I act as a corpse?" Qin Sun smiled, operated the mouse, and copied a piece of music from a folder. Type the next line. "This song Calories is a movie theme song. Practice it secretly, and find a reliable dance teacher to choreograph it. Keep it confidential. I will promote the movie. I will let you post the song online when you post it." Posted. Yilan slapped the table. "This song, I can't sing it." Qin Sun said, "This song is very silly. Would you like to sing it?" Yilan, "Forget it." Wu Yu immediately took over. "I am also a super professional singer." Qin Sun glanced at her, smiled, and said nothing. Regardless of whether she is professional or not, Wu Yu does not have more than 5 million fans. The WeChat message sounded, and it was Song Ying's voice. "Brother, you are my real brother." "No, not real. We are not related by blood. Brother, don't worry. I practice singing in the public toilet every night. I will send you a review every day." Qin Sun set a smile emoticon and ended the conversation. Wu Yu turned to look at Xiaoning, and saw that there was no change on her face, and was a little annoyed. Damn it! This guy loves his brother. How come the old nun is not anxious at all? Then, 2 more messages popped up on Qin Sun's WeChat account. One was from Encore. "Boss Qin, I saw the news today. Your movie has already started shooting. The Fortune Cup and Polar Bear Cup you requested have been registered and customized from the factory. Happy cooperation." Qin Sun smiled. The so-called Fortune Cup is a red milk tea cup with a black gold-rimmed word "Fu" on it. The Polar Bear Cup is a milk tea cup with a polar bear printed on it. This is an ad placement in the movie. In addition to Dudu tea, there are also rice mobile phones, rice microphones, rice electric toothbrushes, and other rice brands. Xiaoning chose them with great difficulty. Under Qin Sun's instruction, she signed a bet contract with the 2 companies with Yilan and Baihong as endorsements. Advertising fees are charged based on the box office. The highest box office is over 3 billion. Duduti gives 5 million, and Rice Mobile Phones gives 12 million. The other message was from Monsieur, with only a few simple words. "Come on, boss. I wish the movie a big hit. The tavern is doing very well." Qin Sun replied, "Thank you. Don't be busy in the tavern all day, spend more time with your sisters." Wu Yu said sarcastically. "Oh my, so considerate, so good at flirting with girls." Qin Sun smiled, and said nothing. Xiaoning glared at Wu Yu lightly. Monsieur was already pitiful enough. As long as she didn't cross the line, then she could let her go. Yilan looked at Qin Sun, with some disappointment in her eyes. This bastard is really not a saint, but he is really good to his own people. It's a pity, a flower stuck in Xiaoning's pile of cow dung. The opening banquet in the evening. Everyone present is a smart person, and they received a salary worthy of their status. The atmosphere at the dinner table is very warm. Qin Sun looked at everyone, stood up, raised his glass, and said with a smile, Dear teachers, I am very happy to be able to gather with you in the crew of the richest man in Shihong City. However, filming is not a dinner party. I have a bad temper and foul mouth. I will offend you in the future. I hope you will settle accounts with me after the filming of the movie. I did it. Everyone looked at each other. Are you here to show your power? You will have a hard time in the future. Chapter 341. The filming went extremely smoothly. Mysterious guest appeared. The next day. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The hotel was bustling, and all departments were ready. The actors looked at the layout of the venue, the exquisite dining table, and some roast-suckling pig, sashimi, roast duck, dumplings, lobsters. Director Chin showed us his power yesterday, and the first scene was eating delicious food. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Yesterday the hotel bed was comfortable, and today I woke up and had delicious food. Why do I feel like I'm on vacation? I just heard that we have to finish a movie in a month, which scared me, but now it seems it's nothing special. Boss Chin is still young. Why don't we put this scene at the end and treat it as a wrap-up party? Save money. Chin Sun sat behind the monitor. The stagehand picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. Quiet. Chin Sun picked up the loudspeaker and said. All departments. Get ready. All actors. Get ready. The richest man in Shihong City officially starts filming. As soon as the voice fell, each actor went to the station. The whole place was silent. All the people present were senior people in the industry, and they knew that they had to keep absolute silence on the set, so as not to affect the simultaneous sound recording. There were even some shots that were out of place. Chin Sun glanced around, and was about to nod with satisfaction. Suddenly, I found a strange guy among the football players. A thin woman with short hair. Flat chest was sitting at a dining table. There was a roasted suckling pig in front of the table. That person was Wu Yu. Chin Sun picked up the microphone and started to curse. Wu Yu? Are you crazy? You are the third male. Why are you sitting there in your jersey? Are you looking for death? Can you perform 3 people and a pig? Is this your attitude when filming? Do you think your kindergarten is filming a stage play? Fuck. Chin Sun cursed very badly. Everyone was not surprised, because almost every director had a bad temper on the set. The cost of filming a movie was very high, and every minute counted. Most directors pursued efficiency in order not to waste time. For ordinary staff, non-big-name actors were scolded especially loudly when they made mistakes. Only big stars like Elon would be treated with enough tenderness, patience, and respect by the director. Everyone followed Chin Sun's gaze and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu sat at the dining table. His face flushed. Chin Sun stared at her from afar. She was so stubborn that she refused to stand up. Suddenly, he heard a chuckle beside him. He looked up and saw Yilan with a gloating smile on her face. She cursed. Yilan, what are you laughing at? Is it funny? What funny things did you think of? Do you want to share them with us? Did your wife give birth? The smile on Yilan's face disappeared and turned cold. She saw Wu Yu being scolded just now, and remembered that she cried when she was scolded by Chin Sun, and went to the grove to find Chin Sun. Chin Sun was actually peeing, and she even told her security guard, "You can't beat me to the point of incontinence, I've already pooped." She thought it was very interesting, and couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly she was cursed. At this time, Chin Sun was heard cursing loudly again. "Yilan, I see your expression, you still don't accept it?" "Yilan." She crossed her arms and sulked. The studio was silent. Everyone looked at each other. How could this be a studio tyrant? This is the fucking studio hell. How dare he curse Yilan? And use dirty words? Yilan is the current box office leader of the movie. But why didn't she dare to say a word? Isn't there a rumor on the internet that Chin Sun is Yilan's licker? Why does he look like a wolf dog? No, it's a wild dog. Suddenly, everyone on the studio didn't dare to breathe. Chin Sun cursed Yilan with such momentum. Should they just fight? Suddenly, everyone heard a loud shout. Why are you still sitting there? Are you asking for a fight? Chin Sun came out from behind the monitor and ran straight to Wu Yu, who was sitting at the dining table. Xia Ning's heart was hanging in the air. He wanted to speak to stop him, but finally shut his mouth. For absolute efficiency, Chin Sun had to establish his authority and become the king of the set. Chin Sun walked towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu stood up with his eyes wide open, pulled his fists, and prepared to fight Chin Sun. I couldn't beat him before, but now he's a little fat boy, and it's still unclear who will win or lose. Suddenly, Wu Yu saw Chin Sun winking at her. and remembered yesterday's conversation. Watch your limits. Kid. Swearing. Hit me if you dare. Jin-sun replied at the time. Satisfy you. Wu Yu understood that he was going to cooperate with him in a show of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. And shouted, What do you want to do? Hit me if you dare. Jin-sun slapped him. Wu Yu was slapped on the arm. It didn't hurt much, but it was very loud. She blinked her eyes and yelled. Ouch. It hurts. Director Jin, I won't mess up again. Jin-sun. This Wu Yu's acting is a bit exaggerated. It was quiet all around. Everyone felt a sense of grief. Even the daughter of the Sunny Cinema, Jin-sun scolded and beat her whenever he wanted. And after being beaten, the words she shouted were like a spoiled child. If they don't listen, what will happen? The atmosphere on the whole set was a bit dull, and everyone felt like they were walking on thin ice, not knowing if they could make it to the other side. Kill Yilan first. Then kill Wu Yu. And kill twice. A monkey to warn the chickens. Everyone present was alert. Under Jin-sun's methodical guidance, they filmed scene after scene. Surprisingly smooth. Shooting from day to night. Day after day. All the classic scenes in the Castle Hotel were filmed. I'll show you a family of 3 and a pig. You are really good at judging people. Money is a bastard. We must respect dreams. Xia Zhu. Take a good look at how much money I have left. I never thought that an ordinary elementary school would actually cultivate 2 great talents. Wu Long and Feng Chu. Privately, the staff complained bitterly. So tired. For the first time, I feel that filming is as hard as screwing in a factory. After filming this movie, I will take a good rest for half a year. I am almost exhausted. Be content. At least the food is good every day. Stop complaining. Look at Yilan and that Wu Yu. After they were scolded, did they dare to talk back? Just because he doesn't scold people these days, it doesn't mean he won't scold people. Don't say it. Jin-sun's directing skills are quite strong, and his ability to control the scene is first class. Yeah. His acting skills are also okay, and all his scenes are passed in one take. But he doesn't seem to have much pursuit of art. Teacher Zhao wants to shoot a scene again, and he said it's good enough. It's okay as long as it passes. We are not shooting an art film. No way, there is only 1 month. 18 days passed in a blink of an eye. There is only 1 day left for the hotel castle scene and the richest man in Shiheng City. Everyone is a little excited. Now they have completely lost the feeling they had when they first arrived at the hotel. When they first arrived, they thought the hotel was magnificent and looked like a vacation, but now they just feel like a gorgeous prison. This day, suddenly, several staff members came with a big box and went to collect mobile phones one by one. Sorry, teachers. Director Jin has instructed that we need to keep the mobile phones temporarily. There will be a mysterious guest participating in the performance later. His identity is special and needs to be kept confidential throughout the process. No videos or pictures can be circulated outside. Please. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Thinking of Jin-sun's mysterious background, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What the hell is a mysterious guest? Chapter 342. I got caught. You're going to beat me to death. She got caught. You still think she's cute? Many actors were very surprised. You have to sign a confidentiality agreement to act in a movie. You can't reveal the plot. Some weird crews even asked not to reveal special actors. But the so-called special actors are either big-name stars or bad artists who want to pay secretly. They thought about it and saw that the crew members also handed in their phones, so they had to hand in their phones. At the same time, he complained a few words. Who is that mysterious guest? Such a big name? More big name than Elon. Isn't he afraid of the director scolding him? The mobile phones were confiscated. The venue was set up. There was a piano on the stage of the hotel's dance hall. Suddenly, 8 bodyguards in black suits and black sunglasses came in with a sunny and handsome young man. He was followed by 4 young female assistants. Everyone was shocked. What the hell? Bai Yihong? Bai Yihong is going to make his screen debut? For a silly comedy? Isn't he afraid of his fans being upset? Can he act? With his current popularity and the traffic he brings, how much money would it cost to hire him? The actors looked at Jin-sun with a hint of fear in their eyes. What kind of family background does Jin-sun have? How can he drag the Queen of Pop, Yilan, and super idol Bai Yihong into a silly comedy? You know, stars like them are very careful about their reputation. Bai Yihong walked into the hall, glanced around, saw Jin-sun, and ran over in small steps. He shook hands with Chin Sun warmly, calling him Teacher Chin all the time. Everyone was even more surprised. He looked like a dog licker now. This Chin Sun is unfathomable. The shooting began. The songs later, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been recorded long ago. Bai Hong only needed to wear a gorgeous dress, play the piano and sing later, dance and sing Romance of the Three Kingdoms with a microphone. And all were lip-syncing. Showing off is his strong point. The atmosphere under the stage was lively. Bai Hong played the piano, and it was hard to tell whether they were acting or really moved by the song. Suddenly, he winked at Yilan under the stage according to the script. Yilan was surprised, and held Chin Sun's chubby hands tightly with both hands. Behind him, Xia Ning, who was forced to be an extra, waved her light stick like a crazy girl. Seeing Yilan's action, she quietly and quickly lowered her head to glance at the two people's tightly clasped hands. TSK? It's all fake. Xia Ning quickly looked at the stage, continued to wave her light stick, and shouted like a little fan. All of this was captured by the camera. Filming is over. Chin Sun went to the monitor to review the footage, saw Xia Ning's expression, pressed pause, and turned to look at her with a half smile. Xia Ning looked a little guilty. I'm sorry, I was wrong. How about we reshoot? Chin Sun waved his hand and said, where was wrong? How vividly did you portray the look of a woman who loves Wang Duyu, but cannot get him? Xia Ning. Yilan laughed. It was rare for her to win a game against Xia Ning, so she was a little happy. Wu Yu came over, pointed at Xia Ning on the monitor, said dissatisfiedly, you may not believe it, but I'm a professional psychologist. Look at Xia Ning's expression, 3 parts cold, 3 parts ridicule, 4 parts carelessness. You don't call this a wrong? I was wrong in my jersey, and you shouted that you would beat me to death. She was wrong, and you still think she pretty cute? She stared at Chin Sun and asked loudly, do you have to go so far? Do you have to be so hypocritical? Chin Sun sneered. I'm happy to do that. Wu Yu. Xia Ning was embarrassed, but also a little happy. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Chin Sun turned his head while sitting on the chair and saw Bai Hong running over quickly, crouching down to look at him. Teacher Chin, you gave me the right to sing the song later. Our company will definitely give you the performance income according to the contract. He smiled a little embarrassedly. Can you sell me that song Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I'll give you 1 million. Chin Sun said with a smile. I'm not interested in money. Bai Hong looked a little embarrassed. At this time, heard Yilan trying to smooth things over, and half-jokingly said, for my 3 songs, Chin Sun received 20.75 million. Xiaobai, you asked for 1 million right away. For Mr. Chin, that's robbing him of his money. Bai Hong. He laughed awkwardly a few times, looking at Chin Sun, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Teacher Chin, I think the style of Romance of the Three Kingdoms is more suitable for me. Chin Sun said with a smile. Then let's switch. Romance of the Three Kingdoms is for you, and later is for me. The smile on Bai Hong's face disappeared. With a bitter face, he grabbed Chin Sun's hand and held it tightly. Teacher Chin, I want them all. Chin Sun frowned, a little embarrassed, and thought for a long time. I think you are pretty good. You don't have the airs of those traffic stars, and you are quite humble. How about this? If you can dance again in the movie Easter Egg, I will reluctantly consider giving you Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Bai Hong was anxious. Don't think about it. Just give it to me. Dancing is easy, I'm good at it. He knew the inside information. The richest man in Shihong City would be released during the Spring Festival with the help of Sunny Cinema. Usually, at this time of year, comedies will have a song and dance to celebrate the new year at the end. Chin Sun looked even more embarrassed and said, it's not that I'm stingy, but writing this song Romance of the Three Kingdoms took me 20 years of skills and hurt my vitality. I really can't bear to sell it at a low price. Xia Ning and Wu Yu stared at Chin Sun with wide eyes. What 20 years of skill? Isn't it only 2 months? Does it take virgin skills to write songs? That means more than 20 years of skill. Bai Hong immediately said loudly. Teacher Chin, just tell me a number. Chin Sun said with a smile. 1 price, if the box office is less than 1 billion, I'll give it to you for free. Bai Hong was startled. A smile appeared on his lips, but then he suppressed it. No money for less than 1 billion. Wouldn't that be free? Chin Sun continued. If it's more than 1 billion, but less than 2 billion, you give me 5 million. As soon as the words fell, the staff around looked at Chin Sun, feeling that he was too arrogant. Why do you always say 1 billion, 2 billion? There are thousands of directors of all sizes in the whole country. There are 40 or 50 famous ones, but not every famous director can make a movie with a box office of 1 billion. The smile on Bai Hong's mouth was harder to suppress than AK's. The box office exceeded 1 billion? Only give 5 million? These 2 songs were given to me. If the box office exceeds 1 billion, it is equivalent to promoting the song in front of the people of the whole country. Only 1 billion. He looked at Chin Sun, clenched his hands tightly, feeling a little strange. Why is it said that Chin Sun is evil? He is obviously a kind man. At this time, he heard Chin Sun slowly say, "If the box office exceeds 2 billion, you give me 15 million. If it exceeds 3 billion, you give me 30 million. Chin Sun looked at Bai Hong, who was a little stunned, said with a smile, "Will this not be too difficult for you?" Chapter 343. What the hell? You want us to be spirited young men? After hearing what Chin Sun said, Bai Hong was a little confused. 2 billion? And 3 billion? This is impossible. This Chin Sun's ability to paint a rosy picture for others is the most unskilled thing he has ever seen in his life. Why? Because of Yilan? Although she is a very popular singer, her value in the film industry has not been verified. Yilan's debut film Qing Yin Sheng has not been released yet. Or relying on Chin Sun, a director who has never made a movie? Or relying on himself, a popular star? In fact, he has offered olive branches to several famous directors, but they all declined. A director with artistic pursuits is very afraid of the backlash from popular stars. Obviously, Chin Sun has no artistic pursuits. From all aspects, the box office of this movie will not exceed 1 billion. Bai Hong's eyes lit up. Isn't this just freeloading? Chin Sun saw the confused Bai Hong and said with a smile, "It seems that this is really difficult for you." Bai Hong reacted and said loudly, "It's not difficult at all. We can sign the contract now." The news spread quickly. The hotel lobby is where the actors' staff groups gathered. There was a lot of discussion. Where the staff gathered. What? Bai Hong didn't get any pay? Is it for the 2 songs just now? What do you mean by only 2 songs? Yilan spent 20.75 million to buy 3 songs. How can it be the same? May We Live Long can ensure that Yilan will be remembered once every Mid-Autumn Festival. As Wish can make Yilan remembered once every National Day. What level of song is this? At this pace, I dare not imagine what Yilan will sing in this year's Spring Festival Gala. No, you think the song later is not good? If director Chin hadn't been so strict, I would have cried when I thought of my first love during the filming just now. Later, I finally learned how to love, but she had already gone far away and disappeared in the crowd. It's really good. Huh? Why do I feel like I've heard these lyrics somewhere before? The main actors also gathered together. I heard that director Chin promised that the box office must be over 1 billion before he would charge the copyright fees for the 2 songs. 1 billion. Haha. As expected. All the directors are smart. This is obviously a gift to Bai Hong for 2 songs. How can such a silly movie exceed 1 billion? When this was said, everyone looked at each other, and their faces were a little embarrassed for a while. Although we are all well-known actors in the industry. But in the eyes of many audiences, we are all standard silly comedies. To be honest, I've been looking into online movies, and I'm ready to change my career path. Someone else sighed. Although we haven't seen the complete script, the scenes shot recently in the hotel are really stupid. Are many of Wang Duiyu's behavior simply stupid? Why spend so much money? It's totally illogical. Are you kidding me? Spoof. After this movie, we're even more labeled as bad movies. Everyone nodded. In general, in a movie, except for the director, screenwriter, male and female protagonists, other actors can only get the script about their own scenes. The filming of the movie is not shot according to the timeline of the film's narrative, but is concentrated according to the location. These days, the actors saw the fragmented plots and felt that they were stupid, brainless, and like low-level skits. They are not optimistic about the box office of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Some people with bad intentions wish that this movie would not pass the review, so as not to ruin his reputation. The second floor of the hotel, a suite was used as a temporary office. Soon, Xia Ning prepared a contract. Both parties signed it. Bai Hong was so happy that he wanted to scream, but he looked at Chin Sun calmly. "Mr. Chin, what kind of dance do you want to dance?" Chin Sun had a malicious smile on his face. And Bai Hong's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Why do I feel cheated? Qin Sun smiled and said, Subject 3. Bai Hong. What Subject 3? The one for the driver's license? Qin Sun smiled but said nothing. Bai Hong was even more unsure. Suddenly, he thought that he could get 2 songs for free, and he would be a popular star with representative works in the future. As long as he didn't do striptease, the other dances. Just bear with it. At this time, the assistant director came over and said to Qin Sun respectfully, Director Qin, all the actors and staff in the hall downstairs are ready. Just waiting for you to teach them how to dance. Bai Hong heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. How could a director let dozens of actors and 100 staff members do striptease? This is called gathering for lewdness and is illegal. He looked at Yilan again and saw Yilan nodded, and he felt more at ease. Even Yilan dances, there must be no problem. As a professional dancer, I must show off my skills and let everyone open their eyes. Downstairs, Qin Sun stood on the front stage, looking at the more than 100 people in the hall lined up in an orderly manner. Yilan, Bai Hong, Wu Yu and others who have more roles stood in the front. Among them, Xiaoning mixed in. She saw Qin Sun was busy all the time recently. Except for giving him warm milk and matching his diet nutrition, she could hardly help. And Qin Sun even forgot to take advantage of her. It seems that he is really exhausted. Xiaoning misses the little scoundrel who used to slack off every day. Now coming here to learn the New Year's greeting dance, it can be regarded as a small favor to him. Qin Sun picked up the loudspeaker and shouted loudly. You are all artists in the literary and artistic circles. You have liberated your nature. Don't be embarrassed. You should know that. Sometimes, art is always ahead of the times. As soon as the voice fell, a buzzing sound like a swarm of mosquitoes rang out in the hall. What do you mean? I feel a little bad. Isn't it a New Year's dance? Why do you want us to liberate our nature? What kind of dance? Even Qin Sun would feel a little embarrassed. On the stage. I'll dance it first. You learn well, and watch carefully. Qin Sun bent down and shouted. Music. Put down the speaker. The music came from the speakers. It was a DJ version of a female ancient-style song. Qin Sun recorded it himself with false voice. He clasped his fists and bowed. And stood up. Swords rise up to resolve grudges in the martial arts world, and sleeves are brushed to cover the bright moon. West wind blows leaves and flowers fall, and swords are placed on my pillow to prevent me from sleeping. Qin Sun started to dance. His movements were crisp, neat, and magical. Onto the stage. More than 100 people were stunned. My hair? Isn't this a social shake? A spirited young man? The hall was quiet for a moment, and then it became noisy. Is it too late for me to quit the crew now? Fuck, when I signed the contract. It was written that I had to dance for promotion, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of dance. Isn't Qin Sun the #1 internet celebrity? Isn't he the godfather of internet celebrities? Isn't he a female star harvester? Why is he dancing this kind of dance? This is a social shake, a dance that a spirited young man wearing moccasins would dance. Bai Hong's face darkened. This kind of dance brings people an embarrassing feeling, which is similar to striptease. Right? I want to dance this? Chapter 344. Do this dance, I will feel uncomfortable if I am not killed. After the dance, Qin Sun saw that everyone was staring at him in amazement, with an expression of, I am so scared in their eyes. He understood their concerns. Blue Star is similar to Earth, and the development of short videos is similar to that of 2018. Shiwi Shake has just emerged in short videos, and it is labeled as vulgar, and will be criticized by major media. Although the people present are middle-aged actors, not popular idols, they still have to have some dignity. But they wouldn't have thought. No, I think no one would have thought that. One day, Subject 3 would turn against Tian Gang. From the rivers and lakes to the temple. Qin Sun picked up the trumpet from the ground, looking at the embarrassed people below, said loudly, I understand everyone's feelings. You must feel as uncomfortable as if you had eaten shit now. There was a burst of discussion below. Ah. Right. Yes. I don't think it's as uncomfortable as eating shit. Can you not dance? If you have to dance this kind of dance, I would rather die. Qin Sun heard everyone's whispered discussion, looking like a coward, who was not convinced but didn't dare to say it to their faces, smiled, said, But I can promise you, one day you will feel thankful for dancing this dance today. I know you despise this kind of social dance, and even think it is a breakdown of social ethics in music. But I can tell you, one day, this dance will go abroad, out of Asia, and go to the world. Everyone looked at Chin Sun with their mouths wide open, as if they were looking at a big idiot. Why am I thankful? Is it still a good thing to go abroad and go to the world? Is it embarrassing to go to the world stage? Then I can't dance it. Chin Sun was helpless. He knew it was hard to believe. When Subject 3 exploded in his previous life, he was also stunned at first. Later, from a spirited young man, to a well-known internet celebrity, to a foreign internet celebrity, to various celebrities. Then to nurses, firefighters, traffic police, director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Gradually, the whole world was going crazy. The World Latin Dance Champion danced. The Royal Ballet of Great Goose Country danced. Even the team of Domestic Folk Dance Masters danced. It has the momentum to make it to the Spring Festival Gala. Chin Sun checked. It turns out that the social dance similar to Subject 3 was not popular in 2023. But every year. It is very popular every year. Social Shake. Motorcycle Shake. Guangxi Subject 3, I Miss Someone version. Subject 3, A Smile on the Jianghu version. Minnan Shake. Yunnan Dai Di. Rice Planting Dance. And so on and so forth. There are as many as a dozen versions. This social shake dance, that becomes popular every once in a while, actually has a super large market. It took them only 6 years to form the power of Dao issues surrounding the Royal Ballet. To some extent, it has achieved cultural output. Chin Sun looked at the more than 100 people below who were still reluctant. And his eyes fell on Yilan's face. He wanted her to take the lead. Yilan saw it, and quickly looked away. But she could still feel his eyes on her face. She took a deep breath, and said silently in her heart, "The wind is whistling, and the Ishui River is cold. Once the warrior leaves, he will never come back. Let's fight." Yilan turned her head, looked at Chin Sun, and shouted loudly, "Boss Chin, I want to dance. I love to dance." The voice echoed in the hall. Everyone was shocked. Is this Queen of Pop's taste so unique? Xia Ning and Wu Yu turned their heads to look over, frowning slightly. Is it necessary for Yilan to do this for Chin Sun? Still loves to dance. Don't you care about your face? Xia Ning slowly raised her hand. I dance too. Wu Yu slapped the washboard and shouted, I dance too. Who's afraid of who? Bai Hong lowered his head, his face was uncertain, his mind was turning quickly. A song later, a song romance of the Three Kingdoms. With these 2 songs, I am the top of the top. After the movie is over, if there are too many negative comments online, just pay the internet trolls to clean up the mess. Say I am dedicated, willing to sacrifice. Not a big shot. It can always be cleaned up. Bai Hong slowly raised his head, looked at Chin Sun, raised his hand, and said with a smile, I do. Xia Ning turned to look at Bai Hong, somewhat surprised. Is the wording level of the top stars so low now? Will you turn to look at Bai Hong mocked in a low voice? You do it, don't you? It's not a marriage. What do you mean by do it? Bai Hong. Isn't my fan portrait a little girl like this? Why are there still people who are so critical of me? What do you mean by do it? There are no normal people around Chin Sun? Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu and nodded with satisfaction. This mouth replacement is really good. The actors and staff present, seeing that the singing Queen Yilan, the top star Bai Hong, and the daughter of the Sunny Cinema are willing to dance, can only accept their fate. After all, this is written into the contract. But after the dance, it seems that it has to be posted on personal self-media for promotion? Scary. Chin Sun began to teach everyone to dance. Cross your legs and wave your arms. Turn your arms. Right hand across your chest. Left hand to the upper right corner. Monkey waving hands. Knife cut noodles. 1 slow and 2 fast. Rotate your fists. Shake your hands. Hearing these names, Chin Sun said, everyone's faces became more embarrassed, and they followed reluctantly to learn. The dance was simple. Chin Sun led everyone to dance for an hour, and rehearse for another hour. In the afternoon, all the staff drove directly to a nearby football field. All the staff changed into specially customized bright red t-shirts, with a black background and a gold border on the chest. The word rich was printed. This was the outfit designed by Chin Sun to make people rich. All the actors lined up on the field according to their roles. The staff lined up behind the actors. Bai Hong stood beside Chin Sun, also firmly occupying the C position, although he wanted to hide at the back. But Chin Sun wouldn't let him. The music started. Swords rise up in the rivers and lakes. Grudges are swung. And the moon is covered with sleeves. The west wind blows. Leaves fall. Flowers wither. And the swords can't sleep. More than 100 people started to dance the third subject. Because they didn't want to dance over and over again. Everyone was very serious. Only danced 3 times. Chin Sun checked behind the monitor and shouted. Pass. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Hong fled from the shooting site, to return to the company and discuss countermeasures with the public relations department. Days passed. The football field scenes were finished. The bank scenes were finished. The TV station scenes were finished. No more. No less, exactly 1 month. The richest man in Shihong City was finished. It was already December 12th. Chin Sun and his friends returned to Haicheng exhausted. He worked non-stop to edit the movie, to record the interlude, almost never stayed in the company. In a blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. It was less than half a month before New Year's Day. The movie was getting closer and closer to completion. General Manager's office. Wu Yu sat on the sofa, looking at Xia Ning behind the computer desk, and asked, You told me before that Chin Sun was a lazy guy. A lazy guy? Have you ever seen such a lazy guy who works so hard that he doesn't care about his life? Xia Ning. She sighed and smiled bitterly. He has changed. Wu Yu smiled, took out her phone to play, and suddenly changed her expression. And stood up. Old nun. Yi Lan's fans and Chin Sun's fans on the internet are arguing. It's a fierce argument. Chapter 345. Don't tell me, there are complete films in here? Hearing Wu Yu's words, Xia Ning looked up, somewhat unconvinced. Chin Sun, does he still have fans? Suddenly, she remembered that Chin Sun was chased by a female fan all the way from the small hotel to her villa. She changed the way she asked. Chin Sun's fans also quarrel? Wu Yu was puzzled, as if in Xia Ning's eyes, quarreling was a skill that was difficult to learn. She walked quickly with her phone, and put it on the table. Look, the Douyin team of the Journey of Legends is already promoting the film. The promotional video has been released. They are promoting the film. She clicked on the comments section. But netizens seemed to have missed the point. Xia Ning looked down at the comments of netizens. The movie tickets have been bought, looking forward to Sister Ye's big screen debut. Song of the Wind is very nice, I love it, I love it. I also searched here after listening to Song of the Wind, looking forward to the release of the movie. This year is the first year of Yulan. This trailer is too exciting. Please pay attention to Yulan's fans. The heroine of this movie is Zhang Xiao, not Yulan. You should lick somewhere else. Yulan has too many water army. What is Yulan's first year? The composer of Sheng Sheng Man is Chin Sun again. This is obviously Chin Sun's first year. Qin Yunxing also claims to be the same as the Myth of Love advertisement. The photography team, editing team, isn't this just riding on Chin Sun's popularity? Funny! Such a big crew needs to ride on the popularity of an internet celebrity. It turns out that Chin Sun has so many water army. Water army? Will you give me money? How sour. Qin Yunxing is going to be released on New Year's Day. Isn't it just to take advantage of Yilan's current popularity? Yilan's popularity. Who gave it to me? It was Chin Sun. Don't be hypocritical, and then you can burn the bridge after crossing it. Why? Chin Sun is so talented. Why doesn't he ask other female stars to sing his songs? Isn't he just attracted by my sister's singing skills? Do you really think these singing dogs can sing dogs? Aren't they the best screen couple? What? Have they become enemies? What couple or not? It's just a business cooperation. Oh my, cooperation? I don't know who is licking whom. He even spread rumors at the press conference that the other person is his licking dog. Xia Ning looked at the phone for a while, and smiled bitterly. I don't know whether Yilan or Chin Sun offended someone. It's obvious that someone is leading the trend. After saying that, she looked at the computer screen and continued to work. Wu Yu was disappointed to see Xia Ning's overly calm state. She preferred to see Xia Ning's desperate look. However, it seemed that she was always calm. But she was often irritated by Chin Sun. It seems that she, Wu, doesn't have this ability. Wu Yu sat back on the sofa with her mobile phone, looked around secretly, and lay on the sofa like Chin Sun. Crossed her legs and let out a long sigh. Searching for Sheng Sheng Man on Douyin immediately brings up a video with 5.2 million likes. Green mountains, green water, tiled houses, peach blossom forest, small boats, fairies with ethereal spirits. Beautiful pictures, full of ancient style. It should be a picture cut from the movie Qin Yun Xing. The singing is by Yi Lan. Blue bricks with tile paint. White horse treads on new mud. Mountain flowers, and banana leaves dyed red scarves in the evening. Just after listening to the beginning, Wu Yu straightened up and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this also written by Qin Sun? Is this also written by Qin Sun? Was he a CD in his previous life?" Xia Ning heard Wu Yu's cry, looked up, smiled. "You'll get used to it, Wu Yu." She squinted her eyes, slowly laid down on the sofa, closed her eyes. Put the phone flat on her chest, very stable. The singing was lingering. Wu Yu gradually fell asleep. Suddenly, a heavy sound of the door opening was heard. Wu Yu was startled, opened his eyes, looked at the door. Qin Sun walked to the desk in a hurry, put his hands on the desk, bent down to look at Xia Ning, and asked loudly, "Where is Wu Yu? I have something to ask Wu Yu." Xia Ning was a little confused, and glanced at the sofa. Wu Yu looked down at himself. Although his chest was small, he was at least over 1.7 meters tall. Not a small potato. How dare he be so arrogant? Wu Yu coughed heavily. "Qin Sun. You fucking..." Qin Sun turned his head suddenly. His expression was a little dull, like a person with a hangover. "When did you come, Wu Yu?" She was a little angry. "I've been here all the time." "Fuck you." Qin Sun interrupted her again. "The film is finished. You should submit it for review." "Wu Yu?" She stared at Qin Sun, seeing the tired look on his face, frowning, and asked loudly, "Do you want to hear what you were talking about?" Qin Sun looked puzzled. "Ah? You mean the production is finished?" "Yes. The post-production of a film includes editing, color grading, mixing, music, subtitles, and so on. Which one doesn't take a lot of effort?" "Yes. Didn't you see that I look much more haggard?" "The film is ready? Can it be submitted for review?" "Yes. It's only been 5 days since the filming was completed." "Oh. So? I don't believe it, you made the film." Qin Sun ignored Wu Yu, who was like a fighter among cocks, and turned to look at Xia Ning. Xia Ning also looked unconvinced. He was a little annoyed, and didn't bother to ask her opinion, pulled a USB flash drive from his trouser pocket, and squatted down directly. But I saw Xia Ning's legs suddenly clamp together across the table. Xia Ning's cold voice sounded. "Qin Sun, what do you want to do?" "Qin Sun, I want to insert the USB drive into the computer host, not to peek at your thighs. Besides, you are wearing long pants. Why are you so excited? It makes me feel awkward." Qin Sun looked around. Where is the computer host? Was it stolen?" Xia Ning's cold voice came. "This office uses an all-in-one computer." Qin Sun asked. "When did you change it?" Xia Ning, "Always." Qin Sun. He stood up, inserted the USB drive into the USB port under the computer, and said, "It's even more embarrassing." Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and tried not to laugh. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard footsteps behind him, turned around, and saw Wu Yu rushing over. She stretched out her extremely slender hand, and pointed at the USB drive with trembling hands. This. Don't tell me, there are adult films in it." Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu's excited expression, and if you didn't know, you might have thought she said there were adult films in it. "Yes. Would you two watch the adult films together?" Wu Yu punched Qin Sun's arm. "How dare you? You used a USB drive to install adult films? You should at least use a mobile hard drive." "Qin Sun, it's too heavy." Wu Yu punched him again. Qin Sun dodged, walked to the sofa, laid down on it, and closed his eyes. "I'm so tired these days. I'm going to sleep first. Call me when you're done." Chapter 346. If you don't kowtow now, you will have to queue up if you want to kowtow in the future. Wu Yu moved a chair and sat side by side, with Xia Ning behind the computer. Xia Ning operated the mouse to open the USB disk, and prepared to click on the file. "Not good," Wu Yu shouted, snatched the mouse from Xia Ning's hand, and directly disconnected the network after some operation. Xia Ning was a little confused, but she saw Wu Yu said to her seriously, "Be careful of Trojan viruses stealing our film sources." "Xia Ning, my computer is very clean." Wu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a sly smile. "Are you sure?" Xia Ning immediately remembered the last time Wu Yu pressed her head and asked her to learn the expressions of the actresses from J Country. She had visited a bad website. She turned her head away and looked at the computer screen. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." The movie started. The first thing that came into view was a set of aerial shots. A bunch of urban buildings. 1 second passed. Then, Chin Sun summoned vicissitudes, and haggard face faced the screen. And he wiped his eye mucus. What about the goalkeeper industry? The older you get, the more evil you become. I don't know which leader of the team, in the vast crowd, picked out this old evil spirit of mine at first sight. Although I am 37 years old, I developed relatively late. But fortunately I am currently at the peak of my physical period. After a while, the two of them entered the plot. And they did not feel awkward at all, because they were familiar with Chin Sun. Old nun, do you remember that we filmed this scene? Why don't I remember it? I remember. Haha, how come it's much funnier than watching it on the set? It's a finished film, it's different. TSK, look at Chin Sun's smug look after getting 1 billion, and his slutty look when sitting in a luxury car with Elon. Keep quiet when watching a movie, and pay attention to your personal qualities. Hey, this song is also slutty. I can be willful if I want to. And I can be stubborn if I want to. See who can do anything to me. Shoo. Don't disturb his sleep. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. An hour passed. An hour and a half passed. The Easter egg was placed. All the actors' staff wore bright red clothes and practiced the third subject. Old nun, why don't you look embarrassed when you practice the third subject? Xiaoning thought about it, smiled, and said, it's a small scene. At the beginning, she was tricked by Chin Sun to shout in front of all the colleagues in the company. My last name is Xia, laundry Xia, backhand can make the world explode. From that moment on, she didn't seem to be afraid of such embarrassing scenes. The movie is over. Xia Ning and Wu Yu were silent. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Xia Ning had spent a long time with Chin Sun, and her psychological endurance had been greatly improved, but it was a little hard to believe. This movie was not shoddy, but of first-class production standards. As a person who knows a lot about film production, Wu Yu suppressed his excitement and looked at Chin Sun, who was sleeping on the sofa. Sing a line of the movie soundtrack loudly. Burn my calories. Chin Sun shuddered with fear, opened his eyes, and felt the ceiling spinning. Then, he heard a quarrel. He turned his head, and saw Wu Yu and Xia Ning wrestling lightly. Old nun. Go and kowtow to Chin Sun now. Xia Ning pushed Wu Yu away. Wu Yu. Are you okay? Wu Yu grabbed Xia Ning's arm and pulled her towards the sofa. Finishing the entire post-production of a movie in 5 days. You, an outsider, don't understand the value of my brother-in-law. Okay. If you don't kowtow now, you will have to queue up if you want to kowtow in the future. Xia Ning frowned and tugged at Wu Yu. No. If you want to kowtow, you can do it yourself. Chin Sun sat up, rubbed his face, and shouted, Did a donkey kick your head? The two noticed that Chin Sun had woken up, and immediately let go, and resumed their ladylike appearance. They walked to the sofa opposite Chin Sun, and sat down. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's dark circles and haggard face, and said with a smile, You must be very tired recently. Chin Sun nodded. After shooting every day, I go back to edit the movie. And I've been busy with post-production these days. It's really tiring. He smiled. I'm going to be lazy for the next few days. Xia Ning smiled softly. It's my duty. You need to take a break. Wu Yu was relieved when he heard that Chin Sun went back to edit the film after shooting it. No wonder he could finish it so quickly. It turned out that he had already started editing. Does he have such a strong control over the film story? The so-called editing is to select, decompose, and combine the materials. When he didn't have complete materials at all, he skipped the selection stage and went straight to editing. This is playing with fire. Wu Yu looked at Chin Sun with more respect, like looking at the old white-bearded immortal on the mountain. Brother-in-law, don't be so arrogant in the future. If there is anything we can do it. Look at how tired you are, skinny. Xia Ning said. Yes. Chin Sun looked down at his belly, feeling that she was playing tricks on him, looked up at Wu Yu, said, Scriptwriter, director, cameraman, editor, music, what can you do? What should I give you? Wu Yu coughed, stood up, smiled awkwardly. I'll do what I can and submit the film for review. She patted Xia Ning's shoulder. As for Xia Ning, you should also do something you love. Xia Ning. What do you mean? Wu Yu ran to the computer quickly, unplugged the USB drive safely, and said to Chin Sun and Xia Ning with a serious face. The disc is alive, and the people are alive. And the disc is dead, and the people are dead. I will fly to Shanghai in person to get a little more screening time for us. She walked out of the general manager's office. Jin-sun yawned a few times and laid down on the sofa to continue sleeping. He twisted his neck and asked with his eyes closed, "Ning-Ning, do you have a pillow in your office?" Xia-Ning looked around, saw a pillow on the desk, and nodded. "Yes." She stood up, hesitated, walked to the sofa where Jin-sun was lying, and sat down. Jin-sun felt the sofa rise and fall, opened his eyes, and met Xia-Ning's pair of warm eyes. Then, he felt a pair of gentle hands on his head, gently lifted his head, and placed it on Xia-Ning's plump legs. "Jin-sun, how about this height?" Jin-sun said after a long pause. "It would be better if it's higher." Xia-Ning pursed her lips and moved his head slightly upwards towards the base of his thighs. "How about this?" Jin-sun said immediately. "Higher." Xia-Ning stretched out her hand and gently covered Jin-sun's mouth, smiling, with a cold voice, full of warning. "No, it's not allowed." Jin-sun. He closed his eyes, turned over, and fell asleep with his head facing Xia-Ning's lower abdomen. Xia-Ning was startled. This scene, familiar? It suddenly sounded. That day, it rained in Haicheng, under the eaves of the hotel. The drunk Jin-sun said, "The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the eaves where I hide with you." It seemed like a lifetime ago. Chapter 347. Burn my calories, I'll fight you. Magic City. Wu Yu's villa, in the family cinema. She dragged her father Lu Gang to watch The Richest Man in Shihong City. Throughout the whole movie, Lu Gang didn't laugh at all. Wu Yu was a little confused about the situation. His father was a serious person. Especially, when his father was unhappy, and when he had something on his mind, he would not laugh. Now, does he think it's not funny? Or does he think it's too funny, but it's hard to arrange, and he has a psychological burden? Wu Yu asked. "Dad, how much screening do you think this film is worth?" Lu Gang did not answer this question, but asked, "Is this really a film made by a new director?" Wu Yu nodded, said, "Yes. And he is also the screenwriter, director, editor, composer, song you just heard. I can be willful if I want to be willful, and I can be stubborn if I want to be stubborn. See who can do anything to me." He sang it. Lu Gang turned to look at Wu Yu, and saw the excited smile on her face, and poured cold water on her. "Don't tell me this. People my age have seen everything. Don't tell me about this kind of idolatry that deceives little girls. In my eyes, this kind of fanatical worship is the same as a cult." Wu Yu sighed, feeling helpless. She knew her father's character, which was as stinky and hard as a stone in a toilet. Lu Gang continued. "This kind of narrative ability, picture control, editing techniques. You told me that this is the first time to shoot a movie? And everything was done by one person. I don't believe it. No one will believe it." As he said, he stood up. Wu Yu stood up and followed Lu Gang, asking, "How many films can you schedule in our cinema? I am now a shareholder of UZ Films. But you have to use your personal connections to fight for more screenings in front of all the company staff. How many %?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gang stopped. Wu Yu bumped into his back. Lu Gang turned around and said, "How many %? You want to schedule more screenings for the Spring Festival movies? Do you think we are a charity? That Jin-sun gave you 3 points of shares, so I will give him 3 points of screenings first. Then adjust the number of screenings according to market reaction. Market. Everything is decided by the market." Wu Yu sighed, nothing to say. The theater line is better than anyone wants to have explosive movies, attract customers to watch movies in theater. In addition to eating box office division, you can also sell popcorn cola to grab money. But 3 points of pads. Isn't that movie theater only 3 or 4 games a day? There are more than 600 cinemas nationwide in the sunny courtyard. It's about 2,000 games a day. If the upper seat rate is not high, isn't that a few million box office in one day? Suddenly, she saw Lu Gang a phone call. "Old Joe, let's withdraw the comedy movie Happy Little Black invested by our theater chain, and choose a new release date." "Why?" "To make way for other movies. This year's Spring Festival schedule is already very competitive. Now a Chung Yao Jin shows up halfway. It's the same type as this movie. It's just asking for death." A smile gradually appeared on Wu Yu's face. "Humph. This old Lu just pretended to say something to me seriously. The market, everything is decided by the market." He clearly saw that The Richest Man in Shihong City was not easy to mess with. He hung up the phone. Lu Gang turned his head. Wu Yu immediately frowned, waiting for his father's earnest teachings. Lu Gang said, As a shareholder of the company, you should speak more firmly, and urge your company to promote well after you go back. Don't embarrass me. Wu Yu saluted. Okay, she. 3 days later. Wu Yu returned to Haicheng, and went straight to Oak Company, like a general who had won a great victory, and broke into Xia Ning's office. Old nun, it's done. Xia Ning raised her head, smiled softly, and lowered her head to continue working. Wu Yu. She felt like she was flirting with a blind man. She simply walked out of the office, and broke into Qin Sun's office, and found it was pitch black inside. Where is the person? She returned to Xia Ning's office and asked, Old nun, where is Qin Sun? Xia Ning raised her head from behind the computer screen and said, He has been too tired these days, and has been resting at home, and has not come to work at all. Wu Yu's face became strange, and he turned around and ran to close the door, and then ran to her, and asked in a low voice, You squeezed him dry? As expected. There is no such thing as a plowed field, only a cow that is exhausted. Xia Ning? Shut up. He was just filming a movie, and it was too tiring to do the post-production, so he took a few days off. What are you thinking? Wu Yu had a heartbroken expression on his face. What a pity. Xia Ning. Wu Yu lay down on the sofa, took out his cell phone, and called Qin Sun. The call was connected. Wu Yu immediately straightened up, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning saw her movements and was also a little surprised. What was that expression? Then, she saw Wu Yu tapping lightly on the phone. A violent panting sound came from the phone microphone. One after another. Panting. 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 It was really embarrassing. Then, Qin Sun's intermittent voice came out. What are you looking for me for? I have something to do now. Wu Yu looked at Xia Ning and asked cautiously, What's the matter? Qin Sun's voice came out, and the panting sound became more intense. Big thing. Ouch, fuck. Wu Yu asked tentatively. Did you sprain your waist? The only sound on the phone was heavy breathing. Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu, feeling that this was not good, lowered her head, and continued to type on the keyboard, but her ears were always listening to the movement over there. Qin Sun's voice was much louder. You fart quickly, I can't take it anymore. This bastard, I'm going to kill me. Wu Yu. She couldn't help but think about it, but she felt that no one would tell their sister-in-law about such a thing so openly. Just think it's a misunderstanding? She joked. Qin Sun, you're not beating the dog. Are you? Qin Sun's voice got louder. You know? Still making trouble. Fart. Let it out. I'm about to be caught up by it. Wu Yu. I'm going to create an account on Douyin, shorthand, Weibo, in the name of Yozu Company to start promoting the richest man in Shihong City. On the other end of the phone, Qin Sun agreed readily. Okay. Suddenly, a burst of fierce dog barking was heard. Qin Sun yelled, Burn my calories. I will fight you. Then, the sound of a cell phone falling. The sound of a dog barking. Qin Sun scolding. The noisy voices. It was so lively. Wu Yu listened to the noise inside, not knowing whether to hang up the phone or not. She looked at Xia Ning. But she saw Xia Ning stand up, walk to a cabinet in the corner, pick up a regular medicine box, and walk directly out of the office. Wu Yu's eyes widened. Wow! Beauty saves the hero. Chapter 348. The dog is so cute. How can you hurt the dog? Xia Ning walked out of the company. Wu Yu followed closely, holding a mobile phone in his hand, playing the external sound. There were sounds of dogs barking, swearing, and cheering. It attracted the attention of others. Hey! This short-haired, flat-chested girl likes to listen to this kind of audiobook? Xia Ning picked up the phone and sent a message to Qin Sun. Where are you? The two took the elevator to the underground parking lot and got in the sports car. Perhaps due to the shielding interference of the elevator, Wu Yu's mobile phone signal was interrupted, and he could no longer hear the fight between the man and the dog over there. Xia Ning sat quietly in the driver's seat, holding the medicine box in both hands, with a cold face, and seemed to have no emotional fluctuations. Wu Yu noticed that the knuckles of her palms holding the medicine box were white. Obviously, she used too much force. Wu Yu patted Xia Ning's shoulder and comforted her. Sister, don't worry. The evil will last for thousands of years, and my brother-in-law will be fine. Xia Ning smiled lightly. You are really good at comforting people. Wu Yu smiled. The two said nothing and fell into silence again. Wu Yu was bored, bought a Douyin account, and changed the ID to the richest man in Shihong City. And then nothing happened. She had seen many professional movie promotional videos. Usually during the filming process, they took behind-the-scenes photos for promotion. But Jin-sun didn't take any behind-the-scenes photos at all. He was a marketing guy. Not professional at all. After thinking for a while, we wrote a few lines on the memo, took a screenshot, and sent it up, and completed the first promotional work. The richest man in Shihong City. Producer, Jin-sun. Director, Jin-sun. Screenwriter, Jin-sun. Editor, Jin-sun. Male lead, Jin-sun. Female lead, not important. Music, it's Jin-sun. She took a look, very satisfied, and invested 2,000 yuan in Dojia to buy 80,000 traffic, which was released for 2 hours. Meaning, let the platform show it to 80,000 people within 2 hours. Wu Yu was full of expectations, waiting for netizens to go crazy and praise her professional marketing skills. Although simple, but the full screen of Jin-sun is definitely enough to shock people. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine sounded. Wu Yu turned around and saw Xia Ning driving out of the underground garage. Sister, did Jin-sun reply? Xia Ning, no. Wu Yu, then are we flying around like flies? Xia Ning looked into the distance, and her voice was very firm. I guessed a place. Wu Yu didn't ask any more questions. Xia Ning was not in a good mood now. Don't bother her driving anymore. The car drove quickly for more than 10 minutes. Wu Yu took out his mobile phone, and saw that the work he had just posted had already received the first reply. What the hell? The richest man in Shihong City was really made into a movie? Is this an official account? Why are there only a few dozen fans? It must be a scam. Why did I see something like this? No offense, maliciously leave. What do you mean the heroine is not important? Why is it not important? Where is it not important? This drama relies on the heroine to sell tickets, do you know? Can an official account have some manners? Don't always be so fucking, it hurts yourself. Geneva, return the money. Jin-sun did everything? The more capable. The more work? Can he leave some food for others? Fake news. I just saw Jin-sun fighting with a dog in Haichang Lake Park. Is he filming a movie? That was too good, I was about to bite him to death. Wu Yu saw the last comment, and quickly looked up at Xia Ning said, Jin-sun is in Huanhu Park. He's getting close. And fighting with a dog. Xia Ning stepped on the accelerator. Boom. The passers-by cursed. Just a dozen seconds passed. The car stopped at the entrance of Huanhu Park. The security guard rushed over. You can't park here. You will be fined. Your car will be towed away. Xia Ning got out of the car with a medicine box and said to Wu Yu, You go and stop the car. Wu Yu was unwilling to do so. He also got out of the car and took out 1,000 yuan in cash from his bag and stuffed it into the security guard's hand. Master, please call a tow truck. Be careful. Don't scratch it. The security guard quickly put his hand into his pocket and turned away. It's not blocking the road anyway. This little money can only be used for one night at most. Xia Ning and Wu Yu walked into the park and saw a crowd of people gathered around 100 meters away. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. And there were at least 40 or 50 people. They ran over. Under the abuse of others. They squeezed through the crowd with great effort and walked to the front. They were immediately shocked. Jin-sun was sitting on the back of a big dog, with his legs stepping on the dog's 2 front paws, and his right hand holding the dog's head and pressing it to the ground. The dog was a Tibetan Mastiff that was banned in Haicheng. It looked to be over 130 pounds, stronger than many adult men. Xia Ning walked forward with the medicine box, but she saw Jin-sun glaring at her and shouting, Don't come over. This is a stray mad dog. Be careful of scratching you. She had to stop and looked at Jin-sun, who was covered in dust, and asked softly, Are you hurt? Jin-sun said, I'm fine. Everyone followed Jin-sun's line of sight, and dozens of people raised their phones to Xia Ning. Seeing that she was pretty, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. What a beautiful and kind person. When Wu Yu saw so many mobile phones, his eyes immediately lit up. What a great opportunity to promote the movie. A very important point in movie promotion is to promote the main actors. That's why every time some stars have a movie to be released, there will be a lot of news about him, even scandals. As long as you can grab the traffic, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. But netizens are strange. In real life, they like to eat good things, but on the internet, they like to hunt for strange things. The stinkier the better. The more flowery the better. Now that Qin Sun has hit the dog, no matter what the reason, there will definitely be irrational dog lovers who will criticize him. Then give him another ride? Push him into the whirlpool of public opinion? Wu Yu took a step forward and said to Qin Sun, "Qin Sun, although we are good friends, I still can't stand your behavior. You sat on the dog, and the dog couldn't breathe. It's very pitiful." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent for a moment. Many onlookers knew the cause and effect. Qin Sun was running on the park road, and was suddenly attacked by a mad dog. Qin Sun defeated the dog after a fierce fight, and controlled the dog, and asked the onlookers to call the police, and waited for the police to arrive. The onlookers stayed away from Wu Yu, so as not to be implicated when the lightning struck her. Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu, and frowned slightly. "Then I won't sit, you come. You sit." There was a burst of laughter around. Wu Yu. Qin Sun did not play by the rules, and really caught her off guard. Qin Sun is a big internet celebrity after all. How come he has no idle burden at all? Wu Yu took a deep breath, and said without changing his expression, "I don't care. How can a dog bite people for no reason? The dog is so cute. How can you hurt a dog?" As soon as the words fell, "Cute?" Qin Sun raised his eyebrows, pinched the dog's neck with both hands, and stood up with the dog. More than 100 kilograms of meat were suspended in the air. The Tibetan Mastiff whimpered, and its limbs twitched violently in the air. Everyone stepped back. What the hell? Stupid. So strong. Chapter 349. Qin Sun has become fatter and stronger. Come on. Come on. If you really think it's cute, take it home and raise it. Qin Sun pinched the dog's neck, like carrying a big sandbag, and walked towards Wu Yu. Take the donuts, bubble tea, instant noodles, hot pot rice, and big plate chicken, and take good care of it. Take it away. Take it away. You're welcome. Wu Yu was so scared that her face turned pale. Looking around, she saw the sighing expressions of the onlookers. Hearing Qin Sun's reminder, the arrow was on the string, and had to be shot. She had to learn Xia Ning's shameless spirit. Shouted, "Burn my calories." After saying that, turned around and ran away quickly. In an instant, he was gone. Qin Sun looked at the mobile phones of dozens of people who were watching the show, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No wonder Wu Yu could learn everything. She is really a shameless genius. She understood everything at once. Without any prior communication, the two of them could actually complete a movie marketing in tacit understanding. Wu Yu ran all the way out of Wanhu Park. Shame on my ancestors. Does Qin Sun's marketing have to be so hardcore? I was thinking of pushing him into the center of the traffic storm. He just slapped me in the face. Does he have to force me to shout that second-year sentence? Burn my calories? Oh! 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 I will never get married in this life. Wanhu Park. The police came soon, with a dog-catching team, and stuffed the Tibetan Mastiff into a cage and carried it away. They were very happy. There have been several cases of vicious dogs injuring people in the past few days, and this Tibetan Mastiff is a mad dog. The staff reminded Qin Sun. Remember to get vaccinated in time. The crowd gradually dispersed. Qin Sun patted the dust off his body, sat on a stone chair under a willow tree by the lake, feeling the wind, looking at the sparkling lake water. The wind blew. He was wearing a long sports suit, and it was a little cold. Xia Ning came over and sat aside. Qin Sun reminded. I smell like dog now. Are you sure you want to sit with me? But Xia Ning answered seriously. You don't smell like dog just today. Qin Sun. The two smiled at each other, and turned to look at the lake at the same time. Silence. After a while, Xia Ning broke the silence. Why did you suddenly fight with the dog? Qin Sun sighed. I was running in the park to lose weight, and I was a little bored. I saw a dog running in front of me, so I followed it. I ran side by side with it for a few minutes, and it got angry unexpectedly. It's a mad dog. Xia Ning. You deserve to be bitten. Qin Sun emphasized. It's crazy. Xia Ning, whether it's crazy or not, you can't run with a stray dog to exercise. As she said, she stood up and took Qin Sun's hand. Go get vaccinated. Qin Sun broke free. I'm not injured. No need. He stretched out his arms and legs to show them. Look, I didn't even get a scratch. But he saw Xia Ning staring at him coldly. He sighed helplessly. Forget it. Forget it. It's better to get a few shots than to get beaten up by you. The two came to the entrance of the park. The sports car roared away. Wu Yu wore sunglasses, hid in the security booth to digest his inner shyness. and rushed out immediately after hearing the roar. Looking at the car going away, she spread her hands and shouted, "I haven't gotten in the car yet. I haven't gotten in the car yet." After the vaccination, Xia Ning sent Qin Sun back to the villa, personally escorted him into the bedroom, laid him on the bed, covered him with a quilt. Qin Sun lay in the quilt, looking up at Xia Ning with a cold face. "Ning, you are so gentle, why don't you like to smile?" Xia Ning smiled lightly, and the smile quickly disappeared. She turned and left, closing the door. "I'm going to work, don't run around these days." Qin Sun opened his big eyes, rubbed his belly with his hands, and sighed deeply. "Alas, I feel embarrassed to flirt with Xia Ning with this fat body." Back to Oak Company. As soon as he entered the office, Xia Ning heard a scolding. "You value women over girls." Xia Ning turned his head to look at Wu Yu lying on the sofa, frowning slightly, reminding, "Stand properly. Sit properly, be careful of your dad punishing you." Wu Yu stretched his legs and lay flatter. "Only Qin Sun is allowed to talk while lying down, but I am not allowed to talk while lying down. You are so partial." Xia Ning was too lazy to pay attention to her, and process some documents. She went upstairs again, went to the UZ Film and Television Company, and inspected it. At present, all key departments of UZ Film and Television, such as the production department, the distribution department, and the publicity department, have not officially recruited people. According to Qin Sun's idea, they will wait until the richest man in Shihong City is released before making a decision. This is called when you have a phoenix in your home. It will come to you. What she meant by inspection was to check the hygiene. But these days, she came up every day to check it. And she was more serious than the health committee members in the school. Back to the general manager's office of Oak Company. As soon as she closed the door, she was pulled to the sofa by Wu Yu, and a mobile phone was handed to her. "Old nun, look. Qin Sun just had a fierce fight with the dog. Be careful of domestic violence in the future." Xia Ning. She picked up the phone and saw that it was a Douyin video, which had more than 5,000 hits. The title was, "Qin Sun has become fatter and stronger. Burn my calories." Click to play the video. In the screen, Qin Sun was running and answering the phone, and from time to time, he looked back at a big Tibetan Mastiff running silently behind him. The dog didn't bark, and it was obviously a vicious dog. Suddenly, after a while, the Tibetan Mastiff caught up and jumped towards Qin Sun. Qin Sun shouted, "Burn my calories." He threw his phone on the grass by the roadside and slid up to fight with the dog. The fight between man and dog was fierce and difficult to resolve. In the camera, many passers-by were watching and filming with their phones in the distance. A kind passerby threw a stone at the dog, but was scolded by Qin Sun. "Which son of a bitch hit me?" After being hit by a stone, Qin Sun seemed to have exploded his inner universe and punched the dog's chest. The action was rough and clumsy, but he was very strong. But he also managed to avoid the attack of the dog's mouth and claws. He didn't suffer any loss at all. Finally, Qin Sun seized the opportunity, rolled with the dog, ridden on the dog, and punched the dog's back again. Qin Sun seemed very scared, and kept cheering himself up. He cursed after each punch. "Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you." Finally, the dog was obedient, and Qin Sun pressed his head and lay on the ground, whimpering pitifully. The video was obviously edited. Later, Wu Yu stood up to act as a saint. "You sit on the dog can't breathe, it's so pitiful." The last sentence. "Burn my calories." The scene of running away like a dog. Xia Ning saw the fierce battle between Qin Sun and the dog just now, and felt a little scared. Qin Sun was still joking just now. How dare he do that to a mad Tibetan Mastiff weighing more than 130 kilograms? Isn't he afraid of death? Click on the comment area. The comments of netizens made Xia Ning speechless. Chapter 350. If you meet Qin Sun on the battlefield, you must weld the damn helmet to your crotch. The top one is a discussion about Qin Sun's fighting ability. And there are many comments. I told you. A sliding tackle can knock down a Tibetan Mastiff. And even a tiger can be knocked down. How can Qin Sun beat a Tibetan Mastiff? Outsiders watch the excitement. Insiders watch the doorway. Let me, an insider, tell you. He is just stupid. And he is very strong. You are all superficial. I am a fighting enthusiast. I think Qin Sun seems to have used jiu-jitsu, wrestling, grappling, and whip kicks. But it looks very clumsy. Is Qin-sun a one-in-a-million fighting genius? I saw that he seemed to. It seems as if he subconsciously wanted to dig out the dog's balls. Brothers, if you meet Qin-sun on the battlefield in the future, you must weld the damn helmet to your crotch. He was really ruthless. Xia Ning looked at these comments, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Judging from his reaction speed and strength, Qin-sun, this smart guy, is really a martial arts genius. Fortunately, we are in the era of hot weapons now. If he were in ancient times, Qin-sun would probably become a bandit who travels the world with a sword. Looking down at the comments, many netizens questioned Qin-sun's character. Qin-sun rode on the dog and shouted, "Hack you. This is no longer a quality issue. This is an ethical issue. Qin-sun is too cruel. Whether it's his mouth, or his hands, or his heart, they are all dirty. Please don't talk nonsense." Okay. When Qin-sun ran away, he kept running to places with fewer people, because he was afraid that the dog would hurt people. Qin-sun is a good person. Yes, good person, good person. A good person who was given a good person card by Yilan. Xia Ning smiled. Qin-sun is definitely not a good person, but he is not that bad either. He just disdains to be a hypocrite. Scrolling down, the discussion about Qin-sun's figure is also very popular. What the hell is he yelling, "Burn my calories"? It's like a cult. Losing weight. You don't even understand this. I haven't seen Qin-sun for a while, and he's become so plump, so cute. You know, this is the first time I've seen a dog fighting weight loss method. It's amazing. Finally, the princess typing also yelled, "Burn my calories." It's like a cult. That saint? She even sympathizes with a mad dog. She deserves to have no breasts. That busted girl must be the leader of the Burn My Calories weight loss cult. She lost all her breasts. Xia Ning subconsciously looked up at Wu Yu. Wu Yu immediately knew what she was thinking, and said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Before the 5th grade of elementary school, mine was always bigger than yours. I am your, senior." Xia Ning. She lowered her head, continued to read the comments, and found an interesting comment. "Dog lovers are about to arrive at the battlefield, quickly retreat." There were indeed a few comments scolding him. We are dog lovers, not fools. How can we love even a mad dog that bites people? Mad dogs also have the right to live. That poor Tibetan Mastiff will definitely be destroyed by humanitarianism. It's all Qin-sun's fault. Just release it back to nature. Why kill it? Then Qin-sun should stand and let the Tibetan Mastiff bite his balls? I am very angry at these irrational dog lovers. So I decided to have a dog meat hot pot to relieve the tension. Remember, that pot of dog died because of you. The following is an endless quarrel. Gradually, the comment area became a battlefield. Xia Ning returned the phone to Wu Yu, sighing. It's so easy for netizens to get carried away. This so-called dog lover is obviously a cross-dresser. Suddenly, she saw Wu Yu give her a thumbs up. So smart, that dog-loving bodhisattva is exactly me in reverse. Xia Ning. Wu Yu is a little proud, explained. The natural traffic of this video has reached more than 5,000 likes. I just invested 2,000 yuan in Dojia and bought 80,000 traffic. I dare not imagine the final popularity of this video. Maybe it will become a hot search. I will lead the trend in the comment area to increase the popularity. Xia Ning asked with a smile. Is it because of the sentence, "Burn my calories"? Wu Yu reached out and patted Xia Ning's shoulder. Feeling that it was not very polite, he reached out and patted her chest. A young man is teachable. The beating of the dog begins with Qin-sun shouting, "Burn my calories," and ends with "Burn my calories," which shortens my life by 80 years. It has a beginning and an end, and it echoes the beginning and the end. If this kind of popularity is not used to promote the movie, then Qin-sun's beating of the dog will be in vain? Xia Ning looked down at the hand on her chest and frowned. How dare you? Wu Yu took her hand away. Qin-sun can touch it. But I can't. Xia Ning. He has never touched it. Wu Yu. She stood up and looked at Xia Ning as if she was looking at an unfilial son who was not motivated. Old nun. You are incompetent. You are useless. You can't even handle such a small matter? Xia Ning. At this moment, she thought she had violated the law of heaven. She looked up at Wu Yu and felt that she was a little sick, and sneered. Are you sick? Wu Yu sat down and put his arm around Xia Ning's shoulders and said, Let me share a sentence with you. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Xia Ning savored this sentence carefully. and suddenly felt a green light flashing above her head, and looked at Wu Yu in a panic. What did you see on the set? Wu Yu shook his head. Nothing. Xia Ning. Wu Yu, tell Qin Sun to stop masturbating. Xia Ning? Beijing. Opening ceremony of a large shopping mall. In the lounge, Wang Chui looked at Yilan, who was putting on makeup, walked over, and said with a smile, Sister Yi, Qin Sun is on the hot search again. Yilan was startled, stretched out her hand to signal the makeup artist to stop putting on makeup, turned her head to look at Wang Chui. Qin Sun wrote a song for another woman. Wang Chui. No, he had a fight with a dog. Yilan? She stretched out her hand. Wang Chui handed over the phone, looked down, and laughed. This little fat guy is quite good at fighting. Even a dog this big can't beat him. This is bigger than the sensation caused by releasing a new song. Listening to music is not as interesting as watching people fighting with dogs. Not everyone likes to listen to music, but everyone likes to watch fights. Especially fights between dogs and people. For example, if you meet a street singer on the street, only about 10 people out of 100 will look at him, and a few will go to watch. But if you see someone fighting, 20 out of 100 people will go to watch. If it was a fight between a man and a dog, 108 out of 100 people would squeeze in to take a look. The extra 8 were babies in the pregnant woman's belly. Yilan finished watching the video, and read the comments for a while, and returned the phone to Wang Chui. This guy will be posted online for days. How come this little fat guy doesn't care about his image at all? Time passed day by day. The video of Qin Sun beating the dog was posted online for days. Gradually, some people who were just having fun imitated it. When they see a stray dog on the road, they shout "burn my calories," which scares the dog away. But when they see a real vicious dog, they run faster than the dog. Many pet bloggers also say "burn my calories" when educating naughty pets. "Burn my calories" seems to have become a slogan before fighting with dogs. Qin Sun made a great contribution to the unification of the declaration before the war between humans and dogs. In an instant, Qin Sun seemed to have changed from the high-ranking godfather of internet celebrities to a fun-loving person like a little Ajiao. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Day. The Journey of Flying Clouds was released. It blew up this schedule. When people noticed what was written on the giant screen. Editing Director, Qin Sun. Composition, Qin Sun. Post-production Director, Qin Sun. Everyone was surprised. Damn it! How could Qin Sun be a fun person? The clown turned out to be me. Chapter 351. Just because of this little thing, you barged in and scolded me? As the box office of The Legend of Chusen continued to rise, the second female lead Yilan became more famous. Qin Sun intentionally focused on Yilan's character creation when editing, leaving her with many scenes. He even wrote a few scripts, and asked Lu Ming to reshoot them, which increased her role. Although she is the second female lead, she actually has as many scenes as the first female lead. At the same time, the discussion about Qin Sun became active again. Good fellow. Since Qin Sun finished writing as Wish for Yilan during the National Day holiday, he hasn't produced any works for 3 months. I thought he was dead. Didn't he fight with a dog a while ago? Was the noise loud enough? Burn my calories, so loud. Editing, music, post-production, everything. How much money does he have to make? He makes so much money, can he spend it all? How many wives does he have to support? Fuck. This guy got fat, disfigured, so he moved backstage. Right? Qin Sun is originally the CEO of a marketing company. He is not from the entertainment industry. So what's wrong with not showing up often? Do you think he is a male model? And he smiles at you every day? The internet is in turmoil. Qin Sun didn't care at all. He went for a run every day, and then watched a few boxing movies in the office. He started to live a lazy life again. It was even worse than before. He changed to a very comfortable chair, so that he could watch movies. January 3rd. Qin Sun was lying on the chair watching a movie, and suddenly received a call from Yilan. Qin Sun. The Legend of Chusen has been released for 3 days, and the box office has exceeded 300 million. Have you watched the movie? No. Thank you for editing my movie so well. I'm more famous now. You're welcome. I just want your fame to promote The Richest Man in Shihong City. Director Lu wants to invite you to join our roadshow team to increase the box office. No. For money? No. A lot of money. How much? 300,000 per show. 7 shows in total. For days to complete. 2.1 million in total. No. No. Do you think you are rich now? No. Then why don't you go? No. Go to hell. No. The phone was hung up. Jin-sun put his phone aside, continued watching the movie as if nothing had happened, and ate cherry tomatoes as popcorn. Now he is losing weight, he can't eat good food. January 15th. Jin-sun was running in the park, and suddenly received a call. It was Yi-lan again. Jin-sun. The Legend of Chusen has grossed over 800 million yuan, and is expected to exceed 1 billion yuan. Director Liu invites you to attend the celebration banquet. No. Are you so arrogant? There is only 1 month left until the Chinese New Year. I advise you to build a good relationship. Director Liu will send you a Weibo post, which will increase your box office. No. Are you sick? No. Would you rather fight with a dog than build a good relationship with us? No. Wait for death. When the richest man in Shihong City loses money, and you can't pay me back the 60 million yuan, I will let you go to the river to feed the fish. No. Will you die if you speak more than 2 words? No. Go to hell. No. The phone was hung up. Jin-sun had just returned to Oak Company, walked into the office, and lay on the sofa to play games. Suddenly, the door opened. Wu Yu rushed in. Xiaoning walked in slowly, closed the door. Jin-sun sat up, moved to the corner of the sofa, looked at the 2 people with unhappy faces, and asked, "What are you doing?" Wu Yu stared at him and asked loudly, "Do you know that the movie has been reviewed and scheduled to be released on the first day of the Lunar New Year?" Jin-sun replied, "I know." Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, and became even angrier. "Then do you know the current schedule?" Although Yi-lan has joined, the rest of the actors are comedians, who can't carry the box office. And there are 14 movies in the Spring Festival, and the competition for the schedule is fierce. Is the current scheduled schedule only 5%? Jin-sun answered truthfully, "I don't know." When Wu Yu heard this, his tone seemed to be clear conscience, and he was so angry that he almost fainted. Do you know why?" Jin-sun asked. "Why?" Wu Yu looked at Jin-sun's sincere face, like a fool, and sat directly on the sofa. Xiaoning sat over, reached out and patted her back, speaking in a low voice. "Don't be so angry. Wu Yu. I'm even more angry. This old nun is helping her old lover to play tricks on me." Wu Yu looked at Jin-sun and said loudly, "Because of publicity. 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 We didn't do any effective publicity. People don't know that we have a movie coming out. Are you planning to give the audience a surprise?" After the Spring Festival period is over, the audience suddenly discovered that, hey, there is a movie called The Richest Man in Shihong City in the corner. Jin-sun scratched his head, looked at Xiaoning, and stared at Wu Yu and said, "Aren't you promoting it? Don't you have the Douyin shorthand and Weibo official accounts of The Richest Man in Shihong City?" Hearing this, Wu Yu got angry, took out his phone and opened the Douyin account, throwing it on the coffee table. "You didn't even cut a promotional video. Didn't you shoot the behind the scenes? What can I use to promote it? What am I promoting? Look at how netizens are mocking us." Jin-sun took the phone and looked at it. On the official account of The Richest Man in Shihong City, there were only 2 Douyins. One is the first post Wu Yu posted in the car, a screenshot of the memo text. The Richest Man in Shihong City. Producer, Jin-sun. Soundtrack, Jin-sun. This one, Jin-sun has seen it. The second one. It is also a few simple words. The Richest Man in Shihong City is a Spring Festival gift. Stay tuned. February 16, see you there. Jin-sun clicked on the comment area. Is this true? It must be fake. Yi-lan's Weibo, Douyin account has no movement, and no actor in the entire film industry has posted any news about The Richest Man in Shihong City. Do you believe they made a good movie, or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Released during the Spring Festival? Are you going to die? Even Happy Little Black has escaped. This Spring Festival is so fierce. Are you going to die? If The Richest Man in Shihong City can be released on the first day of the Lunar New Year, I will stand on my head and have diarrhea. Even if it is made, it has only been a short time. A shoddy movie, want to make money from fans? Shameless. Is this movie so bad that it is embarrassing to promote it? No actor is willing to reveal that they participated in the filming of this movie. Jin-sun finished watching, turned off the phone, and threw it back to Wu Yu. Just because of this little thing, you barged in and scolded me? Wu Yu was anxious when she heard it, clenched her fist, but felt a hand holding it down. She turned her head, and saw Xiaoning's eyes lit up. Xiaoning smiled and said softly, "Everyone, get out of the way." Qin Sun is starting to show off. Chapter 352 I believe in you. The first person to try something new, you will definitely become famous. After hearing Xia Ning's words, Wu Yu's heart moved, and her eyes looked much gentler when she looked at Qin Sun. When Qin Sun wanted to make trouble, he seemed to say something similar. As soon as Wu Yu smiled, she saw Qin Sun staring at her, so she smiled even brighter. The smile was humble and polite. Qin Sun sneered and asked, Wu Yu, did you grow up eating shit? Wu Yu. She turned her head to look at Xia Ning, who looked embarrassed, and questioned, You call his shameless behavior pretentious? Xia Ning. Isn't this pretentious? Wu Yu turned around and glared at Qin Sun, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to do a big job. Qin Sun turned around and looked at Xia Ning. Ning, what about you? You also grew up eating sweet potatoes? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and answered very seriously. I'm not. Wu Yu. God. Old nun. Do you have to be so honest? This kind of asking people whether they grew up eating shit. Hey. Qin Sun asked the old nun whether she grew up eating sweet potatoes. She turned around and glared at Qin Sun. You are so hypocritical. Feed her sweet potatoes, and feed me shit? Xia Ning. She tugged at Wu Yu's clothes and said, There's no need to argue about this. They're all the same. Wu Yu. You eat sweet potatoes, and I eat shit. Of course you can say something sarcastic like they're all the same. Qin Sun slapped the table lightly and shouted angrily. What are you two doing? Are you discussing who eats shit and who eats sweet potatoes? The key issue now is publicity. 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 Can you be a little more professional? The two sisters turned and stared at Qin Sun with a look of shock on their faces. They had never seen such a shameless person. Didn't Qin Sun bring up the topic of eating sweet potatoes? Now he's turning the tables and questioning their professional attitude? Qin Sun saw that the two were about to spit fire in their eyes, so he stopped teasing them and said quickly, Isn't it just publicity? I really didn't expect that you have so many resources. Song Ying's publicity song. And the episode saw an expansion. Subject 3 Dance. Even including later. Romance of the Three Kingdoms by Hong. Such a big traffic star, you won't use it? Xia Ning and Wu Yu looked at each other, sighed, looked at Qin Sun, and said, Yi Lan is too busy. And we didn't pay her. So I feel a little embarrassed to order her around. I've contacted Bai Hong. But he used the excuse that he was too busy and didn't have time to participate in the promotion. It's hard to finalize the details. She paused. I guess he's taking a conservative approach now. If the richest man in Shihong City doesn't do well at the box office, he'll say it's a guest appearance. And it won't count as his first screen appearance. By the way, you can get 2 songs for free. Qin Sun smiled. Xia Ning continued. If the box office performance of the richest man in Shihong City is good, he will actively promote it, prove his commercial value, and his ability to boost the box office. Qin Sun said. It's a reasonable guess. He paused, looked at Xia Ning and said, But we didn't sign a contract with Bai Hong to participate in the promotion. It's good enough that he can answer your call and practice Tai Chi with you. Xia Ning. I'm greedy. Qin Sun smiled. It's okay. Send a notice to the actor work group of the richest man in Shihong City now. Just say that the movie has started to promote, and ask all artists to skip the 3rd subject, and post it on their personal Douyin. Remember to check. The crew of the richest man in Shihong City has an actor group, a production group, and several other groups. None of them have been disbanded yet. Maybe because of skipping the 3rd subject, everyone is still upset. For more than a month. The group is like dead. No one is talking. Suddenly, Xia Ning found a group and quickly edited the announcement and sent it out. Dear teachers, the richest man in Shihong City has been reviewed and will be released on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The current market competition is fierce, and publicity is extremely important. Please actively cooperate with the publicity. Before 3 p.m. tomorrow, shoot the dance for Subject 3 and upload it to your personal Douyin, Guanshou, Weibo and other platforms. At that time, I will give you a thumbs up. Thank you, teachers. 10 minutes passed. No one in the group replied. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and asked, What should we do? They don't seem to cooperate? Qin Sun looked at Wu Yu, smiled, and said, They are all a group of comedians, who rely on being funny to gain a sense of presence in the eyes of ordinary people. They are also honest people with a good reputation in the industry, who were personally selected by director Lu Ming. They just need a period of psychological construction. They will always jump. He looked at Wu Yu and said, They just want someone to take the lead. Mr. Lu Jianan, it's you. Wu Yu. She silently uttered a few words. The one next to Mahler. 1 p.m. A Douyin account with the ID of Zhongxi Lu Jianan and a still from a drama quietly went online. A video was released secretly. It was a gentleman wearing glasses, wearing a bright red sweater, with a black and gold-plated rich character printed on his chest, dancing the social dance. This video was like a drop of water falling into the sea. No splashes were seen. Qin Sun casually invested 1,000 yuan in Douyin to buy 40,000 traffic. The butterfly on the other side of the ocean flapped its wings, and a storm was about to set off on the other side of the sea. General Manager's office. The three of them were playing games, chatting casually. Wu Yu was absent-minded, often using the wrong skills, and was even killed by wild monsters while farming. Qin Sun, I should have known not to call you to do the promotion, but you chopped me with the first knife. Is that too much? Qin Sun was playing games, without even raising his head. Do what you love, you have to learn to get used to it. You fucking ate my red? Wu Yu. What red do you want as a mage? Qin Sun, I'll give it to you. Wu Yu, it was originally mine. Xia Ning smiled. They haven't played like this for a long time. She always feels that Qin Sun has been a little distant from her recently. But it doesn't seem like that. It's weird. I have to find a chance to ask clearly. Qin Sun said. Wu Yu. Remember to wear sunglasses when you go out tomorrow. You may become a celebrity tomorrow. Be careful of fanatical fans. Wu Yu knew that he was talking about the dance uploaded to Douyin just now, and his face was a little embarrassed. Concentrate on playing games. Otherwise, I will eat your blue too. Xia Ning smiled and said suddenly, Qin Sun, you rested for a month, and slacked off for a month. I didn't say a word to you, because I know you're not the kind of unreliable person. You always stand up at the critical moment. She looked up at Wu Yu. I believe you, the first person to try it, you will definitely become famous. Wu Yu. Shut up, you've been beaten to death, and you're still comparing yourself here? Qin Sun sighed. So you think I was slacking off for a month? Xia Ning was a little surprised. Isn't it? Qin Sun smiled awkwardly. Yes. Xia Ning. In fact, in the first few days, Qin Sun was just resting to recover his energy, but suddenly he found that he was slacking off. The slacking value was rising. He found that. It turned out that he didn't track the movie at all. In the eyes of Xia Ning, CEO of Yuzi Film and Television, and Wu Yu, a small shareholder, it was a serious act of slacking off. And their anger, which they dared not speak out, made the slacking value soar. At this moment, the value of the slacking board. Slacking value, 3860080. The next lottery requires 10 million slacking points. This month, the slacking value has increased by more than 2 million. So happy. I played until 2 o'clock to go to work. Xia Ning quit the game first and continued to work. Wu Yu insisted on dragging Qin Sun to play a few more games, for fear that she would watch Douyin when she was free and see so many unbearable comments. At 3:30 in the afternoon, suddenly, Xia Ning's voice sounded with some surprise. Lu Jianan, your dance is popular. Wu Yu's phone slipped from her hand, swallowed her saliva, and her face turned pale. I'm dirty. She picked up the phone tremblingly, quickly opened Douyin, and then closed her eyes. Don't dare to look. Chapter 353. I gave you a good seedling, you give me a good swing? Drinking a cup of loneliness facing the moon. Swords rise up to settle grudges in the rivers and lakes, and sleeves sweep to cover the bright moon. The music sounded. Wu Yu closed her eyes, and the scene of her dancing emerged in her mind uncontrollably, and even imagined many comments from netizens. Yo yo yo, everyone come and see. There is an idiot here. It's ruined, it's ruined. This girl will never get married in this life. Her breasts are not big to begin with, and her brain is not working well. She didn't dare to open her eyes. Suddenly, she felt her phone was taken away. Qin Sun's voice rang out. Wu Yu. Let me read you the comments. Hearing this, Wu Yu immediately got goosebumps all over her body and dug her toes tightly. She felt ashamed as if she was tied to a chair and her parents were reading her personal QQ when she was in junior high school. She suddenly opened her eyes and snatched the phone from Qin Sun. No. I can read it myself. She looked down and was stunned. This is wrong. Qin Sun saw Wu Yu's expression and stood up and walked to Xia Ning. Seeing Xia Ning looking up at him, he hesitated, sat on Xia Ning's thighs, moved the phone on the table to the middle, and began to read the comments. Xiaoning? Isn't this the other way around? Shouldn't I sit on his thighs? Why should I sit on his legs? Qin Sun ignored Xiaoning and read the comments. In addition to posting the video with the Douyin account of Lu Jianan, Wu also posted it with the official account of Shihong City's richest man. He was now reading the comments of the official account. I believe it now. This is the official account of the richest man in Shihong City, who is so kind as to make such a sacrifice in order to pretend to be an official account. Okay. Is this how you play? You want to kill your peers? I asked you to promote the movie. But I didn't make you crazy. How much money did the richest man in Shihong City give you? You need to do this? Are you going to die? Using this kind of dance to promote the movie, are you afraid that the box office will be too high? Who would like this kind of dance? Don't mention it, I think this dance is pretty good. The male rabbit's feet are confused, the female rabbit's eyes are blurred, two rabbits walk side by side. How can I tell which is male and which is female? Mulan has no long breasts. Lu Depang. Watch it with my real name, I love it. I can see it now. The Richest Tomato must be a stupid movie. Oh no! Something has happened. It has been transmitted from person to person. Comedian Zhao Xiang also jumped just now. At Zhao Xiang. At this time, the video has received more than 10,000 likes, which is already very good data. You know, the number of views can be increased by investing money, but the number of likes almost all depends on the work itself. Suddenly, a slender white hand stretched out from Qin Sun's face and clicked Wang Fan on the phone screen. Jumping to his Douyin account. Zhao Xiang is the coach of the richest man in Shihong City. As soon as I entered, the title of the pinned video was, I have old people above me and young children below me. For a meal. You have to bear with it. I'm sorry. Qin Sun smiled. This teacher Zhao is very smart. He knows how to use the characteristics of a comedian to say some humorous words to ease the embarrassment. At the celebration party, remember to give him a chicken leg. Xiaoning answered softly. Okay. Click on the video. Zhao Xiang is wearing a bright red get-rich-quick suit, dancing the third subject, with a sly smile on his face. The comment section is very happy. I don't see that you are forced at all, you are enjoying it. Are you taking the opportunity of the movie promotion to reminisce and bring up the breakdance of the 80s? Oh! My eyes are dirty, I am dirty. I need to wash my eyes. Watch it one last time. These days, money is hard to make, shit is hard to eat. Oh no! Something happened. This dance is extremely scary, it's spreading again. Wang Fan is crazy too. At Wang Fan. Xiaoning clicked on Wang Fan again. A smart actor. His pinned video is also wearing a get-rich-quick outfit, doing the third subject in the living room. The comment area is full of joy. No wonder others say, no matter how ugly the wife is, you will get used to it after watching her for a few years. I admit, I love watching. I gave the richest man in Shihong City a good seedling. The richest man in Shihong City gave me a good rocker. It's over, a movie brought together Wang Fan and Zhao Xiang. This movie is not a bad movie, I'm doing a handstand and having diarrhea. That? Yilan is the heroine of the richest man in Shihong City. Right? Fuck. She won't do it too. At director of the Brain Disability Department of Haicheng Psychiatric Hospital. Not good. Another crazy one, another crazy one. At Kongqing. Xiaoning didn't continue to click to jump to the video, gently pushed Qin Sun and said, Stand up. My feet are numb. Qin Sun was very obedient. Okay. He stood up and walked to the sofa to sit. Xiaoning? He has a problem? Why didn't he say a word? Wu Yu noticed Xiaoning's expression and quietly glared at Qin Sun. He sat on the girl's thighs and patted his butt and left. He didn't even say thank you. At this time, Qin Sun's phone rang. And it was Encore. He pressed the answer button and was about to put it to his ear to answer. Wu Yu quickly grabbed the phone, pressed the speaker button, and placed it on the coffee table. Qin Sun? Ank's gentle voice sounded on the phone. Hello? Qin Sun, Ank. What do you want to talk to me about? Ank, we are planning winter marketing for Dudu, but we haven't found a breakthrough point. I just saw the dance of the richest man in Shihong City and wanted to take advantage of the popularity. I want the store managers of each store to dance with the Snow King. Qin Sun laughed. You are very perceptive. I suggest you hurry up. No later than tomorrow. Otherwise the first wave of popularity will be eaten up by other stores. Ank's laughter came from the other end of the phone. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chin. After a pause, her voice became a little playful. Chin-sun, did you break up with Xiaoning? Chin-sun looked up at Xiaoning, and found that she quickly retracted her head behind the computer screen. After a second, she stuck her head out again. She stared at him coldly. Chin-sun answered helplessly. No. How could such a question come out of your mouth? Enko smiled, seemingly not embarrassed at all. Because I think Elon is better than her, and maybe you will think of me in your dreams at midnight. Chin-sun, why should I miss you? Enko, because I am the most gentle. Chin-sun sneered. I miss your tits. Enko, hate it. The phone was hung up. Chin-sun? Suddenly, he saw Wu Yu jump up from the sofa, pointing at his nose and cursing. You miss another woman's tits? Chin-sun. Wu Yu, wait till you die. She turned and walked out the door, closing the door. Chin-sun felt like his crotch was covered with yellow mud, and it was shit. Looking at Xiaoning said, You know, I didn't mean that. Xiaoning got up silently, walked to the door, locked the door, stared at Chin-sun, with a smile on her lips. Chin-sun, I've been so good to you these days, it seems that you've forgotten that I'm a very cold person. She smiled, walked towards Chin-sun, and directly raised her leg and knocked Chin-sun down on the sofa with her knee. Tell me, what do you mean recently? Chapter 354 by Hong. How could you dance like this? What do you mean? Chin-sun was lying on the sofa, looking up at Xiaoning, who had a frosty face. Xiaoning pressed his knees against his chest, pressing down. Chin-sun felt some pain. Ning, are you crazy? Xiaoning stared at Chin-sun and asked, Why are you so gentlemanly lately? Do you regret being with an old woman like me? Did you fall in love with Elon during a scene? Chin-sun? He wanted to laugh, but looking at Xiaoning, who was full of aura, he remembered how she looked when he first met her. He is so cold, aloof, cruel, and ruthless. He was afraid of being slapped by Xiaoning. Chin-sun answered seriously with a stern face. Elon is older than you. Xiaoning. She took a deep breath to relieve her depressed mood, and her voice was cold. So what's wrong with you recently? Chin-sun answered truthfully. I'm a little fat now. Too greasy. And I don't want to take advantage of you at this time. Xiaoning? She was stunned. She really didn't expect that Chin-sun's ambiguous attitude towards her these days was because he disliked his fatness. Want to wait until you lose weight before doing something bad? After a while, she smiled helplessly. You are really childish. Do you think I'm that superficial? Only look at a person's appearance? Her voice stopped abruptly, and she looked down at her chest. A broad palm, through the gap between the buttons of her shirt, reached in and pressed gently. Although there was a beige shirt between them, this was too excessive. Xiaoning blushed, looked at Chin-sun, and asked coldly, What are you doing? Chin-sun answered cautiously, Aren't you not superficial? Xiaoning's chest was heaving violently, and the touch seemed to be better. Xiaoning's cold voice squeezed out from between his teeth. You can't. So direct. Let go. Chin-sun let go. Xiaoning's face was red, and he reached out to pat Chin-sun's face, saying coldly, Fat brother. Lose weight. Chin-sun? Look. You still say you don't mind? After a while, Chin-sun left the office. Xiaoning took out her phone and wrote it down in her memo. January 15, sunny. Chin-sun is still obscene. Everything is fine. 1 day later. In front of Dudu tea stores across the country. One by one, milk tea shop managers wore red aprons, with a black and gold rimmed "Rich" printed on their chests, and danced to the third subject. Videos uploaded to the internet one after another. Because there were hundreds of them, the internet exploded at once. It's over. Crazy. Another group of people went crazy. Is this a virus? Is the biochemical crisis coming? Mom, I'm scared. Dance to the social shake and drink Dudu tea, and taste the earthy life. I can dance. Can I have a free cup of milk tea? It's the promotional dance of the richest man in Shihong City. Why are you Dudu tea joining in the fun? Comrades. In the cast list of the richest man in Shihong City, except Elon, Chin-sun, there is also a mysterious guest. Everyone else danced. Chin-sun doesn't care, Elon. You have to stick to the bottom line. Breaking news, breaking news. According to reliable information, this dance was choreographed by Chin-sun. What? It's him again. It's him. Crowdfunding 1 million. I will kill Chin-sun offline. to stop Elon from dancing this dance. This dance is full of optimism, cheerfulness, the attitude of playing games. What's wrong with you? In Elon's business car, Wang Chui looked at the people dancing the third subject on her phone and asked, somewhat confused, Sister Yi, what's the magic of this dance? How come it's so popular? Now everyone thinks you made a bad movie. They want to kill Qin Sun alone. Elon smiled and said, they are just a bunch of fun people, just joking, let them have fun. I'm looking forward to the expressions of netizens when I dance the third subject. Wang Chui looked at Elon and sighed. Everyone laughs at licking dogs, everyone is a licking dog. Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Lu Jingyao was lying on the bed, watching the video of Wu Yu dancing the third subject, watching it over and over again. Sister Zhang was a little worried, said, Madam, the baby in your belly is already 6 months old, and can understand some things. Don't always watch these unclean things. Be careful that the child will learn bad things. Lu Jingyao smiled and put down her phone. Sister Zhang, I think this dance is quite joyful. I didn't expect that. My son-in-law can also choreograph. When he is free one day, let him dance in front of me. Some teams that were also released during the Spring Festival were also a little surprised when they saw Qin Sun's promotion method. These days, the Spring Festival movies have been promoted one after another. But there is no news about The Richest Man in Shihong City. At first, I thought it didn't pass the review. Or it escaped. Or it was holding back some big tricks. I didn't expect it to be promoted like this. Isn't this just feeding a pot of shit into people's mouths and the audience's mouths? Ha ha. There are also voices of opposition. Whether it is popular or not. At least The Richest Man in Shihong City has become popular. It only took 2 or 3 days for him to make tens of millions of netizens know that there is a movie called The Richest Man in Shihong City. This kind of marketing ability is really scary. Now the whole network knows that Qin Sun has made a movie. Even if it is a pot of shit. As long as the audience base is large enough. There will always be a few curious people who will try it out. Don't take it lightly. Yi Lan's influence cannot be underestimated now. What I am most worried about is that Qin Sun has a trick up his sleeve. Another movie team. Someone suggested. Mr. Qian. Happy Little Black invested by Sunny Cinema has been withdrawn from the schedule. I heard it was because of the Richest Man in Shihong City that is making a lot of noise now. I heard the quality of the film is top-notch among comedies. Should we also? Mr. Qian slammed the table. You are afraid before we even do it? Although it is making a lot of noise online now, letting people know about this film is the first step. It is a real skill to be able to attract audiences to the cinema. This kind of black and red marketing is not a skill. The other person continued. I'm worried that Qin Sun has another trick up his sleeve. Mr. Qian, this? Let's see. The company where Bai Hong works. The PR manager took his phone and hurried to Bai Hong's office. He had a bitter face and was a little excited. Little ancestor, you told me before that. You danced a very silly dance, and it would appear in the movie Easter egg. Is it this dance called Subject 3? Bai Hong heard the Subject 3 BGM coming from the PR manager's phone, and quickly reached out and pressed pause. Yes. The PR manager was overwhelmed, and felt that he had encountered a huge challenge in his career. He stood up and paced around the office. How could you? How could you? How could you dance this kind of dance? Do you know what netizens say about Subject 3? Chapter 355. Kid, just wait for me. When I get it right, I'll fight you in the octagonal cage. What do netizens think of Subject 3? I don't dare to think about it. I don't dare to think about it at all. Bai Hong had a bitter smile on his face. He has been deliberately avoiding this question these days, but he also heard many colleagues' phones ringing with the BGM of Subject 3. He realized that the trouble he had caused was far bigger than he thought. The public relations manager sighed and continued. Netizens say, Subject 1, rude. Subject 2, awkward. Subject 3, rude, awkward and frivolous. Bai Hong covered his face with his hands and sighed. I must have been blinded by greed at the time. And I signed the contract without asking what the dance was. The PR manager said. The best outcome now is to spend money. And let Qin Sun cut out the Easter egg. And not broadcast it. And just pretend that this incident never happened. Bai Hong put down his hand and hesitated. The PR manager was a little surprised. What are you hesitating about? Bai Hong's eyes flickered. And he whispered. I dare not offend Qin Sun. The PR manager was shocked. Although Bai Hong is considered a relatively humble young actor, he is a super idol after all. And he is somewhat inflated. Why would you be afraid of Qin Sun? A web celebrity. Oh no! It's a composer. No. It's a director. It's not accurate either. It's the CEO of a marketing company. It's still not right. Damn, think about it carefully. Jin Sun is actually a genius with the physique of a web celebrity, who can compose music, sing, shoot commercials, act, direct movies, and make money. The PR manager was a little dazed, looking at Bai Hong, smiled bitterly. I seem to understand your concerns. If Jin Sun is willing, he can stop being a dog-beating web celebrity and become a superstar. And he directly skipped all the intermediate links and became a capital tycoon. Bai Hong felt a little relieved, and his smile became more bitter. After the movie is shown, I will have the right to sing those 2 songs. And I will be more famous. This little sacrifice is worth it. Haichung. Jin Sun was running in the Huanhu Park, followed by Wu Yu holding a camera. Because of the success of the dance in Subject 3, her confidence increased greatly, and she dared to post a video on the Shihong City Richest Man account. She is now following the daily life of the film director, screenwriter, leading actor, editor and composer. After the filming, she returned to Yuzi Film and Television Company and walked directly into the general manager's office. After a little editing, I was thinking about what music to match. Suddenly, we remembered Song Ying's calories. Jin Sun asked her to practice secretly at the beginning, not to leak it. Now there are only more than 20 days before the movie is released. Why is it still hidden now? Wu Yu directly found the audio of calories in the relevant folder on the computer. Jin Sun's running video matched the music, uploaded to the account of the richest man in Shihong City. With the text, when the episode of the richest man in Shihong City meets the fat man who is losing weight, what kind of energy will it burst out? I invested 2,000 yuan in Dojia and bought 80,000 traffic. A few hours later, the comment area became lively. Wu Yu was very happy to see this, and hurried downstairs to Jin Sun's office, and found it was pitch black inside. Then she rushed to the general manager's office. She pushed the door open, and saw Jin Sun lying on the sofa playing games. She closed the door, and went over to push Jin Sun, and handed him the phone. Look, is the promotion I made awesome? Jin Sun handed the phone to Wu Yu. Wu Yu took it, and continued to play tacitly. Jin Sun watched the video, which was a video of him running. There are already more than 4,000 likes. Click on the comment area. Oh! Feed, this sexy little trembling hips. Isn't it cute? What to reduce? Good guy. It turned out that it meant to burn my calories at the beginning of the dog. Okay. Good, I held a dog at the beginning and said you took a donut. Pearl milk tea instant noodle raising dogs were originally lyrics. Jin Sun, you are old-fashioned. Don't say. This song, it's pretty good. Don't say that this song was written again. Can you give others a little way? This movie 80 million investment, you get 70 million. Right? Little fat. Listen to my brother persuasion. Loss is also tired. Fitness is also tired. Simply work directly. Jin Sun saw this comments called him fitness. Comment directly with the official account. Leave a way for others, so that we can meet again in the future. Give the little fat guy a chance to live. Very quickly. The host replied. No way. No way. You wouldn't dare. Would you? This comment was pushed to the top by a group of people who were just having fun. Put down the phone. Jin Sun took the phone back from Wu Yu, looked at the results, and cursed in a low voice. Waste. Wu Yu. She didn't dare to speak. She had just been in a few waves, and was beaten up by people several times. Jin Sun was playing games. Suddenly heard Wu Yu ask, Brother-in-law, what do you mean by replying to this comment? Are you angry? Jin Sun said, lowering his head. No, I'll start working out tomorrow. You come and film my working out video. The main theme is to listen to advice. I'll make netizens feel like they are raising a pet online. Wu Yu didn't quite understand, but although Jin Sun was a boring person, he probably wouldn't do meaningless things. The next day, a video of Jin Sun working out in the gym was uploaded by Wu Yu to the official account of the richest man in Shihong City. In the video, Jin Sun was sweating profusely. The background music was still calories, which quickly attracted the attention of netizens. What's up? Jin Sun. The little fat guy. Listen to the advice? Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. I heard that Jin Sun had a fight with netizens. It seems that Jin Sun was broken by a netizen's words. Okay. Cherish life. Stay away from fitness. And don't be mean. Start the devil training. I'm waiting to see your abdominal muscles. Every day after that, There was a video of Chin Sun's fitness uploaded, and more netizens were attracted and watched. The official account of the richest man in Shihong City quickly exceeded 500,000 followers. The number of followers may not seem to be large, but for a movie promotion account, this is a very high number of followers, because these fans can be converted into box office revenue. Half a month later, another video was uploaded. The content of the video is, Chin Sun suddenly jumped into the camera, tore his shirt with both hands, revealing 8 abdominal muscles. Netizens exploded. What the hell? These are abdominal muscles, they are not painted on. Right? How did he train his abdominal muscles from a little fat guy in half a month? Did he really let the devil train him? I am a fitness enthusiast, you have all been deceived, he already had these abdominal muscles, he just lost fat in half a month. When the fat is gone, the abdominal muscles will naturally show up. But half a month ago, he was still a little fat boy. And now he has lost weight again. What terrible self-control. People who cuckold themselves are the most respectable. Okay. Chin Sun, you listen to advice. Right. Fitness training only produces dead muscles, if you have the guts. Just practice boxing, train live muscles. Chin Sun took Wu Yu and saw the comment asking him to practice fighting, smiled. Finally, he had an excuse to practice martial arts in a big way. He replied, Boy, you wait for me. When I practice it, I will fight you in the octagonal cage. Wu Yu was very surprised. Brother-in-law, are you serious? Chin Sun, what else? The next day, a video of Chin Sun doing a cuckold punch in a fighting club was uploaded to the internet. Chapter 356. Damn it, Chin Sun, are you serious? In the picture, Chin Sun threw a set of turtle punches at the sandbag, and the coach beside him kept shouting good. The netizens were shocked. The posture is not very good looking, but the advantage is the strength. Chin Sun, do you want to listen to the advice? If you continue like this, you will be too handsome. Are hundreds of thousands of netizens going to witness the debut of a fighting champion? If I can do what he says, so self-disciplined, I would have escaped poverty and eaten a bowl of instant noodles long ago. Chin Sun, if you can really practice it, I will definitely go to the cinema to see you. I respect you as a man. The days that followed, Chin Sun sweated profusely in the fight club. Wu Yu posted a video of him boxing online every day. Netizens gradually found something wrong. What's going on? I feel like he's getting better and better. You're so handsome, are you going to die? Everyone calls Chin Sun his godfather, he can handle it. It's over. Now Chin Sun is not only very fierce in scolding people, he's also very good at fighting. Now I can't scold him or beat him. I can't compete with him for Yilan. Chin Sun, you become so good now, thanks to our strict father's encouragement. Chin Sun, practice your lower body skills more, actual combat will be good for you. Go for a run, do some aerobics, improve your endurance, you can even fight in the octagonal cage. It's inexplicable. Chin Sun has become the most popular boxing blogger on the internet. Because hundreds of thousands of netizens think that it is their credit, they are the ones who train boxers. Time to practice boxing. Chin Sun took the time to edit the promotional video and put it on the official account of the richest man in Shihong City. The video content is some editing pictures. Wang Duyu, I am your second master, listen carefully. I require you to spend 1 billion within a month, you must be in Shihong City. Wu Yu directly invested 10,000 beans and bought 400,000 traffic. It quickly attracted the attention of netizens. Oh my god! I thought it was a bad movie, but it's not that bad. The setting is very interesting. The picture is very beautiful, and it's very grand. I'm embarrassed to say it, I want to watch it a little bit. Why do I find it quite funny? Fuck. Did you notice that? This is an all-star cast. Most of the actors are old acquaintances. Yilan is the female lead, Chin Sun is the male lead, and the music is nice. I feel like this movie is going to be a big hit. Xia Ning's recent work focus has also shifted to promoting the movie. Because they are a makeshift team that Chin Sun has assembled, they don't even have roadshows to promote. All the battlefields are on Douyin, Weibo, and other self-media. Fortunately, short video platforms are now the biggest battlefield for movie promotion. At this time, after a series of cool operations by Chin Sun, shouting, burn my calories, fighting with a dog. More importantly, let the actors skip the third subject. Duduti Drink danced. Xiaoying Dou, who has 5 million fans, danced in the snow in the dead woods by the school lake. Misia rarely releases works, and also danced in front of the tavern. More and more internet celebrities followed suit. Primary school students danced. Junior high school students danced. High school students danced. College students danced with great joy. Gradually, some foreign internet celebrities also followed suit and danced, and received a lot of likes. So internet celebrities from Maple Leaf Country, Country J, Country K, and other places around the world are dancing. Subject 3 really went abroad, as Chin-sun said, and went to the world. Now among the Spring Festival movies, regardless of the reputation, The Richest Man in Shihong City is the most popular. In Chin-sun's office, Xia Ning and Wu Yu stood behind Chin-sun, watching him edit a few more promotional videos. The so-called promotional videos are to capture the essence of the movie, the interesting parts, to trick the audience into watching the movie. It is temptation, it is seduction, it is fraud. So generally the most exciting part will be edited. However, this also led to many viewers cursing after watching some bad movies. I was fooled. All the good things are in the trailer. Xia Ning watched Chin-sun editing, without saying a word. Wu Yu chattered non-stop. Brother-in-law, I think the clip where Liu Jiannam was hung upside down in an abandoned building, and peed his pants and said it was salty, is quite funny. Why don't you edit it? You want to use your status as a director to suppress me. The second male lead. Chin-sun, you are the third male lead. Very quickly, Chin-sun edited a clip and sent it to Wu Yu's email. Wu Yu mocked. I think this is a deal. Double happiness is not as good as my saying that I seem to have diabetes. Chin-sun just pretended not to hear. He started editing the next part again. After editing, he sent it to Wu Yu's email. I think I can't pretend anymore. I'm a billionaire. I'm going to show my cards. It's not like I'm in the yard with the gardeners telling you that Mr. Wang is so eye-catching. Chin-sun still pretended not to hear, and continued editing the next part. Edited. Wu Yu's voice sounded a little puzzled. You finally cut a line from me. But you are so good at judging people that this line is not that funny. Right, brother-in-law? Change a line. Chin-sun smiled. No. Wu Yu was so angry that he whined like a rabid dog. Chin-sun understood Wu Yu's feelings, but he was determined not to change it. Editing a promotional video is a difficult task. First of all, you have to edit the exciting parts to surprise the audience and raise their expectations. Trick them into going to the cinema first. Second, you can't edit all the exciting parts of the movie, even the most exciting parts. Otherwise, the audience will not feel surprised after watching the movie in the cinema, and will feel cheated. This is also the reason why he has not let Yilan and Bai Yihong dance the third subject on Douyin. You have to stay in the cinema. Want to see your goddesses and gods dance social dance? Pay money and go to the cinema to watch it. What confuses most movie promotion teams is that they think the scenes that are extremely exciting and laughable, the audience can't laugh at all. And some unintentional actions can cause great resonance. For example, in The Previous Life on Earth, Hong Kong star Lam Ka-tung has been in the industry for more than 30 years, has played more than 100 roles, and has never had a nickname. Unexpectedly, a casual hurdle jumping action earned him the name of Dong Guanzi. Hong Shirxian said you are so sexy, and he shouted it over and over again at various fan meetings. Fans were very excited when they were called sexy. Wang said eat shit, and suddenly became popular more than 30 years later. A sentence chicken. You are so beautiful triggered an electronic chicken plague that lasted for 5 or 6 years. And all of this, the parties involved had not anticipated it at all in advance. However, for Chin-sun, these were not a problem. He knew exactly what themes would be in The Richest Man in Shihong City. He would not edit a video and make a dud. Sure enough, as movie trailers were uploaded one after another, when netizens were tickled and laughed so hard, they gradually realized that something was wrong. Even those competitors, who were watching the jokes in The Richest Man in Shihong City, slowly stopped laughing. Damn it, is Chin-sun serious? At this time, there were only 10 days left before the Chinese New Year. The movie was about to be released. Chapter 357. What? 2 movies were scared and withdrawn? Promotional video released. Netizens commented on the official account of The Richest Man in Shihong City. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary shaker, but I didn't expect to be alienated. I won't pretend anymore. I am an international shaker. I'm telling the truth. These promotional videos are too interesting. I won't pretend anymore. I'm telling the truth. I've already bought the ticket. I thought I didn't like comedy. After watching these promotional videos, I found that Chin-sun, you are really good at judging people. Other directors and stars are on the road, and they are dating fans offline. Why are you acting like a big shot? Jin-sun? If you don't come to see us, if you don't come to see me, I'll come to see you. Skip the third subject to watch Tomato Richest Man. It's a deal. This is a double happiness. In the film industry, it also sparked a discussion. Are we behind the times? In the era of short videos, has movie promotion really become so entertaining? The topic of the richest man in Shihong City has dominated the entire Spring Festival period. No matter whether the movie is good or not, in short, his topic popularity has reached 100%. No matter how bad this movie is, it can still make 200 to 300 million. Don't underestimate Jin-sun's methods. This must be something he came up with after working day and night, racking his brains, and maybe even losing his hair. Why do I feel a little uneasy? There are only 8 days left until the Chinese New Year. The promotion of the Spring Festival movie has entered a white-hot stage, and various means are emerging one after another. Xia Ning and Wu Yu found something strange. Since editing several promotional videos, Jin-sun has never asked anything about the richest man in Shihong City. He is obsessed with boxing in the fight club all day. After being tired of boxing in the morning, he laid down in the office in the afternoon. He slept for half a day. That afternoon, Jin-sun was sleeping on the sofa, and suddenly heard a knock on the door. He opened his eyes, and saw Xia Ning and Wu Yu walked in. Wu Yu said excitedly, Jin-sun, do you know how many points we have in advance? 12%. 12 points. You have spent the least amount of publicity cost. You have raised the advance 3 points to 12 points, which is really amazing. Now the publicity has entered the final stage. If we work harder in the next few days, we may be able to influence the theater to give 1 to 2 more points in the schedule. Let's go to the roadshow. Jin-sun was lying on the sofa, sleepy-eyed, and asked, do we have a roadshow plan? Wu Yu, I can make a plan. Jin-sun, okay, then you go. Be safe. Xia Ning and Wu Yu were stunned. You guys go? And be careful? Xia Ning asked. Aren't you going? Jin-sun shook his head. I'm not going, I want to sleep. Wu Yu's voice suddenly became much louder. At this critical moment, can you still sleep? Jin-sun said confidently. I can sleep. Wu Yu was so angry that he jumped up and down. You're not going. You're a director, screenwriter, leading actor, editor, and composer. And you're not going, then who's going? Jin-sun frowned. Why does he sound like a pervert who commits crimes in a row? He has so many jobs. Wu Yu's tone is still excited. Yilan didn't receive any salary, and I'm embarrassed to ask him. Besides, he is rehearsing the program for the Spring Festival Gala now. Who will support the scene? The third male? Who will come to see me? Dogs come to see me? You are really a lazy fisherman. My sister is right, you are a complete lazy fisherman. Now the opportunity to make a lot of money is in front of you, and you are still thinking about sleeping? Hearing this, Jin-sun felt very comfortable. Slacking monster, what a pleasant compliment. Jin-sun closed his eyes and pretended to rest, looking like he didn't want to talk to anyone. Xia Ning and Wu Yu were asking for trouble and walked out directly. Wu Yu was still indignant. It's really the emperor who is not anxious. But the eunuch is? Jin-sun called up the system panel and took a look. Slacking value, 4860080. The next lottery requires 10 million slacking points. After he completely ignored the movie, in just 2 days, his slacking value had increased by more than 1 million. It doesn't matter whether the movie is released or not. These few days, you have to lie down. In fact, things have been done almost, so there is no need to promote it anymore. Jin-sun is very confident in the richest man in Shihong City. At that time, there were several strong rivals in the same period as the richest man in Shihong City. At that time, Dying to Survive was still in its infancy. Detective D, The Four Heavenly Kings was released on the same day. After that, there was the well-received Chinese animation movie Wind Whisperer and the popular Mamma Mia and Taxi 5. Films such as Shoplifters, which just won the Best Film Award at the Cannes International Film Festival, were released one after another. The richest man in Shihong City was beaten up for a while. Moreover, when The Richest Man in Shihong City was released, many movie bloggers either pursued hot spots or were instructed by their opponents to explain Brewster's Millions. Because it was a remake, their plots were highly similar, and many plots were the same. This attracted ridicule from some netizens. This is equivalent to another form of leaking the source of the film, which will definitely have an impact on the box office. The Richest Man in Shihong City was a tough one, but he still earned 2.55 billion yuan at the box office. The above problems, for the richest man in Shihong City that Jin Sun is shooting at the moment do not exist. The plot of this movie is not the same as in the previous life, which has been remade more than a dozen times in the past few decades. In this world, it is brand new. It will definitely become a money-eating beast. 2 days later, there are only 6 days left until the Chinese New Year. Suddenly, a piece of news came out on the internet, which surprised everyone. 2 family-friendly movies have been withdrawn from the schedule. The reason for the announcement is that there are some problems with the editing, or some problems with the review. But netizens are not fools. If there are problems, why would they withdraw from the schedule at this time? Netizens are furious. What? I am looking forward to these 2 family-friendly movies, and I am going to take my parents to see them. Now that they are withdrawn from the schedule, won't all the previous publicity be wasted? Did they realize that they will lose more if they bite the bullet and go ahead? Is the competition in this schedule more intense than we have seen? Could it be that they got some inside information? There is only one truth, and that is the richest man in Shihong City. Stop joking. Do you believe that those 2 movies were scared away by the richest man in Shihong City? Or do you believe that I am Qin Shi Huang? With 2 fewer opponents, the other film teams that are about to be released do not feel more relaxed. Instead, they felt more stressed. They all knew the reason why the 2 movies were withdrawn. Yesterday, Sunny Cinema CEO Lu Gang was asked after a dinner party, "What do you think of what is said online, that this is the strongest spring festival schedule in history?" Lu Gang, half drunk and half awake, said loudly, "All must die. Comedy movies, except The Richest Man in Shihong City. All must die." This sentence scare away the 2 movies. Those film teams promoted more vigorously. If they lose to an internet celebrity, lose to a non-professional, lose to a cross-border person, where will they put their face? It doesn't matter if they lose face, but they can't lose their substance, and they can't lose money. 2 more days have passed. There are only 4 days left before the Chinese New Year, and they will be on holidays soon. The promotion of various movies has entered the final sprint stage. Chapter 358 Girl. Open the door. I'm a good person. There are only 3 days left until the Chinese New Year. Oak Company is on holiday. One by one, they took their generous year-end bonuses, carried 20 New Year's goods, and went home happily. Before leaving, they all patted their chests and promised Qin Sun, "Boss Qin, I will definitely take my girlfriend to watch The Richest Man in Shihong City, Boss Qin. Don't worry. I think taking my whole family to watch The Richest Man in Shihong City will at least contribute a little to your box office. Boss Qin, I will take all the members of my loving family to go. Boss Qin, I will watch it 3 times. I will watch it 4 times." When the employees of Yuzu Company received their year-end bonuses and 15 New Year's goods, they were so moved that they cried. "Boss Qin, how can you be so embarrassed? We didn't do anything. Boss Qin, I met you too late. I will be a grapefruit man in my future life, and I will be buried under the grapefruit tree as fertilizer when I die. These days, I will definitely surf the internet intensively. If anyone dares to say a bad word about the richest man in Shihong City, I will dig up his ancestors' graves. If anyone says a bad word about Boss Qin, I will bury him. Send everyone away." Xia Ning walked around the company and put some chairs that were not neatly arranged in place. Lock the door. She smiled. "See you next year." Turning around, she saw Qin Sun and Wu Yu looking at her like she was a fool. Xia Ning didn't think anything was wrong, but now that they looked at her, she felt that she was a little immature, and said coldly, "Go home." Villa. Qin Sun cooked a large table of dishes. The coffee table was a little inconvenient. The 3 of them sat at the dining table to eat. Wu Yu suddenly said, "Qin Sun, I will go home for the New Year tomorrow. As for the movie, if you need any help, please contact me at any time." Qin Sun swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Okay. But what's the problem?" Wu Yu. She was so tired. Every spring festival, her father would often visit various cinemas and check the data from time to time. Not to mention the directors, who were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, wanting to go on a roadshow in 100 cities a day to get more screenings. Qin Sun was better. Like an outsider, he practiced boxing, drank, and slept all day. Not really, he was pretty good. That's a great waste. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and asked, "Qin Sun, are you going home for the New Year?" Qin Sun answered casually, "I'll be back tomorrow." Xia Ning's eyes were a little disappointed, but a smile appeared on his face. I wish you a safe journey. Jin-sun took a bite of rice. Why are you so polite? Sometimes your quality and politeness always make me feel a little alienated, and I feel like you are not my girlfriend. Xia Ning smiled, but the smile was slightly bitter. Wu Yu shook her head, sighed, and said, You two, one seems aloof, but actually is sultry. One seems extremely arrogant, but actually is too measured and too cautious. You don't have a spiritual and physical communication. That's why you always feel uneasy, and feel that the other person is not like your lover. She saw Xia Ning and Jin-sun looking at her, and sneered. Xia Ning, you slut, what are you looking at? She looked at Jin-sun again. Jin-sun, you coward, what are you looking at? Jin-sun and Xia Ning said in unison. Stupid. Wu Yu. This is a couple's tacit understanding. I'm full. Let's go out and play. She stood up, put on her coat, and walked out. I'm going out to play for 3 hours, and then I'll be home 3 hours later. Walking to the door of the living room, she looked back at Jin-sun, and said with a smile. Xia Ning didn't wear underwear today. She left, hiding her merits and fame. Restaurant. Jin-sun and Xia Ning stared at each other. Gradually, Jin-sun's eyes fell on Xia Ning's chest. The villa is heating. At this time, Xia Ning was wearing a loose and close-fitting thin black pajamas. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Xia Ning's voice was heard. You are not staring at women's private parts to prove that you are not a coward. Are you? Jin-sun raised his head, looked at Xia Ning, and smiled. I'm just curious, I'm not wearing pajamas. Why are there no dots? Xia Ning. She lowered her head to eat. After a while, she said softly. Nipple stickers. Suddenly, a hand stretched out in front of her. Xia Ning raised her head and looked at Jin-sun, who was standing across the square dining table, and actually stood up, bent down, and stretched out his hand. Jin-sun shook his palm. I don't believe it. Let me see it. Xia Ning. She narrowed her eyes. Jin-sun sat down immediately and lowered his head to eat. Forget it. After a while, a small voice was heard. See for yourself. Suddenly, Jin-sun felt the blood rushing to his head and raised his head. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Xia Ning was startled when she saw this look, and quickly got up and ran to the elevator entrance. I just said something wrong. Jin-sun immediately chased after him. Seeing the elevator door closed, he rushed directly to the second floor from the stairs. As soon as he reached the second floor, he saw Xia Ning close the bedroom door, and a sound of locking the door was heard. Jin-sun ran over and knocked on the door. Ning Ning. Open the door. Open the door. I'm a good person. Xia Ning's voice came. I'm scared. Jin-sun knocked on the door. What are you afraid of? Can I eat you? Xia Ning's voice came again. Your eyes just now definitely meant you wanted to eat me. Jin-sun knocked on the door. Open the door. I'm really a good person. Didn't you say you'd show me a look? Suddenly, he saw 2 pink little round stickers being pushed out from the crack of the door. Xia Ning's voice rang out. This is for you, you go? Jin-sun squatted on the ground, picked it up, and held it in his palm. Warm, very considerate. The next day, there were only 2 days left until the Chinese New Year. Wu Yu left. Jin-sun left. Xia Ning stood in the empty living room, feeling a little lonely, walked to the fish tank, looking at Xiao Hei, who was quietly hibernating at the bottom of the tank. She smiled bitterly. Xiao Hei, even you ignore me. Afternoon. Xia Ning received a bunch of express deliveries, and opened them to find books. 36 Strategies of Love. Psychology of Love. Dating Guide. The Art of Love. She was just wondering, when she received a call from Wu Yu. Old nun, did you receive the book? Study hard, read carefully. I've been so anxious watching you two these days. Useless things, you two are both. Xia Ning. New Year's Eve. Ward 666 of Haicheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Haicheng cannot resist fireworks. The fireworks are brilliant outside the window. Xia Ning is watching the Spring Festival Gala. Lu Jingyao looked at Xia Ning, who was a little disappointed, and asked, Ning Ning, you look a little unhappy? Xia Ning smiled and said, Nothing. Lu Jingyao asked, Did you quarrel with Jin-sun? No. Xia Ning shook her head, thinking that Jin-sun did not take advantage of her that day, seemed very disappointed, and added, It's not a quarrel. Lu Jingyao looked at her daughter and sighed. It's just a small quarrel. This is the inevitable process of love. It will be fine in a few days. What exactly is the reason for your conflict? Let me analyze it for you. Xia Ning thought about it, and felt that it was difficult to say it out loud. But she really needed guidance. The night before yesterday, Qin Sun wanted to, look at me here. She pointed her finger at her chest. I didn't let him. I didn't do anything wrong. Chapter 359. You, as a sister, should understand things. Do you really think Qin Sun is a holy monk? Lu Jingya. This, who can tell clearly? Can this be said? Suddenly, Lu Jingya thought of a possibility, was a little surprised, looked at Xia Ning and asked. Ning, don't tell me Qin Sun has never seen your breasts. Xia Ning turned her head away, looking at the fireworks outside the window. He has peeked at them a few times. Lu Jingya was stunned, and began to calculate in her mind. Xiao Qin met his parents in October. And now it's February. In more than 4 months. He has only peeked a few times. Not to mention touching, kissing, kneading, and other more outrageous behaviors. This Qin Sun is either a saint or a wimp. Lu Jingya looked at Xia Ning, a little anxious, and asked, Ning, is Qin Sun healthy? Xia Ning understood her mother's concerns, turned her head, and said with a wry smile, normal. Seeing Lu Jingya staring at her, there was some disbelief in her eyes. She explained, once, when Qin Sun touched my chest through my clothes, I accidentally saw his little tit. Lu Jingya. Touched through clothes? This kid looks quite smart. Right? Why is he a little silly in this regard? Lu Jingya asked. Then after he did that to you, how did you respond? Xia Ning smiled and said, I patted his face to make him behave. Lu Jingya. She was very helpless, and finally understood why Xia Ning didn't have her first boyfriend until she was 24. Xia Ning is too serious. Qin Sun respects Xia Ning too much. At this rate of progress, they will have to wait until she is 100 years old before they can have a child. Lu Jingya was about to give Xia Ning some advice, but suddenly she looked at the time, and it was already 8 o'clock. Qin Sun didn't even call to wish her a happy new year. He is so ignorant. Let him run around like a headless fly for a while. Just wait for him. Suddenly, Lu Jingya's WeChat message notification sounded, and she picked it up and took a look. Auntie, watch the Spring Festival Gala. I wrote a song for you. Happy New Year. A smile immediately appeared on her face. Without rushing to reply, she looked at the TV. The Spring Festival Gala began. After an opening dance, the first program was Yilan's solo Congratulations on Your Prosperity, as the subtitle said. Singer, Yilan. Lyrics, Qin Sun. Composition, Qin Sun. Xia Ning looked at the letters and said with a smile, Mom, look, this is Qin Sun writing again. Lu Jingya said immediately. And Jing, Xiao Qin is wishing me a happy new year. Xia Ning. On TV, Yilan was wearing a bright red dress and singing. I congratulate you on your prosperity. I congratulate you on your brilliance. The best ones please come over. The bad ones please go away. The song is over. The atmosphere in the studio is warm. The applause is warm. Lu Jingya laughed a few times. My good little Qin wrote a special song for me to wish me a happy new year. It's really thoughtful. Xia Ning. Lu Jing smiled brightly, said with a smile. A song, wishing all lovers in the world to finally get married. Wish the elderly a healthy old age. Wish the businessmen a lot of money. Wish everyone good health, and run faster than black people. This kid has thought of everything. Xia Ning looked at the smile on Lu Jingya's face, and was a little moved. She hadn't seen her mother so happy for a long time. I have been lying in bed for more than 6 months. And there are still more than 3 months to go. It's really like being in prison. Or maybe I should run slower next time he chases me because Qin Sun has made such a great contribution. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw Lu Jingya's face change. Her smile disappeared. And she looked at her with some dissatisfaction. Ning, this is why you are so ignorant. Xia Ning? Lu Jingya continued. It's been more than 4 months. And Qin Sun is such a good child. But he only dares to look at your chest secretly. Tell me, how fierce are you usually? Is this appropriate? Your father was like that every month. Xia Ning. Lu Jingya still felt unsatisfied. I won't die if I touch you, and it's through clothes. It's just a normal interaction between lovers. But you slapped me in the face? Tell me to be quiet? Are you still human? Xia Ning. I slapped you very lightly. Lu Jingya. That won't work. Ning, another year has passed. How old are you? You have to go through some things. You are 24 years old now. 25 years old, 26 years old, 27 years old. You are almost 30. You are really the same as you said. You want to be an old nun. Do you really think Chin Sun is a holy monk? You are the elder sister. I am the younger brother. You should learn to take care of my emotions. Xia Ning? She was a little annoyed. Chin Sun bought his mother with a song? Speaking for her like this? Pushing me into the fire pit? She said coldly. Then when spring comes, he comes back to work, I will lie on his bed directly. Lu Jingya. There's no need to rush. Girls still need to love themselves to be cherished. Xia Ning? You said everything? Lu Jingya didn't want to watch the next show. She just took out Douyin and searched. Wish you a prosperous new year. As expected, she saw Yilan's singing video immediately. Netizens also praised this song very much. Yilan, see Yilan again. Chin Sun, it's Chin Sun again. Chin Sun's move, you can tell if it's good or not. One writes, the other sings, they are really a couple of gods. Yilan is the most beautiful, Chin Sun is the most handsome. Seeing this, she frowned slightly. What a boring netizen. Keep reading. This song is so nice. I can already imagine that every major supermarket will play congratulations on your prosperity during the holidays. Another golden song, this song will dominate the charts throughout the Spring Festival. This song will probably be popular for a century. Supermarket March. A song May We Live Long. A song is Wish. A song Congratulations on Your Prosperity. Yilan has dominated the music scene for a full 6 months. Yilan is not a fish in a pond. She turns into a dragon when she meets Chin Sun. Lu Jingya felt happy watching this, since she knew that Chin Sun was a big internet celebrity. She downloaded Douyin and often saw news about him online. She knew that Chin Sun had a fight with a dog. She knew that the subject 3 that Chin Sun edited had swept the world. She knew that Chin Sun was watched by hundreds of thousands of netizens and changed into an amateur fighter. She knew that the movie he shot would be released tomorrow. Lu Jingya directly asked Xia Shujia to add a movie ticket for the richest man in Shihong City to the New Year's benefits for all employees of the company. The more news she saw about Chin Sun, the luckier Xia Ning felt. How come she met a treasure boy in her first love? They must go to the end, otherwise, don't say Xia Ning doesn't like other men. Even she doesn't like other men as son-in-law. Lu Jingya saw Xia Ning standing quietly at the window, looking up at the fireworks in the night sky. It seems that she is worried. Chapter 360, they held hands and walked into the cinema. A shooting star rose into the sky, exploded, and filled the sky with light rain. Then it disappeared. It was brilliant but short-lived. After watching for a while, Xia Ning took out her cell phone and called Ma Xiaogui, her voice smiling. Hello, Auntie. Happy New Year. I'm here to wish you a Happy New Year. I wish Auntie, Uncle, Grandpa and Grandma good health and all the best. I will stay with my mother in the hospital. When I have time in 2 days, I will fly to Shuren to see you too. Chin Sun. He was dragged to play cards by the people in the village? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. He called me. Don't blame him. He called me. He really called me. The two talked for a while. Hang up the phone. Xia Ning turned his head and looked at Lu Jingya, who was smiling. She seemed to be explaining to her mother, and also comforting herself. Chin Sun, he was dragged to play cards, and had no time to call me. Lu Jingya said with a smile. You have to be patient. Xia Ning smiled, sat down by the bed, and greeted the new year in the family group, grabbed red envelopes, and sent red envelopes. He also sent several rounds of red envelopes at Oak Company, and a total of 20,000 yuan was sent. Then, he sent several rounds of red envelopes at Yuzu Company, and there were not many people at Yuzu Company, so a total of 10,000 yuan was sent. The people in both groups were very enthusiastic. Another round of flattery, and all kinds of emoticons were flying around. Thank you, Queen, for your grace. Long live the Queen. With such a great gift, I have no choice but to pledge my love to you. Thank you. My top sister. Thank you. The breeder. For feeding me today. Thank you. The boss. For your precise support. Suddenly, Xia Ning's cell phone rang. It was Chin Sun. She thought of the book she had read about love. One book mentioned that 3 rings means I love you. She counted to 3 and immediately answered and said softly, Hello? Chin Sun's somewhat drunken voice sounded. Ning Ning, buy 2 movie tickets for tomorrow night. We'll watch the premiere of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Xia Ning was a little surprised. You're going back to Haicheng tomorrow? Qin Sun, didn't I tell you that day? Xia Ning thought about it, and didn't remember it, so she asked. When did you tell me that? Qin Sun, the day you gave me nipple stickers. Xia Ning lowered her head and pursed her lips. After stuffing the nipple stickers through the crack of the door that day, she hid in the quilt, covered her head, and did not hear what Qin Sun said afterwards. Qin Sun called out twice on the other end of the phone. Ning Ning, did you hear that? Buy 2 movie tickets. Xia Ning's eyes curved into crescents, and she responded softly. Yeah. You should drink less. There was a noise on the other end of the phone, and Qin Sun seemed to be dragged away. Big show off. Don't run. Don't run. Call me again. The phone was hung up in a hurry. Xia Ning? Big show off? Qin Sun's nickname? Very appropriate. Suddenly, Xia Ning noticed that her mother was looking at her with a smile, and said with a smile, Ning Ning, I said Xiao Qin is very good. Xia Ning smiled, and said suddenly, You are really good at judging people. Lu Jingyao reminded. Movie ticket, the last row, the corner seat. Xia Ning? Are you trying to invite a wolf into the house? The next day, a plane landed in Haicheng. Xia Ning picked up Qin Sun in the sports car. Xia Ning held the steering wheel, looked forward, and asked, Are you going home to rest now? Qin Sun leaned back in the chair, turned his head to look at Xia Ning's profile, and said with a smile, Go see Auntie first, I'll make her a meal. Xia Ning laughed, and stepped on the accelerator lightly. You are really good at flattering. Qin Sun smiled. Catch the leader first. Xia Ning. I am a thief? You want to catch me? After driving for a while, Xia Ning suddenly asked. Now the richest man in Shihong City has been released. The average screening of theaters nationwide is 16%, ranking 4th among all movies. The current real-time box office is 18.44 million. Not bad. Qin Sun took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and sighed. It seems that the theater chain does not believe in my ability. And there are so few screenings. The audience also prefers to watch movies directed by other well-known directors. Wait until the first wave of word of mouth comes out tomorrow. There should be more box office. Xia Ning nodded. Pre-release publicity before the release of a movie is very important, especially for the box office on the first day of release. Many movies with poor quality but good marketing, as long as a few days before the release of the movie, spend money to hire Water Army, hire self-media, hire Big V to promote the movie. Muddy the water. In the first 3 days, the box office revenue accounted for more than 90% of the total box office revenue. With these, that's enough. But the continuous money-making ability of the movie must rely on the subsequent fermentation of word of mouth to be able to remain strong for a long time. Qin Sun is very confident in the richest man in Shihong City. So is she. Haicheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Qin Sun was carrying a bag and a suitcase in the elevator, and suddenly asked, Ning Ning, it stands to reason that your family is so rich. Why does Auntie only have Sister Zhang as a nanny to serve her? Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the elevator door opened. She took Qin Sun's hand, walked toward 665, and gently opened the door. For young women in proper maid outfits bowed and greeted in unison. Hello, miss. Xia Ning nodded and closed the door. Qin Sun was startled. What is this? Xia Ning explained. These are all for taking care of my mother. We hired a well-known housekeeping company in the industry. Their salary is not low. They are very professional in work and chatting. But they are too professional. My mother doesn't like it. I feel bored. So I specially selected a carefree one from an ordinary housekeeping company with a lighter employment concept. Actually, it's just for chatting. Qin Sun. I am superficial. Xia Ning smiled, took Qin Sun's hand and walked to room 667, and opened the door. A neat voice came from inside. Hello, miss. Qin Sun looked over and saw 4 strong men in black suits standing inside. Xia Ning nodded and closed the door. These are bodyguards. Qin Sun thought of the day when he pinched Xia Shujia's neck at the entrance of the corridor. And he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He had a close call with death. But Xia Shujia loves his sister-in-law, so he shouldn't dare to make a big deal. Xia Ning and Qin Sun pushed open the room of Lily Liu. Lu Jingyao saw Qin Sun, and was a little surprised, and smiled. Xiao Qin, how come you're here so soon? You didn't even put down your stuff, And you came to see me? You're really thoughtful. Chin Sun walked over with a smile, and took out some dried mushrooms, dried black fungus, peanuts, and other common mountain products from his backpack. Andy, these are some things I grew at home. Please don't dislike them. Lu Jingyao smiled. How could that be? I'm so happy. How could I dislike them? Xia Ning's family rented a private kitchen at Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Chin Sun went to the kitchen and worked for a while. He made 3 dishes and a soup. Muksu pork, stuffed tofu, moonlight over the lotus pond, and a pig's trotter and soybean soup. The 3 of them ate happily. Lu Jingyao ate 3 bowls of rice, put down the bowl, and then spoke. Chin Sun, I thought I had already thought highly of you before, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you. You are definitely a master at cooking, and you always do things to the extreme. What a good quality. She looked at Xia Ning and said with a smile. But our Xia Ning is also very competitive, and very good, but sometimes she doesn't mean what she says. She emphasized the 4 words not mean what she says, hinting at Chin Sun crazily. Xiao Qin, you should be more tolerant of her. Chin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, thinking of the speed she ran into the elevator that day, faster than when she was chased by a dog. Somewhat helpless. I think she is quite knowledgeable and practical. Night fell. The cinema in a shopping mall in Haicheng was crowded. Chin Sun and Xia Ning held hands and walked in. Chapter 361, a comedy. Is it so explicit? In the cinema. The air is filled with the aroma of popcorn. The seats in the hall have long been filled with people. Some people are queuing up at the ticket machine to get tickets. Some people are queuing up to buy popcorn. Everywhere are couples, families, students. Chin Sun wears a hat, sunglasses, a mask, and walks into the cinema with Xia Ning holding hands. The scalper comes over and shouts, Buy tickets! Buy tickets! Touch of Love is not available, 100 per ticket. Chin Sun really can't figure it out. In this era where people buy tickets with their mobile phones, why are there still ticket scalpers? Asked. Touch of Love? This cinema is showing a Category 3 film during the Chinese New Year? The scalper looked at Chin Sun like a fool, and was a little angry. Go play somewhere else. He walked away cursing, to fool the next couple. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, with a helpless smile, and said in a low voice, Chin Sun, you're being too lazy. Touch of Love is a masterpiece that Zhang Jing, a famous commercial film director, has spent 3 years working on. It is the hottest movie during the Chinese New Year, and has now earned more than 200 million yuan at the box office. It's also your biggest rival. Why don't you pay attention to it? Chin Sun. He smiled. It will take another 3 years to make a commercial film. You are such a respectable filmmaker. He looked at Xia Ning. Or should we go and watch Touch of Love to test the truth? Xia Ning. She raised her hand, pointed at Chin Sun's nose, and said coldly, Don't be a jerk. Chin Sun. You are so cold during the Chinese New Year. You really are. Xia Ning was a little embarrassed. The momentum was much weaker. A gentle glow suddenly appeared in her eyes. She said with a smile, I'm sorry. Chin Sun. He sighed. It's not necessary to apologize. If you must apologize, we can just kiss each other a few more times today. Suddenly, 2 slender and warm fingers pressed on his lips. Xia Ning's voice was cold. Brother. Secrecy makes things happen. And disclosure makes things fail. Her fingers followed Chin Sun's lips, and passed across his chin, neck, and stopped at his heart. Some things, it's better to keep them in your heart. Chin Sun was stunned, and felt that the place where his fingertips passed was like being touched by a line of fire. Burning. He looked at Xia Ning, a little surprised. Where did you learn this way to win over men? Xia Ning moved her mouth twice, without saying anything, looked at the popcorn counter, and said, I've been studying these days. Suddenly she turned her head and stared straight into Chin Sun's eyes. How do you feel? Chin Sun smiled. I really enjoy the feeling of being kneaded by my sister's gentle fingertips. Xia Ning's face turned red. Alas! What a pity! Sister doesn't have enough practical experience. It will be better in the future. Chin Sun let go of Xia Ning's hand, and went to queue up to buy popcorn. Stand here and don't move. I'll go buy some snacks. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's back, and thought of his expression when she was teasing him by learning from the book, which was full of a sense of accomplishment. Humph! What encore, Monsieur Yilan? When I learn tea art, what else can you do? Xia Ning turned around and walked to the ticket machine to queue up for the ticket. Chin Sun bought popcorn and Coke. Xia Ning bought the tickets. The two waited for a while. and when it was time to check the tickets and enter the venue. This was a studio with 140 to 150 people. People entered one after another. And in less than 5 minutes, it was almost full. With less than 20 seats left. The light was dim. Jin Sun and Xiaoning sat in the back corner. Jin Sun tilted his neck to look at the advertisement before the movie on the screen. After a while, his neck felt a little uncomfortable, and he turned his head to look at Xiaoning, who was sitting upright. Asked in a very low voice, "Ningning, why did you choose such a corner seat? The view is not good." Xiaoning turned her head, put her hands in front of her mouth, and whispered to Jin Sun, "No tickets." Jin Sun nodded. "Ah." Xiaoning put down her hands, looked at the screen, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Little brother, you are so easy to fool." She thought of the rumors on the internet that couples sitting in this corner usually have some super intimate contact. Kissing. Dirty hands. Even unspeakable scenes. She was a little nervous. Breathing slowly. Suddenly, she heard people around her talking quietly. "What the hell? The attendance rate is so high? I thought everyone said they wanted to support Jin Sun. But they just said it on the internet. I didn't expect you to do it for real. My classmates said it was funny and highly recommended it to me." "Really? Why don't I believe it?" "If you don't believe it, why did you come to see it? I'm a fan of Elon. Just for the all-star lineup. It's worth a ticket. The 5 of us sisters came here for the mysterious guest. I'm sure you'll be shocked." "Don't talk. It's starting." The movie starts. After the dragon logo flashed on the screen, the movie started playing. On the big screen, Wang Buyu faced the big screen with a greasy face. As for the goalkeeper industry, the older you get, the more evil you become. I don't know which leader of the team, in the vast crowd, picked out this old evil spirit of mine at first sight. Although I'm 37, I developed late. But fortunately I'm currently at the peak of my physical health. A burst of laughter broke out in the cinema. The cinema is very annoying when people chat. But it doesn't dislike laughter at all. Instead it feels very atmospheric. Xiaoning heard the laughter, and a stone fell from her heart. In less than 20 seconds, the audience laughed once. As a comedy movie, it was a good start. The movie continued. Lao Jin's lines. "In the past 2 years, you have played women's football, worked in Japanese food, and even worked as a nude model. Within the scope permitted by the law, you have developed your body to the extreme." As the lines continued, the scene of Jin Sun as a women's football goalkeeper, pinching his throat to direct his teammates, was played. The scene of Jin Sun lying on the dining table as a human feast. The scene of Jin Sun lying naked on the exhibition stand as a model. Another burst of laughter broke out in the cinema. Some people couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Fuck? Such a big sacrifice? What the hell is Japanese food? He won't really take off all his clothes. For a comedy, is it so big? Xiaoning heard the discussion of the audience. If it were usual, she would definitely be annoyed by them. But now she felt physically and mentally comfortable listening to it, and she wished they could speak louder. Then, on the big screen, Wang Buyu, what you said are just my hobbies, not enough to prove my ability. He threw a baseball and jumped up to catch it, but was hit in the face and fell to the ground. He bounced several times, like a dead fish, but failed to bounce up. After seeing the 300,000 cash displayed by Lao Jin, he jumped up immediately and stood straight. There were bursts of laughter in the cinema again. Xiaoning laughed twice, and was completely relieved. The real excitement of the movie is not here at all, but the audience has already laughed like this. When those jokes come out, won't the roof be blown off by the laughter? Suddenly, she saw a hand holding a round popcorn and placing it in front of her. Jin Sun's small voice sounded. "Do you want to eat popcorn?" Xiaoning nodded and opened her mouth. But she saw the hand retracted. "Are you kidding me?" She frowned slightly, turned her head, and saw Jin Sun holding the popcorn between his lips. Jin Sun held the popcorn and moved his head closer. "Xiaoning? Chapter 362. You were the first to make a move. You can't blame me." Xiaoning watched Jin Sun slowly move his head closer, until it was right in front of her. It was only a palm's length away from her face. Jin Sun sipped the popcorn, raised his eyebrows at her, suggesting that she could eat it. Xiaoning. She took a deep breath, reached out and gently took the popcorn off Jin Sun's lips, and put it back into the popcorn bucket. Jin Sun smiled. His smile was slightly bitter. He pretended that nothing had happened, turned his head to look at the movie screen, listened to the laughter around him, but felt irritated. "I'm laughing at you. What's so funny? Today is not a day worth being happy about. Suddenly, he heard a warm breath in his ear. Xia Ning's gentle and royal voice sounded. Don't play so many tricks. Qin Sun didn't turn his head, nodded, and made a sound through his nose. Then, he heard Xia Ning say again. If you want to kiss, just do it directly. Qin Sun's heart trembled, turned his head, and looked at Xia Ning. In the dim light, Xia Ning's eyes were sparkling, like thousands of stars in the sky. He was stunned. Xia Ning seemed to sigh, and complained softly. A younger brother is a younger brother. Then, Qin Sun saw Xia Ning reach out a hand, pass through the side of his head, and hold the back of his head with 5 fingers spread out. The palm pushed forward with force. Xia Ning tilted his head slightly, closed his eyes, and slightly opened his lips. Qin Sun was shocked, and clearly felt a softness on his lips. He closed his eyes. I don't know how long it took. Maybe 1 second. Maybe a minute. Maybe longer. The two separated. Qin Sun's mind was blank. When he regained consciousness, he only felt his lips were numb. He looked at Xia Ning, who was sitting upright watching the movie as if nothing had happened. And his throat was a little dry. Ning you. Xia Ning stretched his hands behind his shoulders, grabbed the hood of his down jacket, and put it on his head. He picked up a cup of Coke and held it in both hands. He held a straw in his mouth. He looked like he didn't want to talk to anyone. Qin Sun. Shy. This is Shy. I was the one who was kissed. Sister. I am the victim. Suddenly, Qin Sun felt a gaze falling on him, turned his head, looking at a boy sitting next to him. The light was dim, but he also found that the boy's eyes were a little resentful. He asked carefully, Brother, how long did I kiss that sister just now? This is very important to me. The first real kiss, worth remembering. But he saw the boy stood up, pointed at Qin Sun's nose, and cursed in a low voice. Fuck. I was heartbroken, and came to watch a comedy for fun. And you kissed me in front of me? Which is fine. You even let me time you. Killing people and destroying their hearts? The boy left, complaining in a low voice. I won't watch it anymore. What the hell? Looking at the boy's back as he walked down the aisle, Qin Sun felt a little ashamed. This person bought the movie ticket, and part of the money was for me. Killing people and destroying their hearts. And robbing them. I'm so sorry. Qin Sun turned his head and looked at the big screen. Zhuang Chang was threatening the coach. Wang Dui, you must stay today. If he leaves, I'll quit. The coach showed a surprised expression on his face, and applauded. It's a deal, double happiness. Zhuang Chang opened his mouth wide, his face trembling slightly, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. The cinema burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It's a deal, double happiness. I've seen it in the trailer. Why do you still want to laugh? This dog acted well. Qin Sun was a little surprised when he saw that the show had come to this point. It's already here? This is about 10 minutes of plot, so doesn't that mean they kissed for 5, 6, 7 or 8 minutes? He turned his head to look at Xia Ning, who was wearing a hat, holding a Coke, and sucking a straw, and smiled softly. He felt relieved. Now they are not considered contract lovers. Xia Ning is not a conservative person, you can tell from her dress. There are many low-necked and deep-V dresses at home. But she has never been in a relationship, and she is very serious about relationships. Qin Sun reached out, gently grabbed her other hand, and squeezed 5 fingers into her fingers. Fingers interlocked. Xia Ning suddenly looked over, released the straw, said lightly, You were the first to start. You can't blame me. Qin Sun. He nodded, and smiled. Xia Ning quickly turned his head, and stared at the big screen without blinking. He held Qin Sun's hand tightly. He handed over the Coke. Qin Sun was startled, opened his mouth, and took a sip. It was sweet. It was still steamy. As the story of the movie progressed, one after another, the movie theater was filled with laughter. Qin Sun was lying on a chair, looking a little bored. During the editing, he was almost sick of watching it. He knew the plot and lines of the movie by heart, and even the expressions of the actors. He was numb. But when he heard the laughter in the theater, he was still happy. Laugh. Laugh. Today is a day worth being happy. Xia Ning was watching it seriously, sitting upright, just like listening to a speech by a school leader. I don't know if it was really because the movie was so good, or was he avoiding something. Xia Ning was watching the movie. Qin Sun was watching Xia Ning. The years are quiet and good. Suddenly, the theater exploded. Fuck. Fuck. Bai Yihong? Is this Bai Hong? Am I dazzled? So the mysterious guest is Bai Hong? I knew it a long time ago. We came here just for Bai Hong. Ah, brother is so handsome. Bai Hong's appearance caused a commotion. During the promotion of The Richest Man in Shihong City, the entire film team never mentioned Bai Hong. What they wanted was to give the audience a heavy blow on the day of the release. Publicity without publicity is sometimes also a kind of publicity. At this time, on the big screen, Bai Hong was wearing a white suit, playing the piano under the spotlight, singing affectionately. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have long gone and disappeared in the crowd later. I finally understood in tears some people will never come back once they are missed. As soon as the song came out, the whole audience fell silent. It seemed that they were stunned by the song. The song continued. White petals of gardenia falling on my blue pleated skirt, love you. You whispered. I lowered my head and smelled a fragrance. The song slowly flowed into the hearts of the audience like a stream. Some couples held hands tightly. Some brave ones started to kiss each other. Some frustrated people could only remain silent, recalling the regrets of their youth. Qin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning. Xia Ning also turned his head to look at him, seeing Qin Sun's eyes, quickly turned his head away. But he heard Qin Sun whispered, I want it too. Xia Ning understood what he meant. He also wanted to kiss like other couples. She watched the movie and said softly, You need to know how to control yourself. Qin Sun took out his mobile phone, set the vibration timer, and brought it to Xia Ning. The countdown is on. 595857. Xia Ning was speechless, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes helplessly. It means I can't bear to watch. Is this what moderation means? Suddenly, I felt the sound of wind beside me. Soon my lips were blocked. Xia Ning opened her eyes, and was a little panicked. I didn't mean to close my eyes just now. After struggling for a second, she gave up, closed her eyes, and responded carefully and clumsily. This feeling, weird, very strange. Suddenly, the two of them heard shouts one after another. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Qin Sun is so fierce. Chapter 363. Qin Sun, you are ruining my goddess. Right? I will kill you. I heard a lot of noise around. Especially the sentence. Qin Sun is very strong. Xia Ning panicked, immediately pushed Qin Sun away, and a pop sound of cupping came out from her lips. She stared at Qin Sun in amazement. Is he that strong? There was no time to settle accounts with Qin Sun. She turned around and looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. She found that the audience's eyes were not looking at them, and they did not notice Qin Sun at the scene. Their fuck was because Bai Hong was singing Romance of the Three Kingdoms in the movie. Waiting for the moment when my beloved returns, tears sing for you. The day I leave you, blue rain falls in front of my eyes, proud tears dare not abandon my eyes. The theater was in a commotion. Brother sings so well. Love it. Love it. It's worth the trip. It's worth the trip. Crazy support. Can Bai Hong's fans calm down? This is obviously Qin Sun's song. Why do you say it's Qin Sun's? You are just jealous of my brother. Can't you see the words in the front of the movie? Producer, Qin Sun. Director, Qin Sun. Editing, Qin Sun. Music, Qin Sun? If you keep belittling Qin Sun, be careful that I won't sing these two songs for your brother. Qin Sun is so fierce. I love Qin Sun. The theater was filled with laughter. Everyone felt that although Bai Hong's fans were crazy, they also knew who not to offend and were very sensible. It was very funny. Someone shouted at this time. Okay. Okay. It's New Year's Day. Everyone, stop arguing. Watch the movie quietly. Xia Ning heard the laughter in the theater, breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and looked at Qin Sun, who had been staring at her, a little embarrassed, and deliberately teased Qin Sun in a low voice. Did you hear it just now? A little girl said she loves you. Qin Sun asked back with a smile. I don't need her to love me. Do you love me? Xia Ning. She turned her head, looked at the movie screen and whispered. A little bit. Qin Sun smiled, turned his head, and looked at the big screen. Enough. In the following time, the two of them watched the movie with a little concentration. The story kept moving forward. Laughter followed. Qin Sun was not surprised at all. This The Richest Man in Shihong City was a movie with a very high rate of jokes that he had seen in his previous life. The crouching dragon and phoenix in it even changed the two words from a positive meaning to a negative one. It had a far-reaching impact. The movie was over. The screen played the cast list, and the lights in the theater were on. Many viewers stood up. At this time, a girl suddenly shouted, "There are Easter eggs!" Those who stood up sat down again, and those who walked to the aisle were in a dilemma. Everyone looked at the screen. After the cast list was played on the big screen, there were no subtitles thanking this, and that like in ordinary movies. The Easter egg popped out immediately. On the big screen, on the green ground of the football field, Jin-sun stood in the middle, Yi-lan on the left, Bai-han on the right. Behind him stood 2 rows of movie actors. Behind them should be some filming staff. More than 100 people. The audience saw the uniforms on Jin-sun and his friends, bright red sweatshirts, and a black-bottomed gold-edged Fu character on the chest. They immediately thought of the recently popular Subject 3. Suddenly, there was a wailing in the theater. Don't, brother, don't jump. Sister Yi, you are a goddess. Don't do it." He didn't finish his words. Music started. Drinking a cup of loneliness facing the moon. Swords rise up to settle grudges in the rivers and lakes. Blowing sleeves to cover the bright moon. On the screen, Jin-sun led everyone to jump up. Shaking. Jin-sun danced beautifully. Yi-lan danced beautifully. Bai-han also danced beautifully. After the dance, he led everyone to bow and shout in unison, "Happy New Year!" In the theater, there were pig-killing screams. "I'm not happy. I'm not really happy. Goddess, how could you do this? Yi-lan, my heart is broken. Brother, you really surprised me. Brother is really dedicated to his work, and he's also good at dancing. Brother can do anything. Good. 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 The whole world is going crazy. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter." Xiaoning listened to the shouts in the theater and laughed softly. Suddenly, I heard Jin-sun say, "No wonder the top male stars are the box office harvesters. Listen to those boys. They are like they have lost their wives. But those female fans of Bai-hong are much more tolerant. And they worship their idol almost blindly." Xiaoning turned her head, stared at Jin-sun, and suddenly laughed, and said in a slightly low voice, "So, women's love is more affectionate than men's, right?" Jin-sun looked at Xiaoning's smile, and his heart moved slightly. "Sister, kill me!" Suddenly, a rough voice sounded in the theater. "Jin-sun, you dare to destroy my goddess, I will definitely kill you." Jin-sun was shocked. He saw Xiaoning quickly reach out his hand, put on a mask, sunglasses, and a hat for him. Xiaoning patted Jin-sun's shoulder, said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, please take care of yourself." Jin-sun walked out of the cinema, took the elevator downstairs, and left the mall. A gust of cold wind blew. Xiaoning tightened her collar, and suddenly felt an arm around her neck. She hesitated, did not dodge, and approached Jin-sun and gently leaned her head on Jin-sun's shoulder. He looked up at the night sky. The sky was pitch black. It never snowed in Haicheng. It was a bit of a pity. Jin-sun suddenly said, "Do you want to see the snow?" Xiaoning turned her head and looked at Jin-sun. "I didn't want to before, but now I kind of want to. It's a pity that it doesn't snow in Haicheng." Jin-sun's heart seemed to be hit, and he touched Xiaoning's hand. "If the snow doesn't come to see me, I will go to see the snow. Tomorrow, we will go to see the snow." Xiaoning nodded. "Yeah." The two walked aimlessly on the street hand in hand. It is 10 o'clock in the evening. There are still many pedestrians on the street. Most of them are couples, wearing down jackets, wrapped in scarves, holding hot milk tea in their hands. Walking on the road that never ends. Walking. There is a long queue of 7 or 8 meters in front of a milk tea shop, and there is a faint singing coming from the speakers in the shop. I wish all the girls in the world marry a good boy. The 2 little ones will be together forever. Xiaoning was a little surprised. "It's due to tea, the business is very good." Jin-sun smiled and said, "After all, it's an ad placement in the movie. Although it's a bit hardcore, it should have some effect. What do you want to drink?" Xiaoning thought of the words taught in the love manual and said, "You know it. Jin-sun, red bean milk tea." "Hot?" Xiaoning smiled. "You are really good at judging people." Watching Jin-sun queue up to buy milk tea, Xiaoning smiled and sighed softly. "Actually, I don't like hot drinks. I also like to drink iced drinks in winter." Jin-sun stood in the back of the line quietly, and found that those who bought milk tea seemed to have come because they watched the movie. "Beauty, give me a cup of spring milk tea with milk cap, hot. I want it in a polar bear cup, the one that appears in The Richest Man in Shiheng City." Polar bear cups are usually used for iced drinks. Then, can they be used for hot drinks? That's also possible. Another person went to order. Beauty, I want it in a rich cup, the one that Baihong wore into the richest man in Shihong City Easter egg. Another person went. Beauty, I want it in a rich cup, the one that Baihong wore into the richest man in Shihong City Easter egg. Another person went. Beauty, I'll buy 3 cups of milk tea in one go. Can you skip the third subject for me? Qin Sun smiled. 10 minutes later. Qin Sun walked to Xia Ning with 2 cups of milk tea, and saw that she was constantly swiping her phone. Here, your milk tea. Xia Ning raised her head, her eyes sparkled, and stretched her phone in front of Qin Sun to show it. Look, you're on the hot search list again. Chapter 364 dominating the hot search list again. Qin Sun inserted the straw into the milk tea cup, took the phone from Xia Ning's hand, and handed the milk tea over. Xia Ning took a sip, and shuddered all over. Iced? Qin Sun saw a flash of joy in Xia Ning's eyes, and said with a smile. When have you ever had a hot drink? After winter, you always have an iced Americano when you get up early to go to work. Sometimes, I secretly get up at night to eat an ice cream, and even drink cold beer. Why do you like hot drinks? Xia Ning held the straw in her mouth, with a smile in her eyes, and said nothing. Qin Sun smiled, holding a cup of hot red bean milk tea in his hand, and heaved a sigh of relief. I am such a clever kid. If she doesn't like iced tea, I will say I got the wrong one, and give her a hot one instead. Qin Sun glanced at his phone, turned off the screen, and stuffed it into Xia Ning's pocket. Xia Ning was a little surprised. You didn't even take a closer look? Qin Sun, there's nothing to see. Xia Ning. She looked at Qin Sun, and she couldn't understand him anymore. When most people do something really amazing and stir up a storm on the entire internet, how can they resist checking out the comments of netizens? Could it be that Qin Sun is also thinking about slacking off in this regard? Back to the villa. Qin Sun finished his shower, and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with his eyes wide open, not knowing what he was thinking about. Suddenly, he smiled, and stopped thinking about it. If he continued to think about it, Xia Ning would be in trouble. He took out his phone to play. Unexpectedly, there were a lot of red dots on his WeChat account, and there were already a lot of unread messages. Messages from Elon. Director Qin, your movie's reputation has improved a little bit. And you're so proud of it? You didn't even call me, your sister, to wish me a Happy New Year? Qin Sun replied. Happy New Year. Encore news. Boss Qin, it's over. I feel like signing a bet contract with you is really a loss. Our company's millions of product placement fees seems to be a big profit. The box office of this movie will definitely exceed 1 billion. I took my mother to see it today. It really made me laugh to death. The sales data of milk tea has increased 5-fold, growing against the trend in winter. It's really scary. Qin Sun replied. Thank you for your support. Mesiars news. Boss, you really can do anything. I think your movie will become a classic. Qin Sun replied. You are really good at judging people. Wu Yu's message. Brother-in-law. This movie really made me proud. I took my whole family to watch it today. They really appreciated my performance and wanted to meet you. Are you free? Qin Sun replied. No. Song Ying's message. Stupid. Qin Sun felt a little strange when he saw Song Ying's message. Is this little girl still holding a grudge for not being able to play in the richest man in Shihong City? But didn't I give her a song calories? She's so stingy. She's just sick. He was too lazy to reply. The Oak Company group was also full of praise. This movie is so funny. I laughed so hard that my nose was bubbling. I know that I can eat meat if I follow Mr. Qin, but I didn't expect that I can eat meat from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Why do we need to welcome the God of Wealth on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year? Welcome Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is my God. My husband didn't want to watch this movie with me at first. I beat him up, and then my stomach hurt from laughing. May Mr. Qin be healthy, live a long life. I will work with you until death. In the group of Pomelo Company. Maybe because I didn't do anything. But I got the year-end bonus. I was particularly unrestrained. It was very easy to join Yozu Company. The first movie I participated in was The Richest Man in Shihong City. This will definitely become a glorious stroke in my life resume. The train runs fast. All thanks to the locomotive. Meeting Mr. Qin made me more excited than meeting my first love. I am very ashamed. I didn't do anything. But I became one of the participants in the production of The Richest Man in Shihong City. My vanity swelled a little. Today my father asked me to work hard in Yozu Company. saying that there is a bright future. I decided to volunteer to be a movie water army and fight against the trolls during the Chinese New Year. Me too. I have already trolled several people into private accounts. Jin Sun turned over and continued to look through the information. The crew of the film The Richest Man in Shihong City was also very lively. Zhuang Cheng. I finally saw the complete movie today, it was so funny. Director Qin is awesome. Coach, I apologize for my previous ignorance, this movie is definitely a rare masterpiece. De Soming, I will skip the third subject again tomorrow, to contribute to the box office of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Sha, thank you Director Qin for giving me a chance during the low period of my career, which made me feel refreshed. I look forward to the next cooperation with Director Qin. No matter how big or small the role is, Qin Sun said, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Sha is the big-breasted girl in the movie, and she is also quite cheerful in real life. He speaks more directly, and directly asks for a cooperation opportunity in the group. As soon as he said this, other actors followed suit. Looking forward to the next cooperation with Director Qin. For future cooperation with Director Qin, I am willing to take only half of the salary. I only take 1/3. I do it for free. I pay for it. Can you stop being so aggressive? They are all comedians. And they speak more casually. And they don't have any idle baggage. They started to roll up their sleeves half-truthfully. Jin Sun looked at the group message and smiled. He knew that they were sincere. A well-known movie can extend an actor's life for several years, and allow him to take on movies in the next few years. The ability Jin Sun showed now was enough for them to take the initiative to reduce their salary to participate. Suddenly, Xia Ning started to send red envelopes in the group, round after round, and a total of 100,000 was sent. The actors grabbed the red envelopes, and they were not stingy, and sent them out again. The atmosphere was very lively. They scrambled for red envelopes for half an hour. Jin Sun didn't grab any of them. Just pretending to be nothing. Pretending to be an expert. Just play games. Be thorough in your slacking. Xia Ning lay on the bed, glanced at the night outside the window, and knew it was already late. She was not sleepy, and continued to surf the internet intensively. Now Douyin and Weibo are all hot searches about Jin Sun. Surprise! The Richest Man in Shihong City is not a bad movie? Bai Yihang's first screen show actually brought 2 new songs? How did Jin Sun persuade Yilan and Bai Yihang to skip the third subject? Shock! There are Bai Yihang's fanatical fans who want to form a group to kill Jin Sun. What is the relationship between Jin Sun and Yilan? Why do they praise her again and again? Jin Sun's first film as a director. His control is so amazing? Dark Horse. May The Richest Man in Shihong City change the Spring Festival schedule? Is The Richest Man in Shihong City going to become the Spring Festival champion? The strongest in history. During the Spring Festival, apart from Touch of Love and The Richest Man in Shihong City, there is no other film that can compete with them. Famous director Lu Ming praised The Richest Man in Shihong City, saying that Jin Sun is the only genius he has ever seen in his life. Do you know how many advertisements are embedded in The Richest Man in Shihong City? Mi Mobile and Duduti may become the biggest winners. Duduti has long queues in shopping malls across the country. And the Polar Bear Cup has become the best-selling model. Is Jin Sun considered a marketing or entertainment industry? Jin Sun, see Jin Sun again! Although he is not a star, he is admired by the stars. 10,000 netizens petitioned, send Jin Sun to the Abnormal Human Research Institute for Slice Research, and contribute to human development. Xia Ning was very happy to see it, clicked into the Douyin official account of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Found that the pinned promotional video has received more than 800,000 likes. The comments section was particularly heated. Chapter 365 30%, 30%, 30%. You can never make enough money in your lifetime. Do you have any lawyer friends? I want to ask, how many years will Jin Sun be sentenced for being caught on the street? Jin Sun, give me back my brother. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. When I first came to the Palace of the Flourish, I didn't feel anything, because I had already met the rocker that belonged to me. Men are so coquettish, women are so handsome, my sexual orientation is so messy, if the love is long-lasting, why should I care about my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Lu Jianan acted really well, is he a pure newcomer? Jin Sun, I still want Yilan and Bai Yihang to do belly dance, can you satisfy me? Did Jin Sun catch Bai Yihang's handle, and hold Yilan's weakness? These 2 big stars actually gave in and jumped to subject 3? The movie is good, I love watching it. Later is very nice. I think of a line of poetry. I don't know where the person is gone. The peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. The song is very nice. The dance is very silly. I can't tell whether it is elegant or vulgar. I only know that the snowflakes are flying. If I don't buy a ticket to watch a movie, it would seem that I don't understand romance. Thank Jin Sun for writing 2 songs for her brother. From today on, Bai Han will have no rivals in the top stream. Could it be that Jin Sun is the top stream maker? Xia Ning looked at it for a while, and the smile on her face never faded. Suddenly, she remembered the most important thing, and quickly searched for the real-time box office. When she saw it, she was startled, and she directly lifted the quilt, put on her slippers, walked to the door of Jin Sun's bedroom, and knocked on the door. Are you asleep? Jin Sun, are you asleep? Soon, the door opened. Jin Sun looked at Xia Ning, who was standing at the door in a light nightgown, and asked with some surprise, You can't sleep? Xia Ning's voice was a little excited. It's 11:50 p.m. now, and the first day of the release is almost over. Have you checked the real-time box office? Jin Sun hesitated, and answered truthfully. No. Xia Ning sighed. I knew it. She held the phone in front of Jin Sun, almost touching his face. Jin Sun only felt a dazzling white light in front of his eyes. He couldn't see any words at all. He took a step back, and saw the words above. The first one was Touch of Love total box office, 239.92 million box office share, 35%. The second one was Little Saint of Heaven total box office, 189.46 million box office share, 28%. The third one was The Richest Man in Shihong City total box office, 135.64 million box office share, 20%. Xia Ning, did you see it? More than 125.6 million. Jin Sun nodded. Yeah, I saw it. Xia Ning sighed and said with a smile, Can you stop pretending like that? On the first day of release, with only 15% of the screenings, it took 20% of the box office. Can you be a little more excited? Jin Sun slowly clenched his fists, with an excited look on his face, and shouted, Oh yeah. Then, his face immediately fell. Look, is this okay? Xia Ning. Forget it. Suddenly, she found Jin Sun's eyes on her chest, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. She looked down and realized that she was wearing a semi-transparent pajamas, which was very charming. It was bought online by Niu Xiaojun and Wu Yu. The style was bold. She was not a timid person and could accept this style. She wore the newly bought clothes several times, but she had never shown it in front of Jin Sun. Xia Ning stretched out her hand and pressed Jin Sun's chest, pushed him into the room, closed the door, and ran back to the bedroom like a fly. Magic City. Wu Yu's home. In the living room, Lu Gang sat on the sofa. Wu Yu sat beside him, knocking his shoulders lightly with his 2 little fists. Lu Gang lowered his head and replied to something on his phone. Wu Yu asked, Dad, the richest man in Shihong City made you proud today, didn't it? I made you proud? Didn't I? How many films can Qingtian Cinema schedule for the richest man in Shihong City tomorrow? We have to make timely adjustments based on market reactions. We can't hang ourselves on a tree. Lu Gang put down his phone, turned to look at Wu Yu, frowned. Are you teaching me how to do business? Wu Yu smiled awkwardly. How dare I? It's just that this is my first movie with the second male lead, and I am the major shareholder of Yuzi Film and Television. For my sake, you secretly schedule more films. Isn't that too much? The more you schedule, the more I earn, and the more you earn. Lu Gang looked at Wu Yu and explained seriously. This has nothing to do with you. The hotter the film market is, the more popular the film is, the higher the number of films we will schedule for the corresponding films. After all, we will take more than half of the box office. We respect the market, and the richest man in Shihong City has proved its value. Lu Gang stood up and said in a deep voice, 30%. Let's test the waters first. When you ask Xia Ning to come to pay New Year's greetings, bring Jin Sun with you and have a couple of drinks with him. Go to sleep. Wu Yu was stunned. When she came to her senses, she found that her father had disappeared. She imitated Shuang Chang's lines in the movie and laughed. Go to sleep? What the hell are you talking about? Jin Sun will have to worship me later. She took out her cell phone and called Xia Ning directly. The call was quickly connected. Hello. Old nun. Do you know how much time my dad is going to ask Sunny Cinema to schedule for the richest man in Shihong City tomorrow after my hard persuasion? 30%. 30%, 30%, 30%. You can't make enough money in your lifetime. Xia Ning on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, feeling a little helpless. Are you sick? Wu Yu. You're actually jealous of my talent? Early the next morning. Since he slept too late last night, Xia Ning didn't get up until almost 10 o'clock. Going downstairs, I saw Qin Sun lying on the sofa in the living room playing with his phone. Xia Ning sat at the end of the sofa and coughed softly. I'm hungry. Qin Sun put down his phone, looked at Xia Ning, and found that she had changed out of yesterday's gauze pajamas and put on a fiery red glossy pajamas. He sighed and said, I thought our relationship had taken a step forward yesterday, but I didn't expect that you were still on guard against me. Xia Ning felt a little guilty, looked down at her chest, raised her head, looked at Qin Sun, and said, Actually, this dress can also be worn at an angle. Qin Sun? Let me see. Xia Ning, go make breakfast. I want noodles. Qin Sun stood up, a little helpless. Boiled eggs or poached eggs? Xia Ning smiled. Braised eggs. Qin Sun? Xia Ning was eating noodles. There was no braised egg, only 2 boiled eggs coated with soy sauce. Qin Sun sat next to Xia Ning, watching her eat noodles, looking for all possible angles. Looking left, right, up, down. How could he not see the legendary angle? Xia Ning was frightened by the look. Qin Sun, can you, learn how to fall in love? Why don't you say sweet words in a roundabout way? Don't be so direct. Qin Sun, where are we going to see the snow today? At this moment, Xia Ning's cell phone rang, and when she saw it was Bai Hong, she felt a little strange. Generally, big stars like this would contact the director directly, and not her assistant. This is a bit embarrassing. Unless she is not talking about work. The phone rang again and again. Qin Sun looked at the note on the phone. Bai Hong. And said to Xia Ning, Answer it. Press the speaker. I want to hear how sweet a star's love words can be. Xia Ning. Chapter 366. Bai Hong went through so much trouble just to flatter Qin Sun? Xia Ning took a deep breath, feeling a little uneasy, and just hoped that Bai Hong would be more tactful. Be careful with your words. Qin Sun is a ruthless person. At the beginning, Manager Zhou of the marketing department of Jixin Pharmaceutical was not clean-mouthed, and was beaten up by Qin Sun. He even said he would stab him to death with a knife, which frightened him to the point of urinary incontinence. Although Bai Hong is a top star, she knows that once Qin Sun gets angry, he doesn't care whether you are a star or not. Still scolding. Still beating. The phone continued to ring. Xia Ning answered the call and pressed the speaker button. Bai Hong's gentle and enthusiastic voice sounded. Miss Xia, hello. I'm Bai Hong. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and said, Well, I know, Mr. Bai. Do you have something to talk to me about? On the other end of the phone, Bai Hong smiled very sunnily. Because my fanatical fans on the internet have verbally attacked Mr. Qin and said they would form a group to hurt Mr. Qin. I'm really scared. I've asked my assistants to keep them rational in various fan groups and super chats. But there are still opponents' water army stirring up trouble. I'm worried that Mr. Qin will misunderstand. I want to apologize to Mr. Qin and explain the real situation. Xia Ning was a little confused. Is that all? Is it necessary to go around to me and then tell Qin Sun? Is it unnecessary? She saw Qin Sun frowning slightly. She quickly lowered her head to look at the phone. The voice was very professional, a qualified assistant. Mr. Bai, why don't you call Mr. Qin directly? Bai Hong's voice on the other end of the phone was a little anxious, said with a smile. Oh, I dare not. I dare not. Without an appointment, how dare I call Director Qin directly? If I disturb Director Qin, I will be guilty of a great sin. You know, The Richest Man in Shihong City is now in theaters. It's only 10 o'clock now, and today's box office is 60 million. Add to that the cumulative box office of 190 million yesterday. Industry insiders estimate that it will exceed 2.5 billion. Director Qin is very busy now, and he must be busy with the movie. I dare not disturb him easily. So, I want Assistant Xia to help me make an appointment so that I can call Xia Ning. She looked at Qin Sun, her face a little strange, and smiled. It turns out that all this effort was just to flatter Qin Sun in a roundabout way. If Bai Hong's fans saw their idol, They would be like a dog in front of Chin Sun. They were afraid that even a phone call would affect Chin Sun's smooth shitting. How sad they would be. At present, Bai Hong's attitude is very humble. It seems that with his status, he can only have an equal dialogue with Chin Sun's assistant. However, Bai Hong's actions are also understandable. The more in-depth cooperation with Chin Sun, the more you know how terrible he is. The entertainment industry is very realistic. Whoever has the most ability is the grandfather. And Chin Sun seems to be an ancestor. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, asking with his eyes whether he should agree to Bai Hong's request. But he saw Chin Sun took the phone and spoke directly. Mr. Bai, I heard you were looking for me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then the voice was a little surprised. It seemed that he was a little happy that what he said just now was accidentally heard by Chin Sun himself. Wouldn't this flattery be perfect? Wouldn't it seem more sincere? Bai Hong said. Mr. Chin, it's like this. My fanatical fans on the internet these past 2 days. Chin Sun interrupted directly. I just heard these words. I know it's not you who instigated the fans to target me. I won't blame you. Bai Hong was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, and said with a smile, that being said, I am still panicking inside and feel sorry for Director Chin. So, I plan to hold an emergency press conference this afternoon to clarify this matter to my friends in the media. Chin Sun and Xia Ning smiled at each other. This Bai Hong is very cunning. Before, when the whole network was jumping for the third part of the test, Chin Sun told him that he didn't need to dance for promotion. He saved it for the final movie release to give the audience a heavy blow. But he was like dead, and never contacted them, just pretending that nothing happened. Now that the richest man in Shihong City is popular, he rushed over to take advantage of the popularity. Chin Sun said, Well, Mr. Bai, this is your freedom. I have no right to interfere. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Bai Hong smiled. How could that be? This is my first screen debut. I am also a member of the crew. Director Chin is my superior, and also my benefactor. How could I not ask you for your permission? Chin Sun. He smiled. Bai Hong. This kid now insists on labeling the richest man in Shihong City as his first screen debut. This can lay a good foundation for him to take on movies in the future. It can even greatly enhance his commercial value. Bai Hong on the other end of the phone said again, Director Chin, can I promote the 2 songs you wrote for me at the press conference? Later and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Chin Sun heard Bai Hong finally say the ultimate goal. Although it was a long detour, but the whole process was respectful. He didn't feel disgusted, said, Mr. Bai, this is your freedom, of course you can promote it. Bai Hong thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Director Chin. I'll treat you to dinner some other day, you must do me the honor. Hang up the phone. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun quietly, and suddenly laughed. Chin Sun, you are awesome. Chin Sun was calm and composed. Not bad. The two laughed for a while. Chin Sun suddenly asked, Ning, which city are we going to see the snow? Xia Ning thought for a while and said, Beijing. We usually go to Shanghai to visit Grandpa and Grandma on the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year, and to Beijing to visit Grandpa and Grandma on the 3rd day of the Chinese New Year. Today is the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year. My dad and sister have already gone to Grandpa and Grandma's house. But because I have to accompany my mom this year, I didn't go today. She looked at Chin Sun and said with a smile, How about going to Beijing tomorrow? Will you call me early in the morning to urge me to take you to the family dinner? My sister wants to see you too. Chin Sun was a little nervous. You have to meet your parents and your younger sister? Xia Ning, you don't want to? Chin Sun, not really. I'm afraid that there are too many rules in your family, and I'm uncomfortable. Xia Ning smiled and said, The first rule is to be good to me. As long as this rule is done well enough. The other rules are not rules. And you are a martial arts genius. My grandfather must like you. He has practiced Bajikwan all his life. Chin Sun. Xia Ning asked, Are you going? Chin Sun was a little hesitant. He still wanted to spend time with Xia Ning, rather than visiting relatives and socializing. But this seemed to be a necessary process. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning bending down to clean up the dishes. His collar was slightly open. He saw a vast expanse of white snow. Xia Ning took a long time to clean up, for more than 10 seconds. And then she straightened up, as if she had not noticed anything. She looked at the silly Chin Sun and asked, Have you thought it through? Chin Sun was a little dazed, and nodded. I saw it clearly. Xia Ning. Qin Sun reacted immediately. I'll go. Xia Ning smiled gently, turned and walked towards the kitchen. After seeing Grandpa and Grandma, we'll go to your house to see Aunt, Uncle, and Grandpa and Grandma. This new year, we're very busy. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's graceful back, put his hands together, and silently chanted in his heart. Amitabha. Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. Afternoon. Waiting room. Xia Ning is watching the live broadcast. Bai Hong's press conference. In the video. The venue is very large. There are many people sitting below. There are dozens of media outlets. The first media reporter's question is very sharp. Mr. Bai, recently, netizens have been arguing about a question. Is it you who made Qin Sun successful, or is it Qin Sun who made you successful? Can you answer it on the spot? Chapter 367. You and Qin Sun are connected. Qin Sun plays tricks on you. The question is very sharp. The venue fell silent. Long guns and short guns were pointed at Bai Hong, and flashlights kept flashing. All reporters were waiting for his answer. Is it Qin Sun who made Bai Hong successful, or is it Bai Hong who made Qin Sun successful? This question, there is a fierce debate on the internet. Bai Hong is a traffic star. The fans' worship of him is fanatical. It is unanimously believed that Bai Hong drove the box office of the richest man in Shihong City. His haters mocked Bai Hong's fans for not knowing what was going on. Bai Hong said with a smile, I think this should be a win-win situation. As a traffic star, he needs to maintain his high status. For himself, and for his fans. His answer was very official. But the reporter seemed to be a hater, and continued to ask with offensive language. Mr. Bai, can you not give such an official answer? If you have to rank, do you think it was Qin Sun who made you, or you who made Qin Sun? Bai Hong kept smiling, and cursed in his heart. When entering the venue, didn't the assistant remind them not to ask such sharp questions? Why are you still pursuing them? Isn't this making me offend people? He smiled and looked at the reporter. At this time, the assistant came over, picked up the microphone, and said, Mr. Bai is not convenient to answer this question. Next one, thank you. Seeing that reporter smiled, contemptuously sat down. Bai Hong's heart moved, thought about it, decided to be more honest, otherwise he would be chased and bitten by the black fans again. What if the reporter took my words out of context, and said that he was not convinced by Qin Sun? Wouldn't that offend Qin Sun? Bai Hong said to the microphone with a smile. Regarding the question just now, I think I should give you an explanation. He paused and said, there is a lot of noise on the internet now. In the end, is it me who made Qin Sun successful? Or is it Qin Sun who made me successful? Actually, I am very happy. But at the same time, I am also very nervous. The flashlights in the conference hall flashed fiercely. They felt that Bai Hong seemed to be about to say something explosive. He actually used the word panic. Bai Hong continued, Director Qin, or rather, President Qin, is not in the same field as me. I am just an artist. Director Qin is not only an actor, but also a director, screenwriter, producer, editor, and composer. Even the dance for Subject 3 was choreographed by Director Qin. Having the honor of working with Director Qin once is one of the luckiest things that have happened to me in recent years. So I feel honored that netizens can compare me with Director Qin. He smiled helplessly. But, please don't flatter me. As soon as the words fell, the venue was in an uproar. The flashes were snapping. They had participated in countless celebrity press conferences, big and small, and had seen countless celebrities. The popular stars were all young and handsome, easy to be arrogant, and usually had high expectations. It was almost impossible for them to say such overly modest words. Could it be that Qin Sun really had something on him? The reporter who asked the question, seeing Bai Hong's answer, got excited, and stood up again, asked, So Mr. Bai, what do you mean, is it actually Qin Sun who made you successful? Bai Hong looked at the reporter, and felt a little angry. Isn't this stupid? I've already said this, what else do you want me to do? He said with a smile, directly dragging everyone into the water, in a louder voice. Dear media friends, think carefully, is Qin Sun only successful me? How did the internet celebrity Xiaoying Doll gain 4 or 5 million fans in a week? How did Dudu Tea become the current #1 milk tea brand? Yilan, how did Sister Yi become a top-tier singer? He paused, took out his cell phone and raised it. Since the release of The Richest Man in Shihong City, I have received no less than 30 calls from artists of all sizes in the circle. All of them want Director Qin's contact information. So, he sighed and said with a wry smile, Although Mr. Chin Sun is not completely an insider, he is a very respected figure in our circle. Please don't ask me questions like who made whom successful. Please be kind and don't ask any artist whether Chin Sun is stronger or they're stronger. He raised his voice a little, as if trying to save his reputation. Mr. Chin is only 21 years old this year. All the artists of his age in the circle are not as good as him. After saying that, there was a commotion in the venue. This Bai Hong's words are more disgusting than the most affectionate licking dog. Could he and Chin Sun have fallen in love because of the play? Become gay? The press conference continued. A reporter asked, Mr. Bai, is your guest appearance in The Richest Man in Shihong City your first screen appearance? Bai Hong answered, although it's only 3 minutes. I also prepared for it for a month. This is of course my first screen debut. Another reporter asked, when are you going to put the 2 songs Later and Romance of the Three Kingdoms online on the music platform? Bai Hong smiled. Because I have a contract with the crew of The Richest Man in Shihong City. I will put them online immediately after the movie is released. If you want to listen now, please go to the theater to support it. Thank you. Another reporter asked, can I ask you how much you got for your guest appearance in The Richest Man in Shihong City? Bai Hong said with a smile. How can I get paid for a guest appearance? The reporter asked. Then did Chin Sun give you Later and Romance of the Three Kingdoms for free in exchange for your participation? Bai Hong hesitated, knowing that when the contract was being negotiated, there were other actors around. So he couldn't hide it. He had to say, the gambling contract I signed with director Chin at the time, within the box office of 1 billion. I would get it for free. 1 billion to 2 billion. Director Chin only charged 5 million for 2 songs. 2 billion to 3 billion. Director Chin only charged 15 million. More than 3 billion. Director Chin only charged 30 million. As soon as this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. Only charge? How can you say the word only? You, a top-tier star, participate in the show for free, which is called a free guest appearance. They clearly calculate the price for you when they write songs for you, and they ask for millions or tens of millions. It's obvious that they don't treat you as a friend. You and Chin Sun are close, and Chin Sun is playing tricks on you. But think about it. If you can really participate in a movie with a box office of 3 billion plus 2 hit songs, this is a bonus that can last a lifetime. Then the 30 million seems to be very cheap. With Bai Hong's number of fans, wouldn't it be earned back in 1 or 2 months? It seems that cooperating with Chin Sun is very expensive. But no one has ever really suffered a loss. Xia Ning turned off his phone, prepared to board the plane, looked at Chin Sun, said with a smile, Chin Sun, Bai Hong seems to be your little fanboy. Chin Sun was a little absent-minded, thinking about meeting Xia Ning's grandparents. Uncles and sisters later, what should he do? Be low-key, or be high-profile? He looked at Xia Ning and smiled. Bai Hong is just a little bit cowardly. Xia Ning smiled. Suddenly, Chin Sun asked, Ning, should I be more low-key today? Or more high-profile? Xia Ning thought of the last time he warned Chin Sun that Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital was playing dumb and eating the tiger, which almost made his father sick, and smiled. Be more sincere today. Grandpa and Grandma must hope that I can find an honest man. Chin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. Honest man? I'm good at it. He showed a harmless smile on his face. Xia Ning, seeing this smile, why do I feel a little uneasy? Chapter 368. How much is the box office? I don't know, I love to tell the truth. The plane landed in Beijing. Chin Sun and Xia Ning waited at the airport for half an hour, preparing to meet Wu Yu's family. As soon as Wu Yu saw Xia Ning and Chin Sun, she ran over. Old sister, brother-in-law, Happy New Year. Chin Sun smiled, looking over her shoulder. Saw a group of people coming behind her. A burly middle-aged man. A middle-aged woman with a charming demeanor. 2 young men in their 30s. Suddenly, he felt his hand being gently lifted up, turned around and saw Xia Ning was smiling at him. Chin Sun grinned, exuding the temperament of an honest man. Wu Yu, brother-in-law, you didn't sleep well last night? Why do you feel a little dazed? Chin Sun. Lu Gang and his group came over. Xia Ning couldn't stand there waiting, took Chin Sun's hand and walked over, saying hello. Uncle, Aunt, Brother Ming, Brother Ren, Happy New Year. Chin Sun parroted. Uncle, Aunt, Brother Ming, Brother Ren, Happy New Year. Xia Ning's aunt watched The Richest Man in Shihong City, and was deeply impressed by Wang Duyu. She was amused by Qin Sun's appearance. She couldn't help laughing. Wang Duyu. Qin Sun scratched his head and said with a smile, "It's me." The little boy looked as honest as he could be, like a fool who would study even if he was taken to a bar. The aunt covered her mouth and laughed twice. Lu Gang looked serious and coughed twice. The aunt immediately put down her hand, and her face regained its elegant and noble look, and nodded slightly at Qin Sun. Xia Ning introduced him to everyone. "He is my boyfriend. His name is Qin Sun." Lu Gang looked at Qin Sun, said hello, and shook hands. Xia Ning's two cousins said hello in turn, and shook hands. The atmosphere seemed lively, but it was actually awkward. Several people chatted casually along the way, and got on the business car sent by Xia Ning's grandfather to pick them up at the airport. Xia Ning's two cousins took one. The rest took another. The car drove out of the airport. Suddenly, no one spoke in the car. Qin Sun played the role of an honest man, sitting quietly by the window, looking at the gray sky outside the window. Wu Yu has an eccentric personality. She couldn't stand the atmosphere. She coughed lightly, took out her cell phone, and said, "Sister, brother-in-law, do you know that Bai Hong is holding a press conference today?" Xia Ning, "Yes, I know." After a moment of hesitation, she said deliberately, "He dared to hold this press conference only after he personally called Qin Sun this morning to ask for his opinion." Hearing Xia Ning's wording, personally and only, two words, everyone present could hear that Xia Ning was flattering Qin Sun. Lu Gang's expression remained unchanged, still serious. My aunt smiled quietly, and then thought of Wu Yu being single, and felt a little depressed. "Wu Yu." She stared at Xia Ning with great resentment. "Show off your uncle. You know I don't have a boyfriend, and I'm sure I'll be criticized today, and you're still stabbing me in the back?" Wu Yu rolled her eyes, took out her phone, opened Douyin, and found the video of Bai Hong's press conference. "It's a long journey. I'll read you a few interesting comments to relieve your boredom." No one responded. She didn't care, and read it with gritted teeth. "Did you hear that?" Bai Hong said it himself. "Now all the top stars put together are not enough to beat Qin Sun. If the box office exceeds 3 billion, Qin Sun will be given 30 million? For my brother, I will boycott the box office. Sister took out a loan to buy movie tickets. Bai Hong is really like a dog. Look, no one doesn't know how to lick. It's just that they don't love enough. What a fucking ugly thing to say. What do you mean by lick or not? You don't even have the chance to lick if you want to." When I thought of Bai Hong licking Qin Sun like this, I was so angry that I scratched my butt in the quilt. She became happier and happier as she read. But she found that the atmosphere in the car was becoming more and more silent. I had to shut up. My aunt sighed. "Xiao Yu, you are so heartless every day. When will you find a boyfriend?" Wu Yu. She crossed her arms, lay on the chair, closed her eyes, and pretended to be dead. Talking about such things on New Year's Day. Annoying. Suddenly, Lu Gang's WeChat notification sounded. He took out his phone and saw that it was the assistant who sent him the current box office trend. There were also some inside information. He looked at the central rearview mirror and saw Qin Sun leaning against the window, his head looking out. Suddenly, I felt like chatting. "Xia Ning. Xiao Qin doesn't like to talk?" Xia Ning gently nudged Qin Sun with his elbow. Qin Sun turned his head and understood Lu Gang's meaning. That is, he wanted to chat with him. He said with a smile, "Uncle, I am a child from the countryside, and I have been a taciturn person since I was a child." Lu Gang laughed softly, his voice rough, and said, "Although I am your elder, we are also partners. Your movies have brought a lot of audiences to our theaters, and made us a lot of money." Qin Sun said with a smile, "I should thank my uncle for scheduling the film. Lu Gang, other theaters have also scheduled about 30% of the films for you. This is a good deal. It's all determined by the market. I personally can't influence anything." Qin Sun smiled, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Lu Gang asked, "Do you know the current scheduling and box office of Touch of Love?" Qin Sun. He was a little embarrassed. "Lu Gang, just tell me the truth." Qin Sun nodded. "I don't know." Lu Gang was a little surprised. "I don't know." Qin Sun, "I don't know." Lu Gang, "The truth?" Qin Sun, "Yeah. I love to tell the truth." Wu Yu opened his eyes a little, looking at Qin Sun. "You love to tell the truth." Lu Gang smiled and asked, "Then do you know how much the box office of The Richest Man in Shihong City is today?" Qin Sun, I don't know. Liu Gang felt a little strange when he heard Qin Sun's answer so naturally, so frankly. How could she not know this? And turned her head and looked at Qin Sun, with a puzzled look on her face. You don't even know the box office of your own movie? Qin Sun smiled awkwardly. I don't know. And didn't believe it. You didn't lie to me? Qin Sun remained calm. I love to tell the truth. Xia Ning quietly took out her mobile phone, preparing to check the real-time box office, and vaguely felt like cheating in an exam. Liu Gang saw Xia Ning's actions in the rearview mirror and said, Ning, don't check. The box office of Touch of Love today is 210 million as of just now. The box office accounts for 40%, and it ranks first for the time being. Wu Yu sighed. Touch of Love is still amazing. It actually took so much box office. 210 million, accounting for 40%, so it must not exceed 350 million tonight? Including yesterday's. It must not exceed 700 million in 2 days? When the aunt heard Wu Yu's tone, she knew that she was holding back her breath and wanted to take the first place in the box office. But it's not that easy. She turned her head and consoled him. It's reasonable that Touch of Love took the first place in the box office. Isn't it? The director is Zhang Jing, who is known as a genius in commercial films. It took 3 years to make a sword, and invested 300 million yuan in a masterpiece, and invited many veteran actors to join. If its box office doesn't break 1 billion, it will lose money. She seemed to be comforting Wu Yu, but her eyes fell on Qin Sun's face, and she found that there was no change in his expression. A bit too honest? Liu Gang also saw Qin Sun's expression from the rearview mirror, and felt a bit strange. This kid is too calm. He observed Qin Sun's expression, and said in a deep voice. But the box office of The Richest Man in Shihong City is also okay. Today's box office is temporarily on par with Touch of Love. Chapter 369. This guy is 8 years old? Equal? Wu Yu? She didn't quite understand. Dad, do you mean that the box office of The Richest Man in Shihong City is exactly the same as Touch of Love today? Equal? Equal? That's also 210 million? The box office share is also 40%? Dad, are you sure you're not seeing things? When the aunt heard Wu Yu's rude words, she coughed heavily, and turned to look at Liu Gang. Show me your phone. She took the phone Liu Gang handed over, and took a look at his WeChat information, and couldn't help but gasp. Is it true? In recent years, although some actors have switched to become directors, they can also win some box office. But they have been in the film industry for many years, and have accumulated many fans. The film industry is a place where one general succeeds and thousands of people die. How can it be like Qin Sun? A pure layman, like a drunkard stumbling into the film industry. Then he took out an AK-47 and fired at the industry leaders. He stepped on the corpses of the leaders to ascend to the altar? This is too magical. It's unbelievable. Xia Ning turned to look at Qin Sun, who looked calm. She felt that this honest man was too pretentious and deserved a beating. But there was nothing she could do. He did have the capital to pretend. Xia Ning looked down at her phone. She couldn't help but search for the real-time box office just now. But she didn't have time to see the results. When she saw it, she was stunned. She felt that she was dazzled. She held the phone close to her eyes, and read it carefully, and found that she was not mistaken. She turned to look at Qin Sun, who looked honest, and smiled helplessly. You? Can you not have that expression? It's too. The word cheap was not uttered. Suddenly, Wu Yu found that Xia Ning was a little bit wrong, snatched her phone and took a look, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Fuck! 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 Wu Yu's voice was not small, and the car was closed, and it made everyone's eardrums hurt. The aunt scolded. Shall you? How can you say dirty words so easily? As a girl? Is it appropriate? Wu Yu directly put the phone in her mother's face. Mom, look. Dad, look. Qin Sun beat up the little saint of heaven. He also beat up Touch of Love. When Liu Gang heard Wu Yu say beat up, he couldn't help but frown, turned his head, and looked at the phone. He couldn't help but let out a sound. Damn! Aunt? She hadn't heard Liu Gang say dirty words for 10 years, and she took a closer look at the phone. I was stunned. The above is the real-time box office. The first place is The Richest Man in Shihong City, The Richest Man in Shihong City. Total box office, 234.21 million. Box office share, 43%. The second place is Touch of Love, Touch of Love. Total box office, 212.42 million. Box office share, 39%. The third place is The Little Saint of Heaven. The Little Saint of Heaven. Total box office, 57.33 million. Box office share, 10.5%. Liu Gang took out his mobile phone and took a look. The assistant sent me the time when the box office of the two movies was equal, which was 15 minutes ago. In just 15 minutes, the richest man in Shihong City earned more than 20 million box office? Could Bai Hong's press conference in the afternoon have such a big impact? He looked at Jin Sun, and he could no longer regard him as a junior, but as a respectable partner, who you could secure his position as a shareholder of Yuzi Film and Television Company and make a lot of money. There was silence in the car, but the internet was in an uproar. Because of Bai Hong's press conference, he licked Jin Sun all over, and many people paid attention to the richest man in Shihong City. All major media and self-media wanted to take advantage of this popularity. They almost reported the situation of the richest man in Shihong City in real time. One of the more popular Douyi movie bloggers released a video. It's amazing. The richest man in Shihong City, even the box office of Touch of Love on the same day. In less than 15 minutes, the title was changed again. It's too early. The richest man in Shihong City actually surpassed Touch of Love. In the video, the blogger wore a black mask and his voice was passionate. Flowers bloom when they see them, and cars meet friends in their cars. Yesterday, I spent a whole day watching 5 movies. It is said that in the entire Spring Festival period, apart from Touch of Love, the only movie that can compete is the work of the new director Jin Sun. The richest man in Shihong City is definitely worth watching. It is a good commercial film. It may even become a dark horse in the Spring Festival box office. It counterattacked and became the box office champion. Many haters criticized me. They said I was a scumbag, kneeling to lick Jin Sun, and giving birth without an asshole. They said this movie is a harvest of leaves. A movie for crazy fans of Lan and Bai Hong. Whoever buys the ticket is the biggest scapegoat. The dirty words in the private messages are even more disgusting. Due to my noble status, I didn't say a word back. I just secretly opened a small account to passionately confront netizens. Now, please take a look. Box office is not deceiving. After just 1.5 days, the richest man in Shihong City reversed to become the number 1 in the box office despite not having an advantage in the scheduling. Apologize. Please apologize to me. The comment area is still lively, and the arguments are fierce. What do I need to apologize to you for? I watched it. It was ugly, not good, so ridiculous. No logic at all. I watched it. I loved it. Movie tickets are attached. Please don't play the opposite role if you don't have movie tickets. No. 1 in the box office that day? Oh my god. Oh my god. The richest man in Shihong City is number 1 in the box office? Is this true? You make me want to go and see it. Go and see it. It's definitely worth the ticket price. It's not particularly good, but it's definitely not bad. Doesn't being number 1 in the box office mean anything? What fan movie? Yi Lan and Bai Hong have 30 million crazy fans? Do you think the 3 comedy films that were withdrawn from the schedule before were to make way for Touch of Love? That was because of the richest man in Shihong City. The Rich scared me to death. A great and good family movie, suitable for taking other people's wives to watch. When Wang Duyu gave up tens of billions for love in the end, I cried. What is Jin Sun going to do? Isn't he in the marketing circle? Come to the film industry to overturn the table and steal a meal? Industry bandit? Want to grab money everywhere? Jin Sun is awesome. Awesome. Awesome, that's how awesome. I now seriously suspect that he made this movie just to implant advertisements for Rice mobile phones and Dudu tea. Is Jin Sun shit all golden? Touch of Love movie team. They are conducting a video conference. It has happened. The question now is what to do. I have received the news. This Spring Festival schedule is a bit distorted. The 2 films Touch of Love and The Richest Man in Shihong City almost monopolize this Spring Festival schedule, and the screening schedule of other films cannot be compressed. But the theaters are bloodthirsty today. The attendance rate of The Richest Man in Shihong City is very high, and it will squeeze the screening schedule of Touch of Love tomorrow. Everyone was silent for a while. We can only start with marketing. Someone sneered. Marketing? Talking about marketing in front of Jin Sun. Are we going to oak company for marketing? Marketing. Who can beat Jin Sun? Everyone was silent again. One of the investors was a little angry, slamming the table and cursing. A new director. A singer who played the leading role for the first time. A traffic star who played a guest role for 3 minutes and had no acting skills. a group of half-unemployed old men in the film industry. The so-called commercial film genius spent 3 years to polish his masterpiece. And it was knocked down in 2 days? What did you promise me at the beginning? At least 3 billion? Where did this 3 billion come from? I don't care. No matter what means you use. Black, white, red, yellow. You must curb the momentum of the richest man in Shihong City and suppress it. Beijing. The car stopped. Qin Sun and his group walked out and found that they seemed to be in a manor. Several people followed an old butler in a suit and tie and walked into a large villa. As soon as they entered the courtyard gate, Qin Sun saw a girl in a white down jacket standing at the door of the villa, staring at him. Her face was cold, not enthusiastic at all. Her eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Xiaoning. She looked at Qin Sun and asked, "Are you Qin Sun?" Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xiaoning, a little confused. Xiaoning said, "This is my sister, Xiaojing. It's her birthday today, and she's exactly 8 years old." Qin Sun turned his head and looked at the graceful girl, who was nearly 1.5 meters tall, and was a little surprised. "This is 8 years old? Chapter 370. Haven't you heard that women who act like spoiled children have the best fate?" Hearing Qin Sun say the words, "Fuck," Xiaoning frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Pay attention to your personal qualities. Remember, you have to be an honest person today." Qin Sun. He was a little surprised and asked in a low voice, "Your family is in business. Why are you so obsessed with honest people?" Xiaoning watched Lu Gang's family walk by and entered the villa, then sighed and explained in a low voice, "My dad doesn't like honest people, but my grandma does. My grandma was originally a little old lady in the countryside, always worrying about this and that. But my second uncle and several cousins, their private lives are a bit messy, and their marriages are not very harmonious. Those who quarrel, fight, have cold wars, and divorces, make grandma worry." She looked at Qin Sun and asked softly, "Mr. Qin, can you play an honest man today, so that grandma thinks you are a reliable person? Just 1 day is enough." Qin Sun thought that Xia Shoheo was either soliciting prostitution all year round, or on the way to solicit prostitution, and he understood the feelings of Xia Ning's grandma. I don't know if she knows that Xia Ning is actually Xia Shuji's daughter. Alas, what a fateful marriage between a rich family. Suddenly Qin Sun heard footsteps. A girl's voice sounded somewhat cold. "Why are you ignoring me?" Qin Sun turned his head and looked at the child in front of him, who was 8 years old but had grown to about 1.5 meters tall. He smiled and greeted him in a teasing tone. "Hello, little Xiaojing." Xiaojing was startled, looked at Xiaoning with no expression on her face, and asked, "Sister, do you like such a childish man?" Qin Sun. He saw the cold temperament of Xiaojing, as if he saw a smaller version of Xiaoning. But because she was too young and too tall, she looked a little weird. I always felt that she was a little perverted, and would secretly stab someone in the back. It was creepy. No wonder Xiaoning always said that she was not likable when she was a child. That was too unlikable. Xiaoning reached out to touch Xiaojing's head, but she took a step back to avoid him. "Don't touch me. I've spent a long time with this hairstyle." Xiaoning put down her hand and asked, "Where's Dad?" Xiaojing answered, "He went to Haicheng to take care of Mom. I guess he ran away on purpose because he was afraid that Grandma would complain." She turned her head to look at Qin Sun, looking him up and down carefully, and suddenly said, "Not bad, prettier than Baihong." Qin Sun smiled. He saw Xiaojing stretched out her hand and put it in front of his eyes, looking at him with a pair of big eyes. "Qin Sun?" Xiaojing, red envelope. Qin Sun. He was a little embarrassed. He didn't prepare a red envelope. Suddenly, Xiaoning took out a red envelope from her bag, which was thick and about 10,000 yuan. She put it in Xiaojing's hand, but did not let go, and said, "Happy New Year." Xiaojing was very perfunctory. "Although you are stingy, but I wish you a prosperous life." Xiaoning let go of her hand and put the red envelope in Xiaojing's hand. Xiaojing put it in her pocket, and then reached out to Qin Sun, looking at him without blinking. "Birthday present?" Qin Sun smiled, but did not speak. Xiaoning reached out and patted Xiaojing's hand, and scolded softly, "You should be more polite. I'm a guest. How can I ask for anything?" Xiaojing looked down at her red palm, raised her head, and grinned. "Guest? I thought we were family." She turned and left, leaving a sentence that puzzled Qin Sun. Then Qin Sun will definitely not be able to eat Grandma's chicken legs today. She walked into the villa. In the yard, only Xia Ning and Qin Sun were left. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Xia Ning regretted the word guest just now, looking at Qin Sun said, "That's not what I meant." Qin Sun smiled and asked without dwelling on the topic, "Ning, were you so annoying when you were a child?" Xia Ning, "Xia Jing is usually very nice. It's just that my father is busy this year. My mother has been in the hospital, and I haven't seen her for half a year. I didn't bring her a gift today, and she got angry." Qin Sun thought about it. An 8-year-old child, no matter how mature he looks, is still a child. Even though the adults are there, he acts like a left-behind child. It was understandable that he felt a little resentful. Suddenly he asked, "What are the chicken legs of Grandma that your sister was talking about?" Xia Ning said, "It's just an ordinary chicken leg." She pointed to a small forest not far from the yard. Grandma raised some free-range chickens in that forest, and she would stew a chicken herself every new year. Chicken wings and chicken legs for the best junior this year. Qin Sun followed Xia Ning's hand and found that the manor was not small. He was a little impressed by the rich people's brain circuits. Raising chickens in such an expensive manner. Can it be called an ordinary chicken leg? If this piece of land is sold, what kind of chicken can't be bought? Qin Sun laughed. "It doesn't matter, I don't like chicken legs anyway." Xia Ning, 2 million for a chicken leg. Qin Sun? Xia Ning explained. Those who get chicken wings and chicken legs will get a big red envelope of 2 million. Qin Sun. He pointed at Xia Ning's nose and said in a trembling voice, "You evil capitalists. I can't eat this chicken leg." Xia Ning narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You have to fight for it. At my age, I have no other hope except for my children and grandchildren to be safe and happy." Qin Sun saw Xia Ning narrowing her eyes, feeling a little dangerous, and hurriedly reminded her, "Didn't you read some love manual? You learned the skills taught in the book. Don't stare at me. Have you ever heard that women who act like spoiled children have the best fate?" Xia Ning looked around, seeing that there was no one around, stared at Qin Sun, and whispered, "I'll try you, don't laugh." Qin Sun nodded. Xia Ning thought about some teaching videos, where girls pout, sway their bodies, and moan in a tender voice. "I haven't done it yet, but I feel so embarrassed." She pouts slightly, but still feels embarrassed, and subconsciously looks at the door. I find more than a dozen pairs of eyes in the glass door. The faces are almost touching the glass. Xia Ning was shocked, and her face almost turned green. "This is my cousin, and all the cousins are here to peek? I just pouted a little bit just now, so they shouldn't be able to see it. Right? Is my cold and aloof image in their minds completely broken?" Xia Ning felt hot, and a little itchy, and her face turned red. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's expression change, felt a little strange, turned his head to look at the door, and was startled. Oh my god! Suddenly, he felt his scalp tighten, looked up, and found that it was Xia Ning who grabbed his hair. "Qin Sun? Does the book teach you to act like a spoiled child like this?" Xia Ning. She let go of her hand, and lowered her head slightly. "I'm sorry, I was nervous just now." After a while, she raised her head, and stared into Qin Sun's eyes. "If you eat chicken legs today, I'll let you pull your hair back." But Qin Sun looked at her for a while, and his eyes suddenly became a little bad, and slowly moved down. To the neck. And then down. Still going down? Xia Ning was startled, and hurriedly said, "No lower." She reached out, and grabbed Qin Sun's collar, warning him, "You should pay attention to your personal qualities, and don't always think about the lower 3 ways." Qin Sun. He grabbed Xia Ning's hand that was pulling his collar, and said with a smile, "The upper 3 ways are also fine. I am an honest man, and I like to eat chicken legs the most." Xia Ning. Chapter 371 live streaming will be a big hit. Qin Sun, why don't you just follow me? Xia Ning held Qin Sun's hand. Qin Sun pulled the suitcase towards the gate of the villa. As soon as he reached the door, the glass door opened automatically. A wave of hot air hit him. The two walked in. 3 maids stood on both sides of the entrance, bowed and greeted. "Happy New Year." Xia Ning smiled. "Happy New Year." Qin Sun saw 6 maids, somewhat uncomfortable, and said nothing. The villa was warm. Xia Ning took off her coat, and a maid came over immediately and took the coat from her hand. She turned her head and looked at Qin Sun. "Do you want to take it off?" Qin Sun nodded and took off his down jacket. A maid quickly came up and took the clothes. Jean glanced at the environment and found that the interior of the villa was European style, decorated with many marble columns. It looked a bit solemn. Not far away, in the large living room, a group of people sat around the coffee table, and the sofa was almost full of people. Some were playing with their phones. Some were chatting, as if they were not the ones who had come to peek. Xiaoning took out 2 gift boxes from the suitcase and walked inside holding Qin Sun's hand. As soon as they entered the living room, there were warm greetings from inside. Ning Ning, you are finally here. Sister Ning, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Is this handsome guy your boyfriend? I think I have seen your boyfriend somewhere before. What a coincidence. I think I have seen him too. Ha ha ha. Xiaoning was a little embarrassed, holding Qin Sun's hand tightly, shouting Happy New Year all the way, and walked towards the elderly couple sitting on the sofa opposite. She squatted beside the sofa and put the gift box on the coffee table. Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year. Qin Sun showed an honest smile on his face and looked at the 2 old people. Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year. Xiaoning's grandfather was a thin old man. He didn't look like a master who had practiced Bajiquan for decades. On the contrary, he looked like a skinny guy who couldn't even win in the fight for cow dung at the village entrance. He looked at Qin Sun and nodded with a smile. Xiaoning's grandmother was a fat old lady who looked very blessed. She held Xiaoning's hand and smiled at Qin Sun. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Sit down and take a rest first. Qin Sun looked and found that there was an empty sofa next to the 2 old people, which seemed to be specially reserved for him and Xiaoning. He was a little confused, and it felt like a special judge's seat. He sat down with a smile, and Xiaoning stood up and sat next to Qin Sun. Grandma picked up an orange from the coffee table and handed it to Qin Sun, and asked with a smile, Young man, what's your name, and how old are you? Qin Sun held the orange, and said sincerely, in order to have a chicken leg to eat. Grandma, my name is Qin Sun. I'll be 22 soon. Grandma glanced at Xiaoning. That's fine, that's fine. Qin Sun immediately noticed from the word that's fine that Grandma's smile seemed a little forced. People of their generation should be used to men being older than women. It's probably because Xiaoning was so old and had just found her first boyfriend, she reluctantly accepted it. Then, wouldn't this chicken leg be even harder to eat? Grandma looked at Qin Sun and continued to ask, Qin Sun, what kind of business does your family have? Qin Sun answered with a smile. My mother planted some fruit trees, and my father works in a brewery. The smile on Grandma's face disappeared for a moment, somewhat surprised, looking at Xiaoning, somewhat worried. Although many people say that being well-matched is a dregs. But, the longer you live, you find that being well-matched is very important. This young man looks very good, and he is also fair-skinned, not like a poor boy. I didn't expect it. What does a child from an ordinary family want from Ningning? For money, for sex? Ningning is so smart, she should be able to tell the difference. Right? Or maybe she doesn't want to get married either, just want to date? Then why bring her home? Grandma handed Qin Sun another orange, and asked with a smile. Qin Sun, don't blame me for being too talkative. Ningning is bringing her boyfriend home for the first time. I just can't help but want to talk more. Qin Sun said with a smile. Grandma, it's okay. You asked? Grandma, what do you do? Qin Sun replied. I mainly do marketing planning, and occasionally do some part-time jobs, such as writing songs, shooting videos, and delivering food. Grandma smiled with satisfaction. Well, the young man can endure hardships, write songs, shoot videos, and do art. And she suddenly reacted and was a little surprised. Delivering food? Qin Sun nodded and replied. Yes, Grandma. Seeing that Grandma was silent, he explained with a smile. My family is very poor. My mother told me since I was a child that children from poor families grow up early. So, in addition to doing marketing planning, I will learn everything I can to make money. Grandma nodded, and the smile on her face was a little unnatural. Very good. Very good. Very good. At this time, the voice of a middle-aged woman sounded. Young man, can you do marketing planning? Just right. Qin Sun looked over and found that it was a well-maintained woman, probably in her 40s or 50s, and it was hard to tell her exact age. The woman pointed to a tall and thin young man on another sofa. Qin's boyfriend is also an artist. They just came back from abroad to start a business and set up a company. If their company has marketing business, we can give you the order. We are all family. The man was quietly playing with a young and beautiful woman. When he heard the woman's words, he quickly let go of his girlfriend's hand. He looked at Qin Sun and nodded with a smile. Xia Ning said with a smile, "Thank you, second aunt." Qin Sun followed suit. "Thank you, second aunt." Second aunt looked at the tall and thin young man and said with a smile and urging, "Zhao Kai, add your brother-in-law to WeChat as soon as possible so that we can contact each other in the future." Zhao Kai walked over and added WeChat to Qin Sun. Second aunt was in a good mood. On the sofa where Xia Ning and Qin Sun sat just now, her daughter and Zhao Kai were sitting. Zhao Kai's family was well off, and he answered Grandma Xinxin's questions fluently. He was so full of energy, and he was able to draw inferences from one thing to another. He talked about everything from what kind of free-range eggs tasted to the election in the United States. He was really knowledgeable. He made the old lady so happy. Compared with Xia Ning's boyfriend, he was really a far cry from Xia Ning. That guy was just good-looking. Before meeting Xia Ning, he was still delivering food? Zhao Kai and Qin Sun exchanged prestige and patted Qin Sun on the shoulder, just like a leader patting a subordinate. "I'm going to start a media company. The main purpose is to recruit some potential female artists, seize the trend of short videos, and create internet celebrities. I think this has great potential in the future, and live streaming will be very popular in the future. Don't look at how popular Douyin is now, but it's futile if all the traffic can't be monetized." So, he stood up, pretended to look around casually, and said, "So short videos will definitely become a hot topic." In order to appear natural, his eyes quickly fell back on Qin Sun's face, and patted Qin Sun's shoulder. "Qin Sun, or, why don't you just follow me?" Chapter 372, Do you know what Godfather means? Godfather. You have good taste. Qin Sun looked up at Zhao Kai, who looked very proud, hesitated for a moment, and praised him with a smile. Zhao Kai's girlfriend Xinxin clapped wildly. "Welcome all the bosses, angel investors, and investors who can invest in Zhao Kai's company. You will definitely make a lot of money in the future." As soon as the voice fell, there were only a few applause and cheers. Seeing this, the second aunt felt a little unhappy. A bunch of sourpusses. They must be jealous of my future son-in-law's talent. The sedan chair is carried by people. It's New Year's Day, but they are not willing to give even a little symbolic applause? Zhao Kai felt a little strange. Some uncles, aunts, cousins, all looked at him. For a moment, he was a little scared. Did I say something wrong? Did the chicken leg disappear? At this time, a girl's voice sounded, and the voice was very puzzled. "Brother Zhao Kai, what kind of company do you want to start?" Zhao Kai looked at Xia Jing, even more strange. This girl who had been quiet all the time, why did she suddenly interrupt the adults' affairs? He had a very gentlemanly smile on his face. Media company, creating internet celebrities, catching the trend of live streaming sales. Xia Jing's face flashed with disdain, pointing at Qin Sun. "You don't even know him. What kind of internet celebrity company are you running?" This sentence is very rude. Coming from an 8-year-old child, it seems even more rude. Zhao Kai was a little embarrassed, looking at Qin Sun, making a joke. "What's wrong? Qin Sun, you are also working part-time to apply for business licenses for media companies?" Qin Sun smiled. "I don't know how to do it." Zhao Kai. "This guy is a fool. At this time, you should laugh out loud, to ease my embarrassment. Instead of saying lightly, 'I don't know how to do it,' which makes me more embarrassed." Zhao Kai looked at Xia Jing and asked, "Little friend, I don't know him, so I can't open an internet celebrity company?" Xia Jing, "Yes." Zhao Kai smiled. "I thought it was illegal for me to run an internet celebrity company if I didn't know your brother-in-law." This was another joke, and still no one laughed. Everyone looked at him like a fool. Anyone could tell that Zhao Kai made jokes after jokes to Qin Sun, a country boy, and obviously didn't take him seriously, and was a little displeased. Zhao Kai felt a little nervous, looking at Qin Sun and then at Xia Jing, and forced a smile on his face. He clasped his hands to Qin Sun. "May I ask who this Mr. Qin Sun is?" Qin Sun. What a fool. Xinxin was a little angry when she saw her boyfriend's continuous jokes and funny tricks, but he couldn't liven up the awkward atmosphere. She looked at her grandmother and said coquettishly, "Grandma, look at Xia Jing." Xia Ning. and her boyfriend. They teamed up to bully people. Qin Sun? I didn't say a word. But Grandma found that it was not only Xia Ning, Xia Jing, but also the honest Qin Sun. The expressions of others were also very strange. Especially Wu Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, holding back her laughter, and her whole body was shaking. It felt like if she didn't laugh anymore, she would be suffocated to death. Grandma looked at Wu Yu, preparing to open a breakthrough from her, and asked, Xia Yu, what are you laughing at? Suddenly, Wu Yu covered his stomach and laughed like thunder. Ha ha ha. Did I laugh? I didn't laugh. Ah ha ha ha. Wu Yu's laughter was heard. Some other younger generations also laughed, but not as loudly as Wu Yu. But there were so many people, and the whole living room was filled with laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. My second aunt is a troublemaker in the family. Not only is she a conspicuous bag, and he is a bad character, likes gambling, and is very annoying. Every time, Xin brags about her boyfriend when she comes home. Zhao Kai is already the 8th future son-in-law she brags about. Just now, when Zhao Kai was questioned by his grandmother, this kid always talks about something irrelevant. What about the elderly should do more Ba Duan Jin? He happens to know how to do it, and can teach his grandmother later. Grandma asked him what he did. He talked about everything from macroeconomics to microeconomics, from top-level design to people's livelihood, and then to art, and finally to short videos. If you stand at the vent of the wind, even pigs can fly. After careful thinking and research, he felt that short videos would be the vent of the wind in the future. He shocked everyone at that time. Although he was annoying, he was really good at talking, and what he said seemed to make sense. As a result, he, who wanted to set up an online celebrity company and deeply engaged in short video sales, didn't even know Qin Sun? Isn't this nonsense? It seems that he just copied a few articles from Bihu to cheat 2 million for a chicken leg. In the living room, the laughter continued, and in order to discuss Zhao Kai, it seemed that no one would stop laughing. It got louder and louder. Grandpa coughed. The living room immediately became quiet. Only Wu Yu knelt on the sofa, holding her stomach, and cried, Ouch! My stomach hurts from laughing. I'm laughing to death. Grandpa said, Xia Yu? Wu Yu immediately stopped laughing, although Grandpa doted on her the most. A rare genius in the family. He couldn't go too far. It was New Year's Day, so she didn't want to get beaten. She sat upright on the sofa. Second aunt was embarrassed and angry, and asked loudly, What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? She looked at Qin Sun and asked, Who is this boy? Don't you know he will be cut into pieces? Ah? Laughing like this? Qin Sun looked at second aunt's murderous eyes, and slowly lowered his head, like a bullied young wife. Grandma saw it, and sighed in her heart. Alas, this boy is too honest. How come he can't even fart after being beaten with 2 sticks? Will he not be bullied by Xia Ning? Xia Jing said with a cold face. You don't have to be cut into pieces if you don't know Qin Sun. But you still want to start an internet celebrity company if you don't know Qin Sun. You will definitely go bankrupt. Zhao Kai was stunned, looking at Qin Sun who was lowering his head. He had an ominous premonition. Did I run into this kid's gun when I was pretending to be cool? Second aunt sneered. Why? He is. Who is he? She swallowed the 2 words and changed her words. Who is he? Xia Jing answered calmly. Internet celebrities call him the godfather of internet celebrities. As soon as the voice fell, another burst of laughter rang out in the living room. Obviously, it was not mocking Xia Jing, nor was it mocking Qin Sun, but mocking some ignorant and fearless people. Zhao Kai's face turned black. Internet celebrity. Godfather? He looked at Qin Sun, who was lowering his head like a child who had made a mistake, and was a little surprised. What kind of influence does he have in the internet celebrity world to be worthy of the title of Godfather? I just asked him to follow me. Damn it! Hey! No! Isn't he doing marketing, delivering food? Second aunt was impatient, and said directly, Xia Jing, what do you know as a child? Do you know what Godfather means? Godfather. Xia Jing grinned, and said nothing. At such a young age, she was calm enough not to argue with a fool. Suddenly, Wu Yu spoke. Second aunt, Xin, I called you in the group to watch The Richest Man in Shihong City, but you didn't watch it. You can't keep up with the times? She stood up and poured a glass of water from the coffee table, walked to Qin Sun with the water, knelt on one knee, and held the glass of water to him. Brother-in-law is no longer called the internet celebrity godfather. She looked at her second aunt. He is now known as the tough guy that Bai Hung licks crazily on the internet. Top star maker. Chapter 373. Look. Xia Ning's boyfriend is so diligent, he even runs to deliver food. Top-tier star-making machine? When the second aunt heard this, her heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed immediately. Although she didn't know who Bai Hung was, she understood the words top-tier star-making machine. Another internet celebrity godfather, and another star-making machine. This gimmick is so scary. For a moment, she looked at Qin Sun, not daring to say anything easily, and felt very aggrieved. The younger daughter of Lu Jingya, a shrew, is sharp-tongued and disrespectful. The older daughter's boyfriend is not someone to be trifled with either. Most of the people present knew Qin Sun. They understood the meaning of the man Bai Hung licks like crazy, and the value of a top star-making machine. But Wu Yu, who has been arrogant since childhood and thinks he is a genius among geniuses, why would she kneel on one knee to offer tea to her brother-in-law? Is this appropriate? Gradually, everyone's eyes fell on Xia Ning's face. Xia Ning stared at Wu Yu expressionlessly, but he was not too surprised. After all, this silly cousin once said that if she and Qin Sun broke up one day, she would keep Qin Sun's genes in the family. Wu Yu knelt on one knee, holding up the teacup, looking up at Qin Sun, and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, please have some tea." Qin Sun. He was so embarrassed that he dug out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room, looking at the water cup in Wu Yu's hand, and cursed in his heart. Did this washboard run away from home with her brain and chest? The teacup in her hand was replaced with a ring box. Now the situation is like a marriage proposal. Qin Sun wanted to swear, but because of his honest identity, he couldn't speak. He looked at Wu Yu quietly, and said a sentence after a long time. "Sister, I am not thirsty." Wu Yu stood up, took up the teacup and drank it all, smiled. "You still know I am a sister?" Qin Sun understood what Wu Yu meant. She was pointing at him, who usually yelled at her and behaved unkindly. Qin Sun showed a harmless smile on his face. "I know. Wu Yu. This guy is really a genius than pretending to be a grandson." The second aunt looked at the simple smile on Qin Sun's face. Isn't this the usual honest and simple boy who forced himself to smile even after being slapped twice? Is he really amazing? The second aunt looked at Qin Sun and asked cautiously, "Young man, are you good at making money?" Qin Sun looked at the second aunt and smiled and shook his head. "Everyone here has been doing business for generations. How dare I say how much money I can make in front of you? Just to make a living." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Gang stood up and left. "I'll make a phone call." He knew the character of his sister-in-law. She was very proud, narrow-minded, bullied the weak and feared the strong. She had no brains. Especially when she lost more than 10 million yuan in gambling, had a fight with her husband, and was slapped several times by Xia Ning's mother. She still holds a grudge against him. Just now, Xia Jing contradicted her. Now Xia Ning's boyfriend has made her lose face again. Now that Qin Sun said something modest, she would definitely say something sarcastic in return. Lu Gang thought that he had to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sister-in-law will be slapped in the face later, and will blame him for not reminding her in advance. Seeing Lu Gang leave, the eldest aunt also followed. Xinxin's father had foresight, and had been hiding in some corner for a long time. It was even more difficult for them to interfere in this matter as outsiders. The second aunt heard Qin Sun's answer, thinking of star-making machine, and still felt uneasy, and asked again, "Young man, you are Xia Ning's boyfriend, and you have to call me second aunt. You can't lie to me. You are the godfather of internet celebrities, the star-making machine, and you can't make much money?" Qin Sun looked at the second aunt, a little surprised. When he grew up, he saw clearly that the New Year's dinner table, seemingly happy, but often undercurrents. But he always thought that the wives of wealthy families should not be as direct as the old ladies in the countryside, and should always play some tricks. At least they should be bad in an elegant way. It turns out, there is no difference from a shrew. She just shamelessly licks the face, and keeps asking, keep asking, keep asking. Qin Sun looked embarrassed, looked at Xia Ning, then looked at his grandparents, and finally looked at his second aunt, and whispered, "Second aunt, what godfather, manufacturing machine, these are just some empty names." He paused and sighed. "My mother taught me not to talk about how much money I make during the Chinese New Year. Otherwise..." He didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. It was like the tone of a poor primary school student begging adults not to ask about grades during the Chinese New Year. Xia Ning came out to smooth things over. Second aunt. During the Chinese New Year, we won't talk about work. Second aunt was relieved. Seeing them avoid talking again and again. She knew they didn't make much money. What about the internet celebrity godfather? What's the use of the star-making machine? All thunder without rain? And his mother taught him? Mama's boy? No wonder he likes to find women older than him. Second aunt smiled. It's okay. It's okay. She still couldn't remember Qin Sun's name. He's still young. And he has a promising future. He may become a self-made rich man like his father. She tried to be sincere, but it sounded sarcastic to others. Wu Yu looked unhappy. Second aunt walked to Zhao Kai, took his hand, and asked with a smile. Zhao Kai, your family is in foreign trade, right? How's the business this year? Zhao Kai straightened his back a lot, and said with a smile. This year, the turnover is generally only more than 30 billion. In the living room, many people showed some disdain on their faces. What turnover? Why not talk about profit? The profit margins of various industries are different. Sometimes a turnover of 30 billion can still make a loss. The second aunt smiled particularly brightly. You should learn more from Xia Ning's boyfriend. Before taking over the family business, try to get involved in more industries. Look, Xia Ning's boyfriend is so hardworking. He even delivers takeout. No matter how big or small the money is, you have to make money. There was a moment of silence in the room. Second aunt, like a victorious rooster, sat back on the sofa with her head held high. Zhao Kai followed her back with a bright smile on his face. It was as if he was not the one who was slapped in the face for using short videos to promote the hottest equipment. When you are embarrassed, make others more embarrassed. Which seems to ease your own predicament. Everyone looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun sat on the sofa, lowered his head, and felt so boring. If he was at his grandmother's house, his aunts would be so weird, and his mother would show what one madman is. But it seems inappropriate to curse here? Honest people are so miserable. Grandma looked at Qin Sun with his head lowered, and felt a little uncomfortable. It's Chinese New Year, and Xinxin's mother always makes trouble. Now that Xia Ning's parents are not around, she is bullying the younger generation? This is the first time she comes here, and she has to endure this kind of bullying? Grandpa smokes a cigarette, and his small eyes are shining, looking at Qin Sun, a little disappointed. He is about to speak, to say a few words for Xia Ning and Qin Sun, to stop this farce, and to stop observing Qin Sun. This child is too honest, and lacks the spirit of a bandit. Even if such a person makes a little money in business, he will be ripped off one day. At this time, Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's profile, gently placed her hand on his back, and spoke softly. Qin Sun, and taught you not to talk about how much money you made during the Chinese New Year. She looked up at her second aunt. Is it because you are afraid of hitting some ignorant people? Qin Sun raised his head, looked at Xia Ning, a little surprised. Isn't the main theme today to be honest and low-key? Why is Ning Ning anxious first? Then, Xia Ning put her mouth close to his ear, and whispered in a voice that only two people could use. If you want to curse, just curse. I'll help you. Chapter 374. Why do you keep running into the gun today? Qin Sun was startled, turned his head to look at Xia Ning's gentle eyes, and felt a warm current in his heart. Ning Ning knew that I was unhappy. She understood me. She still loved me. Don't want me to be wronged? But I am an honest man today, I can't curse. Qin Sun stretched out his fingers, and gently touched Xia Ning's bangs on his forehead, smiled, and shook his head. Meaning, I'm fine. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun, slightly tilted his head. Meaning, are you really fine? Qin Sun smiled and nodded. The two smiled at each other. Without saying a word, they completed a brief conversation with only micro-expressions and eye contact. Suddenly, the slightly harsh voice of the second aunt sounded. Xia Jing is 8 years old and ignorant, but you, Xia Ning, are almost 30 years old and still ignorant. What do you mean by being afraid of hitting some people who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Are you saying that I, as an elder, don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Do you talk to adults like you do? Can you make a lot of money by delivering food? Isn't even enough to make what I lose in one night. She spoke very quickly. Xia Ning was not good at quarreling. For a moment, she didn't know how to retort. Chin Sun's catchphrase kept flashing in her mind. Fuck you. Fuck you. What a dog. But she couldn't say any of these words. After holding it in for a long time, Xia Ning said coldly, You can say I'm useless, but you can say he's useless. Second aunt sneered. Then he's very useful? Xia Ning stood up. Yes. Second aunt smiled ambiguously. What's the use? Is it convenient to say it? Xia Ning understood that this was a colored word, and her face turned red. Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning's grandparents and felt a little strange. They were still sitting there without saying a word. They didn't care when they were about to fight? Could it be that they really didn't want to be a family man if they were not dumb or deaf? Or, they wanted to see the adaptability of an honest man like me? Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning, who couldn't say anything, and felt like laughing. She just said she was helping me. When it comes to quarrels, she can only be a burden. Chin Sun casually picked up an orange in his hand, and broke it into 2 halves, and took off a piece of flesh and stuffed it into Xia Ning's hand. He looked up at his second aunt, with a harmless smile on his face. The second aunt looked at the smile on Chin Sun's face, and for some reason, she felt uneasy. Chin Sun was about to speak. Well, you couldn't bear it anymore, and said loudly, Second aunt, adults don't act like adults, and children don't act like children. The second aunt said angrily, Wu Yu, what are you crazy about? Wu Yu walked to the middle of the living room, stepped on the coffee table, raised his hands above his head, and clapped. Everyone look at me. I have something to announce. Everyone in the living room looked at Wu Yu. Lu Gang and his wife hid not far away, and also looked at Wu Yu. I don't know what she is going to do, Wu Yu said loudly. Although I don't know how much money Chin Sun made from delivering food, but as a former super professional accountant. Besides, as a major shareholder of Yuzi Film and Television Company, I will borrow Chin Sun's ability to show off my own skills. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of laughter rang out in the living room. This crazy woman is honest, borrowing other people's skills to show off my own skills? Wu Yu pointed at Chin Sun, his eyes swept over Zhao Kai, Xin, and finally landed on the second aunt's face. Second aunt, allow me to give you a brief financial report. The investment in the richest man in Shihong City produced by Yozu Company is less than 80 million, and it is now on its second day of release. The current cumulative box office. She took out her mobile phone, checked it, and was shocked. Fuck. It has increased again. The current cumulative box office is 346.75 million. According to the 33% profit sharing, that's 110 million. It has already paid back. In 2 days, I made 30 million. Some people present had already seen the information about the richest man in Shihong City on the internet. I knew it was profitable, but I didn't expect it to be so profitable. For a moment, they all felt a little uneasy. They looked at Chin Sun, and suddenly felt that this person had become mysterious. 340 million in 2 days? Today is not over yet. Won't it be 400 million by the end? Now it has all been recovered. So isn't it pure profit from now on? Chin Sun makes so much money. Why is he being a good boy here? Second aunt's face is not good. 30 million in 2 days. She lost 10 million in 1 day, and was beaten by Lu Jingyao. Zhao Kai lowered his head, rubbing his hands on his knees. Xin looked at Chin Sun, frowned slightly, suddenly laughed inexplicably. Wu Yu jumped off the coffee table, hold the phone in front of Chin Sun. Brother-in-law, you see, you just chatted with Erxi for a while, the box office rose another 10 million. Those 33% divided, isn't that 3.3 million? Ari is your god of wealth. You have to talk to her more. Chin Sun looked at Wu Yu, opened a pair of innocent big eyes. My heart is a little happy. It is indeed a professional accompaniment. It is estimated that even how to spray people have learned in depth. Weird something. Second aunt's face turned black. Why did she always run into people's guns today? What's the most annoying thing? Unexpectedly, Wu Yu didn't let her go, turned to look at her, and continued with a smile. The industry predicts that the box office of this movie will exceed 2.5 billion, and the 33% share is 825 million. After deducting the cost of 80 million, it is 745 million. Hearing this number, the whole audience fell silent. Grandma looked at the honest Chin Sun, and was a little confused. This good boy can make so much money? According to Xiaoyu, he is a billionaire. How old is he? Grandpa looked at Chin Sun, lit a cigarette thoughtfully. Xin looked at Chin Sun, her eyes lit up, as if she saw her prey. Second aunt lost her mind and sneered. Wu Yu, the money he made, Why are you so excited? Why, you are his girlfriend? Can his money be spent on you? At this time, Grandpa coughed lightly. The second aunt was startled. Her face turned pale, and she looked at her father-in-law and forced out an awkward smile. Wu Yu smiled, stretched out a finger, and said, I invested $1 million in this movie, and I own 1.25% of the shares, which means I can get more than $9 million in dividends in the end. She stretched out another finger. In addition, I have 3% of the dry shares of the Pomelo Company, which is more than $22 million. Adding up all these bits and pieces, I have made more than $30 million this year. What's wrong with me being a little excited? The second aunt had a dark face, and ignored Xiao Kai, who was bowing his head in shame, and went to hold her daughter's hand. Xin, let's go! We won't eat this meal. But Xin shook her hand away and said, I won't leave. Xiao Kai raised his head, looked at Xin, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Xin crossed her legs on the sofa, looked at Xiao Kai, and said with a smile, I haven't seen my boyfriend eat Grandma's stewed chicken legs yet. Xiao Kai, I can still eat it. It must be Qin Sun, the dog. Who can eat it? Second aunt shook her hand and left. Grandpa raised the teacup to Qin Sun. You and Xia Ning will sit next to me later and drink a few glasses of wine with me. Chapter 375. He is a scumbag? That's great. I like scumbags. Listen to Grandpa. Qin Sun held the teacup with both hands, felt very nervous, and drank carefully. Grandpa's name is Lu Xiaoquan. He started from scratch and built a huge business. But it seems that his luck has run out. Except for Lu Gang. None of his children and grandchildren can do anything. Lu Xiaoquan looked at Qin Sun drinking tea, smiled, feeling a little regretful. This child is good, but his character is too good. He is different from Xia Ning's grandmother. He doesn't like children who are too honest. Because he has been doing business for a lifetime, and has seen a lot of dirty things. He doesn't believe that good people will be rewarded. If a businessman is not cunning and has a bit of banditry, one day the money he earns will be cheated and robbed. However, this child is so good at making money. One good thing can cover up 100 bad things. Let Xia Shujia teach Qin Sun in the future. Isn't Xia Shujia a person who looks gentle and refined, elegant, but is actually cruel and ruthless? Suddenly, Lu Xiaoquan saw Wu Yu looking at him eagerly and said, Qin Sun sits next to me, and you sit next to Ningning. Wu Yu smiled and hurried to pour tea. The atmosphere in the living room became lively. The volume of the TV was turned up a little. Although no one was watching, the festive atmosphere was better with some sound. Everyone chatted casually. Grandma pulled Xia Ning to chat. Ningning, how did you and Qin Sun know each other? I was bored and went to work as an assistant in a marketing company. It happened that I worked as an assistant for Qin Sun, and we fell in love over time. Is Qin Sun usually diligent at work? Not okay. What do you mean by okay? Not bad enough to make so much money? Ningning, you have been too proud since you were a child, too strong-willed, just like your mother. It's not shameful to admit that your man is strong. Man? We haven't got married yet. Ningning, don't learn from Xin. You should take your relationship seriously. If you don't get married, what are you talking about? Oh, when are you getting married? I asked you when you're getting married? Qin Sun hasn't graduated yet. When he graduates, if he's willing, I don't know. What? You found a student to date? He'll get his diploma next year. That's right, get both the diploma and the marriage certificate together. Did you hear that? I'll work hard. Ningning is filial. My second aunt left, and the biggest troublemaker left. The living room finally had some New Year atmosphere. The atmosphere was getting more and more lively. Gradually, someone came to take a photo with Qin Sun. Director Qin, I have been listening to your songs. Would you mind taking a photo with me? Qin Sun, one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Haicheng, do you want me to help you get one? Brother-in-law, many girls in our school like you. Can you help me get an autograph photo of Bai Hong? Brother-in-law, I want an autograph photo of Yilan. Can you help me? Brother-in-law, can you take me with you if you have any projects in the future? I am over 30 years old, and I also want to sit at the table with the adults. Brother-in-law, you know a lot of internet celebrities. Do you have any groups? I want to get to know some internet celebrities and talk about some cooperation. Everyone who came to chat up had to take a photo with Qin Sun. Qin Sun acted as a tool for the group photo, and his face was frozen with laughter. But the strange thing was that Xia Ning's sister Xia Jing was watching coldly, with no expression on her face. Was Xia Ning like this when she was a child? That's too much of a punishment. Xiao Kai was on pins and needles, and wanted to escape, but couldn't. Damn it! He had just returned to China, and was tricked by Lu Yixin to come here, saying that if he performed well, he could get 2 million pocket money. He prepared for several days, but he didn't expect to fall so hard. Lu Yixin sat on the sofa, observing Qin Sun quietly, seeing people constantly taking photos with Qin Sun, and their words were too kind. It was a bit strange. Xia Ning's boyfriend is so popular? Is he famous? She scratched her toes, yawned, and picked up her phone to search on Douyin. Qin Sun. Seeing the message pop up, she was stunned. Damn! This person is so popular? If I had watched Douyin more during the past few days when I returned to China, wouldn't I have avoided today's embarrassment? This Qin Sun turned out to be a scumbag. That's great. I like scumbags. Suddenly, the TV went quiet, and the light was obviously dimmed. Lu Yixin covered her mouth and exclaimed, I'm sorry, I was just curious about who my brother-in-law is. I checked it on my phone, and accidentally clicked on the screen projection. The living room fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the TV screen. Qin Sun looked up, and saw Douyin being projected on a huge 100-inch TV screen. The search bar read Qin Sun. The search prompts below were all some scandals. Qin Sun insulted and beat staff during the filming of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Qin Sun insulted and beat, threatened Party A, caused Xixin Pharmaceutical Marketing Manager to have urinary incontinence. Qin Sun had a secret rule with Yilan, and talked about the script of Nightlight. Qin Sun treated the winter vacation workers, who applied for the job rudely, scolded others for having small breasts, and told them to get out. Qin Sun managed Oak Company, and Pomelo Company was extremely rude, which made employees feel very insecure. The secrets that Qin Sun and the coquettish proprietress of the tavern had to tell. The latter part was some positive ones. Qin Sun knows whether he has a chance or not once he makes a move. The richest man in Shihong City turns into a money-eating beast. The star among stars, the man Bai Hong admires, Qin Sun's status is so high? Qin Sun does not accept marketing projects with profits below 10 million? Qin Sun saw the search prompt above, and frowned slightly. Behind this pile of scandals, there seems to be a force fueling the flames. The scandal about him is like a burst septic tank. Shit and urine are all over the internet. The living room fell silent. Everyone looked at Qin Sun. Qin Sun smiled awkwardly, spread his hands to show his innocence. Grandma looked at these scandals, tightly grasped Xia Ning's hand, and looked at Qin Sun with some worry. Qin Sun is not short of money, so he is greedy for Ning Ning's beauty? Lu Xiaoquan lit a cigarette, blew out smoke rings, and silently looked at Qin Sun through the smoke. Although he didn't like honest people, he didn't want his granddaughter to fall in love with a bad guy. Xia Ning is not Lu Yixin. She can't handle this kind of man. Lu Yixin's face was anxious. Her hands were operating quickly, as if she wanted to turn off the screen projection. Sorry. I'll turn it off right away. As she operated in a hurry. On the TV screen, she clicked into a comment section of a scandal. The comment section was very lively. I knew Qin Sun was not a good person, but I didn't expect him to be so bad. I won't watch The Richest Man in Shihong City anymore. Since you all don't watch it anymore, then I won't watch it either. Beat the client, scold the winter vacation worker for having small breasts, hidden rules for Yilan, supporting a coquettish boss lady. You are awesome. I don't know the whole story. No comment. Can you not be so easily influenced? Just a few self-media outlets that give birth to children without anus are talking nonsense, without any evidence, and you believe it? Boycott The Richest Man in Shihong City. Qin Sun, you give birth to children without anus. Give me back my goddess. The living room seemed to be even quieter. Everyone stared at Qin Sun without blinking. Xia Jing stood up silently, walked to the coffee table, picked up a fruit knife from the fruit plate, thought about it, and put it down again. She clenched her fist, and walked towards Qin Sun. You lied to my sister, you will die. Qin Sun? Chapter 376. If Qin Sun has to be bothered with everything, what should we do? Seeing Xia Jing clenching her fists, and walking towards him step by step, Qin Sun was a little confused. This kid doesn't like to laugh, and has a violent tendency. Is he so annoying? Qin Sun smiled bitterly. I didn't lie to your sister. Xia Jing, then what about those things on the internet? Qin Sun, I don't know. Xia Jing, you are humble. I will beat you. Qin Sun. Seeing Xia Jing getting closer and closer, Xia Ning's voice rang out. Xia Jing, go back. Xia Jing stopped, turned her head and looked at Xia Ning, said, I won't, you have to listen to me now. You have been blinded by love. Qin Sun. Do kids nowadays dare to talk about love at the age of 8? When I was 8 years old, I was still busy drawing the 38th parallel with my female classmate. If she dared to cross the line, I would put a caterpillar in her pencil case. Xia Ning looked at Xia Jing, and her voice was very cold. Xia Jing, go back. Xia Jing pouted, sat back on the sofa, muttered softly, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer. Xia Ning? This Xia Jing was beaten too little. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Sun and Xia Ning's faces, and no one dared to say anything. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. Xia Ning defended Qin Sun so much. Why should they say something annoying? Besides, in their opinion, with Qin Sun's current fame, financial resources, and appearance, it is normal for him to be entangled with many internet celebrities. Wealth and honor cannot lead to debauchery. What is the use of this wealth and honor? He is now at the most powerful age. Of course, he should drink the strongest wine, beat the wildest dog, and ride the wildest horse. Grandma held Xia Ning's hand tightly, like holding a child who was about to fall into the water, and looked at Qin Sun with a gentle smile on her face. Xiao Qin, is there any misunderstanding between you? If there is any misunderstanding, just talk it out, Qin Sun said with a smile. The news is all fake. It was just a simple sentence, which was in line with the temperament of an honest person. But it did not satisfy Grandma. Grandma felt uneasy, and needed to know the cause and effect. Qin Sun and Grandma looked at each other, with a bitter smile on their faces. Of course, he can solve the above rumors. But once he starts to deal with them, he must use some thundering means. This honest man's personality will collapse. Then the big chicken leg will be gone? Suddenly, they are just farting. Wu Yu looked at these comments on the TV screen, and was so angry that his teeth itched. Qin Sun himself is very popular on the internet, and can attract many people's attention. Now there seems to be a force behind it. Public opinion will become more and more powerful. This is bound to have a great negative impact on the box office of the richest man in Shihong City. Wu Yu smashed a cup and cursed. The old nun is still a virgin. They have known each other for more than half a year, and they have not even kissed a few times. I have never seen a man more serious than Qin Sun. They actually made up a dirty rumor about Qin Sun? Lu Yisan was stunned, and looked at Qin Sun, as if a female demon saw Tang Sanzang. Wu Yu stood up, and turned to look at Qin Sun. Qin Sun, what should I do? Qin Sun. He saw that everyone looked at him with shock, and knew that they were surprised because Xia Ning was still a virgin. Inexplicably, he actually felt a sense of shame for being a virgin. It was as if someone pointed at his nose and scolded him for impotence. However, his grandmother's eyes lit up, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Qin Sun noticed his grandmother's expression, and felt even more ashamed. Qin Sun looked up at Wu Yu, who was angry, and smiled awkwardly. He was very angry. Thank you for praising me. Wu Yu saw that Qin Sun was still pretending to be stupid and grinning, and was a little angry. What are you laughing at? You can still laugh? As a producer, the protagonist, the director, the screenwriter, and the composer, this movie is your hard work. Now that the negative news about you on the internet has fermented to this extent, you can still laugh? Qin Sun. It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. Wu Yu saw Qin Sun's dead look, and became even more angry. This will have a great impact on the movie box office. Don't smile foolishly, you need to take action. Qin Sun slowly lowered his head, rubbing his temples with both hands, like a tiger yawning after waking up. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun like this, knowing that once he raised his head, he would start to kill everyone. Qin Sun raised his head, still smiling, but no longer honest and simple, and even had a bit of a domineering aura. He was about to get up, when he suddenly felt a hand pressing down on his thigh. Xia Ning said softly, "You've worked hard for a year, take a break, leave this kind of small matter to me." Qin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning, somewhat dazed. Why did he feel so safe? If there weren't so many people watching, he would have buried his head in Ning Ning's chest, and rubbed it like a kitten. Xia Ning looked up at Wu Yu and said, "If Qin Sun has to trouble everything, then what do we do? He's only 21 years old, he's an honest brother. Where have you seen such dirty tricks? Leave it to me to deal with this kind of thing." Wu Yu. Why did the old nun emphasize that Qin Sun was an honest man? How was he honest? Is it just to cheat a chicken leg to eat? So despicable. No wonder Qin Sun didn't curse when his second aunt was bullying him. It turns out that he was setting up a stupid character. Xia Ning picked up a small orange from the table and stuffed it into Qin Sun's hand. You eat the orange. Qin Sun held the orange and secretly put it in his pocket. Xia Ning looked up and looked around. Except for Grandpa and Grandma. Everyone present was a younger generation. Finally, Xia Ning's eyes fell on Luisen's face and said, Xin, cast your phone screen back to the previous screen, where the search bar prompts Qin Sun's series of scandals. I will point to point, one by one, to clear Qin Sun's name. Luisen smiled, lowered her head and operated. The huge TV screen returned to the previous screen. Qin Sun insulted and beat the staff during the filming of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Qin Sun insulted and beat, threatening Party A. Xia Ning looked at the TV. Everyone's eyes followed his gaze. Xia Ning said, First, Qin Sun insulted and beat the staff during the filming of The Richest Man in Shihong City? She swept her eyes over everyone and explained. When The Richest Man in Shihong City started filming, there was only 1 month of filming time, and the time was very tight. In order to pursue efficiency, Qin Sun's voice was indeed a little loud. But it was definitely not dirty, and it was not considered insulting. Except for the day of the start of filming, he scolded Wu Yu, punched Wu Yu, and did not behave rudely to anyone. Grandma was shocked. Xiao Yu is naughty, it's normal to be scolded, but she is so thin and still got beaten? She looked at Qin Sun. Her eyes fell on Qin Sun's palm. How big a fist can a hand this big make? Grandma looked at Wu Yu, her eyes full of heartache. Xiao Yu, can your small body withstand a punch from Qin Sun? Chapter 377. You saved me. I can't let others put the blame on you. Everyone looked at Wu Yu. She has been spoiled since she was a child. She doesn't look like someone who can take a beating without fighting back. Wu Yu looked embarrassed, walked to her grandmother and squatted down, holding her skinny hand, explaining, Grandma, I am the third male lead in the movie. The first scene was a feast for the extras. I sneaked in to eat roast suckling pig. Qin Sun found out and scolded me. We only had 1 month to shoot. It was really tense. Qin Sun was exhausted those days. He was a little angry that day. So he hit me lightly. But that was a scene Qin Sun and I did to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. The hit I got was not as heavy as a mosquito. As soon as the voice fell, Grandma breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Qin Sun, smiled again. I told you, this kid is so honest. Wu Yu. Qin Sun lost his face just to eat a chicken leg? Cheating an old man? After hearing Wu Yu's explanation, everyone was talking about it. It really took only 1 month to finish filming? You want to make 700 million or 800 million? That's 200 million or 300 million a day. The rumor on the internet that he is a humanoid self-propelled money printing machine is true. No wonder others are jealous and want to discredit Qin Sun. Xiaoyu, you deserve to be scolded. A male third role is acting as an extra. If it's exposed, it will affect the box office by at least 30 million. Xiaoyu is ignorant, too ignorant. Xiaoyu was beaten too lightly. Wu Yu was annoyed and cursed. Shut up. The living room went quiet. Xia Ning looked at Wu Yu and commanded him in an imperative tone. Wu Yu, you go shoot a clarification video right now and post it on the Douyin official website of The Richest Man in Shihong City. Wu Yu stood up and saluted. Coconut, snake. She has always been a social nerd since she was a child, and never shy. She picked up her phone and walked to an empty corner of the living room and started taking selfies. Hello, everyone. I am Wu Yu, the actor of Lu Jiannan in The Richest Man in Shihong City. I am also the employee who was insulted and beaten by Qin Sun according to online rumors. In this regard, I need to clarify a few things. Wu Yu was shooting a video. Xia Ning pointed at the words on the TV screen and read them. The second one, Qin Sun insulted and beat, threatened Party A, and caused the manager of Jixin Pharmaceuticals' marketing department to urinate incontinently. She took out her cell phone and called manager Zhou of Jixin Pharmaceutical directly. The call was connected, and she pressed the speaker button. Manager Zhou. How are you? The voice on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. That? Miss Xia. You are looking for me on New Year's Day. What do you want to do? Everyone looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning got straight to the point and said, just now, there was a sudden rumor on the internet that you were threatened and intimidated by Chin Sun. Don't you have any opinion on this? Manager Joe was silent for a moment. What opinion can I have? They have their mouths, I can't control them even if I want to. Xia Ning smiled, the voice was very calm, and the aura was very strong. No opinion? Then I will put the surveillance video of you peeing your pants on the internet, to prove your innocence. She hung up the phone immediately. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. That's it? In less than 3 seconds. The phone rang. She hung up. It rang again. She hung up again. Suddenly, the WeChat message notification sounded. Xia Ning saw that it was indeed a voice message from Manager Zhou, and clicked it. Manager Zhou's voice was very nervous. Ms. Xia, I really didn't make this public online to affect your box office. If you post the video, how can I live like a human being? I will post a clarification video on Douyin right away, saying that this is absolutely not the case. I'm commenting on your official website of the richest man in Shihong City. Remember to comment on me, so that netizens can click on my homepage to watch it, or forward my clarification video. Xia Ning put down the phone, without replying, looked at her grandmother, and said with a smile, "The second thing is clarified." Grandma reached out and took Xia Ning's hand, looking at Chin Sun, said with a smile, "Xiao Qin looks obedient. I knew you wouldn't hit anyone." Chin Sun smiled innocently. "Grandma, you are really good at judging people. I have been timid since I was a child. I can't even beat a woman, let alone a man." He looked at Xia Ning. "Before I entered the house just now, I made Ning Ning unhappy because of a word, and she pulled my hair. She abused me." Xia Ning. "Sue me? Against abuse?" Wu Yu just came over, heard this, thought of being slapped away by Chin Sun, and felt his scalp tingling. Didn't he call himself the smart guy? How come he has become a little coward who can't even beat a woman? Grandma stretched out her hand and took Chin Sun's hand. "Poor child. Ning Ning, you must not be so fierce in the future. Husbands and wives should be more tolerant." "Xia Ning? Are they husband and wife now?" Lu Yisan looked at Chin Sun and Xia Ning sitting next to each other, yawned, and was a little surprised. Is the old nun so good at controlling men? Beat them whenever she wants? How is it compared to me? Xia Ning looked up at the TV screen and said, "The third one, Chin Sun secretly harassed Yulan, and talked about the luminous script. This is completely nonsense. During the filming of the movie, Chin Sun and I lived in the same room." She suddenly realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly added, "It was a suite, and we each lived in a room." Yulan had no chance to talk about the script with Chin Sun, let alone the luminous script. After saying that, Xia Ning held Chin Sun's hand tightly, with some pride. Chin Sun was lustful, but had good manners. Xia Ning continued, "We don't need to care about this rumor. Yilan's team will be more anxious than us." Lu Yisan glanced at Chin Sun and asked, "What I'm most curious about is, what's the matter with that flirty proprietress?" "What do you mean by flirty proprietress? What do you mean by the secret that Chin Sun and the flirty proprietress of the tavern have to tell?" Xia Ning glanced at Lu Yisan, picked up her phone and called Monsieur. Pressed the speaker. "Hello?" Monsieur's voice was a little excited. "Xia Ning, I was just looking for you. Damn, someone on the internet spread rumors that Chin Sun and I were not in a relationship, saying that I often went to the hospital for prenatal checkups. I really fucked their mothers." Xia Ning. She really didn't expect Monsieur to be so angry, and the amount of mother she mentioned was so amazing when she opened her mouth. "I didn't know what to say for a moment." Monsieur continued, "I have contacted several media outlets. I will accept their interviews tomorrow and tell them all the kindness you have shown me. I really want to hack these people who have no assholes when giving birth." Chin Sun heard it and said quickly, "Lei Xiaodi, you should lead your sisters to live a good life and don't get involved in this mess. There is no need to expose your scars to the media." Monsieur was stunned and her voice was a little surprised. "Boss, you are here too. It's okay. I am very peaceful now. I don't think that begging, working illegally, or doing dirty work in the past are any dark history. Instead, I think it is an honor." Chin Sun said seriously, "I will take care of my problem. You just need to cure Ying's leukemia." On the other end of the phone, Monsieur choked up. "Boss, I was a bad person. You saved me. You saved Ying's life. I can't just watch others put the blame on you. Because the scandal has lowered the box office of the movie. I must let netizens know your character and make the box office multiply again. I really fucked their mothers." Chin Sun didn't know what to say. There was silence on the other end of the phone. In the living room, everyone looked at Chin Sun silently. Lu Xiaoquan lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. From the words of this girl, it can be judged that she can give her life to Chin Sun. Chin Sun, this honest man, seems to have the qualities of a leader? Chapter 378. This guy clearly has the appearance of a tyrant. How could he be an honest man? In the living room, the atmosphere was a little weird. Everyone looked at Chin Sun with a different look, as if he was bathed in Buddha's light. Through the few words just now, they immediately outlined a rough outline of the story. A girl who had suffered a lot met Chin Sun. Chin Sun changed her life trajectory, saved her, and saved her sick sister. I didn't expect that this Chin Sun was a kind man. In order to prevent his friend from exposing his scars, he was willing to take the blame. This is a saint. What is he going to do if he doesn't covet someone's body? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and a rustling sound was heard. There were footsteps. Lady, Pundi, Dedi, Indi, Ingha, you all hurry up and greet the boss. 3, 2, 1. Begin. A group of female voices, big and small, rang out. Boss, Happy New Year. The voices were very uniform, as if they had been rehearsed many times. Chin Sun responded with a smile. Happy New Year. Suddenly, another voice rang out over there. Brother-in-law, Happy New Year. Chin Sun? He raised his head, and found that everyone was staring at him, with a teasing look in their eyes. My hair? The voice of Monsieur's scolding immediately rang out from the other end of the phone. Welcome him. What nonsense are you talking about? The sound of footsteps rang out, seemingly moving away from the group of naughty kids. Monsieur said. Boss, the kids are ignorant. Chin Sun, I didn't hear anything. Hang up the phone. He looked a little embarrassed. Everyone looked at Chin Sun in silence. Louison laughed. It's okay, brother-in-law. Excellent men are always easy to attract the favor of some women. It's none of your business. She looked at Xia Ning and said slowly, Sister, you have to keep such a good man. Xia Ning looked at Louison, somewhat alert. Am I overthinking it? Why does it sound like a declaration of war? Xia Jing sneered twice, said silently, Bitch. Xia Ning looked at the TV screen, reading. The 4th point, Chin Sun manages Oak Company, and Pomelo Company is extremely rude, making employees feel insecure. She smiled lightly, said. We don't need to do anything about this point. The employees of Oak Company and Pomelo Company have already started a quarrel. She looked at Louis and said, Xin, you exit the screen projection. I want to use it for a while. Louison exited. Xia Ning projected the phone screen onto the TV. The WeChat interface immediately appeared on the TV screen, clicked. Oak Marketing Company Work Group. And the messages kept coming out. Oh! Fuck. Who is making up this rumor about giving birth without anus? Boss Chin's management is extremely rough? Only working 4.5 days a week, getting tens of thousands of performance bonuses every month. If you put it that way, it's really rough. I brought 20 things home during the Chinese New Year, and became the most handsome guy in the village. Thank you to the company, thank you to Boss Chin. Which insane idiot wants to alienate the father-son relationship between us and Mr. Chin? Are they expecting us to resign, so that they can join the company? Let him dream big. Actually, I am quite insecure. After I worked at Oak, I no longer look down on other companies. I am so panicked. The thieves are still determined to destroy me. If they want to destroy Oak, they must step on my body first. Comrades, follow me and lead the charge. We will go to post comments and clear Mr. Chin's name. Everyone looked at the chat records on the TV, turned their heads to look at the honest Chin Sun, feeling a little emotional. Is this an honest man? Can an honest man build a company into a solid foundation? Can he control so many flatterers? Even the father-son relationship is revealed? However, he only let the company's people work for 4.5 days, which is really too generous, and it is not in line with our business philosophy. His prestige in the company is a bit high. This kid is talented, has personal charm. If the company goes bankrupt one day, can't he always set up a new team? This guy obviously has the appearance of a hero. How can he be an honest man? Zhao Kai saw those comments, felt the employees' support for Chin Sun, and felt even more embarrassed when he thought about the pretense just now. I said I wanted to start a company. Other people's companies are thriving. Zhao Kai reached out to hold Louison's hand, trying to seek some comfort. But Louison quietly shook him off. Zhao Kai saw Louison looking at Chin Sun intentionally or unintentionally, and couldn't help but be stunned. This bitch changed her mind? She changed her mind so quickly. She wants to steal a man from her cousin? Oh, that's too good. Grandma looked at Qin Sun's harmless face, and she liked him more and more, and felt that he was very honest, and his smile was kind. Xiao Qin, don't just focus on your career, take more rest. Qin Sun nodded. Okay. Xia Ning. Qin Sun, the lazy guy, has taken enough rest. Xia Ning thought of the last scandal about Qin Sun, frowned slightly, and said softly. The last one, Qin Sun treated the winter vacation workers, who came to apply for the job rudely, said that they had small breasts, and told them to get out? She looked up at Qin Sun, confused, and asked. Have our two companies ever recruited winter vacation workers? Qin Sun shook his head. Aren't these all things you're dealing with? Xia Ning, I've never confessed before. This is really strange. Lu Yisun suddenly spoke. These are all unfounded things. I just read this news. It said that it started with a comment in the comment section of the official website of the richest man in Shihong City, just a complaint from a netizen. I don't know how it was hyped up as a hot search. She looked at Qin Sun with a smile. Once a person is too dazzling, someone will always want to drag him down, and they want to put all the dirty things and bad things on him. Wu Yu heard their discussion, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. Yes. It's just a rumor. There's no basis for it. It's just nonsense. If you don't stop spreading rumors, in a few days, even if an old lady at the entrance of the village loses a pair of flowered shorts, they will frame Qin Sun. Hee hee. Wu Yu laughed awkwardly. Xia Ning looked at Lu Yisun, then at Wu Yu, thinking. Qin Sun lowered his head, with a bitter smile. I finally understood why Songing sent me the word idiot when wishing me a happy new year. She must have come to apply for a winter job during the winter break. I guess she wanted to give herself a so-called surprise. She didn't say hello in advance. As a result, Wu Yu took over and acted as the interviewer. Then he mocked Songing, called her small breasts, and drove her out. Qin Sun thought about it. Song Ying's breasts are small? No. Doesn't Wu Yu have the right to mock anyone's small breasts? Except for the concave ones, whose breasts are not bigger than hers. Wu Yu was glanced at by Xia Ning, and immediately knew that he was exposed. His heart became more and more uneasy, and he said with a smile, Miss Xia Ning, as the CEO of Yuzu Corporation, why don't you make a few powerful responses on the official website of the richest man in Shihong City? For example, whoever offends Yuzu will be punished even if he is far away. You are so pretty, post a video, say a few dirty words, maybe you can trick some old perverts into the cinema and increase the box office. Xia Ning. Dirty words? Chapter 379, are you also using Qin Sun's ability to show off your own abilities? Xia Ning thought about it. She couldn't say anything naughty, but the organizational structure of Yozu Company has not been established yet, and the core positions such as the public relations department have not been recruited yet. As the CEO of Yozu Company, she gets 10 or 20 million yuan in salary from Qin Sun every year, and she really needs to warn those cowards. Xia Ning handed the phone to Wu Yu, walked to the French window, and tidied her appearance. Everyone looked at Xia Ning, and found that her momentum became fierce, and she had the meaning of a domineering female CEO. Wu Yu held up his phone, and bent his knees to adjust a good angle, and began to shoot, and shouted like a movie director. Action! Xia Ning's calm face was a little cold, and his voice was calm and cold. Hello everyone. I am Xia Ning, CEO of Yuzi Film and Television Company. Recently, our company has discovered that someone has maliciously spread false statements, which has seriously affected our company's reputation. Here, on behalf of the company, I solemnly declare, we will take all necessary measures to protect the company's image and interests. For rumormongers, we warn them to take care of themselves and immediately stop all infringements. Otherwise, we will pursue their legal responsibilities in accordance with the law. Xia Ning said it in a sonorous and powerful manner, with great momentum. It was a very official, standard response. With Xia Ning's extremely high appearance and the temperament of a female CEO, she had a unique style. The statement usually ended here. However, everyone saw Xia Ning raise her voice, stare at the camera, and said coldly, if someone insists on playing a public opinion war, I just want to remind you one thing. Qin Sun is the god of the marketing world. If you play this kind of trick, he is your ancestor. You have provoked the wrong person. Be careful not to play with fire and get burned. After she finished speaking, she stared at the camera for a second or two, leaving a cold look, and then nodded. Xiao Yu, I'm fine. The living room was quiet. Xia Ning found that everyone was staring at her in shock. Everyone looked at each other. There were 20 to 30 people of the younger generation, and the age difference was also large. They were not that familiar with Xia Ning. But in memory, Xia Ning had always been a cold, calm, liked to sit in the corner, and was not competitive with the world. Right? Why did she speak so loudly? A god in the marketing world? Ancestor? Why did these words sound like those said by the crazy fans of those stars? Why did she change? Gradually, everyone looked at Qin Sun again. In addition to being good at making money, does this guy have other strengths? Is he particularly harmonious with Xia Ning in some aspects? No. Hasn't he touched Xia Ning yet? Let alone really captured Xia Ning's heart? This is hard to judge. Rich families don't believe in pure love. Qin Sun noticed everyone's gaze and sighed. Damn. Everyone is showing off. Even Xia Ning is pretending. And I am the only one who is honest? Will you put down the phone and open her mouth wide? Old sister. Are you also pretending to be better than Qin Sun? Can't you say this line well? You are so good at pretending. Xia Ning. She realized it later, and said with some embarrassment, Xiaoyu. Cut off the words at the end. And keep the words at the beginning. Wu Yu shook his head with a smirk. I won't. Xia Ning was a little anxious. Lu Shaoquan suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Keep those words. Couples can't both be honest. There must be one who is stronger to do something that offends others. Xiao Qin is still young. Ning Ning. As a sister, you have to take more responsibility. Hearing the head of the family speak, a low cry sounded in the living room. How many years has Grandpa not interfered in the private affairs of his children and grandchildren? Is he making an exception for Qin Sun today? Xia Ning looked at her grandfather, feeling a little embarrassed. With the word couple, she understood. Qin Sun has passed the test of her grandfather. With her grandfather's strong personality, she will have to marry him in the future? Does it mean that in the future when we quarrel, they will side with Qin Sun? He is not a truly honest man. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and saw him looking at her with a harmless smile. Suddenly I felt that he was so annoying. He deserved a beating. The dinner began. There was actually a large banquet hall in the villa, just like the ones in a big hotel. There were 3 round tables inside. Xia Ning's grandpa, grandma, an eldest uncle, eldest aunt, second uncle, third aunt, and 10 other people sat at one table. Xia Ning, Qin Sun, Wu Yu, Lu Yisan, Zhao Kai, and the children of each uncle sat at another table. The third table was for children. All of them were Xia Ning's nephews, nieces, and Xia Jing came in uninvited. Xia Jing became the most senior person at the table. It was a family dinner, and there were no special rules. Chatting, eating, drinking, toasting. Qin Sun was very busy. People kept coming to toast. He drank honestly, not cunning at all. He drank whenever someone toasted him, and finished 1/3 of a cup of liquor in one gulp. Suddenly, Xia Ning quietly tugged at his clothes, whispered, You can't drink much. Just take a sip for your sake. Grandpa just said, we have to sit at the main table. They drink a lot, so we have to save some space. Qin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, put his mouth close to her ear, and whispered, No. I want to drink more. Finally, I have a chance to share a room with you. I want to be brave enough to drink, to grab your upper body. Xia Ning. She remembered that before entering the room, she asked Qin Sun to fight for a chicken leg, so that after he succeeded, she could ask Qin Sun to grab your hair. But he insisted on grabbing other parts. The upper body? Besides the hair, is there any other place to grab? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, smiled a little smugly, put her mouth close to Qin Sun's ear, and whispered, You may not believe it, but in this manner, there is another villa not far from this villa. There are many rooms, and we are arranged to sleep separately tonight. Qin Sun? I don't care. I will pull it out. Xia Ning. Wu Yu looked at Qin Sun and Xia Ning whispering, curled his lips, and looked disgusted. What the hell? Are we dead? Huh? 2. After Qin Sun knew that he had to sleep in separate rooms tonight, he was not interested. When others came to toast, he raised his head with full momentum and licked a small mouthful very vigorously. He doesn't like to drink white wine. He can't taste the goodness of white wine. It's not as good as ice beer in summer. Suddenly, Lu Yisan came over with Zhao Kai and raised her glass to Qin Sun. Brother-in-law, we were ignorant today and offended you. I hope you don't take it to heart. Qin Sun stood up and saw Lu Yixin with a smile on her face. Zhao Kai looked embarrassed. He felt a little sympathetic to this silly boy. Actually, it didn't seem to have much to do with him today. It was Lu Yixin's mother who kept stirring up trouble. Lu Yixin and Zhao Kai drank a glass of white wine in one gulp. Qin Sun raised his glass and took a sip. And said, "It's okay." Lu Yixin glanced at Qin Sun's glass, smiled, and went back to her seat. "You really want to forgive me, and you only took a sip? You're so arrogant. You want me to bring a pig's head to apologize to you at night?" Qin Sun noticed Lu Yixin's eyes, and felt a little strange, so he lowered his voice and asked Xia Ning quietly, "Ningning, have you noticed that your cousin has been secretly looking at me? What does she mean?" Chapter 380. Xinshin likes to snatch things from her brothers and sisters. This habit needs to be changed. Xia Ning looked up at Lu Yixin across the table. Seeing the smile on her face, she felt a little irritated. She turned to look at Qin Sun and said in a low voice, "Look at her eyes. She clearly wants to kill you. You have to be careful." Qin Sun looked over and found that Lu Yixin was smiling brightly. She raised her glass to him and took a sip of wine. He answered in a low voice, "You scared me. I thought she wanted to sleep with me." Xia Ning, "This guy doesn't seem to be slow." Qin Sun asked again, "I feel like your second aunt seems to be targeting you and your sister. Do your two families have a grudge?" Xia Ning explained in a low voice. Lu Yixin's mother likes gambling. She lost a big one 10 years ago, more than 10 million, but she refused to admit her mistake, argued with her second uncle, and fought. So the second aunt has always been unpopular here. She targeted us just now. Grandpa and Grandma didn't say anything. Actually, they wanted to teach the second aunt a lesson through us, the younger generation. Wu Yu and I rarely suffer losses. It's not convenient for the two old people to take action. Qin Sun sighed. Alas, rich families are full of trouble. Unlike his uncles, when they are unhappy, they don't play tricks, they just flip the table and start fighting with the dung fork. Xia Ning looked up and saw that no one was paying attention to this side and continued. As for my second aunt, she especially hates me and Xia Jing. It was because one year during the Chinese New Year, my second uncle mentioned that she lost 10 million. My second aunt was so angry that she flipped the table and knocked over my grandmother's chicken soup, and my mother grabbed her hair and slapped her several times. She has been holding a grudge until now. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, swallowed his saliva, and panicked. "Auntie, are you so fierce? You're good at pulling hair. Is it hereditary? Will you not slap me in the face in the future?" Xia Ning raised her hand, patted Qin Sun's shoulder gently, and consoled him. "Except for participating in taekwondo competitions, I have never really beaten anyone since I was a child." Qin Sun looked at Xia Jing at another table, as if he saw Xia Ning when she was a child. At this time, Xia Jing sat on the chair, with no expression on her face, waiting for her nephews and nieces, who were about her age, to come over with drinks, toast, and wish her a happy birthday. Children whose birthdays fall during the Chinese New Year are really miserable. Qin Sun laughed. "If you were like Xia Jing when you were a child, then no one would dare to hit you." Xia Ning. She glanced at Xia Jing, and did not find anything wrong and asked, "Is there anything special about her?" Qin Sun? "Don't you think she is a little too mature, not like an 8-year-old child?" Xia Ning stared at Xia Jing carefully, but still did not find anything special. "Not bad." Qin Sun sighed. "Didn't you hear what she said just now? That you were blinded by love? A little kid actually talked about love. Isn't this immature enough? When I was 8 years old and in the 3rd grade, I was still arguing with my classmates about whether babies are born from belly buttons or from buttocks." "Ah?" Xia Ning was a little surprised, turned to look at Qin Sun, just looking at a fool. "Where babies are born from, isn't this common sense?" Qin Sun was stunned. "You call this common sense?" Xia Ning nodded. "The school will teach you." Qin Sun. 8 years old, 3rd grade, teaching this? Xia Ning. "I taught myself in advance." Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning as if she was a pervert, and gave her a thumbs up. "You are awesome. I just can't understand. Such an excellent school, how can it cultivate a conservative girl like you?" Xia Ning? "Am I conservative?" "Not really." Suddenly, she felt Qin Sun quietly approaching her, and a hand was gently placed on her thigh. Xia Ning tensed up, turned to look at Qin Sun with a smirk on his face, swallowed the curse words, and said in a low voice, "Take your hand away. I admit it, I'm quite conservative." Qin Sun. He didn't take his hand away, pressed it on Xia Ning's thigh, with a face of determination to die bravely. Xia Ning was a little annoyed, and whispered, "There are many people now." Qin Sun raised his eyebrows, and immediately let go of his hand. "So there will be a show after the show?" The restaurant was noisy. Suddenly, Grandma went out for a while, and soon she came back to the restaurant. "Chicken soup is here." She was all smiles, followed by two maids, pushing a food delivery cart. There were 3 large bowls of chicken soup on the cart. The whole room was immediately filled with the aroma of chicken soup. The room suddenly became lively. "It smells so good. Grandma's chicken soup is the best. I've been wanting this for a year. I want to eat chicken wings and chicken legs." "Ha ha ha." Lu Yixin turned her head to look at Zhao Kai and snorted coldly. "Useless thing." Zhao Kai. He didn't dare to talk back. After all, Lu Yixin had a very bad temper. If he talked back, she would tear him apart. But Lu Yixin was like a poisonous mushroom. Even though people knew it was bad for their health, it still made people fascinated. Zhao Kai whispered, "What if I could eat chicken legs?" Lu Yixin sneered, "Eat chicken shit." 3 bowls of chicken soup were served. Qin Sun looked over, and saw that the chicken soup was yellow, with a layer of oil floating on it, and vaguely saw chicken wings and chicken legs in it. He was a little surprised and asked quietly, "Ning Ning, aren't there chicken legs?" Xia Ning smiled. "There is a chicken in each pot, but only the chicken wings and chicken legs that Grandma served are counted." At the main table, Lu Shaoquan told Lu Gang, "Let Xia Ning, will you?" and Qin Sun come to the table. Lu Gang was a little surprised. "We will come to the table too?" Lu Shaoquan nodded. A smile appeared on Lu Gang's face, which was always serious. He stood up and waved to Xia Ning and the others. "Qin Sun, Xia Ning, will you? The 3 of you come here." The room fell silent. The younger generation looked at them, with envy in their eyes. "Aren't these the 3 chicken legs that were designated? Who will get the other chicken leg?" Xia Ning took Qin Sun's hand and walked to the main table. The seat was already vacant, just as Lu Shaoquan had promised in the living room. Qin Sun sat down next to his grandfather. Xia Ning sat next to Qin Sun. Wu Yu was more dramatic, standing up and walking around the younger generation's table, said with a smile, "I'll go first, you guys take your time to eat. Eat well, drink well. Drink well, eat well." She showed off and sat down next to Xia Ning. Grandma came over, picked up a clean soup bowl, started to serve soup, looked at Qin Sun, said with a smile, "Xiao Sun, I have no talent in my life, but I married well. When I was young, I worked outside, and I could only go home a few times a year. Every time I come back, I have to drink chicken soup. Gradually, I also learned how to make chicken soup." She served a bowl of soup, without a piece of meat, and placed it in front of Lu Shaoquan. Lu Shaoquan picked it up and blew it, took a sip, smiled and said nothing. Their family was poor for a few years, when there was chicken plague, and chicken was cheaper, so they could have a few more times. At that time, they were greedy and afraid. Grandma picked up another bowl and filled it with the second bowl of soup, which contained a few pieces of chicken. She looked at Zhao Kai with a kind smile. "Xiao Zhao, I filled a bowl of chicken soup for you. Come and take it." Zhao Kai was overjoyed, and quickly stood up and looked down at Lu Yixin, and walked over with a bit of arrogance, took the bowl of soup and looked down. No chicken wings, nor chicken legs." He smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, Grandma," Grandma said with a smile. Xin has been naughty since she was young, likes to snatch food from her brothers and sisters, and once snatched a comic book from Ning Ning. Ning Ning didn't give in to her, and beat her until she cried. She looked at Zhao Kai and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhao, you should keep an eye on her in the future. She has to change this bad habit." Qin Sun. It turns out that the person Xia Ning said she beat when she was a child was Lu Yixin. Chapter 381. What's the matter? You want to recognize Qin Sun as your father? Some smart people present understood it immediately. They are not fools. Grandma is not a fool either. How can they not see that Lu Yixin deliberately spread the scandal of Qin Sun? Then she went to the airport to toast and apologize. From time to time, she pretended to be a young girl and peeked at Qin Sun. Except for Zhao Kai, the bull-headed man, I guess everyone with a discerning eye could see that his girlfriend was going to fall in love again. Qin Sun just pretended not to understand, because he is an honest man. Wu Yu chuckled. Grandma spoke now. Lu Yixin, this shameless little bitch, couldn't just run naked from the bathtub to Qin Sun's bed. Right? Louison didn't mind everyone's gaze at all, with a smile on her face. Grandma. You are so biased. When I was a child, I was beaten not because I wanted to steal Sister Ningning's comic book. She was reading a pornographic book and I found her, and she got angry and beat me up. The whole place was silent. The atmosphere was weird. Xia Ning, you are talking nonsense. Louison laughed. The Happy Life of Goblins. Isn't this a pornographic book? Xia Ning. I found this on the sofa. I haven't had time to read it yet. You slandered me for reading pornographic books everywhere. That's why I beat you up. I don't even know if it's pornographic or not. Louison laughed. I read it. It's pretty pornographic. I admit it. You don't admit it. You're not honest. She reached out to Xia Ning. I got beaten up by you when I was a kid. And you haven't compensated me yet. Xia Ning. She ignored Louison, turned to look at Qin Sun, and explained in a low voice. I didn't even know what a goblin was at that time. Qin Sun. A quarrel between women is really bloodless. We looked at her nose with her eyes, and her heart with her nose. She said nothing and played dead. We can't let others know that she bought this comic book. Louison's father at the main table just ran away because he had to pee, and didn't dare to stay in the living room, avoiding his troublemaking wife. Now seeing his daughter going crazy again, he felt so embarrassed, and slammed the table. Xin. Shut up. Louison smiled, and made a zipper gesture with 2 fingers on her mouth, and shut her mouth. Grandma smiled helplessly. There are many people in the family, and there are many things to do. Zhao Kai walked back with the chicken soup, and put the bowl in front of Louison, and said attentively. Xin, do you want to drink it? Louison, don't bother me. It's embarrassing. Zhao Kai. Xin, I also went to an international school since I was a child, and I am also a sea turtle. I am also an elite among elites, but you can't compare me with Qin Sun. With his current assets, only our father's generation is qualified to compare. Louison smiled coldly. You have to recognize Qin Sun as your father. Zhao Kai. A downtrodden phoenix is worse than a chicken. Qin Sun, I'll hack your mother. Under the gaze of everyone, Grandma poured another bowl of chicken soup. Everyone clearly saw Grandma rummaging in the soup bowl for a while, fishing out a chicken wing, and putting it in the bowl. She walked out from her seat, around Lu Xiuquan's seat, slowly walked to Qin Sun, and put it in front of him. Xiao Sun, this bowl is for you. Do you like chicken wings? Qin Sun immediately stood up, looking flattered, picked up the soup bowl and took a sip. I like it, why not? Xia Ning stood up, and took Grandma's arm, and sent her back to her seat. Grandma, Qin Sun is a junior. How could you personally send him here? Louison pouted, and repeated in a sarcastic voice. Grandma, Qin Sun is a junior. How could you personally send him here? She looked disdainful. Others saw Grandma personally delivering soup to Qin Sun, and their expressions were strange. Who is the legitimate grandson? For so many years, I have never seen her delivering chicken soup to anyone except Grandpa. Zhao Kai lowered his head and drank the soup, sighing quietly. Alas. Call me. Xiao Zhao, call him. Xiao Sun. Give me a bowl of bone soup, give him a bowl of chicken wing soup. And deliver it in person? He is so rich, does he need these 2 million? Grandma returned to her seat, and saw Xia Ning was about to leave, pulled her hand. Ningning, don't you hurry to leave. She poured a bowl of soup, scooped a chicken wing into it, and handed it to Xia Ning. Ningning, Xiao Sun has 1 wing, you have 1 wing. This is called flying together. Xia Ning took it with both hands. Thank you, Grandma. Qin Sun stood up and said, Thank you, Grandma. Xia Ning went back and sat next to Qin Sun. Grandma poured another bowl of soup, picked up a chicken leg, looked at Wu Yu, and said nothing. Wu Yu stood up quickly and walked over. Grandma. I'm here. There was a laugh in the room. Wu Yu took the bowl of soup, and was hit on the head by Grandma. You are the most naughty among so many children. You can do things, but you can't settle down? Since you finally made some money this year, I'll give you a chicken leg. Wu Yu smiled and returned to his seat. 1 chestnut for 1 chicken leg, it's worth it. That's it. A chicken has 2 wings. 1 chicken leg has been divided, only 1 chicken leg is left. Grandma picked up a bowl of soup, picked up the last chicken leg, and swept her eyes over the crowd. She saw the younger generation looking at her eagerly. Some of these 3rd generation and 4th generation children are not good, some are also very good. But today, they are set off by Qin Sun, and they have become extremely ordinary. For a moment, I don't know who to serve this bowl of chicken soup to. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoquan said slowly, Qin Sun is a grown man. He should eat more meat, give it to him. As soon as these words came out, the room was quiet for a moment, and then it became noisy. What? One person eats a chicken wing, a chicken leg, is it still possible? Isn't this breaking the rules? He is not poor. I am very poor. That's 4 million. He is the richest man in Shihong City. He doesn't need this little money. Ah. This new year is not happy. Lu Yisan turned to look at Zhao Kai, sneering. Zhao Kai silently lowered his head to drink the chicken soup, feeling extremely aggrieved. What does it have to do with me? Xia Jing looked at Qin Sun, and a smile suddenly appeared on her lips, and then disappeared immediately. She picked up the cup and drank a cup of Coke, and burped. She looked at Qin Sun quietly, as if thinking about something. Grandma turned her head to look at her husband, not knowing what he was up to, and heard the eldest son Lu Gang say, Mom, give it to Qin Sun. The movie he shot, The Richest Man in Shihong City, made Sunny Cinema Line earn several hundred million. He can afford this chicken leg. When everyone heard this, they immediately shut up. There is nothing to argue about. There is nothing to be dissatisfied with. Most people think that wealthy families don't care much about millions or tens of millions, but this is actually a misunderstanding. How can they not care? Ordinary people will pick up 100 yuan on the ground. Don't rich second generations know how to do that? Isn't that a big idiot? Qin Sun brought hundreds of millions of profits to the family business with just one move. So what's wrong with eating one more chicken leg? Qin Sun sat on the chair, not knowing what to do, and saw his grandmother looking at him with a smile. Xiao Sun, do you really need me to take it over? Qin Sun stood up quickly and knocked over the chair. A maid came to help him up immediately. He helped to steady the chair, walked quickly to Grandma, and took the bowl and chopsticks with both hands. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa. Next, it was drinking. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Wu Yu, the 3 juniors, sat at the table with the adults and drank a lot. Wu Yu was particularly mean and actively persuaded Qin Sun and Xia Ning to drink. After drinking several glasses, Xia Ning was a little unhappy. Xiao Yu, what are you going to do? Wu Yu raised an eyebrow at Qin Sun and said in a low voice, Brother-in-law, I will keep you out tonight. You two can enjoy this intoxicating winter night. Qin Sun looked a little disdainful. I don't understand what you are saying. After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all, very heroic. Xia Ning? Qin Sun is drinking himself? Wine makes cowards brave. Chapter 382. It's a big loss. I'm so angry that I can't sleep. The next time, I just drink. You toast me, I toast you. Say some old polite words. Qin Sun, Xia Ning, Wu Yu, 3 juniors, sat at the table with the adults, drank frequently, drank a lot. Qin Sun was even more generous. If Xia Ning hadn't held him down, he would have drunk it all in one gulp. It seemed that he was preparing for Wu Yu to let him off. Gradually, everyone spoke with a lisp. They drank almost enough. The grandmother gave the maid an order. After a while, the maid came in with a big beautiful cake. In the noisy atmosphere, Xia Jing made a wish and blew out the candles. Everyone ate a little cake. Finally, it was time for the children's favorite red envelope distribution. Qin Sun was drunk and leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes. He saw that the red envelopes received by the children for the new year were all thick. 10,000? Or 20,000? Or more? I can't see clearly. However, these children are so young. They should eventually be taken away by their parents. They lied to them and said they would keep it for them? Xia Jing, the little adult, seemed to have received 2 red envelopes. 1 New Year red envelope, and 1 birthday red envelope. The red envelopes on the table in front of her were piled high, probably hundreds of thousands. But Xia Jing didn't look too happy. She looked like a money grubber who thought everyone in the world owed her money. The banquet was over. Everyone left. Some people lived in Beijing and directly called a designated driver to go home. Some people stayed in hotels outside to facilitate a more exciting nightlife. Most of them were arranged in this villa and another villa not far away. Qin Sun was in a guest room in another villa. Next to him was Xia Ning. Unfortunately, she lived in the same room with her sister. The next door to the next door seems to be Wu Yu or Lu Yisan. Lu Yisan is not worth mentioning. But Wu Yu, the guy who said he would give him a walk, is probably sleeping soundly like a pig. After washing up, Qin Sun glanced at the night outside the window. The street lights in the yard were very bright, and some shadows of trees could be seen dimly. He sat at the head of the bed for a while, feeling dizzy, and laid down on the bed. He stretched out his hand, and touched 2 small suitcases, smiled, and moved the 2 suitcases to the back of his head. Stacked them up to make a tall pillow. It's a bit uncomfortable. But Chin-sun doesn't mind at all. There are 2 million in it. This is the largest New Year's red envelope he has ever received. If this is the custom of Xia Ning's family, then every year after that, won't I be able to get at least 1 million every time? Suddenly, Chin-sun sighed and smiled bitterly. I have made money for so long, and I haven't spent much money. I will spend all the 2 million tomorrow? Be a spendthrift for once? The room is warm, and it is comfortable even without a blanket. Gradually, Chin-sun closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. Oh! Didn't Ning Ning agree to let me pick her? She ran away now? Just when Chin-sun felt that he had lost his grandma's house. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. He sat up immediately, his eyes as bright as an owl at night. And he walked to the door barefoot and opened it. As soon as the door was opened, Chin-sun was startled, looking at Xia Jing in front of him with some disappointment. And his voice was unclear. Why is it you? Xia Jing looked up at him for a while, slowly raised her hand in front of him, and said, Red envelope. 1 New Year's red envelope, 1 birthday red envelope. 2. Chin-sun. Isn't this just asking for money? But why is this little brat so confident? He smiled. I remember you have received hundreds of thousands. Why do you need so much money as a kid? Xia Jing, it's none of your business. Chin-sun laughed in anger. If you don't tell me, I won't give it to you. It's dangerous for a child to take so much money. Xia Jing was disdainful. Stingy guy. Drink cold water? Chin-sun smiled. At this moment, he felt a little bit of childishness from Xia Jing's rhyme. I'm not stingy, but I need to ask your sister first whether to give you money. Xia Jing's expression was even more disdainful, and she said sarcastically, He's henpecked. Chin-sun. He really wanted to give this little brat a big sack. Suddenly, Xia Ning smiled indifferently. If you give me money, you will get a lot of benefits. A lot. Chin-sun looked at the smile on Xia Jing's face, and suddenly thought of a possibility. Your sister? Xia Jing nodded. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. The two turned their heads and saw Xia Ning with her hair loose, wearing a loose and thin wine-red pajamas. Xia Ning stood behind Xia Jing, with an obvious drunken look on her face. She smiled at Chin-sun and put her hand on Xia Jing's shoulder. Chin-sun, did Jingjing ask you for money? Chin-sun thought of the benefits Xia Jing mentioned, nodded, said, I'm going to give her 2 big red envelopes. Xia Ning shook her head. Don't spoil her, don't give her too much money. Xia Jing raised her head and stared at Xia Ning. Sister, I need a lot of money to charge games, buy clothes, go shopping. Xia Ning snorted coldly. When I was a kid, I didn't spend as much money as you do. Xia Jing looked at Chin-sun and smiled faintly. Did you have a brother-in-law who was so good at making money when you were a kid? When Chin-sun heard this, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. He turned and walked to the bed, picked up a suitcase and opened it. He grabbed a few wads of money with both hands, without counting them, turned and walked to Xia Jing. He stuffed them into her arms. Chin-sun touched Xia Jing's head. Little sister-in-law, spend it. Don't worry, spend it boldly. Xia Ning knew at a glance that there were more than 100,000 yuan, and couldn't help but frown, looking at Chin-sun, said with a big tongue, You are rich? Chin-sun, what do you think? Xia Ning. She was speechless. Suddenly, she felt someone pushing against her waist, and looked down. She found that it was Xia Jing holding money in both hands, and she pushed her into Chin-sun's room, like a calf. Sister, you smell too much of alcohol. Don't sleep with me. I hate you. You 2 drinkers sleep together. After saying that, she ran away with the money in her arms. Xia Ning watched Xia Jing run back to the room quickly, closed the door, and heard the sound of locking it, and was a little confused. She was tricked by a little kid? You sold me for 100,000 yuan? Xia Ning ran towards the room. Suddenly, she felt a big hand grabbing her arm. Xia Ning turned her head, and saw Chin-sun pulling her arm hard, staring at her without blinking. Xia Ning was a little nervous. What are you going to do? Chin-sun pulled Xia Ning into the room, closed the door, and locked it. Xia Ning was so scared that she shrank a circle. What are you going to do? Chin-sun snorted coldly, pointed at Xia Ning's nose, and cursed softly. You don't keep your word. Xia Ning. What did you say? I don't understand. Qin Sun slowly raised his hand and reached out to her. Xia Ning was so scared that she kept backing away until her back was against the door. She had no way to retreat. Xia Ning was sobered up by the shock, and she could see more clearly the drunkenness on Qin Sun's face and in his eyes. Can alcohol really give you courage? Chapter 383. Little brother, you are so good. Watching Qin Sun getting closer and closer, Xia Ning's heart was pounding, but she saw Qin Sun raised his hand and pressed it on her head, and his voice was drunken. Didn't you say that when I eat chicken legs, you would let me pull your hair back? You have almost made me bald. I have to pull you back once. Xia Ning. She was a little confused. Before entering the villa in the afternoon, Qin Sun said he wanted revenge after his hair was pulled. His eyes were still not honest, from the top of her head to her neck, then to her shoulders, to her stomach, and even down. Finally, under her scolding, Qin Sun said he was going to pull her upper body. She thought he was going to pull her eyebrows, but it turned out to be her hair. Xia Ning looked up at the hand on her head, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, Pull it. Then, she felt Qin Sun's hand grab a handful of her hair. Her scalp felt tight and painful. She closed her eyes and endured without saying a word. A second later, she felt Qin Sun's hand loosen. Xia Ning opened her eyes, met Qin Sun's hazy and affectionate eyes, and smiled gently. It doesn't hurt. But she saw a dangerous smile on Qin Sun's lips and stretched out his hand to push her against the door. The account for the chicken legs is settled. But I also got a chicken wing today. How do you settle this account? Xia Ning? The alarm in her mind sounded. Danger? She immediately stretched out her hand and pressed Qin Sun's chest, pushing hard, but she couldn't push him away. Qin Sun kissed her. Although she had experienced it several times, Xia Ning was still not used to it, and immediately closed her eyes, and soon found it difficult to breathe. Just when she was about to bite Qin Sun's lips to sober him up, she suddenly felt a sense of relief and breathed in fresh air. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Sun was still rational. Just when Xia Ning was thankful, she saw Qin Sun leaning his head closer again. Instead of kissing her lips, he pressed his head against her neck. Xia Ning felt like she was electrocuted, and her mind went blank. He was planting strawberries? Like a diligent farmer? As Qin Sun became more and more unbridled, his angles became more and more tricky, and Xia Ning was a little scared. She pushed Qin Sun away with both hands, but she couldn't. Qin Sun was like a wild bull that had lost its mind. Suddenly, Xia Ning saw snowflakes flying under the street lights outside the window. She gave up struggling, patted Qin Sun's back gently, and said softly, Qin Sun, it's snowing. Qin Sun stopped, let go of Xia Ning, and turned to look out the window. The street lights were dim. In the halo, scattered shadows of snowflakes drifted with the wind. It was beautiful. He turned his head, looked at Xia Ning's somewhat hazy eyes, and said, Ning Ning, don't say such pure words of love when I'm doing something bad. You make me feel guilty. Xia Ning looked into Qin Sun's eyes. Although he was drunk, his eyes were clear. Obviously, he had not lost his mind. She asked tentatively, What is 1 + 1 × 4? Qin Sun answered quickly, 5. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Were you pretending to be so fierce just now? Qin Sun took Xia Ning's hand and smiled. I have always been a good drinker. He gently took Xia Ning's hand, turned and walked towards the window. Xia Ning followed him, and when she passed the bed, she subconsciously quickened her pace. The two stood in front of the window, looking at the snowflakes under the streetlights. Silent. No one spoke. But it was not awkward. Suddenly, Qin Sun opened the window. The cold air poured in, with snowflakes, cutting people's faces painfully. Xia Ning was very cold. She hugged her hands to her chest, and said nothing. Qin Sun walked behind Xia Ning, put his hands around her waist, put his head on her shoulders, and said, You may not believe it, but this is the first time I have seen such heavy snow in my life. The snow and wind swept across their faces. Xia Ning closed her eyes slightly. Her hair was messy. Heavy snow. It is very beautiful. She looked at the snow and wind outside the window, and suddenly heard Qin Sun's gentle voice, saying, You are also very beautiful. Xia Ning was startled, a little embarrassed. She knew that she was very beautiful. She had known it since she was a child, and she had been praised by countless people. She had long been numb. But now a ripple appeared in her heart. Xia Ning hesitated and asked, "When did you find me pretty?" Qin Sun answered, "When I first saw you. You were tall, with long legs, wearing black stockings, a queen, with a hint of maturity. At that time, I thought you were pretty." Xia Ning looked at the street lamp and asked, "Did you like me then?" Qin Sun laughed. "Not really. I always thought I liked sweet girls, the kind that are cute." Xia Ning was silent for a moment and said, "Sweet girls are sometimes childish, willful, shallow, and annoying. They are not as good as my type." Qin Sun behind her only heard a soft sound. A little absent-minded. She knew that Qin Sun might be disappointed for not succeeding just now. I wonder if Qin Sun regretted not finding a sweet girl. Xia Ning turned her head to look at Qin Sun and asked, "Are you calm now?" Qin Sun smiled. "I'm always calm." Xia Ning reached out to close the window, sniffed her red nose, broke free from Qin Sun's hand, and turned around. She looked into Qin Sun's eyes and said, "If you calm down, I will sleep here today." Qin Sun's eyes lit up. Xia Ning ran to the bed, lay down and covered herself with a quilt, leaving only her head exposed. She looked at Qin Sun and warned him softly, "Don't cross the 38th parallel." Qin Sun ran to the bed quickly, lay down beside Xia Ning, and covered herself with a quilt. The two of them shared the same bed. They lay straight, looking at the ceiling, and except for breathing, they did not dare to make any extra movements. But when I focused on breathing, I felt that it was difficult to breathe. It was a bit uncomfortable. 5 minutes later, Qin Sun looked at the ceiling and said, "Ning Ning, I don't mean anything else. I just want to move a little and change my posture. Is that okay?" Xia Ning had been lying there for a long time, and her limbs were a little stiff. She understood Qin Sun's feelings. "Okay. I just want to move too." The two turned around at the same time, lying on their sides, and facing each other at the same time. Their eyes met. The two of them stared at each other for a full minute without blinking. They both saw a smile gradually appear in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Qin Sun said with a smile, "Actually, this is not bad." Xia Ning understood what he meant, smiled, stretched out his hand to scratch his nose, and praised him. "Little brother, you are really good." "Qin Sun, is this praising me? Or scolding me?" Suddenly, Qin Sun's phone rang with a WeChat notification tone. He took it, and saw that it was a message from a person named Hi Global on WeChat. This afternoon and evening, many people added Qin Sun's WeChat account. Because there were too many people at that time, no one had time to make a note. He clicked on the message, and was stunned for a moment. "Fuck?" Xia Ning heard Qin Sun swearing and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning quickly, and said immediately, "Nothing." He lowered his head and stared at the message, with a somewhat unhappy expression. "I have nude photos of Xia Ning. Do you want to see them?" Chapter 384. How can a woman like you speak so foul language? Qin. Read the spring and autumn annals. Seeing these lewd words, Qin Sun immediately had many bad images in his mind. He quickly clicked on the avatar of Hi Global to check the information, and found that the gender of this person was male. His eyes turned cold. Suddenly, Qin Sun saw the circle of friends under the WeChat information, clicked in, and clicked on the first video. The video played. A burst of dynamic music sounded. In the picture, Louison was wearing a bikini and barefoot, running towards the sea on the beach, standing on the beach and looking back with a smile, stretching out her hand to make a heart shape. She had a good figure, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The waves were surging, even more turbulent than the sea. Qin Sun saw that it was Louison, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and was somewhat glad that it was not a man. Suddenly, he thought of something even more terrifying. Qin Sun immediately sat up. What the hell? Could this person be Zhao Kai? Zhao Kai got Xia Ning's private photos from Louison, and then came to disgust him, to avenge the chicken leg that was robbed at night? Then he had seen everything? Qin Sun continued to look through the circle of friends, and found that it was all Louison. Selfies, food, travel, fitness, boxing, all dressed coolly, with a hint of mutton. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Zhao Kai was the king of licking dogs, his entire circle of friends couldn't be filled with Louison. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's strange behavior, quietly got out of bed, and glanced at his phone. She saw that it was full of videos and photos of Louisen's fair skin. Her face turned cold, she lifted the quilt, and was about to get out of bed and leave. Jin Sun found that Xia Ning was about to leave, and quickly reached out to grab her arm, looking at her back, and asked, "Ning Ning, what's wrong with you?" Xia Ning turned her back to him. Her voice was cold, and her speed was very slow. "Jin Sun, I admit that in some aspects, because of my personality, I did not do well. And it may be difficult to change in the future. But," she turned her head and looked at Jin Sun expressionlessly, "I hope you respect me. After all, this is the first time you and I lie in the same bed. Even if we do nothing, it is the first time. Can you not look at other women at this time?" Jin Sun. He noticed that Xia Ning was angry, and he was inexplicably happy. Is this considered jealousy? Xia Ning continued to speak coldly, with the aura of a businesswoman in negotiation. "I understand the primitive desires of you men, and sometimes you do look at me. I can actually tolerate it a little. But?" She held out a finger. "First, don't look at me in front of me." She held out another finger, and her voice became even colder. "Second, even if you look at me in front of me, can you not look at my cousin?" Jin Sun smiled. Xia Ning is a quiet person. Unless she is in a very emotional state, she usually doesn't talk much. She has almost written an 800-word essay now. It seems that she loves me so much that she is so upset. Jin Sun grabbed Xia Ning's arm with one hand and operated the phone with the other hand, returning to the WeChat chat interface. Put the phone on the quilt in front of Xia Ning. "Just now, a WeChat friend named Hi-Fan Global sent me this message. I was shocked and wanted to check whether this person was a man or a woman through the circle of friends. I didn't expect that she is your cousin." Xia Ning looked down at the phone. "I have nude photos of Xia Ning. Do you want to see them?" She was dumbfounded. "Is this from Louisen?" Jin Sun nodded. "Yes," he asked hesitantly. "Have you really taken any sexy photos?" Xia Ning looked up at Jin Sun with a smile. "Do you hope so or not?" Jin Sun. He remained silent, and would never say a word until a lawyer of Zhang Sen's level arrived. Xia Ning picked up her phone and quickly typed a reply. "Want to see?" Jin Sun opened his eyes wide, put his head forward, waiting for Louisen's reply. "Really?" Xia Ning said unhappily. "It's probably a clickbait, just like those writers who write pornographic stories and send a baby photo at the end." Jin Sun. "That's fine." Xia Ning. Soon, the phone received a WeChat message. It was a picture. A woman without showing her face was wearing sexy lace pajamas, taking a selfie from top to bottom. It seemed to be exposed but not exposed, and it was looming. Xia Ning was startled. She didn't expect Louisen to really send a picture of a big woman. She clicked on the picture to enlarge it. Suddenly, she felt the temperature rise beside her cheek. She turned around and saw that it was Jin Sun, who came over very actively, staring at the picture on the phone without blinking. Xia Ning said coldly, "Do you like to see it?" Jin Sun. "I just want to see if it's yours." Xia Ning answered immediately. "No." Jin Sun glanced at Xia Ning's chest and nodded. "Yeah. The size is about the same, but the shape is slightly different." Xia Ning looked down at her chest and was a little confused. Can men be sensitive to this aspect to the micron level? In addition to the size, is there a slightly different shape? Xia Ning looked at the picture in her phone again and found that the picture showed a hand gently touching the chest and the gorgeous nails on the hand. She snorted coldly. "This picture is a selfie of Louisen, and it was taken just now." Jin Sun was a little surprised. "Know a woman by her breasts. I didn't expect you to have this skill." Xia Ning. She put the picture on her phone in front of Jin Sun. "Look. These nails are Louisen's. She is very ostentatious, and chose purple. When I saw her for the first time today, I noticed that she had her nails done." Jin Sun stared at it, recalling it. Did Louisen have her nails done? Just thinking about it, he heard Xia Ning's cold voice. "Jin Sun, are you looking at the nails, or are you looking at something else? Why are you still staring?" Jin Sun immediately raised his head, showing a serious expression. "How can a woman like you speak so much dirty words?" Jin. Read the Spring and Autumn Annals." Xia Ning didn't understand, and didn't bother to ask. Women like Louisen are the junk food that Jin Sun once talked about. They are obviously unhealthy, but they smell good. Some people just love to eat them. At this time, another picture popped up in WeChat. It was still a selfie with her chest against her chest. Xia Ning reached out and pressed the picture to delete it, but heard Qin Sun hurriedly say, "Wait a minute. Take a look first." Xia Ning turned around and glared at Qin Sun. Didn't I tell you just now that if you want to see it, you should do it secretly? Also, you are not allowed to look at my sisters. You even yelled in front of me?" Qin Sun said with an embarrassed look. In this picture, there are words on her chest. Xia Ning let go of her hand, looked down, and found a line of small black words on her chest. She turned to look at Qin Sun and said coldly, "You have sharp eyes. Qin Sun, this is the instinct of every man. No wonder he is." Xia Ning enlarged the picture, saw the words clearly, turned to look at Qin Sun with an innocent face, and said, "It says on Louisen's chest, brother-in-law." "I'm sorry, Qin Sun." "Xia Ning, do you want me to reply for you that it's okay?" Qin Sun. He took the phone from Xia Ning's hand, pressed his fingers on the keyboard, thinking about how to reply domineeringly. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning leaning over from the corner of his eye, staring at the phone, with a cold face, and said nothing. Qin Sun suddenly felt she was so cute. Chapter 385. Do you have the guts to kill me now? Qin Sun quickly replied, "Go away." Then, blocked Louisen. Qin Sun saw the complex emotions on Xia Ning's face, seemingly a little proud, and a little guilty. He reached out and scratched Xia Ning's nose. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Can Louisen be more coquettish than Monsieur? Monsieur didn't give me, so who is she? Although I am a lustful person, I still have a little bit of moral integrity." Xia Ning. She felt even more guilty. A gentleman can be deceived by tricks? She believed that, if it were another girl, Qin Sun would have opened the door to a new world long ago. It's a pity that he met her stupid head. Suddenly, Xia Ning gathered his courage, raised his hand, and pointed out the window, exclaimed, "Qin Sun, look, the snow is even bigger." Qin Sun turned his head, looked out the window, and found that the snowflakes were ordinary, not as big as before. Suddenly, he felt his hand being grabbed by a soft and boneless hand, and quickly pressed on a soft place. Immediately released, Qin Sun turned his head quickly, and saw Xia Ning whooshing into the quilt, covering his head. Xia Ning's muffled voice came out. "That's it. Don't think too much. Go to bed. Good night. Bye. Don't cross the line. See you tomorrow." Qin Sun took his hand, looking blankly, a little confused. He seemed to understand the feeling of Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit, and before he could taste the flavor, how could it be gone? The lights in the room were not turned off. Qin Sun was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with his bright eyes. Looking to the side quietly, the quilt was bulging. Xia Ning still didn't stick her head out. Qin Sun asked, "Isn't it stuffy?" Xia Ning's voice came from under the quilt. "No." Qin Sun found it interesting, and quietly reached out his hand, and his fingers touched Xia Ning's body. He could clearly feel that she was tense all over. Qin Sun fumbled for a while, and touched Xia Ning's hand, and interlocked their fingers. Gradually, he felt Xia Ning relax. After a while, Xia Ning's head slowly stuck out of the quilt, like a timid groundhog. Qin Sun turned his head to look at her, and smiled softly. Xia Ning had a stern face, but she felt that she couldn't really stop anything with such a cold face. So she smiled lightly. Qin Sun closed his eyes. "Good night." Xia Ning's gentle voice sounded. "Good night." Suddenly, dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Qin Sun opened his eyes. Xia Ning opened his eyes. Dong dong dong. There was another rapid knock on the door. Qin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and was about to say something, when he saw her slip into the bed. "Don't let others find out that I'm here." Qin Sun got up and turned off the lights in the room. The light in the room suddenly dimmed, and he could only see things with the help of the street lights outside the window. He walked to the door and opened it. He was startled when he saw the person coming. The light outside the door was very bright. Qin Sun clearly saw that the person standing at the door was Louisen. She was wearing the pink lace pajamas in the photo just now, with a low neckline. She didn't cover it up deliberately. She was very generous. Qin Sun could imagine that if Louisen moved her body a little more, there would be a very high risk of exposure. But she didn't care. With a gentle smile on her face. The strangest thing was, Qin Sun noticed that Louisen was holding a cup of milky white drink in her right hand, which smelled sour and sweet, like yogurt. Louisen saw Qin Sun in a daze, glanced at the dim room, and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, you have guests. Why don't you invite me in to sit down? Qin Sun ignored this nonsense and asked back. What do you want? Lu Yixin stretched out her hand and raised the cup in front of Qin Sun, the rim of the cup almost touching his lips. Brother-in-law, you drank a lot tonight. This is a cup of hangover soup. You will feel comfortable after drinking it. Qin Sun took a step back, staying away from the cup. This is obviously a cup of yogurt. Lu Yixin smiled, raised the cup and slowly put it to her lips, staring at Qin Sun with a smile in her eyes. She took a sip, leaving a faint white around her lips. She stretched out her pink tongue and slowly licked her lips, raised the cup to Qin Sun, and said with a smile, Yogurt can help with hangovers. If you don't believe me, try it? Qin Sun was a little dazed. If it was Xia Ning who did this to him, he would definitely eat Xia Ning alive. But this Lu Yixin. Oh, that's it. Qin Sun smiled at Lu Yixin. When a charming smile appeared on her face, he reached for the door handle. He closed the door slowly. The smile on Lu Yixin's face disappeared. Seeing that the gap in the door was getting smaller and smaller, she could only see half of Qin Sun's face. She sneered coldly. Qin Sun, are you really a holy monk? You have to know that. What Xia Ning is reluctant to give you, I can give, and I am very generous. I will give a lot. Qin Sun's face did not change much. The gap between the doors was only a palm's width away. Suddenly, the door stopped closing. It slowly opened again. A smile appeared on Lu Yixin's face. She gently twisted her neck and shook her hair, showing her charm like a butterfly. I knew that. Men think with their lower body. Lu Yixin smiled, watching the door opening more and more, and was ready to walk in with her head held high when it was completely opened. The door slowly opened. Half of Qin Sun's face was revealed. It opened even more. Qin Sun's whole face was revealed. Lu Yixin subconsciously tensed her leg muscles, preparing to walk in immediately. But she saw the door open completely. A woman's face was revealed. Xia Ning stood beside Qin Sun. The smile on Lu Yixin's face froze. Xia Ning gently took Qin Sun's hand, pulled him behind her, blocked him in front of him, and looked coldly at Lu Yixin outside the door. It was bright outside the door. Lu Yixin was bathed in the light. Her pink pajamas were bright and charming, like an angel. It was dim inside the door. Xia Ning was hidden in the darkness, and her black nightgown made her look even colder, like a demon. Xia Ning looked at Lu Yixin and said coldly, Lu Yixin, you couldn't beat me when you were a kid, and you can't beat me even more now, whether it's fists or other aspects. Lu Yixin took a sip of yogurt and retorted, Sister Ningning, I thought we always called you an old nun. You are really a pure and innocent nun. I didn't expect that. You are also very diligent in climbing into a man's bed. She turned and left, took 2 steps, looked back at Qin Sun, and said to Xia Ning with a smile, Xia Ning, believe it or not, if you are not in the room tonight, I will take down Qin Sun. You will be put in a trap by me. Xia Ning took a deep breath. She knew Lu Yixin was shameless, but she did not expect that she was so shameless. Xia Ning walked out of the room and stood under the light, with a cold and sharp temperament. Lu Yixin was frightened and took 2 steps back, as if she was afraid of being beaten. Xia Ning said with a smile, Lu Yixin, you are not the first person to say this to me. The last one was Yulan. She is beautiful, talented, famous, and rich. What she can't do, you can't do it even more. Lu Yixin's face turned ugly. Xia Ning continued to mock. Since ancient times, adultery has caused deaths. If you don't consider me, you should consider Zhao Kai at least. Lu Yixin sneered disdainfully, and seemed to be indifferent. Do you have the guts to kill me now? Xia Ning looked at Lu Yixin, sneered, raised his hand, and hooked his finger towards the door. Chapter 386. Xia Ning's grandfather is a master. How about a fight? You dare to kill me now? Just after hearing Lu Yixin's words, Qin Sun saw Xia Ning hooking his finger at him. He understood, rolled up his sleeves and walked out, clenched a pair of iron fists as big as casserole, looked at Lu Yixin and smiled. I have never heard such an unreasonable request in my life. Lu Yixin took a step back and frowned. You dare to hit a woman? Qin Sun smiled. I am a professional at hitting women. Lu Yixin. Qin Sun felt good about himself, felt that he had performed well, turned his head to look at Xia Ning's profile. But he saw Xia Ning's face was strange. Just when Qin Sun was confused, Xia Ning restrained all the expressions on her face, became very calm, turned to face him, stood on tiptoe, closed her eyes, and said softly, Don't talk, kiss me. Qin Sun was stunned. So I was not called here to be a thug, but to declare sovereignty? Qin Sun kissed without hesitation. Xia Ning responded enthusiastically. The two of them wrapped their hands around each other's waists. Lu Yixin looked at the two people kissing passionately, with a look of shock on her face. What the hell? Live porn? Dogs and bitches. Xia Ning's ice lump turned into a slutty lump? Qin Sun and Xia Ning had never kissed so passionately before, walked into the room in circles, and pushed the door shut with her body. After kissing for a while, Qin Sun's hands were not honest, and he took the opportunity to wander around the mountains. After Xia Ning reacted, he stretched out his hand to stop him, but found that Qin Sun was actually a master of guerrilla warfare. After a successful attack, he immediately changed his location. After a while, he was taken advantage of. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard a fight outside the door, the sound of a glass falling, and Lu Yixin scream. What are you doing? Let me go! What are you doing? Qin Sun and Xia Ning opened their eyes at the same time, let go of each other, quickly opened the door, and walked out to take a look. I saw the elevator entrance not far away. Lu Yixin was lying on the ground, with a pair of long white legs kicking wildly, and was dragged into the elevator by someone who was invisible in the elevator. Let me go! Help! Beast, let me go! The elevator door closed. Qin Sun and Xia Ning looked at each other, somewhat surprised. Lu Yixin was attacked? There is a pervert hiding in the villa? Could it be Zhao Kai? No, Zhao Kai went home tonight, and is not staying here. Who else could it be? Let's go and see. Qin Sun and Xia Ning walked out of the room. Qin Sun found that the door of the room opposite to theirs was open. The pervert who kidnapped Lu Yixin should have rushed out from here. Could it be that the man just now was hiding behind the peephole and peeping, and saw him and Xia Ning kissing passionately, and aroused his evil fire? He kidnapped Lu Yixin and went away for fun. It is true that people can have sex after drinking. Qin Sun and Xia Ning followed the sound and walked up the stairs to the third floor. Lu Yixin's voice became clearer and clearer. Are you sick? Let me go! You are a fucking bastard. Ah! You idiot! Hearing this miserable voice, some dirty pictures appeared in Qin Sun's mind. If this is a quick shooter, it's all over. The two quickened their pace and walked into a room. Qin Sun was dumbfounded. The room was very large, and it was filled with sandbags, wooden dummy, knives, guns, swords, boxing gloves, and other martial arts equipment. In the middle of the room was a boxing ring. At this time, Wu Yu, wearing a pair of red boxing gloves, sat on Lu Yixin, still shouting, Xin, let's have a fight. One punch. Don't be afraid. Another punch. You're not slutty. Another punch. You're not even wearing underwear. Lu Yixin was hit several times in a row, and suddenly she pushed Wu Yu down with force, and pounced on her to wrestle with her. The fight was fierce. The two of them punched each other fiercely. You're not slutty, you're not slutty, you don't even have breasts, you can't be slutty even if you want to. I told you to be slutty, and you still dare to be slutty. I don't believe you don't covet Qin Sun's body. Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent? I covet your mother. Wu Yu seemed very angry, and he got even more ruthless. A set of combined punches. Lu Yixin was hit hard, stopped struggling, and lay on the ground crying in dishevel. At the door, Qin Sun and Xia Ning looked at each other, and felt it was so magical. Xia Ning whispered, Is Wu Yu crazy? Why did he drag Lu Yixin here to beat her up in the middle of the night? Qin Sun, I don't know. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Wu Yu waving his fist at him, and shouted, Brother-in-law, you don't have to cheer me up. Go back to your room, and do the unfinished things. Xia Ning frowned. Then she saw Wu Yu knocking her chest with her boxer, and said with a smile, I said I would give you some fresh air. And I will definitely give you some fresh air. I'll keep my word. No little slut can get past my defense. Qin Sun. My hair? This Wu Yu yelled so loudly, wouldn't that mean she was being blamed for beating someone up after drinking, and I'm the one who was blamed? What if Lu Yixin complains tomorrow? Suddenly, Lu Yixin yelled, and reached out to tear Wu Yu's pajamas. Wu Yu screamed, quickly took off his boxing gloves, and tore off Lu Yixin's clothes. That scene, TSK. Qin Sun opened his eyes wide. Seeing this, Xia Ning took his hand and walked out, said coldly, Why did you open your eyes so wide just now? Don't you know not to look at what is inappropriate? Qin Sun was a little embarrassed. I opened my eyes so wide because I was scared. Xia Ning. The two returned to the second floor. Xia Ning let go of Qin Sun's hand, walked to the door of her and Xia Jing's room, turned to look at Chin Sun. You are too obscene. I want to go back to sleep. Chin Sun. He was a little disappointed. How can it be called obscene if you didn't attack her lower body? Xia Ning knocked on the door gently. Xia Jing. Xia Jing? Open the door. Xia Jing's voice came from inside. Sister. I fell asleep. Xia Ning turned around. Walked to Chin Sun with an expressionless face. Looked up at his eyes. And said seriously? Xia Jing fell asleep. She took Chin Sun's hand and walked to Chin Sun's room. I have no choice but to sleep in the same room with you today. Chin Sun? Are women's brain circuits so magical? They always need a step to stay at a man's house. For example, my cat can do backflips, my dog can bray like a donkey, my wife can play DJ. Back to the room. The two of them lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. No one spoke. Uncontrollably, they were thinking about some dangerous scenes. In order to maintain the image of an honest person, Chin Sun stared with a pair of eyes, trying to divert attention, thinking madly about other things. Why are there so many martial arts equipment on the third floor? I felt so familiar when I saw it just now. I really want to go up and show off my gun skills. Is Ningning's grandfather really a martial arts master? How about a competition tomorrow? Let the Lu family see that I am not only a professional at beating women, but also a professional at beating the elderly. Xia Ning just felt a little hot. I don't know if it's because the quilt is too warm, or the heating is too strong, or something else. She quietly moved her body, a little further away from Chin Sun, and a little further away. Suddenly, ouch! She screamed and fell off the bed. Chin Sun was startled, turned his head, and looked at Xia Ning, who climbed onto the bed, and asked, What's wrong with you? Xia Ning's face flushed. This. Chapter 387. You call this a snowball fight? Isn't this professional? I want to fight 10. I'm used to sleeping in the middle of the bed. I just turned over and rolled down. Xia Ning thought for a long time before making up an excuse. She lay back on the bed, looking at the ceiling. How embarrassing. Suddenly, she felt Chin Sun's hand reaching out, groping around on her body, grasping her wrist. Chin Sun sighed. I'll hold you tight, so you don't fall down again. Xia Ning. Holding hands, with actual physical contact, the ghost in her heart disappeared. The atmosphere was no longer so awkward. The two began to chat. Chin Sun asked, Ning, why are there so many martial arts equipment in that room just now? There is even a boxing ring? Xia Ning answered. Grandpa has martial arts skills, and it is said to be very high, but we can't see it. My 3 uncles were forced to practice martial arts when they were young. That room was where the uncles often sparred. We also went there to play when we were young. Chin Sun was a little surprised. I remember that Grandpa practiced Bajikwan. Why did you and Wu practice Taekwondo? Xia Ning answered. How can a girl practice Bajikwan and practice Iron Mountain leaning every day? Taekwondo was very popular when we were young, because it looked good to kick. My uncle was doing sports and art education and training at the time. And he also held competitions, so I practiced it. Grandpa was quite tolerant of us young people, and he didn't care whether we practiced martial arts or not. Chin Sun was a little surprised and laughed. Don't tell me that the 7th Haicheng Taekwondo competition was organized by your uncle. And then you won the championship? You won the 8th and 9th championships. But it was all a shady deal. Xia Ning. Although it was organized by my uncle. But I won it based on my strength. I have the longest legs. Chin Sun quickly got into bed. Let me see. Xia Ning was so frightened that it took a lot of effort to dig Chin Sun out of the bed. The two of them stared at the ceiling. The atmosphere was ambiguous and awkward. After a while, Xia Ning joked. You are a smart guy who is good at martial arts. Do you want Grandpa to teach you a few moves? Once you have practiced, I will send you to the competition run by my uncle. The appearance fee for boxers is very high. Chin Sun shook his head. Forget it. No matter how good my martial arts skills are, I can't take off your clothes. Xia Ning. She turned around, with her back to Chin Sun. Go to sleep. I don't know how long it took. Xia Ning just fell asleep. The next day, it was just dawn. She woke up. Suddenly she felt a little heavy in her chest, lifted the quilt and looked. She was shocked. Chin Sun's hand was in the wrong place. She quietly took Chin Sun's hand away, got out of bed, and walked to the dressing mirror and looked. She was shocked. Why are there strawberries on her neck and shoulders? How can she meet people today? When Chin Sun woke up, she saw that Xia Ning was no longer by the bed, and she felt a little empty in her heart. She lifted the quilt and walked to the window. After a night of heavy snow, the whole manor was covered in snow. Chin-sun looked at the thick snow and had an urge to roll on it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He looked back. Xiaoning was dressed neatly, wearing a scarf, and came over with a glass of milk. Have a glass of milk. Chin-sun took it and found it was warm. He drank it in one breath, put down the cup and looked out the window. Ning-ning, can you play snowball fights? Xiaoning thought of Chin-sun's excessive behavior in the morning, looked into his eyes, and confirmed it. You mean snowball fight? Chin-sun was a little surprised. What else? Xiaoning looked out the window. I have, but not many. Chin-sun, do you want to have a snowball fight? Xiaoning, no. Chin-sun sighed. I really want to, but I seem to be past that age. Xiaoning? Why did he? A young man in his early 20s let out a half-earned sigh, full of regret. We drank a lot last night, and everyone got up very late. After lunch, after yesterday's friendship at the wine table, everyone became more familiar with each other. After lunch, suddenly, under Xiaoning's secret instructions, Wu Yu encouraged everyone to go out and play snowballs together. Comrades, let's go and have a fight in the snow. The children were very excited. Okay. I want to play. Let's go. Xia Jing sneered. Childish. The adults were a little uninterested, looking down at their phones. Forget it, you're so grown up. I'll go play billiards later. Who wants to go to the boxing ring with me? I heard someone was beaten up badly last night. You're talking nonsense. Wu Yu and I are evenly matched. Chin-sun had never played snowballs before, and heard that it was just a group of children shouting happily. People of his age didn't want to go, and he couldn't help but feel disappointed. At this time, Xiaoning walked to his grandmother's ear and whispered something. Grandma coughed, laughed and said loudly, No matter how old you are still children in my eyes. Go and play. Your grandfather and I will watch from the side. We are so old. How many times can we watch? Hearing this, everyone put away their phones, whether they were happy or not. A group of 30 people, big and small, rushed out of the villa. They found a snowy open space and started to play snowballs. Chin-sun and Xiaoning held hands, stepped on the snow and made a creaking sound, and trotted over. Chin-sun was a little curious and asked, What did you say to Grandma just now? Xiaoning replied, I said Chin-sun wanted to play snowballs, and I wanted to play snowballs too. Chin-sun was a little moved, turned his head, and looked at Xiaoning, and said, You are so good to me, you will spoil me. Xiaoning smiled. You are bad enough. Chin-sun looked embarrassed. That, last night, I only put my hand into your clothes once, just once. Xiaoning? She let go of Chin-sun's hand. She suddenly turned around, and quickly raised her right leg, accurately placed it behind Chin-sun's left leg. Then, she pushed him hard, making Chin-sun fall heavily into the snow. Chin-sun lay in the snow, looking up at Xiaoning. What are you doing? Xiaoning, snowball fight. Chin-sun, you call this a snowball fight? Xiaoning, are there other ways to play snowball fights? Chin-sun sat up, turned his head, and looked not far away, and was startled. I saw about 30 people fighting in the snow. Embrace and throw. Sweep kick. Body bomb attack. Choke the neck. Kick the butt. Roll up a snowball the size of a basketball and dunk. An unlucky guy fell in the snow. People immediately surrounded him and kicked snow at him. He was buried in an instant. Chin-sun? You call fighting in the snow a snowball fight? Xiaoning took it for granted. How else can we fight? Chin-sun was stunned. He grabbed a handful of snow and rolled it into a baseball-sized ball, and gently threw it at Xiaoning. Hit like this. Xiaoning sneered. You've watched too many idle dramas. Chin-sun felt his dignity was trampled on, and suddenly stretched out his hands to grab Xiaoning's ankles, and pulled hard. Xiaoning screamed and fell into the snow. Chin-sun pounced on him like Shinjibing. Good. That's how you play. Right. Isn't this unprofessional and appropriate? If you want to fight like this, a smart guy, will beat 10 of them later. In the villa yard, Lu Xiaoquan, Grandma, and Lu Gang sat around a table drinking tea, looking at the fighting children from time to time. Lu Xiaoquan observed carefully for a while, and sighed. A bunch of clumsy guys. Our family's sports events are so well run. Why can't the younger generation produce a fighting talent? They think I don't require them to practice martial arts because I've let it go. In fact, I'm too lazy to teach. It's useless for these idiots to practice. Suddenly, he saw Qin Sun chasing Xia Ning and frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. This kid? Chapter 388. Young people nowadays are always trying to rob women. And they also want to kill dogs? Lu Xiaoquan looked into the distance. Qin Sun chased Xia Ning in the snow, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, clumsily like a bear. He failed to catch up for a long time. He couldn't help shaking his head. Why does this kid look a little weak? He needs to replenish his body. Lu Gang downloaded Douyin on their mobile phones according to his parents' request. He returned the mobile phones to the two. This is the software that Lu Yisun projected on the TV yesterday, called Douyin. It is a short video software that is very popular this year. Very interesting. You can watch it when you are bored. To kill time. Lu Gang also taught them some simple operations. How to watch the next video. How to pause, like, comment, send a private message, add a friend, block the troll. Grandma picked up her phone and saw that it was a video of an old lady dancing in the square. She watched several videos in a row, either dancing, cooking, or farming, and they all seemed boring and asked, Gongzi, didn't Wu Yu and Xia Ning upload a video to Douyin last night? And the little girl whose sister was sick, didn't she want to clarify the reason? I don't want to see the manager peeing, but I want to see what you just said. Why can't I see any of them? Lu Gang laughed. The videos on Douyin are pushed according to your preferences. If you want to use this random method, you probably won't find anything even if you browse all day. He took the phone from his mother. I'll search for you. I checked this morning, and now Xia Ning has become a national goddess. Netizens are shouting slogans. Knife in hand, follow me, rob Xia Ning, kill Qin Go. Grandma was a little nervous, put her head closer, and said in a hurry, Why are young people so violent nowadays? They always want to rob people, and kill dogs? Lu Gang smiled. The Qin dog they are talking about is Qin Sun. Grandma took the phone, turned her head, and looked at Qin Sun playing with Xia Ning in the snow in the distance, said, How can you call someone a dog? You are such an honest child. She picked up the phone and looked down. The video had more than 60,000 likes and nearly 20,000 comments. She clicked the screen to play the video. In the video, Xia Ning's voice sounded. Hello everyone, I am Xia Ning, CEO of Yuzi Film and Television Company. Recently, Qin Sun is the god of marketing. He is your ancestor for playing this kind of trick. You have provoked the wrong person. Be careful not to play with fire and get burned. Grandma watched the video once, and the wrinkles on her face were full of smiles. Ningning's words are really a bit like his father's. This child has been very stubborn since he was young. He has never been someone who is easy to mess with. She clicked on the comments section. It was very lively inside. Knife in hand, follow me, snatch Xia Ning, kill Qin Go. Could this domineering lady be the woman behind Qin Sun? The lady is so arrogant. That's the type I like. Please whip me as much as you want. Don't pity me. Isn't this the clip of Bai Hong's concert in The Richest Man in Shihong City? The extras sitting behind Qin Sun and Yilan and peeking at them? Is this aloof female CEO in the show? As a qualified old pervert, I have to buy a ticket. Aren't Qin Sun and Yilan a couple? This lady is not suitable for Qin Sun, but just right for me. Qin Sun's peach blossom is more messy than my mixed hemorrhoids. Qin Sun is the god of marketing? Although I am very dissatisfied, I can't do anything about it. Grandma looked at these comments, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Young people nowadays talk in an interesting way. Why do you always want to steal other people's girlfriends? When we were young, we would stay away from people like that. She handed the phone to Lu Gang. Let me see the video you posted. Lu Gang operated it for a while, and returned the phone. Grandma saw that there were only more than 10,000 likes and more than 1,000 comments, which was far inferior to Xia Ning's video. She clicked play, watched Wu Yu's video that day, and laughed. Wu Yu has been smart since she was young. Once she gets serious, she is still very powerful. What a pity. She is not a boy. She is too lively. Otherwise she can be a CEO of a company like Xia Ning. She looked at Lu Xiaoquan. At least she can pass on the old man's Bajiquan. Lu Xiaoquan smiled. Why should a girl learn Bajiquan? There is nothing good to pass on. In the future, it will be all guns and cannons. Grandma laughed. You are so stubborn. Lu Xiaoquan stopped talking and looked up at the white sky. Grandma clicked on the comment area. I knew Chin Sun was innocent. How could he possibly beat, insult, or assault an employee? It would be more like an employee insulting or assaulting him. What era is this? Still insulting and beating? It's a slave society. We need to clean up the workplace. Lu Jianan from this space crew is said to be a theater princess. She can play a man as a woman. Chin Sun is desperate. How dare he beat her? Grandma smiled and handed the phone to Lu Gang. Gongzi, check the name of the girl whose sister is sick for me. I want to see what grievances she has with Chin Sun and Xia Ning. Lu Gang operated it and handed the phone back. Grandma looked down and saw that the title of the video was the story of the old lady boss of the tavern and Chin Sun that must be mentioned. When she saw the number of likes, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, this video has a lot of views. There are 100,000 likes and more than 30,000 comments." She clicked to play. The picture showed several reporters sitting by the window of a tavern, interviewing a woman with a charming figure and a charming look. In the question and answer, it was made clear that Lei Zhaoti's parents Kai Shire died. She left home at the age of 13 to make a living, begging, working illegally, serving dishes, and was almost kidnapped several times. She grew up with bumps and bruises all the way, and caught the short video trend, becoming a marginal anchor. Unfortunately, she didn't make as much money as outsiders seemed. When her sister was seriously ill and needed money, she even thought about selling herself. But Chin Sun and Xia Ning rescued her. Finally, she bought a pub that was about to go bankrupt. She sang Chengdu on Douyin Wonderful Night, bringing the pub back to life. Chin Sun handed the pub over to her, gave her shares, and let her live a good life. The video is over. Grandma immediately opened the comment area. I cried. I always thought Chin Sun was a weak brother, but I didn't expect he was a Viagra. I said how come Sierra's account with more than 2 million fans cleared all the borderline videos. It turned out that he was redeemed. Chin Sun and Xia Ning must be angels who fell into the mortal world. The tavern, I'm coming. Go! I must buy a movie ticket to support the richest man in Shihong City. Although I watched it once, I want to watch it again. I must make it more than 2 billion at the box office. Good people should not be let down. I decided to take someone else's wife to watch the movie again. I found a problem. If you are close to Chin Sun, you will be rich. I don't know if Chin Sun is good for me. I'm a man. Grandma's eyes were red, and she turned to look at the people having fun on the snow. These kids are so lucky. They don't know how many miserable people there are in the world. Chin Sun is great. Xia Ning is great too. How about they be together? Lu Shaoquan was also listening, and was touched, but also worried. Kindness cannot command an army, and righteousness cannot command wealth. This kid is very good at making money. But can he keep such a huge fortune? Lu Shaoquan turned his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at Chin Sun on the snow, revealing a sharp light like an eagle. It seemed that he wanted to see through Chin Sun. At this time, Chin Sun and Xia Ning were throwing snowballs at each other. Suddenly, a girl in white clothes appeared on the snow and rushed towards Chin Sun. She threw Chin Sun to the feet of Xia Ning and rode on him and punched him. That girl seemed to be Lu Yisan? Lu Shichuan's face turned cold. Isn't this nonsense? Chapter 389. Let that kid come over. Old man, I'll shake hands with him. On the snow, Chin Sun felt that he was attacked by something that didn't follow martial ethics, and was quickly thrown to the ground. Then, he felt someone sitting on his stomach, and punched his chest. I told you to block me. I told you to make me get beaten up. I told you to pretend to be a saint. Chin Sun saw that the person on him was Lu Yisan, and grabbed her collar with a cold look. Are you fucking sick? Lu Yisan suddenly put on a fake panic expression and screamed. We are playing snowballs. You can't afford to play. Right? Grab my chest? If you have the guts, just reach inside my clothes. Chin Sun? He has been walking on thin ice all his life, and has seen many shameless people. But there is only one person who can compete with him in shamelessness. Suddenly, Xia Ning appeared in his sight. She grabbed Lu Yisan's hair and dragged her to the snow without mercy. She sat on Lu Yisan. Her tone was cold. Stop being so naughty. Lu Yisan smiled contemptuously. Suddenly, Wu Yu's voice rang out. I'm coming. Xia Ning turned her head and saw Wu Yu sliding towards Lu Yisan, shoveling up a pile of snow, and kicking her on the shoulder. Lu Yisan screamed in pain, and struggled for a while lying on the snow. Wu Yu, are you going to stop? Then, she saw Xia Jing appear in front of her, with a cold face, holding a snowball the size of a basketball. It hit her face. Lu Yixin screamed, rolled on the ground in pain, and even shook Xia Ning off her body. Xia Jing didn't even look at Lu Yixin, patted the remaining snow on her hands, looked at Xia Ning with a haughty and second-year look, and whispered, "Useless thing." Then, turned and left. Qin Sun sat in the snow, looked at Xia Jing's back as she left, and said to Xia Ning, "Your sister will definitely achieve great things in the future." Xia Ning. At this time, Xiao Kai rushed over, helped Lu Yixin up, and walked to the side to rest. Suddenly, he looked back at Qin Sun. His eyes were somewhat resentful. "Qin Sun? When did this grandson come? What's wrong with this little look? Is he looking for a chance to mess with me?" In the courtyard of the villa, Lu Xiaoquan and the other two watched the farce silently, shaking their heads. Lu Xiaoquan sighed. "Qin Sun, a grown man, can't even be a woman, and he needs 3 women to protect him. Isn't his body too weak?" Grandma looked at Lu Yixin, who was sitting in the snow to rest, and was a little worried. Xin is so much like her mother. She wants to put all the good things she sees into her own pocket. That's outrageous. Lu Gang looked at that place and said with a wry smile, "It would be fine if Lu Yixin snatched Qin Sun and got married. If it just separated Qin Sun and Xia Ning, it would be a great loss for our Lu family." The 3 of them were silent for a while. After that, they continued to watch Douyin. Grandma liked the comments praising Qin Sun and Xia Ning, blocked the trolls, and was very busy. Lu Gang looked at the latest box office forecast for The Richest Man in Shihong City sent by his assistant. After Xia Ning and Messier's videos spread, it was considered another good marketing, which could increase the box office by more than 100 million yuan. It could eventually reach about 2.7 billion yuan. Lu Xiaoquan searched for content that he was interested in on Douyin. Martial arts. Some search prompts popped up. Lu Xiaoquan said huh, and was a little surprised. One of the search prompts that popped up was, "Qin Sun knows martial arts, even dogs can't stop him." He clicked on the video, which was a simplified version of a video of Qin Sun beating a dog edited by a blogger. The beginning was a critical hit. Qin Sun, who was a little chubby, was being chased by a black Tibetan Mastiff on the gravel road in the park. When he had nowhere to escape, he suddenly stopped. A fierce look appeared on his face, and shouted, "Burn my calories." He turned and rushed towards the dog. A battle between man and dog. The Tibetan Mastiff scratched, bit, and moved fiercely, like a mad dog. Qin Sun's dodging movements were clumsy, his posture was not good-looking, but he was fast enough. Very fast. He was almost scratched and bitten by the dog several times, but he managed to avoid it every time. Lu Xiaoquan exclaimed, "This kid reacts so quickly." The video continues. Qin Sun sees the opportunity to counterattack, with a punch, and a kick with great force, making the Mastiff's flesh tremble. No skills, just brute force. Lu Xiaoquan exclaimed again, "This kid is so strong." In the video, after Qin Sun hit the Mastiff several times, he seemed no longer afraid, and seemed to be at ease. He started to do some fancy moves. The movements were very clumsy, but some shadows of martial arts could be seen. Whip kick, flying kick, anti-joint grab, jiu-jitsu, grab the crotch. This guy grabbed the dog's crotch. Finally, Qin Sun hugged the Tibetan Mastiff and threw it to the ground. He strangled the dog with a naked strangle and sat on the dog's back, with a look of extreme fear on his face. Lu Xiaoquan stood up suddenly, and his clothes knocked over a cup on the coffee table, which broke on the ground. He turned his head and looked at the snow. He saw Qin Sun chasing Xia Ning like a lecher chasing a girl from a brothel. Lu Shichuan's face changed constantly. Grandma and Lu Gang were shocked when they saw this. "Old man, what's wrong with you? Dad, what happened?" Lu Xiaoquan retracted his gaze, took another look at the video, and looked down at his wife and son. "I just watched the video of Qin Sun fighting with a dog, and found several problems. First, his reaction speed is very fast. Second, he is very strong. Third," he paused, his face a little serious, He seems to have practiced martial arts. And he practiced a lot. And it seems that he practiced it crookedly. The technique is wrong. The posture is wrong. All of these are wrong." He raised his voice. "But he has a very good timing and strength to counterattack according to the dog's attack. To put it simply, he feels good in fighting, He is a natural fighter. Lu Gang asked. Are you saying he is a martial arts genius? Lu Shaoquan nodded. Yes. Lu Gang looked at his father's expression and understood his feelings. He had never met a person worthy of his boxing teaching in his life. Now he is in his 70s and 80s, and finally met one. This feeling is probably the excitement of meeting your first love again after a long separation. Lu Gang picked up his phone and searched on Douyin. He found the video of Qin Sun practicing boxing under the urging of netizens, and showed it to Lu Shaoquan. The video was on the official marketing account of the richest man in Shiheng City. There were 7 or 8 videos of Qin Sun boxing. Lu Shaoquan looked at them one by one, and his face gradually became solemn. This guy can make visible progress in a fighting club that only cares about making money. And he can receive some fake tricks. If this is not a martial arts genius, what is it? Grandma looked at Lu Shaoquan, slowly stood up, grabbed his hand, and said softly, Xiao Sun will marry Xia Ning sooner or later. And now he is half a family member. Old man, I know that what you like most is not business, but boxing. Why not teach Xiao Sun? Lu Gang agreed. Yes. Give Qin Sun a chance. And give yourself a chance? Maybe our family can really produce a martial arts master. Lu Shaoquan was silent for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Qin Sun, who was hugging Xia Ning and rolling in the snow, and said in a deep voice, Gongzi, call Qin Sun over. Old man, let me shake hands with him. Chapter 390. I've seen ruthless people, but I've never seen such ruthlessness. Lu Gang walked out of the small courtyard, walked a short distance, and simply took out his mobile phone to call Xia Ning. The call was connected. Ning Ning, you asked Qin Sun to come over. Xia Ning, okay, we'll be there right away. Lu Gang, only Qin Sun. Xia Ning, just him? Lu Gang, yes. Your grandpa wants to learn from him. Xia Ning? Hang up the phone. Xia Ning walked around Qin Sun, looking him up and down, and then reached out to pat his chest. Will he not be beaten to death by grandpa? Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's strange behavior and asked, Ning Ning, are you going to hit my kidney? Xia Ning explained with a smile. The call just now was from my uncle. He asked you to go alone, saying that grandpa wants to spar with you. Qin Sun's heart skipped a beat. He guessed it immediately. As a martial arts master, grandpa must have seen some clues from the videos of him beating dogs and practicing boxing. I have to test my own strength. Xia Ning patted Qin Sun's shoulder and said with a smile, Songda, don't panic, perform well. You are injured. I will give you a massage today. Qin Sun's eyes lit up. He trotted to the yard. An honest expression gradually appeared on his face, and began to act silly. He was prepared not to reveal his strength even if he was beaten down. Alas, he is too strong. It is difficult to keep a low profile. Another day of being afraid of being caught and sliced. In the yard, Lu Shaoquan saw Qin Sun trotting over, turned his head to look at his wife, and said, Old lady, please step aside. I'm worried that Qin Sun will not be able to move freely here. Grandma said nothing and walked directly into the villa. Qin Sun ran into the yard. Grandpa. Uncle. Are you looking for me? Lu Shaoquan didn't waste any words. He stood up and gently raised his right arm, looking very relaxed. Come on. Qin Sun. Shake hands with me. Qin Sun was stunned. Shaking hands means that both parties' hands are gently placed together, like building a bridge. So it is called shaking hands. It usually refers to friendly sparring. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun, smiling kindly. Don't tell me you don't know what it means to hold hands. Qin Sun looked up and down at Lu Shichuan's slightly thin body, and his face was a little embarrassed. I heard from Xia Ning that grandpa is a master of Bajiquan, but boxing is better with young people. Lu Shaoquan put down his raised hand and said with a smile, Are you afraid of breaking my old bones? Qin Sun glanced at Lu Gang, and then looked at Lu Shaoquan with a smile on his face, and said hesitantly, Grandpa, I am a rural child, and when I was a child, I had to carry manure to irrigate the fields. I am quite strong. He knew that Lu Shaoquan must have seen something, and it was impossible to hide it completely. It will appear insincere. The honest persona will collapse. You can only respond half-truthfully. Lu Shaoquan smiled and nodded. I've seen the video of you fighting with the Tibetan Mastiff, and you are really strong. Qin Sun continued. Grandpa, and when I was a kid, I was more ruthless when I got angry in a fight. He thought that he would be more ruthless next time, so that the old man would misunderstand that his strong performance in beating the dog was a ruthless heart, and not that he had any real strength. Lu Shaoquan thought that Qin Sun actually wanted to grab a dog's crotch, smiled lightly, and nodded. "It's okay, just go ahead and do whatever you want. I can handle it." Qin Sun scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Gang looked at Qin Sun's appearance, said with a smile, "Qin Sun, you should worry about yourself. Your grandfather is very skilled. Although he doesn't look strong enough, he is an average young man. 3 or 2 people can't get close to him. When your grandfather was young, he broke 3 ribs of his neighbor with one punch because of the water release in the rice field." Qin Sun. He only then knew that his grandfather had actually farmed. To be able to start from scratch and reach this point, he must be a man of strong character. Hiding one's strength seems to be more difficult than imagined. I saw my grandfather standing with his legs apart, and gently raised his arm. You hit with all your hands and feet, and show your momentum of beating a dog. Qin Sun's face became serious, and he silently said in his heart, "Play dirty tricks," and slowly raised his hand, and gently leaned his arm over. At the moment when the 2 hands touched, Lu Shichuan's momentum suddenly changed. He turned his right wrist, and grabbed Qin Sun's wrist with his backhand, and pressed it down. His left arm slammed into Qin Sun's elbow. Lu Gang was shocked when he saw this. Is it so cruel? If he hits him hard, Qin Sun's arm will be broken? He will have to be in plaster for at least 3 months. In a flash, Qin Sun slapped the old man's left arm with his left hand, and then lowered his head suddenly, biting the hand that grabbed his wrist with his teeth. Lu Shaoquan had lived for half his life, and had never seen such a dirty way of hitting, so he immediately let go of his hand. Changing his posture, he slammed his shoulder and back into Qin Sun's chest, and shouted, "Be careful." Lu Gang's heart skipped a beat. Taishan Liu. Is it necessary? This is the ultimate move of Bajiquan. If it hits, Qin Sun will be knocked out, and several bones will be broken. Qin Sun suddenly turned sideways, and barely avoided the collision. Qin Sun suddenly jumped back. Lu Shaoquan felt his hips being pulled, and almost fell down. He felt something was wrong, and looked down. At some point, Qin Sun's left hand actually grabbed his crotch. The pants were pulled out of shape. Time seemed to stand still. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun with eyes wide open, and it took him a long time to say a word. "What's your trick?" Qin Sun was embarrassed and let go. Grandpa had been too ruthless just now. His DNA was moved, and he didn't even think about it. He only had one belief in his heart. Do something dirty. The result seemed to be a little embarrassing. Lu Gang was stunned and looked at Qin Sun. He had seen people who were ruthless, but he had never seen such a ruthless one. He bit with his teeth and grabbed his crotch. "This is your grandpa. Can you grab his crotch?" Lu Gang thought about it, and smiled bitterly. Forget it. This bastard even picked the dog's crotch. Whose crotch wouldn't he dare pick? Luckily he didn't get the real thing, but only the pants, otherwise this would be a big deal. Qin Sun looked at Lu Shaoquan scratching his head awkwardly, and laughed. "Grandpa, was I not polite just now?" Lu Gang. "Is this polite or not?" Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun and laughed. "Qin Sun, although I'm old, you can't do such dirty things." Qin Sun laughed even more awkwardly. "Roar? Roar?" Lu Shaoquan asked. "Where did you learn these seemingly plausible moves?" Qin Sun looked sincere. "On TV." Lu Shaoquan was a little surprised. "On TV?" Qin Sun replied. "Yes. When I was in elementary school and junior high school, there was a TV channel that broadcast Tai Chi, Bajiquan, grappling, and other masters teaching every afternoon. I found it interesting, and I bought a martial arts CD to learn. I followed and learned for a while." Lu Gang's heart was slightly shaken. No wonder my father, after all these years, suddenly wanted to fight with others again. It turns out that Qin Sun is really a rough diamond. If I were to do it myself, I would probably get scratched by Qin Sun. Qin Sun is so amazing. He can learn anything. Lu Shaoquan knows that channel, and has watched some of it. He knows that there are some real masters explaining it. The martial arts taught by those masters are also real, but they are very superficial, and do not explain the essence. And he practices with the CD. Can you trust that stuff? No wonder this kid practiced it wrong. In other words, this guy is obsessed with it, and has practiced a magic skill. Although I only used 30% of my strength just now, I almost fell into his trap. This guy is really a martial arts talent. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun. His eyes lit up, and asked, Qin Sun, don't watch those messy discs. They only teach some cheap moves. Are you willing to learn boxing from me? Real Bajiquin. Chapter 391. Persuade him to learn boxing, coercion, and bribery? Do you want to learn boxing? Qin Sun heard this request. His face was a little embarrassed, and said, Well, I'm so old and just started boxing. Isn't it too late? This is a polite refusal. Lu Xiaoquan understood. Under normal circumstances, with his personality, he would definitely not bother to pester, lest he feel like he was trying to get something for nothing. But Qin Sun is different. And he is indeed old. Some people, some things, once missed, will become a regret to be carried into the coffin. Lu Xiaoquan smiled kindly. You carried manure when you were a child and gained strength. You also practiced for a while by watching TV and DVDs. So you can be considered to have a good foundation. Although your moves are a little crooked, your foundation is already very good. A guy like you is considered to be quite capable among ordinary people. But this is far from enough. He stared at Qin Sun's eyes with sharp eyes. Qin Sun, don't waste your talent. Qin Sun still felt embarrassed. His life motto has always been to slack off. Although he has slacked off less recently, he still has to return to his original intention. People should not forget their roots. To practice boxing, you need to practice skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. It's so tiring, Qin Sun said. Grandpa, I don't have any talent. I'm good at fighting. But I'm just a little more ruthless. Lu Xiaoquan smiled, sat on a stool, holding a small teacup in his hand, turning it around. He started to be silent, pretending to be a master. Seeing this, Lu Gang knew that the old man was disappointed, and was a little angry, but he felt that there was no reason to be angry. After all, Qin Sun has no obligation to pass on anything for the Lu family. Lu Gang patted Qin Sun on the shoulder and said, Qin Sun, the old man likes you. So your talent is definitely not what ordinary people can imagine. The old man is a real master. Qin Sun nodded. He knew that from the few moves his grandfather made just now. He almost forced him to show his true form, as a fighting genius, and use some real skills. Lu Gang said, Now the box office of the richest man in Shiheng City is very high. And it is expected to reach more than 2.7 billion. You can make a lot of money. But as an industry insider, I have seen too many companies go bankrupt because of the failure of investing in a movie. Doing business is definitely risky. And there is an iron rule that every businessman will encounter at least one major failure. Being able to make a comeback is a real skill. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Sun. Qin Sun took it carefully with both hands. Lu Gang continued. If you learn the old man's skills, if one day, if you need capital to do business, you can come to my place to play a game. I can give you a very high appearance fee. Our family also runs sports events. If you learn the old man's real skills, I promise that you will have the ability to make a comeback at any time. Qin Sun? He was a little confused. Lu Gang's words to persuade people to learn boxing. Why is it so similar to tricking children into giving them lollipops? He knew that boxing was the most profitable sport in the world. Tyson was called a money-printing machine in his underpants. Jordan's annual salary in the 1990s was as high as over $30 million, making him a big shot among big shots in the basketball world. At the same time, Tyson could take away $20 million in a boxing match in 91 seconds. But if I go bankrupt, I can write songs. Why should I fight another strongman on stage in my underpants? How presumptuous. Unless a boxing match now can make the movie box office exceed 3 billion. In addition to making more money at the box office, he can also collect 30 million from Baiheng. However, no one will watch him box, unless he fights with shirtless Yilan or Baiheng. Qin Sun drank the tea in one gulp, put down the teacup, and said to Lu Xiaoquan, Grandpa, this matter is too serious. I have to ask Ningning first. Lu Xiaoquan nodded slightly, without saying anything. Qin Sun turned and walked out of the villa, feeling a little embarrassed. What should he do? He now has the title of a fighting genius, and is almost the strongest man on the earth. Learning boxing from an old man? He is also a master. Then you have to be careful to disguise yourself all the time. How tiring that must be. However, if I learn from the old man for a while, I will use Bajiquin in future fights. Will my kung fu be legitimate? It can reduce other people's suspicion? This can be considered as clearing my name. Right? As he walked along, Qin Sun's mind flashed with Lu Shichuan's Iron Mountain lean just now. It was really dangerous. Thinking about it, I was fascinated. Qin Sun couldn't help but learn to hit the air with his shoulder. Take 2 steps, bump. Take 2 steps, bump. In the villa, Lu Xiaoquan watched Qin Sun imitate his Iron Mountain leaning, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. This kid still likes kung fu from the bottom of his heart. No matter what era of guns and cannons, which man doesn't want to have a fighting force? Lu Gang looked at Qin Sun, who was walking and tilting his shoulders and head to bump into the air, and smiled. Dad, do you think there is a chance? Lu Xiaoquan smiled. There is a chance. He paused and said again. If he asks Ningning, it will be even more interesting. Ningning is such a filial child. How could she let an old man like me die with regrets? Lu Gang asked. Do you want me to call Ningning and tell her about it? Lu Xiaoquan smiled. No need. After all, I am also a master of my generation. I should have some style. I shouldn't do this for a closed disciple. Qin Sun walked, while bumping his shoulder. Suddenly, he was startled, stopped, and quickly repeated the action of the Iron Mountain leaning. Gradually, it felt familiar. Fuck? Ji and I Tai Mei? It turns out that Brother Ji is a master of Bajiquan. Has he practiced for 2.5 years? Suddenly, he heard a burst of fast footsteps behind him, rustling on the snow. He turned around and saw Zhao Kai, with a face full of anger, rushing towards him with fists clenched, and shouting. Qin Sun, I hack your mother. You dare to grab Xinxin's breasts. In an instant, Zhao Kai rushed in front of him. Qin Sun frowned. Ji and I Tai Mei leaned over and hit Zhao Kai's chest. Ouch! Zhao Kai screamed, flew backwards, and fell on the snow. Qin Sun spat. Are you sick? He didn't even look at Zhao Kai, and ran directly to Xia Ning in the distance. Zhao Kai lay in the snow and looked at the sky. He felt his internal organs rolling and his chest hurt. He cried weakly. Help! Help! Someone take care of me! Lu Xiaoquan watched Qin Sun use a clumsy Iron Mountain lean, knocking Zhao Kai away. Although the posture was wrong, he was strong, had the right momentum, and the essence was there. Just look at me using it once, and you can copy it to this extent. People who waste this kind of talent should be beaten to death. Lu Xiaoquan was a little excited, pulled his cell phone, and called Xia Ning. Ningning, Qin Sun will ask you if you want to learn boxing from me later. Whether you use coercion or inducement, you must let him learn boxing from me. Otherwise, I will not be willing to die. Lu Gang? Old man, where is the master style you just mentioned? Hang up the phone. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, who was running towards him not far away, a little confused. Coercion? Even inducement? Chapter 392. I'm not a rich man. You can't. At least you shouldn't. Qin Sun ran to Xia Ning, bent down, rolled up a snowball, and was about to throw it at her. But Xia Ning didn't dodge at all, just looked at him with a smile. Qin Sun was a little confused, and threw the snowball. Ningning, why don't you resist? If you don't resist, I won't have any fun. Xia Ning. She was a little unsure whether it was Qin Sun's foul mouth or her own heart. She looked at Qin Sun and asked, What did you do when you went to Grandpa's place just now? Qin Sun sighed and told the whole story. How to hold hands. How Grandpa attacked fiercely, how he fought back politely. After listening, Xia Ning opened her eyes wide, with an incredible look on her face. My grandpa asked you to let go, but you can't let go so much. How can you touch Grandpa's crotch? Qin Sun scratched his head. I'm used to it. Xia Ning suddenly thought of a possibility, and her face turned whiter than snow. She asked with a trembling voice. You said this morning that you put your hand inside my clothes once last night. Was it on the top or the bottom? Qin Sun? He pointed at Xia Ning with a trembling finger, said angrily. You actually doubt my character. We agreed to grab the top 3 roads, so I will grab the top 3 roads. I am a very trustworthy person. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, something felt wrong. Hey! Why is he acting like a victim? Xia Ning picked up the discarded snowball from the ground, pressed it firmly, and threw it gently to Qin Sun. Qin Sun caught it with both hands, and threw it back to Xia Ning in tacit understanding. An innocent snowball was thrown back and forth like this. Xia Ning, Grandpa asked you to learn boxing from him. What do you think? Qin Sun, I want to and I don't want to. Xia Ning, I don't understand. Qin Sun, I want to have a fighting skill. But now I think it's enough. There's no need to suffer that kind of hardship again. Xia Ning, this is an old man's wish. Similar to Yilan's bucket list. Qin Sun, this is what makes me embarrassed. If I don't agree, I'm worried that I will have to sit at the same table with dogs when I eat at your grandpa's house in the future. Xia Ning, he's not so stingy. Qin Sun, that's good. Xia Ning, at most. I'll sit at the same table with the children. Qin Sun. Xia Ning caught the snowball, held it in his palm, looked at Qin Sun, and had no expression on his face. If you learned boxing from Grandpa, I won't sleep with Xia Jing tonight. Qin Sun was shocked. You seduced me? Xia Ning stared. Is it not possible? Qin Sun looked around, seeing no one around, and asked in a low voice. So are you going to sleep with a vegetarian or a meatless person tonight? Xia Ning? No shivering. Qin Sun sighed. Then I'll think about it. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and hesitated. He still needed to think about it. He didn't know how much protection he could get if he learned boxing from his grandpa. In case he encountered some difficulties in business in the future? Xia Ning grabbed a snowball and smashed it on Qin Sun's chest. Then you should think about it carefully. She turned and left. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's back, snorted coldly, and slid to the ground with a shovel. The two wrestled with each other. At first, there were curses. Gradually, it became a burst of laughter. Xia Jing stood not far away, with her hands in her pockets, looking coldly at the two people playing and fighting. Hee. Sister is getting worse and worse. Childish. After the snowball fight, many young people walked out of the manor, went to the city center to play, and had to rush back for dinner in the evening. Because they are not with their parents all year round. They may only come back 2 or 3 times a year, according to their family tradition. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days of the Chinese New Year, the younger generation must stay in the manor. Qin Sun saw that many people went out, and his heart was a little itchy. He is very rich now, and he wants to spend money, and feel the joy of spending money. Suddenly, Xia Jing came over with Xia Ning. Brother-in-law, I have sent with you. The annoying guy. Away! I have created a world for you too. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, and saw her snort. It seems that he is still angry because she tried to seduce him to practice boxing but failed. Qin Sun reached out to touch Xia Jing's mushroom head, but seeing how tall she was, he felt it was inappropriate, so he put his hand down. Thank you, little sister-in-law. He took Xia Ning's hand. Then your sister and I will go out to play. You should do your winter vacation homework at home. Xia Jing? Take me with you. Qin Sun was startled. Didn't you say it was a world for 2? Xia Jing said it without blushing or beating her heart. You don't have to treat me like a human being. Just treat me like a piggy bank. And give me some gold coins from time to time. You are now the richest person in this villa. And you are the richest person in your generation. You can't be stingy. Qin Sun? Why do you need so much money as a kid? Xia Jing, save it for my mother. When I grow up, I will start a business. Qin Sun laughed. How long will it take to save money to start a company with the New Year's money? Xia Jing's voice was very calm. I have saved 1.46 million. Qin Sun. Sorry, I am presumptuous. Qin Sun and Xia Ning are celebrities, so they should keep a low profile, wearing masks and sunglasses. He picked up a suitcase and went out. Because parking is inconvenient, he took a taxi. It was the place designated by Xia Jing. Driving from the suburbs to the city center, the scenery along the way became more and more prosperous, and high-rise buildings rose from the ground. Qin Sun was looking at the scenery. Xia Ning was a little absent-minded, and kept thinking about Qin Sun's boxing practice. Bribery doesn't work anymore. What about coercion? We arrived at the destination, and stopped the car. There was a lot of noise outside the car, and people were shopping everywhere. Qin Sun was sitting in the passenger seat, and was about to get off the car. Suddenly he heard Xia Jing speak. Give a red envelope. Qin Sun turned to look at Xia Jing, a little surprised. Are children of rich people so generous? They don't forget to give the driver a red envelope when they take a taxi during the Chinese New Year? He turned to look at the driver, and found that the driver's eyes were full of expectation, and there was a smile on his lips. Qin Sun had never given a red envelope to a driver, and didn't know how much to give, looking at Xia Jing. How much should you give? Xia Jing held up a finger. 10,000. Qin Sun? How much? Xia Jing repeated calmly. 10,000. Qin Sun unbuckled his seat belt, and laughed angrily. I am rich, not sick. Give 10,000 yuan to the driver for taking a taxi? He turned around and saw the driver looking at him with resentment, feeling a little embarrassed, and explained with a smile. Master, I am not scolding you. He pointed at Xia Jing. She is just an 8-year-old child. She said some childish things. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. The driver turned his head and looked at Xia Jing. This is a child. 8 years old? Jin Sun was even more embarrassed. She has been well nourished since she was a child. Master, I am not a rich man. My family has been in a particularly difficult situation since I was a child. You can't, at least you shouldn't. The driver looked at him eagerly, his eyes full of desire for money. Chapter 393. If you don't learn boxing, be careful to be paralyzed by this spirited young man. Jin Sun looked at the driver, who was like a woman in the boudoir, and also opened his eyes wide. His eyes were full of reluctance to give up the money. The two looked at each other. Neither of them gave in. At this time, Xia Jing said coldly, "What are you two arguing about?" I said, "Give me 10,000 yuan." Jin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Jing, breathed a sigh of relief, and picked up the suitcase from his feet. It's not okay to give it to strangers. It's okay to give it to my little sister-in-law. After all, she takes the money to do the job. Even if Xia Ning wanted to go back to her room tonight, she couldn't. Jin Sun opened the suitcase, revealing 1 million yuan in cash neatly arranged inside. A large area of red. Fuck. The driver couldn't help but scream like a girl. You call this you're not a rich man? You call this having a difficult family life since childhood? Fuck, people nowadays have learned bad things from Qin Go. You always say my family is very difficult. My mother told me since childhood that children from poor families grow up early. Jin Sun looked at the excited driver, smiled awkwardly, gently took a wad of money from him, and handed it to Xia Jing in the back seat. Xia Jing asked, "Master, excuse me. Who is Qin Go?" The driver answered, "Jin Sun." Jin Sun? Xia Jing was very satisfied with this answer. She took out a red note from the 10,000 yuan and handed it to the driver. "Happy New Year." The driver smiled. "Happy New Year." Jin Sun was not happy. He hated others to base their happiness on him. The three got off the car. Xia Jing led the two to a dessert shop. After a while, the three saw a dessert shop with a very petty bourgeoisie decoration. Xia Jing began to introduce. "I saw this dessert shop on Douyin. I heard it's delicious, and their desserts are not sweet. The service is very good. There is a waiter in this shop who is also a small internet celebrity with 300,000 fans. Her legs are very long." Jin Sun rarely saw Xia Jing talk so much. I felt a little uncomfortable, thinking that she would be more relaxed after getting to know him. Then I saw Xia Jing turn around and extend her hand. "Tour guide fee, 10,000 yuan. Jin Sun? Damn! He is so evil. This kid has the potential to be a profiteer." Suddenly, he saw 3 or 5 people surrounding a tall man walking into the store. Jin Sun noticed the man's hairstyle, which turned out to be a fiery red mohawk, like a big cock in heat. When the man spoke, there was a strong smell of dazu. "It's here, beautiful sister? Long legs? Black stockings?" The other person spoke in Mandarin, with a strong flattering tone. "Yes, respected boxing champion. This is the work of Hua Girl." The red mohawk laughed and called Yoshi and walked in. Jin Sun watched them walk in, looked down at Xia Jing, and asked, "Are you sure this is a dessert shop, and not some exotic massage shop?" Xia Jing: "I'm only 8 years old, you can't tell me this." She took Xia Ning's hand. "Sister, I don't understand what he said." Xia Jing narrowed her eyes, stared coldly at Jin Sun, speaking indifferently. "Did you hear that? The red-haired guy is a boxer. If you don't learn boxing, you'll be easily paralyzed if you run into this kind of spirited guy in the future." She paused and continued, "When the time comes, I won't take care of you." Jin Sun. Xia Ning is really omnipresent now. Can this be linked to learning boxing? Beat me paralyzed? I can beat the shit out of him. Xia Ning today is not cute at all. Big, not cute. Small, even less cute. Enter the store. The three of them found a seat in a corner and sat down. Xia Jing ordered the meal, ordered 3 identical sets. Hee, not too expensive. Jin Sun heard the word too and had a bad feeling. Soon, a young and beautiful waitress wearing a white suit skirt, long legs, black stockings brought the first dessert. She glanced at Jin Sun, a little surprised, but didn't say anything else. "I wish you a pleasant meal." The long-legged waitress left. Xia Jing whispered, "That's her, the long-legged waitress, a little internet celebrity. She posts her daily work routine on Douyin all day long. The video starts with a pair of long legs, and then shoots all the way up to the face. She should have recognized you as the godfather of internet celebrities just now. But her professionalism is very high, and she didn't bother you. Jin Sun heard Xia Jing speak more than 30 words, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You told me so much, could it be? Xia Jing nodded and extended her hand. Brother-in-law, you are really smart. Add the store introduction fee just now, and the character introduction fee now. The total is 20,000. Thank you. Jin Sun, I'll give you 40,000, double it. I'll leave it to you tonight. He took out the suitcase and was about to open it, but Xia Ning held him down with one hand. Xia Ning glared at Jin Sun. Will you learn boxing? Jin Sun, meat or vegetarian? Xia Ning, vegetarian. Jin Sun, then I'll think about it again. Xia Ning turned his head and looked at Xia Jing coldly. Jing, be more restrained. Don't force me to beat you with taekwondo during the new year. Xia Jing. The smile on her face disappeared. She lowered her head, turned her grief and anger into appetite, and sighed. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. You started to manage your brother-in-law's money before you even get married? Jin Sun smiled. Xia Ning glared at him. Jin Sun smiled even more happily. The three of them started eating. No one spoke. The desserts were beautiful, fancy. A little bit of food, placed on a big plate. It tasted good, sweet but not greasy. It was finished quickly. The long-legged beauty was very attentive and brought a second portion. The three of them ate in silence. In less than half an hour, they finished the 6 desserts in their set meal. Jin Sun looked up, and before he could say anything, the long-legged beauty came over. Hello. What can I do for you? Jin Sun was a little surprised. Was he being monitored while eating just now? Or was this what they call super good service? Jin Sun smiled. Pay the bill. The long-legged lady took out a bill and handed it to Jin Sun. Hello, this is your bill. Jin Sun looked at it, with no expression on his face, but was greatly shocked. What the hell? What did I eat? These 3 set meals cost 1680 each, a total of 5,040 yuan. And there is also a 15% service fee. A total of 756? What service did she provide me? Just staring at me while I ate dessert is called service. This is more expensive than going to a health club to enjoy service. In less than half an hour, isn't it full yet? And I spent 5,796 yuan. Although it is easier for him to take out more than 6,000 yuan now than when he was studying, but I am still not used to it. Jin Sun did not change his expression, took out the suitcase and opened it, revealing a box of red bills. The long-legged woman could not help but exclaimed, felt it was impolite, and quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Jin Sun picked up a stack of money, counted out 58 bills, handed them to the long-legged beauty, and said very generously, No need to change. Xia Ning. Didn't he just wipe out 4 yuan? Why can he say 40 million with such momentum? The long-legged woman smiled. Thank you. Mr. Qin. She hesitated and asked, Mr. Qin, would you please sign for me? Jin Sun looked up at the long legs and nodded. The long legs took out a movie ticket from his pocket and a pen. He held it with both hands and gently placed it on the table in front of him. Jin Sun picked up the pen. At this time, a colonel-like voice sounded not far away. Private Marseille. Work over here. Jin Sun looked up and saw the red-haired monster waving at him. Chapter 394. This brother-in-law's ways made me lose face in this store. Jin Sun looked at the red-haired man with a smile on his face and knew that Sumimasen means sorry to bother you in J Mandarin. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. This little red-haired man is quite polite. When the long-legged man heard the voice, he stood up, turned his head, and smiled professionally. Hello, I'll be right over. The red-haired man laughed. Yoshi. Jin Sun probably guessed that the red-haired man wanted to chat up the long-legged man. Listening to their conversation at the door just now, it seems that they came for the long legs. Jin Sun picked up the movie ticket and found that it was the movie ticket for the richest man in Shihong City at 9 o'clock tonight. He was a little happy. He picked up the pen and wrote his name on the back of the movie ticket very seriously. This is his first fan signature in history. It is worth taking seriously. After writing, Jin Sun returned the movie ticket and pen with both hands, and smiled. Thank you for your support. The long legs took it with both hands. I wish Mr. Qin a big box office success. The long legs smiled and walked towards the red-haired monster with an elegant step. The three of them stood up and left. Just less than 3 meters away from the table of the red-haired monster, they suddenly heard a panicked cry from the long-legged man. "Hey! What are you doing? Sir, please respect yourself. You can't do this." Chin Sun and the other two stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw the long-legged man quickly retreating away from the table of the red-haired monster, warning, "If you do this again, I will call the police." The red-haired monster said in a heavy-mouthed Mandarin, "Don't get me wrong. I just want to do it with you. Do it with you. And be friends. Be good friends. Do you like to do it with me, be friends?" The long legs kept retreating, shaking their heads, seemingly frightened. The red-haired monster had a loose smile on his face. "When you were live streaming yesterday, when I gave you gifts yesterday, you didn't have this expression. You smiled like a big flower at that time." The long legs retreated. "Sir, please respect yourself." The red-haired monster stood up, smiled and walked towards the long legs. Chin Sun frowned. Took a step over there. He saw 3 male staff members rushing over. They surrounded the red-haired monster. Xiaoning said, "The owner who could open such a store in this location must have some strength. It's not that he can't even deal with such a little gangster." Chin Sun kept staring at that place, a little worried. "Didn't you hear it at the door just now? He is the boxing champion saying, 'Who can beat me to paralysis with one punch, and no one will take care of me.' Xiaoning, if you insist on being a hero to save the beauty, I won't stop you. Maybe she can give you some meat." Chin Sun? He looked at it for a few more seconds. The situation seemed to have calmed down. They were negotiating normally. Chin Sun said, "It's okay, let's go." The 3 turned and left the dessert shop. In a large shopping mall, Xia Jing took Chin Sun and the others to buy clothes. "Let's buy some cheaper clothes today, to save some money for my brother-in-law." Chin Sun asked, "Go to the children's clothing store first?" Xia Jing looked at Chin Sun as if he was a fool. "I'm not suitable for wearing children's clothes at my age." Chin Sun. The 3 entered the women's clothing store. It's not cheap at first glance. 3 female shopping guides immediately surrounded him, and were very enthusiastic. There was no common plot in TV dramas, where a few blind waiters came out to mock him as a poor boy. Then, he went all out, opening his suitcase to show off a pile of cash. Chin Sun felt a little regretful. Could it be that I have the temperament of a rich person? Turning around, I saw Xia Ning and Xia Jing. Never mind, the 2 sisters had the temperament of rich people. Even if they put on beggars' clothes, others would think they were cosplaying. The 2 sisters were merciless, and kept buying, and in the end each of them bought almost 5 sets of clothes. When they calculated the price, wow! 35,599. Chin Sun thought again, compared with the dessert that cost nearly 6,000 yuan. The clothes that cost an average of 3,600 yuan per set can be considered affordable. Chin Sun opened the suitcase, and in the stunned expressions of the shopping guide and the cashier, she took out 3 stacks of red bills. She counted out 55 more, with a big wave of her hand. No need to change. The cashier took the money and passed it through the money detector. Looking at the number 355 on the display, she smiled awkwardly. "Sir, I'm sorry, there's one missing." Chin Sun. Xia Jing laughed again, seemingly mocking him. A smart guy who can't count. Chin Sun took out another one with an embarrassed look on his face, and said softly, "You should give me the change." Shopping guide. Xia Jing? This brother-in-law's behavior made me lose face in this store. Entered the men's clothing store. Xia Ning matched 2 sets of clothes for Chin Sun. Chin Sun tried them on, and they were both very fit, and close to his temperament. After putting on those clothes, the whole person felt shiny. Xia Ning circled around him several times. "You look like a human being." Chin Sun. "Why are you being so honest and sharp today?" Xia Ning. "Do you practice boxing or not?" Chin Sun. "Eat meat or vegetables?" Xia Ning. "Vegetarian." Chin Sun. "Then I'll think about it." Xia Ning turned around and walked to the rest area to sit with Xia Jing, not planning to choose clothes for Chin Sun anymore. Chin Sun didn't mind. A female shopping guide followed behind him, and introduced enthusiastically. Suddenly, he saw a pair of underwear, pure black, nothing special. The price tag on it was 998. He was stunned, picked up the pants and looked at them. The female shopping guide began to introduce. "Hello, sir. This is Velvet Limited to Winter." Chin Sun waved his hand, interrupted her introduction, put the underwear back, full of emotion. "Does this underwear have kidney health care function or something? It's just an egg bag, it's so expensive." Can 998 make me so happy that I can't breathe? Back to the villa. It was already past 5 p.m. Dinner started at 6 p.m. Chin-sun sat at the same table with the younger generation, eating and drinking. Not sitting at the same table with the elders, he felt more comfortable and drank more. But he always felt that Grandpa was looking at him from time to time, as if he was dissatisfied with him. It was scary. Chin-sun wanted to toast and apologize. But he changed his mind and said at the table, "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I almost took your balls out today. It didn't seem very polite." The meal took 2 hours. Xia Ning coldly watched him drink for an hour and a half, and couldn't bear it any longer. So she pinched the tender flesh on his waist. "Drink less. Chin-sun? You hit him so hard? Her resentment today is enough to feed 3 old corpses in the mountain village." Right. After dinner, many people went to the villa entertainment room to play. Chin-sun was too lazy to go. So he went back to his room and lay on the bed to sleep. He was very tired now. For men, there is no more tiring entertainment in the world than shopping. He didn't lock the door. Xia Ning didn't come either. Chin-sun stared at the ceiling with his eyes open and snorted coldly. "Poverty cannot change me, and power cannot bend me. I won't practice this boxing." The next day. Dong dong dong. Chin-sun was awakened by a knock on the door, and suddenly opened his eyes, and found that it was bright outside the window. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door got louder. Chin-sun thought it was Xia Ning, because he didn't agree to her boxing practice, and even knocked on the door more roughly. He asked impatiently and loudly, "The door is not locked." The door was suddenly pushed open. "Wu Yu, Xia Ning?" Xia Jing squeezed in. Wu Yu looked anxious and shouted, "Sleep. You paralysis, get up and wash the floor. You are on the hot search again." Chapter 395. This guy, could he have some kind of high-energy autism? Chin-sun was sleepy, with a question mark on his face. Wu Yu was so angry when he saw him like this, and banged the door with his fist. "Did you hear what I just said? You're on the hot search again. Another scandal. You are a cowardly scumbag?" Chin-sun? He looked at the 3 girls at the door, his whole body huddled in a quilt, with only his head exposed. "Tell me clearly, what's going on?" Wu Yu saw Chin-sun still hiding in the quilt, and became even angrier, shouting, "It's already this time, and you still want to take a nap. Can you get out of bed quickly?" Chin-sun said lightly, "I'm used to sleeping naked." "Wu Yu? Then why did you ask me to open the door just now?" Chin-sun looked at Xia Ning on the side. "I thought it was Xia Ning who came." Wu Yu and Xia Jing turned their heads to look at Xia Ning at the same time, with a look of disgust on their faces. "Xia Ning, what does this have to do with me?" They didn't think Chin-sun also slept naked last night. Did they? Wu Yu and Xia Jing walked out the door, and stood by waiting, and saw Xia Ning also walk out. Wu Yu teased, "Why don't you change the clothes for this scumbag, and pick up his underwear yourself?" Xia Ning. Chin-sun was dressed neatly. Wu Yu didn't even let him wash up, and drove him all the way to the main villa like a wild boar. As soon as he entered the living room, Chin-sun was startled. He saw that the sofa in the living room was full of people. Grandpa, Grandma, uncle, aunt, cousin, and cousin were almost all present. There were nearly 30 people in a row. Louison sat cross-legged on the sofa with bare feet. When she saw Chin-sun coming in, she rolled her eyes at him and muttered in a low voice, "You are a coward." Although the voice was very low, it was also very clear in the quiet living room. Everyone looked at Chin-sun. Chin-sun was a little confused. The second uncle scolded, "Shut up. Now is the time for you to talk nonsense?" Louison made a face at the second uncle, turned around and glared at Chin-sun, and lowered her head to rub her feet. Chin-sun walked into the living room and greeted the elders according to their seniority. Lu Gang nodded and pointed to the sofa next to his grandparents. "Chin-sun, you sit here." Chin-sun and Xia Ning walked over. Wu Yu thought about it, and felt that as a major shareholder of Yuzi Film and Television Company, she was also qualified to sit over there. She walked over and squeezed in next to Xia Ning, and sat down. Lu Gang looked at Chin-sun and asked, "What strategies do you have for dealing with the scandal that has been exposed on the internet?" Chin-sun looked around and found that everyone was staring at him seriously, which made him feel a little embarrassed. "Uncle, what scandal is this?" As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly became noisy, and a whisper was heard. "What the hell? He didn't even know? He didn't just wake up, did he? He's the #1 hot search on Douyin. And he doesn't know what's going on. This guy is talented, but his daily behavior is a bit strange. Could he have high-energy autism? What is high-energy autism? It's just that he has some social problems. But he is a genius with a very high artistic component. Listening to the discussions around him, Jin-sun felt even more embarrassed. Lu Gang asked in confusion. Wu Yu just called you, didn't he tell you? Jin-sun glanced at Wu Yu, who had an angry look on his face, said. Wu Yu came to my room and scolded me, and then didn't tell me anything. Wu Yu. She was a little unconvinced. It's only been 4 days since the release of The Richest Man in Shihong City, which is the golden time to reap the box office. There are still 4 days of the Spring Festival holiday. As the company's largest shareholder, he is also the director, starring, screenwriter, editor, but he is indifferent to his own work. He is still sleeping. I get angry just looking at him. Who can resist scolding him? Jin-sun said stubbornly, defending. I do care. Wu Yu sneered and asked back. Then may I ask director Jin-sun, how much has the movie grossed so far? Jin-sun? He looked at Wu Yu with his eyes wide open. This washboard was so sharp-tongued that he asked such a tricky question. Who could know? Everyone looked at Jin-sun in silence and immediately knew that he didn't know the box office at all. There was another round of discussion. I said this kid has a problem with his brain. Even I know. But he doesn't know? You can check it with your phone. You're too lazy to check it? It's all money. Doesn't he care at all? He treats money as dirt? What's the difference between this and a college entrance examination candidate who doesn't check the results on the day of the results, but goes to the internet cafe to play games instead? If my movie's box office grew so fast, I would check it 100 times a day. Jin-sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning snorted coldly. Jin-sun looked at Xia Jing again. Xia Jing curled her lips. Jin-sun sighed quietly. He seemed to be despised. Wu Yu was not willing to give in, grabbed Jin-sun and hit him hard, scolding him. As of half an hour ago, the last time I checked, the cumulative box office was 580 million. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep last night. How did you sleep? Can you sleep at this stage? Are you doing anything? Jin-sun was silent, like a primary school student who got a 0 in the exam and went home. It was as if the box office was not 580 million, but 5.8 yuan. Lu Gang came out to smooth things over. Wu Yu. Say less. Now is not the time to argue. He took out his mobile phone, glanced at the latest forecast set by his assistant, looked at Jin-sun, and said in a deep voice, because of your scandal that broke out last night, it has become a hot search today. It has aroused the anger of some netizens and slowed down the growth rate of the movie box office. The latest forecast for the box office of this movie is only more than 1.8 billion. Jin-sun was stunned. Yesterday afternoon, the forecast was still 2.7 billion. It became 1.8 billion in a blink of an eye? It was almost 1 billion less. Jin-sun looked at Lu Gang and became even more confused. What kind of scandal is so powerful? Did I sleepwalk to the street last night and touch the buttocks of an 80-year-old woman and was captured by the ultra-high-definition road surveillance? Jin-sun looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Xia Ning's face. Xiao Xiong spread his hands and asked, what scandal is it? Tell me clearly. Xia Ning nodded. Everyone present has seen the news. We have more people now, and we have more power. Let's discuss a countermeasure together. Jin-sun? What do you mean everyone present has seen the news? I'm not a human. Am I a human? If I don't practice boxing, I'm not even a human. Xia Ning operated on his mobile phone and pointed to the TV. Please look at the big screen. Everyone turned to look at the TV. Jin-sun turned his head quickly and frowned when he saw the TV screen. What the hell? On the TV screen was Xia Ning's Douyin screen. Dubanian Hot List. The first one is Jin-sun, the director of The Richest Man in Shihong City, did not help the long-legged beauty fan get slapped by the J-country boxer. Chapter 396. Is there any justice? How can such a shitpot be put on my head? Others had already seen this video and glanced at the TV and turned to look at Jin-sun. They wanted to see his expression, but he looked calm. Jin-sun looked at the title and immediately remembered what happened in the dessert shop yesterday afternoon. He was a little confused. Yesterday, I saw 3 male staff members go up to help, and they left after the situation eased. It's not like they didn't help. Why, that long-legged guy got a big pussy in his back? Xia Ning heard this and clicked on this hot search. A video popped up immediately. It has 187,000 likes and 47,000 comments. The video plays. It is a surveillance video of the dessert shop. The scene starts with Chin-sun paying the bill. The video clearly records that the long-legged man handed Chin-sun the bill. Chin-sun opened a suitcase of money, counted out a stack of money from it, and paid the bill. The long-legged man asked for an autograph. Chin-sun signed. Then, the video paused, and the perspective changed. It seems that the video has been changed from a different camera. This perspective is facing the table of the red-haired monster. Red-haired monster: hello, what's your name? Long-legged man: hello, my name is Jin Shuiwe. Red-haired monster: yes, it sounds nice, it sounds really nice. As he said that, he took out his phone and opened WeChat. Let's make friends. Long-legged man: I'm sorry, there is a rule in the store that customers cannot be added to WeChat. Red-haired monster: oh? Really? If it was that pretty boy just now, would you add him as a friend right away? Long-legged man: sir, you must be joking. At this time, Chin-sun and the other two passed by that table on the road. Suddenly, the red-haired ghost deliberately dropped his phone on the ground, and the long-legged man squatted down to pick it up. The red-haired ghost also bent down to pick it up, his head lowered very low, very low. He turned his head to look under the long-legged woman's skirt, with a smirk on his face. The long-legged woman noticed it, and quickly stood up. Hey! What are you doing? Sir, please respect yourself. You can't do this. The red-haired ghost reached out to take the phone in the long-legged woman's hand, but his smile was so obscene that it made people want to touch his little hand. The long-legged woman stepped back, away from the red-haired ghost's table. If you do this again, I will call the police. Red-haired monster, don't misunderstand me. I just want to do it with you. Do it with you. And be friends. Be good friends. Do you like to do it with me, be friends? The long legs kept retreating, and kept shaking their heads. Red-haired monster, when you were live yesterday. When I gave you gifts yesterday, you didn't have this expression. You smiled like a big flower at that time. The long legs retreated. Sir, please respect yourself. Soon, 3 male staff members rushed over, and surrounded the red-haired monster. Chin-sun and Xia-ning looked over there, and talked in a low voice for a while. But they couldn't hear what they were saying. After that, Chin-sun and the other two turned around and left. After they left, the 3 male staff members verbally attacked the red-haired monster. The red-haired monster didn't speak Mandarin well, and he got angry and shouted, Baga! He suddenly reached out and grabbed the hand of the long-legged man, and held it tightly. I gave you 99 big hearts yesterday, but you didn't reply to my private message, and you didn't add my WeChat account. You bad woman. Long-legged girl was about to cry. Let go of your hand. Isn't it enough to give you the 9.9 yuan gift money? The 3 staff members saw that the store beauty was being pinched by someone, and they pushed the red-haired monster with their legs, making him stagger. The red-haired monster was furious. Baka! A slap was slapped on long-legged girl's face. Long-legged girl squatted down and covered her face and cried, but the red-haired monster still held her hand and took the phone out of her hand. The red-haired monster shook his phone. Angrily. She stole my phone. I'm going to call the police. You are committing a crime. A big black shop. The red-haired monster and his 3 companions left cursing. After watching the video, Chin-sun was speechless. Can this shit be put on my head? What does this have to do with me? Will you snort it coldly? You are a celebrity now. Celebrities cannot have flaws, and even a little bit will be infinitely magnified. You didn't rush to your fans the first time they were bullied. It's your fault. Chin-sun? Xia-ning operated on the phone and opened the comment area. Chin-sun, don't get angry first. Otherwise, some people will get angry after reading the comments. Chin-sun looked up and saw some highly praised comments, which were simply unreasonable. In the territory of Country C, our girl was bullied by a red-haired spirited boy from Country J. Chin-sun stood aside and watched his fans being bullied by a big man, and seemed to enjoy the process. Who wants to support Chin-sun? It's against the will of heaven. Chin-sun showed off his wealth with a box of cash. If you can give that little island a punch, I will respect you as a man. He also said hypocritically, thank you for your support. I will support you. Refund the ticket. I feel so uncomfortable after watching the surveillance. How? How can there be a national idol with a despicable personality like Chin-sun? Can you be more rational? There are 3 male staff members in the store. Why scold Chin Sun? He is a customer. Isn't it Chin Sun who caused him to be beaten? There is no rule in the store that customers cannot be asked for autographs. It is only a rule that customers cannot be given prestige. Since I was a child, I only glanced at celebrities. Isn't it crazy to ask for autographs? If Chin Sun fights with that spirited guy on the spot, even if he is detained, I will buy a ticket to watch one. Now, I won't watch it. Chin Sun looked at those highly praised comments and frowned. Shouldn't the focus of this matter be the red-haired boxer from Country J who beat up the waiter? In terms of nationality, Country J versus Country C. In terms of gender, a man beats a woman. In terms of identity, boxing and molesting a waiter. Each of these is a traffic explosion point, and now 3 are combined into one, and none of them have exploded? He looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him, and said in a deep voice, "It's obvious that someone is trying to mess with me. Someone paid for the internet users to stir up trouble." Liu Gang nodded and said, "I told you yesterday that every businessman will encounter a crisis. Everyone in the industry knows that someone hired the internet users to mess with you. But many netizens are easily moved by the internet users." He stared at Chin Sun with sharp eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "From the stories about you beating the client to incontinence a few days ago, and the tavern proprietress, to the current trending search of not helping someone in need, it can be regarded as the first business war you have experienced. The current box office forecast for the movie is less than 1.8 billion. If the reputation is not reversed in time, as things ferment, it will continue to decline. There are only 4 days left before the end of the Spring Festival holiday. Even if the reputation is reversed, the golden period of these 4 days will be missed. The box office of the movie will also be greatly affected. How are you going to break the situation?" Chin Sun took a deep breath and slowly lowered his head. The final predicted box office of 2.7 billion has been reduced to the current 1.8 billion, which is almost 1 billion. Even if we take more than 30%, it is still more than 300 million. A loss of 300 million at once? Everyone looked at Chin Sun and lowered their heads in silence. And their breathing slowed down a lot. They didn't dare to disturb him. Chapter 397. This kid pretended to be an expert for a long time, and finally said, "What should we do?" A minute passed. Everyone saw Chin Sun raise his head, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Seeing this, Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay. It should be fine." Lu Yixin stared at Chin Sun without blinking, and the speed of rubbing her feet slowed down. This smile? He has a way? If he can get through this, his future is limitless. I have to fight harder. Xiaoning saw the smile on Chin Sun's face, and felt much more at ease. She reached out and gently put her hand on his back and patted him on the back. "These things should be done by me, the CEO of Yozu Company. But I only know the conventional methods. Spend money, spend a lot of money, hire more water army, and you can always clean up the mess." Chin Sun is not wrong in the public opinion war. As long as you spend enough money, you can always cover up those remarks that destroy your worldview. It's just, cleaning up the mess costs much more than setting the tone. Just like setting a fire only requires a $1 lighter, but extinguishing a fire requires the dispatch of a fire brigade. And it takes a long time. He will miss the last 4 days of crazy money-making, and lose several hundred million. The grandmother looked at Chin Sun with some heartache. What an honest child. Why do people in the world like to bully honest people? Lu Xiaoquan looked at Chin Sun silently, rubbing a cigarette in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Chin Sun had a confident smile on his face, and the expectant eyes of everyone, asked, "What should we do now?" Everyone was shocked. This kid lowered his head, and pretended to be a master for a long time, and he just said, "What should I do?" Wu Yu frowned. "What the hell? I don't know what to do. What the hell are you laughing at?" Lu Yixin continued to rub her feet. It turns out that this kid doesn't know how to fight in business, but he still showed that mysterious smile, pretending to be a master. It's really intimidating. Xia Ning was startled, patted Chin Sun's back gently. "It's okay. And me?" Grandma sighed. "Such an honest child, surely doesn't know how to fight those black-hearted people." Lu Xiaoquan lit a cigarette, smoked it slowly, squinted his eyes, and looked at Chin Sun. "Boy, learn boxing from me. I can help you today. And I can help you more in the future." Liu Gang looked at Chin Sun and asked, "Chin Sun, don't you have any idea about how to solve this scandal?" Chin Sun picked up an orange and put it in his hand, lowered his head, and threw it from his left hand to his right hand, and from his right hand to his left hand. He was having a lot of fun. Everyone couldn't see his expression. Chin Sun's calm and cold voice came. The full video has been released. And the dessert shop didn't cut out the beginning and the end. I remember, I was standing there watching the red-haired monster making things difficult for the waiter. I took a step toward that side. It was clearly seen in the surveillance. I wanted to intervene in this matter. At that time, Xia Ning said that anyone who could open such a store in this area must be very powerful, enough to deal with the little hooligans. She advised me not to meddle. But I still reminded him that the red-haired monster was a boxing champion, and I was worried that the 3 male staff members could not handle it. Xia Ning said she would not stop me. I watched for a few more seconds, and when I saw that the situation had eased, I said it was okay, let's go. Then he walked out of the store. He was throwing an orange in his hand, and looked up at Wu Yu. I remember you were a professional hacker. Amplify the sound in the video, so loud that I can hear my voice. Should be okay? Wu Yu's eyes lit up, and he patted Chin Sun's shoulder through Xia Ning. Your kindness saved your life. Give me half an hour, I'll handle it right away, and post it on the official website of the richest man in Shihong City. Although it's a small step for you, it's a big step for Wang Duyu. It will definitely clear your name. Your attempt to save the beauty is a failure. Netizens will definitely give you thumbs up, and buy movie tickets like crazy. Others also breathed a sigh of relief. Based on Chin Sun's narration, they thought of the content in the video, and then saw Chin Sun's harmless face. They were all sure that this was the truth. There was laughter in the living room again. You scared me. I thought my brother-in-law would lose hundreds of millions. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. According to the movie, if Chin Sun hadn't said these few heartfelt words, the box office of this movie would be terrible. Now the opponent has spent so much money to hype up this news so much. Wait for the reversal. Isn't it just to make wedding clothes for us? Ha ha ha. Interesting. My brother-in-law is a lucky man. Grandma looked at Chin Sun with a smile. As the old saying goes, good people can be deceived by others, but God will not. Lu Gang smiled, looking at Chin Sun, who was playing with oranges with his head down, but he felt a little strange. He always felt that Chin Sun seemed to be hiding something, holding back some big move. Chin Sun's current appearance was like the calm before the storm. Lu Xiaoquan took a long puff of cigarette, feeling a little happy, but more regretful. An old man, won't be needed anymore, so how can I force him to learn boxing from me? Wu Yu stood up to process the video. As soon as he stood up, he heard Luisen say, Wu Yu, wait a minute. Wu Yu stopped, looked at Luisen, and frowned slightly. What kind of tricks does this vicious bitch want to do? But Luisen smiled, looked at Xia Ning, and said delicately, Sister Ningning, please quit the screen projection. I'll use it for a while, and show you the new hot search. He looked at Wu Yu again. Wu Yu, you don't have to deal with the video. The waiter has already processed it and posted it. Everyone was shocked, but they also felt it was reasonable. Nowadays, there are many talented people among netizens. It is not a very high-tech to process the sound of a video. Besides, with such high popularity, who would not want to take advantage of it? It is an opportunity to become an internet celebrity instantly. Wu Yu showed a look of disappointment that his talent was not appreciated. He sighed deeply, sat back on the sofa, and muttered softly, God is jealous of talents. Xia Ning lowered her head and was about to exit the video when Wu Yu quietly nudged her with his elbow. She immediately understood that he did not want her to listen to Lu Yisen. She calmly refreshed Doyin's hot search. The first one was still. Chin Sun, the director of the richest man in Shihong City, watched the dying without rescuing her, and let the long-legged beauty fan be slapped by a boxer from Country J. And the second one was long-legged internet celebrity Jian Shuiwei clarified the whole story of Chin Sun watching the dying without rescuing her. Xia Ning clicked on the video. The dessert shop waitress, who served them yesterday, wore a white suit skirt and black stockings. The whole person exuded a strong feminine flavor. She stood in front of the camera. The same outfit as yesterday when she went to work. Jian Shuiwei's eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried. Hello everyone, I am Jian Shuiwei. I apologize for the hot search today, which caused great trouble to Mr. Chin Sun. I want to explain here the misunderstanding of netizens who bullied Mr. Chin. Chapter 398. The matter has been resolved. But Chin Sun seems dissatisfied. Yesterday when I was molested by that hooligan, I clearly saw Mr. Chin Sun took a step towards me, wanting to help. It was only after my 3 male colleagues came over that he thought I was safe and left. There is a process surveillance video at the end of the video, which magnifies the conversation between Mr. Chin Sun and Miss Xia Ning many times. You can clearly hear that he did want to help me. He left the dessert shop after he was sure I was safe. As she said that, she took out a movie ticket from her pocket and smiled bitterly. This is an expired movie ticket. I was supposed to go see the movie last night. Because of yesterday's accident, I didn't see it. She turned the movie ticket over and showed the back. The two words Chin Sun were neatly written in block letters on it. Mr. Chin Sun signed very seriously. He is the most serious person I have ever met. He is a very good person. Netizens, please stop the online violence against Mr. Chin. As she said this, she took out a new movie ticket from her pocket and showed it to the camera. When you encounter sad things, you should be happy for a while. I heard that this movie is very good. I decided to finish watching the movie I didn't watch yesterday tonight. Thank you all for watching. Sorry for disturbing you. Jian Shui's screen disappeared. Chin Sun and Xia Ning's screen appeared next. After technical processing, the conversation between the two was clear. Xia Ning, the boss who could open such a store in this location, must have some strength. It's not that he can't even deal with such a little gangster. Chin Sun, didn't you hear it at the door just now? He is the boxing champion saying, who can beat me to paralysis with one punch, and no one will take care of me. Xia Ning, if you insist on being a hero to save the beauty, I won't stop you. Maybe she can give you some meat. Chin Sun? He stared at that place for a few seconds and said, it's okay, let's go. The video ends here. Xia Ning opened the comment area. I've said it before. No comment without knowing the full story. You've cyberbullied the wrong person again. I didn't expect Chin Sun to be a kind-hearted person. I saw it. He really took a step towards that side. What's unexpected about this? Just based on his attitude towards me, sheer, saving her sister, giving her a livelihood, giving her dignity. How could he be a person who would not help someone in danger? He knew that it was a boxing champion, but he didn't back down. I would like to call Chin Sun the most courageous man in the world. Chin Sun's caring eyes for his fans, which simply made Jian Shui unable to close her legs. What does Xia Ning, the female president, mean by eating some meat? Am I thinking dirty? Alas, Chin Sun has captured the heart of another girl. Didn't I feel Jian Shui was so feminine in the surveillance yesterday? Is it because Xia Ning was standing next to her? She is a female CEO, and her aura is too strong? She crushed Jian Shui to death? Since Chin Sun is acquitted, I will buy back the movie ticket I returned. I will also support a movie ticket. I will also contribute a little box office revenue, so that Chin Sun can eat more meat and grow taller. If you meet such a hooligan in the future, you can just go up and beat him up. That's not a hooligan, someone said. It's the work of the J country boxing champion. Maybe Chin Sun just said it nicely. If he really wanted to, why didn't he just go up? Jian Shui didn't say it earlier or later, but only said it when Chin Sun became a hot search. His intention to take advantage of the popularity is too obvious. You have the time to make a statement. Hurry up and call the police. Everyone looked at the comments on the TV screen and felt relieved. Although there is still one netizen arguing. But the vast majority of netizens have positive values. They can distinguish right from wrong, and know that Jian Shui's beating has nothing to do with Chin Sun. The real culprit is that arrogant and wretched J country boxer. Looking at the current public opinion, Chin Sun's reputation will soon be reversed. The scandal this morning should not have much impact on the box office, and may even have some positive effects. It can increase the box office again. Suddenly, everyone saw on the TV screen, Xia Ning was operating to vote for this video. Invested 10,000 yuan, and bought 400,000 traffic. After she finished investing, suddenly, a voice sounded. I'll invest 20,000 too. Everyone looked over and found that it was Lu Yisan, and they couldn't help but feel a little strange. Hasn't she been at odds with Xia Ning since she was a child? Could it be that in order to pursue Chin Sun, she had poached Xia Ning's girl, and had reached the point of being a licker in public? Yesterday, she pounced on Chin Sun in the snow, and rode on him to make a fuss. Today, in front of everyone, he invested 20,000 yuan in Chin Sun's positive energy video. 10,000 more than Xia Ning. His real girlfriend? Everyone shook their heads. The mouth of a bamboo snake is like a wasp's tail. This girl is not an easy person to deal with. Then, Wu Yu was a little angry and said, I'll invest 30,000. Everyone saw that the three girls had invested, and they also wanted to spend some money to build some friendship with Chin Sun. Spend a little money to do big things. Maybe they will need him in the future. The voices of following the investment came one after another. I'll invest 10,000 too. I'll invest 10,000 too. I'll invest 10,000 too. After everyone had done their job, Xia Ning silently calculated, all in all, he invested more than 200,000. That's more than 8 million traffic. The natural traffic of this video itself is very high. It will also be pushed to an additional 8 million people to watch. It will definitely become the biggest hot search today. After the incident with the tavern proprietress, the entire network will once again feel the Buddha's light shining on Qin Sun. Suddenly, Xia Ning heard Xia Jing's voice. I'll invest 100,000 too. Everyone was shocked. Qin Sun looked at Xia Jing and saw her give him a determined look, which was a little strange. Isn't this little guy a miser? How could he bear to spit out such a big mouthful of blood? Xia Jing saw the doubt in Qin Sun's eyes and smiled faintly, saying, You are their cousin's husband, but my real brother-in-law. It's only right for me to pay more. Qin Sun. He didn't know what to say. Xia Ning turned to look at Xia Jing and warned her. You are still a minor. You can't spend so much money online. Don't invest a penny. Otherwise, I will take over your savings from your mother and save it for you personally. Xia Jing snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. Everyone laughed at this. For a while, the atmosphere in the living room was pleasant. Lu Gang had been observing Qin Sun silently and saw that there was still a trace of anger between his eyebrows. Recalling that he had been holding back for a long time just now, said, What should I do now? The sharpness that emanated from him at that time, there was a determination to kill people. Lu Gang felt that the matter was far more than that, and asked tentatively, Qin Sun, do you have any other ideas about this matter? Chapter 399. Are you sure you want to fight a rock with an egg and jump into a bigger whirlpool? Qin Sun slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Gang, with a harmless smile on his face. Everyone looked at Qin Sun and felt that this smile was not so kind. All they heard was Qin Sun slowly saying, My family has been very poor since I was a child, so I am particularly sensitive to money. These few days, someone almost made me lose more than 1 billion in box office revenue, and about 300 million in box office revenue share. I am very sad. Everyone nodded. It was not only Qin Sun, who was the party involved, who felt heartbroken. When the bystanders thought about losing more than 300 million yuan in profits, they were all heartbroken. They wanted to jump off the building. More than 300 million yuan in profits, let alone for an individual. Even if a listed company lost 300 million yuan, it would be a big loss. Qin Sun smiled and continued. I am a country boy, and I am kind. Whoever treats me well, I will treat him well. Whoever wants to mess with me, I will not only mess with him, but also dig up his ancestors' graves. Everyone heard this. The impression of Qin Sun in their minds immediately changed subtly. Is this what an honest man said? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. A villain's revenge is from morning till night. What kind of person is Qin Sun who wants to dig up people's ancestral graves? A ruthless person? Xia Ning gently patted Qin Sun's back. Not angry, not angry. Grandma looked at Qin Sun, full of heartache. Look at what those bad guys have done to this honest child. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious. Xiao Sun is right to be angry. Lu Xiaoquan smoked a cigarette and smiled gently. Qin Sun looked at Lu Gang. Uncle, do you know who hired the internet trolls to smear me? Is it the investment company of Touch of Love? Lu Gang was not surprised that Qin Sun could guess it, and nodded. Yes. Industry insiders can guess it. I also have some clues. It is indeed made by Beiying Films. Beiying's film, it is said to have taken 3 years to make, but in fact it was finished 2 years ago. It has been waiting for a schedule. It said it was doing post-production, but in fact, it was avoiding the more profitable films in the past 2 years. This spring festival schedule is very hot, but in fact there are not many movies that can compete. The industry initially predicted that Touch of Love would have a box office of over 3.5 billion. Beiying. The stock prices of the film companies have risen a lot. But the sudden appearance of the richest man in Shihong City has taken away a large part of their money. According to the current momentum of your film, it will be difficult for them to exceed 2.5 billion in box office. The stock price has also dropped a little. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. They bought articles and hired water troops to black you. Although it is immoral, it is a common behavior in commercial wars. It is reasonable. Qin Sun heard this and smiled lightly. But his smile was indifferent. Reasonable? I am a petty person, and I can't stand such a big anger. He looked at Lu Gang and asked in a deep voice. Uncle, What should I do if Beijing Films goes bankrupt? As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience fell silent, looking at Chin Sun with wide eyes. They all felt that Chin Sun was really a toad yawning, so arrogant. Chin Sun looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd and asked, is there any problem? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone started talking at once. Beijing Films is a large listed company in the film and television industry. They have produced many hit movies and TV series, and have brought out many stars. Although there have been many reports about Beijing's poor management in the past 2 years. There were even rumors of bankruptcy. But after all, a starving camel is bigger than a horse. It's very risky for you to face them head-on. You really are, high-energy autistic. When Liu Shaoquan heard Chin Sun's arrogant words, his calm state of mind was slightly disturbed, recalling the fierceness he had when he was young and fighting in the business world. Liu Shaoquan took a puff of cigarette and asked with a smile, "Your last scandal and this scandal. You have fought these 2 battles beautifully enough. Are you sure you want to fight against the stone with an egg and jump into a bigger vortex?" He looked into Chin Sun's eyes and reminded him, "If you live in a cowardly way, you still have the opportunity to quietly accumulate capital and grow stronger. Once you clash with them head-on, you may be doomed. Challenging an opponent who is too powerful can easily damage your state of mind. Without the spirit, it will be difficult to remember it later." Chin Sun looked at Liu Shaoquan and said seriously, "The response to the scandal these 2 days. I don't think it's a so-called battle. Fighting is both offensive and defensive. How can you just take a beating without fighting back?" He smiled bitterly, raised his head, and said, "On the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year, they put my scandal on the hot search. What flirty little boss lady, I beat someone to incontinence, I had a secret relationship with Yilan. Although Xia Ning's operation beautifully proved my innocence, and the box office has been greatly improved. But we are just cleaning the floor, and we didn't fight back. This led to today, they dared to step on my face, and put me on the hot search. If I don't do something, they think I'm a coward." Chin Sun's tone was a little colder. "If I want to gain a foothold in the film industry, I have to let them know that I am not easy to mess with. Very hard to mess with." Everyone looked at Chin Sun with strange expressions. "From the tone of your voice, I knew you were not easy to mess with. Don't mess with me in the future, Toastmore." Lu Yisen was so excited that her toes were clenched. "Wow! So domineering, so manly, I wonder if he has this murderous aura in bed?" Will you thought of how she fell to the ground after being slapped by Chin Sun's big cunts? A sock was stuffed into her mouth again. From that time on, she knew that this person was not easy to mess with. His actions were dirty and filthy. Xia Ning patted Chin Sun's back heavily. Come on! Come on! Liu Shaoquan looked at Chin Sun, suddenly smiled, and said, "Young man, I don't think you are a good person, but I support you to do something big. If you fail, and have no money, no matter whether you and Xia Ning are still a couple at that time, you come to me. I will definitely make you full." Everyone was surprised. They all knew that Chin Sun had a good luck in love. Rumors with Yilan. Seems to have some unspeakable past with some internet celebrities. Let Xia Ning, the iceberg beauty, fall in love. Make Lu Yisen even more shameless. Unexpectedly, he not only killed women, but also killed old people. Not only did he easily control grandma, even a tyrant like grandpa cherished his talent and was willing to leave a way out for him. Fortunately, Chin Sun is not the grandson of the Liu family, otherwise, who can take the position of the head of the family from him? Chin Sun stood up, bowed slightly to Liu Shaoquan, and said very sincerely, "Thank you, Grandpa." Liu Shaoquan winked at Liu Gang. Liu Gang smiled helplessly, looking at Chin Sun and said, "You just asked me, what should I do if Beijing Films goes bankrupt? But I want to tell you, it is almost impossible for you to want them to go bankrupt this year. This is a year when Beijing Films is unstoppable." Chapter 400. Why did he suddenly want to practice boxing? Unstoppable? Chin Sun asked softly. Liu Gang nodded and continued. Because of the failed investments in the past 2 years, Beijing film and television stock price has fallen sharply. They have learned from their mistakes and carried out a series of internal reforms. And the results are extraordinary. In addition to Touch of Love this year, they also have 2 movies to be released in the summer vacation and National Day. And these 2 movies are both highly regarded by the industry. At present, there is no movie that can compete with them in the same period. It will definitely increase their stock price. Beijing Film and Television is likely to turn losses into profits this year. After listening to Lu Gang's analysis, Qin Sun smiled. He knew the impact of a movie on the stock price of a film and television company. High box office means higher stock price. Low box office means lower stock price. Sometimes, some bigwigs who invest in movies do not care about the box office share, but the gains in the stock market. Qin Sun looked at Lu Gang and said, "In other words, I want to bring down their company. Just release a movie at the same time as their movie release schedule. Sniper them. Just take away their box office?" In the living room, everyone was shocked when they heard Qin Sun's words. They were also people who had seen the world, but they had never seen Qin Sun like this. Is this person so confident? Is he so arrogant? Beijing Film and Television, on the verge of bankruptcy, burst out with self-help power and carefully prepared 3 movies. They wanted to harvest box office during the hottest periods and raise the company's stock price. Qin Sun has no script yet. No actors. I heard that the company's complete organizational structure has not yet been established. The movie didn't even have a hair. Qin Sun had such capital in his hand. And he was going to snipe a movie of a listed company? What's the difference between this and using a hoe to smash a tank? Wu looked at the expressions of the crowd, who looked like they had eaten shit in their intestines, and said, knowing that they didn't think highly of Qin Sun, "I know what you think. I think it's impossible for Qin Sun to shoot a movie that can snipe Beijing Film and Television's careful preparation in just a few months." She raised her voice and said loudly, "But The Richest Man in Shihong City was filmed for only 1 month. And the entire production cycle was only 3 months. So," she reached over Xian Ning and patted Qin Sun's back heavily, making a thumping sound. She shouted, "I believe you." Qin Sun coughed and was almost choked by Wu Yu. When everyone heard Wu Yu's words, they all reacted. Their faces looked strange, and they all defended themselves. "I don't disbelieve in my brother-in-law." "Me too. I always believe in Qin Sun." "I was silent just now. I was just thinking that Beijing Film and Television could mess with anyone else. But Qin Sun? Yes. They messed with the wrong person. I've always thought that my brother-in-law has a promising future." As soon as Lu Gang raised his hand, the living room suddenly became quiet. He looked at Qin Sun and said, "If you can really do it, let Beijing Film and Television suffer 3 consecutive Waterloos. That can indeed make their stock price fall again and again to a very low level. When the time comes, I will do some operations, and it is entirely possible to buy it back at a low price." He looked at Qin Sun with a smile on his face and said nothing more. Qin Sun understood what Lu Gang meant and said, "When the time comes, I will be the honorary director of Beijing Film and Television and make another hit movie, and then raise the stock price of Beijing Film and Television. We will make another fortune?" Lu Gang smiled and nodded. Everyone was silent again. Some were even terrified. It was incredible. If Qin Sun could really complete these operations within a year, his net worth would be several billion. In just 1 year, a young man harvested such a huge fortune. It seemed impossible no matter how you looked at it. Not to mention the high quality of Beijing Film's movies. Also, if you cut off someone's life, they can't possibly not fight back. Right? Does Qin Sun really want to play such a big game? His scandal was on 2 hot searches. Is he really going to dig up someone else's ancestral grave? Qin Sun picked up an orange, lowered his head, tossed it with his left hand to his right hand, and with his right hand to his left hand. He just threw the oranges for a minute. He seemed to be thinking about how to start something. Everyone looked at Qin Sun's actions, and thought of him lowering his head and thinking for a long time, and finally looking up and saying, "What should we do now?" They couldn't help but laugh. This Qin Sun was pretending to be an expert again. Suddenly, Qin Sun stopped throwing the oranges, raised his head, stood up, and looked at Lu Gang. "Uncle, I am impatient, and I will do it as soon as I say it." Xian Ning heard the words. "Impatient? Do it as soon as I say it," and thought about it in a wrong way again. You still have to be careful when sleeping with Qin Sun. He can only pretend to be a gentleman for 3 minutes. Qin Sun stretched out his hand to Lu Gang, and saw that he was just smiling, and did not raise his hand, and immediately said with a smile, "After the matter is done, Beijing Film and Television Company can be acquired by you. Yuzu Company will give Wu Yu another 3 points of dry shares, a total of 6 points. The minimum guaranteed dividend for 1 year is at least 20 million. Please help me." He knew that without the protection of big capital, it would be impossible to overthrow Beijing Film and television simply by relying on talent. Even the film project, shooting, censorship, scheduling, every link is targeted. He must find a big tree to take shelter from the heat. The profit he gave up is just a drop in the bucket compared to what he can get. Everyone was shocked. Wu Yu? She stared at Qin Sun blankly, and was so moved that she almost cried. She only regretted that her breasts were not big enough. If they were big enough, then she would only be sorry for Xia Ning. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, pursed her lips, and sighed a little. When I started my business, I thought that if I could make a profit of 1 or 2 million a year, I would go to show off in front of my father. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, Qin Sun offered a 30 million yuan dividend. You know, many listed companies only have good cash flow, but they are still losing money. Lu Yixin put her fingers between her toes, looked at Qin Sun, smiled softly, and licked her lips. Interesting. Really interesting. Qin Sun is more fun than rubbing toes. Lu Shaoquan smoked a cigarette, squinted his eyes, and looked at Qin Sun through the smoke. This kid wants to break up with Xia Ning. And it's okay to be taken over by other children. Or I just adopt a grandson. Forget it. Just adopt a son. It would be best if this kid could learn boxing from me. I will treat him as my disciple. Ningning has been threatening and luring Qin Sun to learn boxing from me these past 2 days. Is she not serious? Why is there no movement at all? I am so anxious. Lu Gang looked at Qin Sun, nodded slightly, with a very satisfied expression. Suddenly, Pa! There was a sound. He felt a slap on his buttocks, turned his head, and saw Wu Yu standing beside him without knowing when. Wu Yu said in a hurry, Dad, what are you still daydreaming about? Hurry up and shake hands with Qin Sun, and reach this century-long cooperation. Lu Gang felt the burning pain on his buttocks, glared at Wu Yu, and scolded. You disrespectful thing, go back. Wu Yu squeaked oh, and sat back on the sofa in shame. Lu Gang's face reappeared with a smile, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Qin Sun. Qin Sun, you can go to film without worry. I'll keep you safe. Qin Sun shook Lu Gang's hand vigorously, and said with a smile. Thank you. Uncle! Lu Gang laughed heartily. Yohu! Wu Yu screamed. Xia Ning smiled at Qin Sun. Xia Jing pouted, I want to do big business in the future. Lu Yixin clapped her hands with her toes. Gradually, applause rang out in the living room. Everyone seemed very optimistic about this cooperation. They were Lu family members, and they dared not spread the words in the living room today about how to deal with Beijing film and television. Otherwise, if they were found out, they would be kicked out of the house. But if Qin Sun's business goes smoothly, it's still okay to make a little money from stocks. Qin Sun and Lu Gang let go of each other's hands. He walked to the coffee table, picked up a new cup, and poured a cup of tea. He walked to Lu Shaoquan with both hands, with a sincere face. Grandpa, I want to practice boxing with you. Lu Shaoquan took a deep puff of cigarette. Why so sudden? Xia Ning. She was inexplicably uneasy. Chapter 401 You are not allowed to go crazy. And you are not allowed to fight. Lu Shaoquan looked at Qin Sun standing in front of him with a teacup in his hand, extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, and crossed his legs. Yesterday, he coaxed Qin Sun to be his apprentice, and he kept saying that he would think about it. Now he finally figured it out. It's my turn to show off. Let this kid know that it's not that easy to be my apprentice. Lu Shaoquan asked with a gleam in his eyes. Why do you want to learn boxing from me? Qin Sun replied. I want to fight. Lu Shaoquan was startled, then relieved. He said that practicing martial arts is to strengthen the body. But he said it to others. His real thought is to defeat others. I also beat people when I was young. Lu Shaoquan asked again. Who do you want to fight? Qin Sun, the little red-haired boy from J Country. Lu Shaoquan, why do you want to fight him? Qin Sun, for marketing. Hearing the word marketing, Lu Shaoquan was a little unhappy. But he didn't show it on his face. This kid is learning boxing for marketing. Although he is honest, he seems to be a little disrespectful of my Bajiquan. He doesn't really want to learn it. Lu Shaoquan was silent. At this time, Lu Gang saw that his father was unhappy. Knowing that Qin Sun couldn't give a reasonable reason, even if the old man accepted him as a disciple, he would still have a knot in his heart. He looked at Qin Sun and asked, Marketing? What kind of marketing do you want to do? Qin Sun still held the teacup in both hands and said, Uncle, I just said, I am impatient, I will do it as soon as I say it. I want to seize the hot spot of the red-haired monster in J Country molesting and beating the waiter for marketing. Let the movie box office exceed 3 billion. Even higher. Liu Gang became interested when he heard it. If the movie can break 3 billion, his cinema chain can also take a lot of money. He asked. Chin Sun, tell me your plan in detail. Chin Sun was tired of holding the teacup with both hands and put it on the coffee table. Liu Shaoquan glanced at the teacup intentionally or unintentionally, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. This kid. Don't wait, and don't teach me boxing again. Chin Sun sat next to Xia Ning, took the phone from her hand, and explained while lowering his head to operate it. In addition to the collapse of the top stars, the news with the highest traffic must be social news. And the incident of the J Country boxing champion beating and molesting the waitress will definitely become a hot search. He found the video of the J Country boxing champion beating the waitress on Xia Ning's Douyin mobile phone. Chin Sun, the director of the richest man in Shiheng City, did not help, letting the long-legged beauty fan get slapped by the boxer from Country J. The screen was projected back onto the TV. Everyone looked at the TV and found that it was the video they had just watched, and they couldn't help but feel a little strange. Why did they search it out again? What was Chin Sun up to? Chin Sun continued. I've said it before. In terms of nationality, Country J versus Country C. In terms of gender, a man beats a woman. In terms of identity, boxing and molesting a waitress. With these elements, even without my participation, this news will definitely dominate the hot search list for several days. In Country C, during the new year, a beautiful internet celebrity was molested and beaten by the boxing champion from Country J. This wave of traffic is extremely huge, and it should reach tens of billions of views. Now the tornado has formed, whoever can step on this vent will make a lot of money. After hearing what Chin Sun said, everyone nodded, all thinking it made sense. This news had all the elements that could make it a hot topic. Chin Sun was indeed a marketing person, and was extremely sensitive to hot topics. And he wanted to use it for his own benefit. In the era of short videos, large traffic would burst out inexplicably every once in a while. But not everyone has the ability to catch it. But once you catch it, you can quickly earn enough wealth that an ordinary person would find difficult to accumulate in his lifetime. Chin Sun looked around and said in a deep voice, if I handle this incident in accordance with the expectations of netizens, and beat up the boxing champion of Country J, it will definitely stimulate their desire to buy movie tickets. After saying that, he saw that everyone looked at him like a fool. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Xia Ning turned to look at Chin Sun and asked softly, you said you wanted to beat up the boxing champion of Country J? Chin Sun nodded. Xia Ning's voice was a little cold, and he said sarcastically, I thought you didn't know he was a boxing champion. Chin Sun, in order to break the awkward atmosphere, will you ask a more awkward question? But in this video comment section, you have overshadowed the boxing champion of Country J. The netizens are targeting you. It seems that the person they want to hit is you, brother-in-law. Chin Sun. He clicked on the comment section and scrolled down, ignoring the comments of the Water Army. The top comments in this comment section are all targeting me, and they are all the Water Army having fun. The following are the real emotions of netizens. This emotion is like a flood, and it will soon overshadow the comments of the Water Army. He pointed to the TV. Everyone looked over and found that the comments had indeed changed as Chin Sun said. Netizens in the comment section wanted to skin the J Country boxing champion alive, peeping under a woman's skirt and slapping her, slandering a weak woman for stealing a phone and running away. Beast, is there anyone who can help me with offline games? I'll pay 10,000 yuan. You dare to ask for prestige by buying gifts worth 9.9 yuan? Then I'll buy a supercar, so I'll hug and kiss her in the street? Little Red Hair wants to sleep with Jian Shuiwa, unless all the men in Country C are dead. You really think you can't beat me without a knife? Right? This guy has a stomachache. How come shit is coming out of his mouth? And he's blaming me. A small island, acting like a big egg in Country C. At Kato Oki, this is the doing of this beast. He's so arrogant, but I can't beat him. Everyone saw the offensive comments from netizens in the comment area, and couldn't help but admire Chin Sun. Things are developing as he expected. Netizens' emotions are aroused. Beijing film and television companies spent money to buy Water Army, which can only muddy the water for a while. Soon, this comment area will be filled with righteous netizens. You saw that a netizen tagged the J Country boxing champion, pointed at the screen, and said, some netizens at the J Country boxing champion, brother-in-law. Click in and take a look. Jin-sun took a closer look and found that someone tagged a person named Kato Oki, and was startled. Kato Oki? It sounds like they are old friends. No wonder he is so lustful. Jin-sun clicked on it. The screen immediately jumped to Kato Oki's Douyin homepage. The homepage avatar is indeed the boxing champion of J-Country. He showed his muscular body, with a red mohawk hairstyle, sticking out his tongue, and making a fist gesture with his hands. He looked as arrogant as he could be. He looked as mean as he could be. Below is his introduction, in Chinese. 2012 Pride Fighting Tournament Middleweight Champion. Are you unhappy with me? Come and hit me. Otherwise, shut up. When everyone saw Kato Oki's profile, their faces showed disgust. Jin-sun smiled, feeling it interesting. The information about Kato Oki is concise, and to the point. The first sentence, I am good at fighting. The second sentence, if I am unhappy, I will hold it in. It is really full of sarcasm. Jin-sun dared not imagine how interesting his comment section is, whether he can still protect his parents. He saw that Kato Oki's homepage has about 20 videos. The video covers are mostly about nightlife. Only the pinned video is a boxing scene. He found that the other videos only have dozens of likes, but the pinned video has more than 10,000 likes. Click in and take a look. The video starts playing. Dynamic music starts playing. Kato Daiki's high-energy fighting collection starts playing. It only plays for a few seconds. There are screams in the living room. Fuck. So cruel? Is this guy still human? He's so vicious. Xiaoning turned to look at Jin-sun, and said with a voice as cold as the snow outside, Jin-sun, I'm warning you. Don't go crazy, don't fight. Jin-sun looked at the brutal scenes on the TV seriously, and fell into deep thought. Chapter 402 This red-haired guy, I'm determined to fight him. Even Jesus can't stop him. The TV was playing footage of Kato Oki's match. His punches and kicks were fierce. His moves were fierce. He was proficient in boxing, legs, ground fighting. He often knocked his opponent to the ground, and then punched the ground. With just 3 or 5 punches, his opponent's nose and mouth were crooked, and his face was covered with blood. Watching this video, the hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Jin-sun silently, but found that Jin-sun's face did not change much. He didn't seem to be scared. Jin-sun lowered his head and operated on his phone. The picture on the TV screen changed again, and he clicked into the comment area of this video. There was a cry of surprise in the living room. How can this matter be so popular? In just half a day, netizens have sprayed him with 100,000 comments. The public outrage caused by this J-Country boxing champion has reached this level. Whoever can catch this wave of traffic can really take off. The cry of surprise gradually subsided. Everyone looked at the comments. If you dare to tell me the hotel address, I will kill you online. It's just a game. Is it necessary to kill? Are you a psychopath? Keep barking. Come on, keep barking. I want to hear it. When your mother was pregnant with you, didn't she do a fetal anomaly screening? Look at my myopia. I almost think you're a person. I think you're pretty fierce. My farm is in need of a dog. Come to work tomorrow. You're so arrogant. Does the Animal Association protect you? You beast. Don't do whatever you want just because you have a problem with your brain. You're pretty good at fighting. Come on, if you have the guts. Challenge him at Yang Shulin. The comment that mentioned Yang Shulin, it actually says. Author's reply? This J-Country boxing champion Kato Oki actually replied to this netizen, with just 2 simple words. Foolish luck. The netizen responded in the comment area. That's a fool. Fools have foolish luck. Fools don't have foolish luck. Uneducated. Kato Oki replied again. If you can invite Yang Shulin to fight with me, then I'll give you the women I've played with. It's so fun. The netizen replied. Your mother is for you to play with. Jin-sun was a little surprised, asked. Who is Yang Shulin? Will you explain? Yang Shulin won the middleweight championship of the Pride Fighting Tournament this year. Jin-sun smiled and said, This kid is really arrogant. He is only a fighting champion for 12 years. But he wants to challenge the champion who is now at his peak. Isn't this sick? While they were talking, Liu Gang took out his mobile phone to read the message sent by his assistant. It was the information of Kato Daiki. At this time, he heard Jin-sun say that the boxer was sick. He explained. Kato Oki's personality has always been so outspoken. He started practicing fighting at the age of 10, and was given the title of fighting genius. This person's style is extremely brutal, even cruel. He likes to touch his opponent before the game, during the game. He enjoys disfiguring his opponent, and is proud of beating him to a disability. When the rules allow, he tries his best to cause the greatest damage to his opponent. He won the Mixed Martial Arts Championship at the age of 22. Liu Gang paused, looked at Qin Sun, and found that his expression did not change much. Seems not afraid. Or maybe Qin Sun has figured it out, and won't fight the J-Country boxing champion. Naturally. There is no need to be afraid. Liu Gang continued. After winning the championship, Kato Daiki became more arrogant and undisciplined, and was hurt by alcohol and sex. He gradually declined, his reputation became worse and worse, and he could participate in fewer and fewer competitions. Gradually, there was no news about him. He suddenly appeared in the past 2 years and mocked other athletes on the internet, especially provoking some athletes from C country, provoking some hot-blooded young men to quarrel with him online. The fighting event operation company sees that it is profitable, and will arrange a fight between them when they quarrel the most fiercely. In the past 2 years, he has relied on this method, and slowly been able to participate in some inferior competitions, and made some money. Hearing this, everyone understood. It is true that Kato Oki is arrogant. But to say he is stupid? He is definitely not stupid. He can win the gold belt at the age of 22. At the end of his career, he can hardly play in the competition. He can even market himself, and make some more money. He is a very scheming and ruthless person. After watching the video, Xia Ning heard her uncle's explanation, turned her head to look at Qin Sun, and asked with a smile, "Qin Sun, are you still determined to beat him up?" She thought Qin Sun would back down. But she saw a dangerous smile on Qin Sun's lips, and said, "I'm determined to fight this little red-haired boy. And even Jesus can't stop me." I said, "Xia Ning, does this guy not understand what people say?" Xia Ning thought of the scenes in the video. The athletes beaten by Kato Daiki, some fell to the ground, bleeding, disfigured, crippled. Each one was extremely miserable. Xia Ning frowned, looked at Qin Sun, said righteously, "My grandfather's Bajiquan is an intangible cultural heritage, used to strengthen the body, used to cultivate sentiment. Not for fighting. If you become a disciple, it's just a fight with this kind of bastard." She paused, said in a deep voice, "Then you are not worthy of learning boxing from my grandpa." When Liu Shaoquan heard this, he could not help but put down his crossed legs and sat up straight. He looked at Xia Ning, and was about to say something but stopped. "Ah? What's wrong with this Ning Ning? She put such a high hat on me, just to persuade Qin Sun not to learn boxing from me. Didn't I let her coerce and bribe Qin Sun to learn boxing from me? Why is it the other way around now? Qin Sun wants to learn boxing from me, but Xia Ning is holding him back? Girls can't be kept like this when they grow up. She hasn't even married yet." Liu Shaoquan coughed unintentionally. Wu Yu laughed and said, "Brother-in-law, you don't have to confront Kato Daiki head-on. If we just want to beat him up, we can find a few professional fighters and give him a few blows secretly. It won't interfere with Qin Sun's martial arts training." Everyone agreed. Yes. Yes. Wu Yu is right. That's what we should do. Just give him a wrench on the head secretly. What era is it now? How can there be a one-on-one fight? Qin Sun looked around and said, "I have no grudge against Kato Oki. He hit the waitress. Not me. If I steal, I will beat him up secretly, without letting others know. How can I market myself? Wouldn't I be a criminal? I am a law-abiding citizen." Xia Ning had a bad feeling when she heard Qin Sun's words. Then she heard Qin Sun's calm expression, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Besides, how can you give him a wrench in the head when you are competing in the octagonal cage? How can you beat him up? Isn't this a foul? The living room was silent again. Then, a burst of wow broke out immediately. Octagonal cage? Fucking competition? Chapter 403 Offline Octagon? You have no chance. Qin Sun, do you know what you are saying? Calm down. Calm down. Is there something wrong with my ears? I seem to have heard Qin Sun say that he was going to challenge a boxing champion. A perverted boxing champion. Qin Sun, are you sure you are right? Can you be more rational? Boxing is not like acting in a movie. You can't find a substitute. That guy is really vicious. He hits hard. You might be crippled if you go on stage. He is a J countryman. He doesn't care about the impact in C country at all. You just leave after the fight. I won't hold back at all. You are a young man worth over 100 million yuan. Why would you fight with such a ruthless animal in an octagonal cage for a little box office? That's an octagonal cage. You will be beaten in the cage, and there will be no place to run. Uncle, aunt, cousin, all talking at once. It was very noisy. Almost flipped the roof off. Xia Ning was angry, really angry. She stretched out her hand suddenly, grabbed the tender flesh on Qin Sun's waist, and said, "Say it again?" Qin Sun said, enduring the pain. "I'm going to fight in the octagonal cage." Xia Ning pinched the flesh on his waist, twisted it hard, and his voice became colder. "Qin Sun, you can earn money again if you lose it. But if you lose a person, it's really gone. Can you stop being so childish?" Qin Sun, Xia Ning didn't give him a chance to speak, and interrupted him immediately. "You have to know that this Kato Daiki is cruel and ruthless. Within the rules of boxing, it is not illegal for him to cripple you or even kill you. Are you going to die?" Xia Ning was so angry that his chest heaved. But he saw Qin Sun gritting his teeth, enduring the pain, and refusing to give in. She became even angrier. Her eyes gradually turned red. I don't know if it was because of anger, or for some other reason. Everyone was silent as they watched Xia Ning abuse Qin Sun, and no one dared to interrupt. Xia Ning glared at Qin Sun, turned to look at Lu Shaoquan, and said, "Grandpa, you must not accept Qin Sun, a brainless guy, as your apprentice. He is not worthy of being your apprentice at all." Lu Shaoquan was a little surprised to hear Xia Ning swearing for the first time. Looking at her anxious eyes, he sighed. "What is this? Why is it so difficult for me to accept an apprentice? Qin Sun can earn several hundred million by getting beaten up. It can improve his popularity. He can also learn a good boxing technique. No matter how you look at it, this beating is worth it. These young people all say that they are business geniuses. But compared to Qin Sun, they are all trash. All trash. If you spread the word, getting beaten up by the J country boxing champion can earn at least 300 million yuan. The people who line up to be beaten will line up from Beijing to Shanghai." Lu Shaoquan looked at Xia Ning, who looked determined, and felt helpless. Why couldn't Ning Ning settle this account? Is she so worried about her man? Seeing that her grandfather was silent, she knew that he was very willing to accept Qin Sun as his apprentice. The hand pinching Qin Sun's waist became even stronger. He wanted to force him to confess. Qin Sun endured the pain, said nothing, and lowered his head to look at his phone to divert his attention. Suddenly, he found that the direction of the video comment area had changed again. Qin Sun ignored the pain in his waist and pointed at the TV. "Everyone, please look at the big screen. It's not me who wants to fight with Kato Daiki now, but the people of the whole country want me to fight him." Everyone turned to look at the TV. Xia Ning did not turn her head, still staring at Qin Sun's profile with hatred, but slowly loosened her hand that was pinching him. She touched him gently again. She sighed deeply. "This guy also saved me Sierra, saved Yilan, and turned into a living Buddha. But once he gets stuck in a dead end, he can't be pulled back even by 9 bulls. It is harder to save others than to save yourself." Xia Ning looked at the TV, frowned slightly. In the comment area, some netizens who were just looking for fun tagged a bunch of people. At Yang Shulin, hit him. At Zhao Zhe, hit him. At Zhang Yapeng, hit him. Xia Ning knew that these were probably some famous domestic fighting athletes. But the following comment got more than 1,000 likes in just a few minutes. According to this trend, it is certain that the number of likes will exceed 10,000 today. This made her very unhappy. What are these netizens doing? At the crew of the richest man in Shihong City, Qin Sun, beat him. There are rational netizens commenting below. You asked Qin Sun to fight a boxing champion, you are asking him to die. Aren't you? Qin Sun is an amateur, can you not be so funny? But when he was losing weight and exercising before, he started practicing boxing. He looked very good. If Qin Sun really dares to fight this guy in the octagonal cage offline, I will buy 10 movie tickets to support him. It doesn't matter if he loses, Qin Sun, don't be a coward. Qin Sun, come out to clean up. After reading these comments, everyone turned their heads to look at Qin Sun. Qin Sun smiled and spread his hands. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. What can I do? Xia Ning took a deep breath, snatched the phone from Qin Sun's hand, and wanted to exit the screen projection. Suddenly, she saw the latest video on Kato Oki's homepage, and her eyes lit up. She looked at Qin Sun and sneered. Offline octagonal cage? You have no chance. He ran away to catch the plane. Qin Sun didn't notice Xia Ning's eyes, stood up, and looked at Lu Gang. Uncle, you have a sports event operation company. Can you help me contact Kato Oki? Arrange for me to fight him on the Lantern Festival. to cheer up the people across the country. I want to send the news out today, to increase the box office. Lu Gang heard Qin Sun's calm words, and was silent for a moment, walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Qin Sun, you are a natural businessman. Send a message today, you can guarantee the box office during the Spring Festival holiday. Wait until everyone starts working and the enthusiasm decreases, and then do a pre-war warm-up before the Lantern Festival. Fight another round on New Year's Day. No one will ask you to win, but as long as you stand up, you win. Get a beating. First, let the box office of the richest man in Shiheng City break 3 billion. Second, severely damage Beijing Film and Television Company. Third, I can also collect a wave of ticket money. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. He patted Qin Sun's shoulder again. Qin Sun, you are great. Don't worry. I will ask someone to arrange a referee who has martial arts experience. He is both a referee and a bodyguard. I will make sure you don't get hurt. Qin Sun bowed slightly to Lu Gang. Thank you, uncle. As he spoke, Lu Gang picked up his phone to call his assistant and asked him to contact Kato Daiki for a match. At the end of Kato Daiki's career, he would fight as long as he was paid. And he would not feel ashamed to fight an amateur. He knew that Qin Sun's octagonal cage was a success. Lu Xiaoquan lit a cigarette, and his eyes fell on the teacup on the coffee table through the smoke. This kid. Why don't you offer tea? Learn boxing from me for a few days, and your ability to take a beating will improve a lot. Suddenly, Xia Ning operated her mobile phone, played Kato Oki's latest video, and said, Uncle, you don't need to call. In order to avoid the police, Kato Oki is on his way to the airport to go abroad. She turned her head to look at Qin Sun, showing a smug smile, pointing at the TV, and said, Qin Sun, you can't fight in the octagonal cage. Chapter 404. There's someone above me. I have a great friend. Qin Sun raised his hand and looked. On the TV screen, it was Kato Oki's latest video. Kato Oki sat in the car, stroking the red hair on his mohawk with his right hand, with a bright smile on his face. Friends from Country C, hello. No, it's okay. I'm a law-abiding citizen, but I'm a J countryman. I don't have to abide by Country C's laws. I only slept with 7 women from Country C this time. Soft, tender, smelly. Next time I come, I'll sleep with 100. Tell your sisters to clean up and do the work. He faced the camera with a pair of dark black lips and kissed fiercely. Sayonara. The video ends. A burst of curses rang out in the living room. What the hell? This guy is so arrogant. I want to run him over with my car, not to mention Qin Sun wants to beat him. How much money would it cost to hire boxing champion Yang Shulin to beat him up in the octagonal cage? I'll pay for it. Fuck. Xia Ning opened the comments section. The netizens were also very excited. Hack your mother. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. Ignoring the laws of Country C, fleeing for fear of crime? Is there any hijacker to punish this beast? You're yelling so loudly, I thought you were awesome. Why are you running away? Stay here if you dare? Did you know Qin Sun was going to beat you up, and you peed your pants? This comment, Kato Daiki actually replied. What does Qin Sun do? Is he a fighting athlete, or a bad guy? One netizen replied. Qin Sun is your father. Qin Sun laughed out loud when he saw this. Xia Ning turned around, and saw Qin Sun laughing, and couldn't help but worry. Qin Sun said to his uncle, Uncle, please continue to call. Your sports event management company should have his agent's phone number. No matter how fast the car is, it's not faster than the phone. He paused and said with a smile, You ask professionals to negotiate a price with him, so that he doesn't have to worry about his safety. I promise. Before the game, we can guarantee his absolute safety. Lu Gang nodded, and immediately called his assistant to explain the situation. 5 minutes later, Lu Gang received a call back. He hung up the phone. Lu Gang said to Qin Sun, Kato Daiki will wait for us at the airport. Before the plane takes off. If he can sign the contract, he will stay. He must be afraid that you will fool him. Let him stay. And let netizens form a group to beat him up. And you have to guarantee his personal safety before the Lantern Festival. And all the expenses for food, drink and entertainment. Qin Sun nodded. No problem. Uncle, how much does he want? Lu Gang, 5 million. Qin Sun, island dollar? Lu Gang, RMB. Qin Sun frowned slightly. Damn it. It's just a match against an amateur. This grandson is really bold. I'll beat you to a cripple, and let you leave all the 5 million in the Sea Country Hospital. As soon as they parted, they wanted to take it away. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning sneer. Jin-sun, you are so cheap. For a little money, you rush to get beaten, and you have to ensure the safety of your opponent. Xia Ning's face was as cold as ice. You will become a public enemy if you protect Kato Daiki like this. Jin-sun. He knew that Xia Ning was really angry today. But he himself was not angry. Because he knew that Xia Ning loved him deeply, and criticized him harshly. This was full of love. The contract was faxed over quickly. Printed. Lu Gang, Jin-sun, will you got in the car, and the driver drove all the way to the airport. In the living room, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only Lu Xiaoquan, Grandma, and Xia Ning were left. Lu Xiaoquan looked at Xia Ning and smiled. Are you angry? You want a company Jin-sun to sign the contract? Xia Ning smiled bitterly. I don't want to participate in any part of him being beaten. When he competes, I won't even watch. Let him be beaten to death. Lu Xiaoquan, from a business perspective, this is a very cost-effective thing. Xia Ning was silent for a moment. I know, but I can't get over it. I don't want him to sacrifice his physical and mental safety to make money. Lu Xiaoquan smiled, looked at the teacup on the coffee table, and said nothing more. Grandma suddenly said, Ning Ning, this is love. Xia Ning. In the car, Jin-sun took out his mobile phone and found the phone number of the dessert shop yesterday on the food review website. After dialing the number, after a 10-minute explanation, the other party believed that he was Jin-sun and gave Jin-sun Jian Shuiyu's phone number. Jin-sun dialed Jian Shuiyu's number. Hello, I am Jin-sun. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, as if judging whether it was him from his voice. After a while, a surprised voice sounded. Mr. Jin. Is it really you? Jin-sun, it's me. Why don't you call the police? Just now. When Kato Oki responded to netizens on Douyin, he was still arrogant and active. He thought Jian Shuiwei had reconciled with Kato Oki privately. But he saw that he was in a hurry to flee Country C. He guessed that Jian Shuiwei had not reconciled with Kato Oki. That's why he wanted to run away, to avoid being arrested. Then, Jian Shuiwei did not call the police. Otherwise, with the current heat, the police can't let the incident ferment. They will definitely strike with lightning. Jin-sun knows. Some cases are self-prosecuted cases, and they will only deal with the matter if the parties do not call the police. On the other end of the phone, Jian Shuiwei smiled bitterly. I was threatened last night, and I was scared. Jin-sun comforted. If Kato Oki really has such a big influence in Country C, why would he rush to the airport like a dog now? I support you. Please call the police immediately. I'll give you an address, and let the police arrest him. Jian Shuiwei hesitated, and said loudly. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Qin. Hang up the phone. Will you turn around and looked at Jin-sun and said, Brother-in-law, didn't you say that you would ensure Kato Oki's safety before the Lantern Festival? Jin-sun laughed. Is there a place safer than the detention center? The schedule there is regular, and food and accommodation are provided. Lu Gang laughed out loud. It has been a long time since he has seen a guy like Jin-sun who is so vicious and cunning, but has an honest face. Kato Oki's crime is not serious. He will definitely be released before the Lantern Festival, so as not to delay the competition. Airport. A VIP lounge with only 8 sofas. Kato Oki sat on a sofa, next to his agent. He looked at the 2 men and 1 woman on the sofa opposite, who were secretly photographing him with their mobile phones, and grinned and stuck out his tongue. Loyalu. He raised his middle finger, and his mouth was full of savory flavor. Bakayalu. I'm not afraid of secretly photographing me. Hit me if you dare. He looked at the embarrassed person opposite, and laughed even more arrogantly. I have someone above me. I have a big friend in Country C. He raised his big sow. He's rich, very powerful, and a reliable friend. I'll wait here for him to pick me up to play. If you want to hit me, do it early, or there will be no chance. Chapter 405, he is indeed the most courageous man on earth. He is about to be beaten. But he is still so calm. On the sofa 3 meters away from Kato Oki, there are 2 women and 1 man. They all secretly pointed their mobile phones at Kato Oki. It is being broadcast live. The 3 of them are self-media, and they are going to shoot videos in J Country. They recognized Kato Oki at the airport just now, and in order to catch the attention of the public, they secretly filmed and followed him into the VIP room. At this time, the 3 People's Live broadcast room has more than 300,000 online viewers. The comments drifted by like snowflakes. What's the point of just taking photos? Go and give him a big slap. I'll give you a carnival. Coward, go. You go. Go and fight. I'm so anxious. If you don't do it, I'll unfollow you. How can you sit still after he insulted us like this? You're not afraid of being molested on the plane when you're on the same plane with this beast? This guy is still pretending, saying that there's some big shot protecting him. I want to see what big shot can protect a piece of shit. As long as Wuhan-san, am in Beijing, there will be no upheaval. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps sounded. The three turned their heads and looked over. They saw 2 men and 1 woman coming in. Both young men and women were wearing masks. The young man took off his mask and revealed his face. The 3 were shocked. What the hell? Chin-sun? The 3 immediately pointed their phones at Chin-sun. The barrage was directly climaxed on the spot. What the hell? What the hell? I was just tagging Chin-sun on Douyin, and now he really went offline to kill Kato Daiki? Efficient. Manly. I asked you to fight him just for fun. Are you serious? Chin-sun is a real man. I will buy a ticket to support the richest man in Shihong City now. Stay away from the anchor. Be careful that blood will splash on you. I declare that Chin-sun is the most courageous man on earth. At the same time, the live broadcast room was constantly filled with gifts of all sizes. The 3 anchors were very happy when they saw this. But they didn't dare to say anything to thank the netizens. They had to quietly move their phones closer to Chin-sun, so that the audience could see more clearly. Chin-sun walked towards Kato Daiki with a confident smile. The barrage of comments was full of praise. Chin-sun is indeed the most courageous man on earth. He is about to be beaten. But he is still so calm. Calm. Too calm. Elegant. Too elegant. Calm. Too calm. Anchor. I will give you a sports car. And you call an ambulance for Chin-sun in advance. I decided to book a private room for company employees to watch the richest man in Shihong City. The popularity of the 3 anchors' live broadcast room soared rapidly, and the total number exceeded 400,000. 400,000 netizens stared at Chin-sun on the screen. Their hearts tightened. Then, a scene that shocked hundreds of thousands of netizens appeared. Chin-sun walked towards Kato Daiki, who was sitting on the sofa, stretched out his hand, and smiled. Hello, Mr. Kato. I am Chin-sun. Kato Daiki was very proud. Did not stand up. Sat on the sofa, stretched out his hand, and shook hands gently with Chin-sun. I know your name. A netizen tagged you and asked you to fight with me. So you found someone to contact me to fight? Chin-sun nodded and smiled. I'm a person who always listens to advice. The total number of people in the 3 live broadcast rooms is close to 400,000. The screen is full of comments. Is Chin-sun here to kill Kato Daiki alone? Why is he so polite? The wisdom of our ancestors, 36 stratagems, smiling with a knife hidden in the heart. Be polite before using force? Just wait and see, he will kick that little island in the crotch soon. Chin-sun is a guy who won't even let go of a dog's crotch. Chin-sun is really not an ordinary man. Is he going to make the little island disappear into ashes while talking and laughing? At this time, Wee walked forward, took out 2 contracts from his briefcase, and handed one to Kato Oki. Kato Oki turned around and handed it to the assistant beside him. The assistant read it carefully one by one. Chin-sun sat on the sofa beside him, crossed his legs, saw 3 mobile phones facing him, smiled and waved gently. The 3 anchors responded with a smile. The total number of people in the 3 live broadcast rooms has exceeded 600,000. The netizens were confused. What is Chin-sun going to do? Are they looking at a contract? Is it a life and death agreement? Something is wrong, weird. Hurry up and call. I'm so anxious. Could it be that Chin-sun is the rich and powerful friend that Kato Oki said? That document is the letter of understanding that Chin-sun forced Jian Shuiwei to sign by using his status as the godfather of internet celebrities? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 10 minutes later, Kato Oki's assistant whispered a few words in his ear and handed him a pen. Kato Oki smiled like a chrysanthemum, picked up the pen, and quickly signed the contract. Chin-sun also signed. Kato Oki stood up, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chin-sun, and said with a smile, Yoshi, Chin-sun, I really like dealing with friends like you. He patted Chin-sun's shoulder. Don't worry. When I hit you, I will never kill you. Don't worry. Hit me. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more confused. No. What are Chin Sun and Zayadazi doing? What are they signing? It sounds like they are going to fight. Why did Kato Oki say that he likes Chin Sun as a friend and would let him win when fighting? Are people nowadays so polite when fighting? I can't keep up with the times? I don't understand. Suddenly, Kato Oki patted the contract and said, Chin Xuanjuan, there are many low-quality people in Country C now who want to beat me up. I'm not afraid, but it's very troublesome. These days, you have to be responsible for my safety and my food and drink. The most important thing is that I need different girls to serve me every day, otherwise I can't sleep. Chin Sun smiled and handed the contract to Wu Yu saying, Mr. Kato, I'll do it, don't worry. I said I would guarantee your personal safety, so I will absolutely guarantee your personal safety. I said I would guarantee your food and drink, so I will guarantee your work and rest. I will let you live in a place with bodyguards around the clock, and guarantee your safety 24 hours a day. When Kato Oki heard this, he smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, and reached out to pat Chin Sun's shoulder. Yoshi! 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 Chin Sun is indeed rich and powerful. I just like to be good friends with people like you. The three anchors looked at Chin Sun with their mouths wide open, and their brains were short-circuited. The live broadcast room was filled with hostility. Oh my god! Chin Sun wants to protect Kato Oki? The rich and powerful friend the beast just mentioned is Chin Sun. Is it Chin Sun who wants to take him out to play? Play with women from Country C? Chin Sun also wants to ensure Kato Oki's personal safety? And also take care of his food and drink? And also take care of his women? Compared to Kojima, I hate traitors more. Where's the knife? Where's my fucking knife? I can't beat Kojima, but can't I beat you? Anchor, go up and give Chin Sun 2 big cunts. I'll give you 100 carnivals. I tore up the ticket for the richest man in Shihong City. I'm ashamed of having watched the richest man in Shihong City. Refund the ticket. Refund the ticket. Geneva, refund the ticket. Ah! So angry. Kato Oki rubbed his hands and laughed. Chin Xuanjuan, then let's go to the 24-hour castle you mentioned. Chin Sun smiled gently. Castle? Where did this grandson hear that it was a castle? Chin Sun said. Wait a little longer, the professional reception team is on the way. Kato Daiki laughed out loud, very unrestrained, like a young man who was drinking wine with 12 girls. Oh! 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 Professional reception team, yo yo. Very good, very good. The netizens in the live broadcast room were furious. At this time, a sound of footsteps sounded. Kato Oki looked at the 4 uniformed policemen at the door, and the smile on his face froze. He winked at Chin Sun and whispered, Chin Sun, protect me quickly. Chin Sun nodded at him, walked to the door, and saluted the female policeman in the lead. Hello, police uncle. The criminal Kato Oki wanted to escape for fear of crime, but he has been arrested by me. Please give instructions. The 3 anchors opened their mouths even wider, so wide that a watermelon could be stuffed in. The number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. The barrage exploded. Chapter 406 Lantern Festival Night, challenging the devil with a mortal body. Stay tuned, what the hell? I'm going crazy. Chin Sun brought the police? Chin Sun calls this a professional reception team? Isn't this professional enough? Okay. Okay. This is how you play it. Right. What kind of operation is this? Sure, is it you? Sure. How can you call a police sister police uncle? Regardless of gender? I said Chin Sun couldn't be a traitor. He is the most affectionate person on the internet, the living Buddha on the internet. Out of 10 points, I can only give him 8.4 points, because he does have 1.6. Suddenly, 3 live broadcast rooms. Gifts flooded the screen. Like they were free. In just a dozen seconds, tens of thousands of sound waves were received. If the 3 anchors had not been hindered by the police and Chin Sun, they would have wanted to kneel on the ground and shout, Brother Wuji. The female police looked at Chin Sun. Her face was a little embarrassed. And after a while, she said, Well, you did a good job. She hesitated and reminded, But, I'm a woman. Chin Sun saluted again. Got it. Uncle Police. The female police. Kato Daiki saw that Chin Sun had just signed the contract and sold him right away, and called the police. He was so angry that he waved the contract and yelled, Chin Sun, what are you doing? You have to ensure my safety, guarantee my food and drink, guarantee my entertainment. These are all written in the contract. How dare you break the contract? 10 million liquidated damages. Chin Sun glanced at Kato Daiki, who was about to go berserk, quietly hid behind the female police officer and asked, "Uncle Policeman, is the detention center safe?" Female police officer, "Safe." Jin-sun, does the detention center provide food and drink? Female police officer, "Clean and hygienic, but you have to pay." Jin-sun, "I'll pay for it." Are there any entertainment activities in the detention center? Female police officer, "You can watch TV for 2.5 hours every day." Jin-sun looked at Kato Daiki and smiled. Food, accommodation, and TV are provided. It's absolutely safe. Which clause did I violate in the contract? Kato Oki's eyes widened. You have a bad conscience. The barrage of comments took off. So the place with 24-hour bodyguards that Jin-sun mentioned is a detention center? It's more than safe. The bodyguards there are armed. It's really a place that guarantees food, drink, and a daily routine. Watching 2 hours of TV every day. Is it entertainment? Actually, it's watching the news to learn. Showing a frog on a tadpole's face. You are showing off your mother to me. Why is he hiding behind the police sister? This cowardly look. I really love it. Using IQ to press Kato Oki to the ground. Jin-sun is so bad. I like it so much. Jin-sun's operation makes me dizzy. What contract? What kind of contract is it? Show me. I'm so anxious. The female police stepped forward, with a righteous face, and said, "Hello, we received a report that you were molesting and beating women, and you ran away from the dessert shop. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." Kato Oki looked at the 3 policemen behind the female policeman. You knew they had practiced before by looking at their bodies. But all 3 of them together were no match for him. But how dare he punch the police? And the contract was signed. This match had to be fought, otherwise he would have to pay 10 million in liquidated damages. Kato Oki glanced at the female policeman, looked at the smiling Jin-sun behind her, jumped onto the sofa and cursed. Your conscience is bad. I have committed no crime. When I come out, I will cripple you and paralyze you. Baka, baka, baka. Kato Daiki screamed. His face was hideous, and his fiery red mohawk hairstyle made him look particularly ferocious. In the waiting room, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Jin-sun looked at the violent Kato Daiki, with a smile on his face, and said very calmly, Kato-kun, you have violated the law in Country C, so you must accept the legal sanctions of Country C. This is the rule. Kato Daiki's eyes were wide and red, jumped off the sofa, clenched his fists, and rushed towards Jin-sun. The female police officer shouted, Please pay attention to your words and actions, otherwise we will take necessary measures against you. Kato Daiki immediately stopped, glared at Jin-sun with hatred, and said in a suppressed voice, When I compete with you, I will never hold back. You are dead. Baka! Baka Yalu. Kato Daiki, escorted by the other 3 police officers, left the waiting room. His agent glared at Jin-sun, and said coldly in very fluent Chinese, Jin-sun, you released the demon in his heart. You still don't know what kind of killer he is. He is a complete lunatic. Contact the best hospital and the best doctor immediately. He can completely paralyze you within the rules of the game. The female police officer shouted, Sir, please also pay attention to your words and deeds, otherwise I will take necessary measures. Jin-sun has always behaved very decently and politely, you must give him the corresponding respect. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Jin-sun. I saw Jin-sun giving his middle finger to his agent. So I turned my head away silently. I didn't see it. The agent walked out. The female police officer saluted Jin-sun and turned away. In the waiting hall, the air that had almost condensed just now became lively again. The 3 anchors breathed a sigh of relief. They just watched the rampaging Kato Daiki and really thought he was going to go crazy and beat Jin-sun to a pulp. The number of people in the 3 live broadcast rooms has exceeded 1.2 million. Gifts are flying. In just a few minutes, the 3 people have accumulated more than 200,000 gifts. The comments were dense. Those who offend RC country will be punished even if they are far away. It's burning, it's burning. Kato Daiki looked so scary just now, like a demon crawling out of a pile of dead bodies. I can feel his killing intent through the screen. He said he would beat Jin-sun to paralysis, but why do I feel like he's telling the truth? They said a competition. What competition? Is Jin-sun going to have a fighting competition with Kato Daiki in an offline octagonal cage? No way, no way. Jin-sun is a brain. He won't really go to fight a professional boxer with his bare chest. This is impossible, Absolutely impossible. Wu Yu looked at the 3 mobile phones pointed at Qin Sun, and knew they were broadcasting live. She walked up to Qin Sun, took the contract from Qin Sun, and walked up to the 3 anchors. The 3 anchors looked at Wu Yu wearing a mask, and shrank on the sofa. They were a little scared, and they all started to defend themselves. Sorry. We filmed Mr. Qin Sun without your permission. But we absolutely have no ill intentions. Yes. I am a fan of Mr. Qin Sun. And I watched The Richest Man in Shihong City yesterday. Wu Yu took off the mask and revealed his face. The 3 of them were shocked. You are really good at judging people? Lu Jiannan? Wu Xiong. No, it's Wu Yu. Wu Xiong. Why not call her Wu Nai? This nickname was given to her. Wu Yu smiled and asked, Excuse me, how many viewers do you have for your live broadcast now? The man among the 3 anchors scanned the 3 mobile phones, raised his head, and said, A total of 1.38 million viewers. Wu Yu was a little surprised, and quickly unfolded the contract, and put it on the 3 mobile phones. She said with a smile, Hello everyone, I am Lu Jiannan. On the Lantern Festival, the time for the decisive battle. Wang Buyu and Kato Daiki will have a life-and-death octagonal cage battle on the Lantern Festival. He will challenge the devil with his mortal body. At that time, the official Douyin account of The Richest Tomato will broadcast live. Stay tuned. The barrage exploded again. It exploded. Chapter 407 Xiaoning has such a bad temper? A rage for his lover? What? The chief director is warming up? We asked you to fight with Kato Oki in the octagonal cage offline, just for fun. Are you serious? You actually signed a contract for the offline octagonal cage. No wonder that lunatic just now said he wanted to cripple Qin Sun. No, don't. Qin Sun, we don't blame you anymore, you don't have to go to this extent. Those who urged you to fight in the octagonal cage offline are just bored. You need to be more rational. The Lantern Festival is only 11 days away. Even if you take hormones now, you still can't win even if you eat feed. Or everyone can raise 10 million yuan in liquidated damages to pay Kato Daiki. What a coward. If you want to fight, then fight. Your life is not yours. So you can say sarcastic things? Fight. Go. Qin Sun is a real man. I support a movie ticket. Just as if I bought a ticket to watch you fight. On the Lantern Festival, I will give you 100 carnivals. If you win, I will give you 1,000 carnivals. The barrage of comments flooded across the screen like a flood. There are some rational fans. But there are more fans who just want to watch the fun and not be afraid of big trouble. They keep cheering. They wish Qin Sun could hug Kato Daiki with his bare chest and roll around on the floor of the octagonal cage. Wu Yu put away the contract and put it in his briefcase. Qin Sun saw 3 anchors holding their phones to him, smiled, nodded, and said hello to the netizens. He walked out the door. Suddenly, he heard a girl's voice. Hello. Can I communicate with you? Qin Sun stopped, turned around, and looked at a cute girl with a round face. The round-faced girl stood up with her phone in her hand, her smile a little nervous, and asked, Hello. Qin Sun. I'm your fan. I've liked you since you sold apples in the swimming pool. Can you sign an autograph for me? Qin Sun smiled and nodded. Of course. As soon as the words fell, the other 2 anchors also stood up and shouted one after another. I want one too. I want one too. I'm also your fan. My mother likes you very much. 2. Wu Yu promptly took out a marker from his briefcase and handed it to Qin Sun. Qin Sun took the pen and looked at the 3 people. Where should I sign? The round-faced boy quickly opened the suitcase, quickly took out a small white vest from it, and handed it to Qin Sun. Is this okay? Qin Sun. He didn't have any idle baggage, and nodded. Okay. He wrote it stroke by stroke. It was still the same standard handwriting as a high school student writing a college entrance examination essay. And then, Qin Sun saw the male anchor hand over a photo, which was the anchor's own selfie. He signed on the back of the photo. Just after signing, a small piece of pink cloth was handed over. Qin Sun took it. It felt soft. The material was very good. He thought it was a little girl's sweat towel or something. He didn't ask much, and was about to sign. Wu Yu suddenly reminded in a low voice. This is a tube top, a female private item wrapped around the chest. Are you sure you want to sign on it? Qin Sun suddenly looked up, with a confused face, looking at the female anchor. Beauty, this is inappropriate. Isn't it? Female anchor, I really like you very much. Jin-sun, this is not good. Female anchor, after you sign, I will definitely not wear this tube top, frame it, and hang it on the wall. Jin-sun? Hang it on the wall as a family heirloom? He handed the tube top to the female anchor. Sorry. I'm shy. The female anchor sighed, full of regret, took the bra, and quickly took out a pink vest from the suitcase. Then sign here. After signing, Jin-sun and the other two left. The barrage was very lively. Ha ha! I laughed to death. Jin-sun's signature suffered a Waterloo. He is still shy? Is he afraid of Yilan? Or afraid of Xia Ning's beating? When he played Wang Guiyu, who played the special supply who refused to obey. There was nothing to be reluctant about. Why is his signature so dull? Stroke by stroke. As if he was punished by the teacher to copy. These two women used their underwear to sign for Jin-sun. They are not good people. They understand traffic. And wearing Jin-sun's autographed vest in the future will increase traffic anyway. Jin-sun has so many bad peach blossoms, one after another. Can you give me some? Damn, did Jin-sun get VIP status from Yulao? Villa. In the living room. Lu Xiaoquan and the younger generation, nearly 30 people, watched the Douyin live broadcast of the little round-faced anchor. Lu Yixin looked at Xia Ning, who had no expression on her face, and said, Sister Ningning, you have to keep an eye on your man. He is now a national idol. Like what you said, he challenges the devil with a mortal body. He is the man who wants to beat up Xiao Daozi before his competition. Let him train more, go out less, and abstain from sex. Xia Ning looked at Lu Yixin coldly, said nothing, and was too lazy to say anything. The more this bitch argued with her, the more excited she became. If you ignored her, she would just sulk. Seeing Xia Ning ignoring her, Lu Yixin pouted, took off her socks and picked her toes. My skills in picking toes. If I picked Jin-sun's toes, wouldn't he be so happy? After picking for a while, she became more and more angry. Suddenly she thought of something, looked at Xia Ning, and said, Jin-sun has signed the contract now. When Grandpa accepts Jin-sun as his apprentice, don't stop obstructing him. It is a blessing for the Lu family to be able to make friends with a talent like Jin-sun. Xia Ning turned to look at Lu Yixin, a little surprised. Why did she say these words? Then, I heard Lu Yixin say, there are many couples who break up in the world, but there are not many pairs of masters and apprentices who break up. It's safer to hand Jin-sun over to Grandpa. Xia Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, stood up, and slowly walked towards Lu Yixin. Lu Yixin looked at Xia Ning approaching, a little flustered, and leaned back on the sofa. What are you going to do? Xia Ning took a deep breath. She had been worried because Jin-sun went to boxing. Now she heard Lu Yixin cursing her, and Jin-sun to break up. Suddenly, she got angry. Xia Ning looked at Lu Yixin coldly, said nothing, and raised her hand. She slapped her face cleanly. The living room was quiet for a moment. Lu Yixin looked at Xia Ning in horror. She hit me? She hit me again. And hit my face? Then, she covered her face. Tears welled up in her eyes. And she looked at her grandmother, and said with sobs, Grandma, Xia Ning hit me. Xia Ning's grandmother looked unhappy, turned away, and didn't intend to care about her. Lu Xiaoquan glared. If you want to cry, get out. You just learned some dirty tricks from your mother. Lu Yixin stopped crying immediately, curled up into a ball, sobbing and sobbing. She seemed very aggrieved. Everyone looked at Xia Ning, horrified. Is this Xia Ning so fierce? I didn't see it before. Is it because she is worried that Jin-sun will be too angry? She is so angry for her blue face? An hour later, Jin-sun, Wu Yu, Lu Gang returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the living room, he found that everyone was sitting on the sofa, looking at him in unison. Everyone had a complex expression. Some were amazed. Some were sorry. Some were worried. Some were in awe. Jin-sun walked inside, and suddenly saw a standing sandbag at the other end of the living room. He was stunned. Then, he heard Lu Shichuan's full voice. Jin-sun, kick the sandbag. Don't hold back. Use the fastest speed and the greatest strength. Based on your foundation, I will give you a 10-day devil training. Chapter 408. From tomorrow, I will keep an eye on you 24 hours a day. Don't even think about slacking off. Devilish training. 10 more days? When Jin-sun heard this, he instantly didn't want to become a disciple. It's Chinese New Year. Others are happily on holiday shopping, traveling, taking care of their health. Am I the only one who bears the pain of the whole world? Lu Xiaoquan thought of yesterday, when Qin Sun used his crappy Iron Mountain back to hit Zhao Kai. Qin Sun seemed to be holding back when he knocked Zhao Kai away. The strength is indeed not small. But I don't know how strong it is. Lu Xiaoquan looked at Qin Sun standing there in a daze, and laughed and said loudly, Qin Sun, let go of your hands and feet. Didn't you say that you have been carrying manure since you were a child? And you are very strong. Now let me see how strong you are. Qin Sun looked around the living room. This living room is indeed not small. There is a sofa and a TV on the right. Everyone sits there. On the left is a fish tank as big as the wall, which contains some corals and colorful tropical fish. Xiaoning said, there are small sharks in it. Qin Sun looked at the sandbag, which was only 3 meters away from the big fish tank, and was a little worried. If I don't let go, I'm afraid I'll be criticized if my grandfather sees through me, and say I'm being cunning. And if I don't show a certain talent, Ning Ning will definitely worry about it. But if I let go, when I kick it, what if the sandbag flies over and smashes the fish tank? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Qin Sun found that everyone's eyes were on him, turned to look at his grandfather, and his face was embarrassed. Kick here? Lu Xiaoquan thought he was being watched, and was a little embarrassed. He smiled and nodded, saying, just kick here. Let my group of unworthy descendants have a good look. Why don't I force them to learn boxing? Everyone looked embarrassed. Alas, I was shot even when I was lying down. Qin Sun looked at the fish tank again, and asked with some concern, are you really going to let go of your fists and feet? Lu Xiaoquan laughed. Why? Are you a little embarrassed? Qin Sun sighed, walked to the sandbag, and stepped back a few steps to distance himself. He glanced at the fish tank, preparing to kick it a little off-center, so as not to break the glass. He shouted and rushed over. Everyone stared at Qin Sun with wide eyes. Qin Sun's posture was not good-looking, but his speed was very fast. He raised his foot and kicked the sandbag. The sandbag flew 2 or 3 meters in the air, and fell to the ground with a bang. It rolled on the ground. It hit a large vase more than 1 meter high. Qin Sun was shocked. He rushed over quickly. Crack! The soles of his feet made a violent friction sound. He pounced and hugged the sandbag. Qin Sun pressed the sandbag tightly to the floor. He raised his head and saw that the base of the sandbag was only a palm away from the vase, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. Damn! This vase looks more expensive than a large fish tank. Suddenly, Qin Sun felt the surroundings were quiet. He lay on the ground, turned his head, and saw everyone looking at him in astonishment. Lu Yisan knelt on the sofa, stretched her neck and looked at Qin Sun, opened her mouth, and her eyes were sparkling. With this physique, he would be able to fly in bed. Wu Yu saw the scene, thinking of the day when he was a professional killer, and was slapped on the bed by Qin Sun. He felt a little scared. Qin Sun must have held back that day. Otherwise, I would have had a severe concussion and been admitted to the ICU. Qin Sun is really smart. Xiaoning stood up from the sofa and looked at Qin Sun lying on the ground quietly. How could he not beat me? Can he beat me casually? It turns out that he has been letting me. With his current state, and his grandfather's devilish training, he shouldn't be paralyzed by Kato Daiki. Right? After a while, everyone started talking as if they were relieved. Oh my god! Is this guy so good at fighting? The base of this sandbag weighs 180 pounds. Plus the sandbag, it's almost 200 or 300 pounds. And he kicked it away? This kick hit my waist. I must be paralyzed. He is not only strong, but also able to catch up with the kick sandbag. And his speed is fast. If someone like him wants to hit me, I can't beat him or run away from him. What kind of manure did he carry when he was a child? Can it exercise his body like this? Lu Xiaoquan stood up, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and stared at Qin Sun with wide eyes. Strong, quick reaction. He rushed over and pressed the sandbag, and with a random move, he actually accurately removed the impact of the sandbag. His martial arts sense is okay. Isn't this a natural external boxing expert? Kato Daiki is a boxing champion? Qin Sun is a natural boxing champion. Lu Xiaoquan glanced at Xiaoning and Wu Yu, and said loudly, Xiaoning, Wu Yu, you two go and help Qin Sun up, and escort him all the way to me. Today, he must become a disciple now. You have to do it. I don't want to be a master today. Xia Ning hesitated and felt a little resistant. But she saw Wu Yu rushing over like a female hooligan. She quickened her pace and trotted to Qin Sun's side. Two girls helped Qin Sun up. One of them grabbed one of his arms and carried him towards Lu Shaoquan. Qin Sun struggled. I can walk by myself. I can walk by myself. What are you doing? What on earth are you doing? Don't do that. You are forcing a good woman into prostitution. This scene was a little funny, but no one could laugh. They are all descendants of the Lu family. They all know the story of how their grandfather came out of the countryside and started to conquer the world with his fists. When they were young, they all practiced some boxing and kicking. But it was really hard, and they didn't stick to it. Grandpa didn't force them. At that time, they were very fortunate and felt that their grandfather had let it go. Young people in the new era don't need to practice martial arts. When they grew up, they all knew it. There were dozens of their descendants in total, and none of them could catch the grandfather's eye. That's why he didn't force them. After so many years, Qin Sun appeared, and Grandpa lost his composure. Qin Sun was escorted by Xia Ning and Wu Yu to Lu Shaoquan. Xia Ning let go of Qin Sun, brewed a pot of tea, poured it into a teacup, handed it to Qin Sun, and said coldly, I want to be your disciple. Qin Sun took the teacup, bowed, and respectfully handed the teacup to Lu Shaoquan with both hands. Master, drink tea. Xia Ning was about to remind Qin Sun to be polite and kneel down. Otherwise, who would take your teacup? But he saw that Grandpa was afraid that Qin Sun would regret it, and he didn't have the demeanor of a master at all. He immediately took a sip of the teacup and laughed. Qin Sun, from now on, you are my Lu Shichuan's last disciple. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the real Bajiquan. Qin Sun raised his head, with a simple smile on his face. Grandma's eyes were red, turned her head away, and secretly wiped her tears. The old man's life is finally complete. If Qin Sun can really go to the end with Xia Ning, it will be even better. I will stew a few more pots of chicken soup tonight. Xia Ning saw Grandma wiping tears, and her eyes were red too. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's eyes were red, and was stunned for a moment. I think this is the first time I saw her cry. She looks pretty. Alas. It's a pity, I won't have a good life starting tomorrow. I can't continue to solve Ning Ning's advanced math problem. I wonder if slacking off while practicing boxing can increase my slacking value. Suddenly, Qin Sun saw Xia Ning turning her head and looking at him, and said coldly, practicing boxing is more important than going to work. From tomorrow on, I will keep an eye on you 24 hours a day from morning to night. Don't even think about slacking off for a second. Qin Sun raised his eyebrows. Try it. Hey, she just said 24 hours. Right? What about at night? Is it too much to need a massage after boxing practice? Chapter 409. Excuse me, when I go to the toilet, when I take a shower, when I sleep, do you also stare at me? At night. As soon as it gets dark, the manor starts to set off fireworks, and it lasts until late at night. In the villa, 3 tables are set up. Qin Sun sits at the main table next to Lu Shaoquan. Not only do the younger generation bring drinks to toast him, the peers bring wine to toast him. Even the elders, like uncles, come to toast him. He is a little flattered. Is this status raised so high all of a sudden? Under one person, above 10,000 people, I am 9,000 years old again? Alas. Ning Ning sits next to me. Why doesn't she come to toast? Is she ignorant? You want to be beaten? I don't know how long it took. How many cups did I drink? I drank much more than the day I first came. Qin Sun was groggy. His eyes were narrowed, showing only a slit. And he wanted to sleep all the time. The voices of others seemed distant and near. Suddenly, Lu Shaoquan stood up unsteadily, speaking with a thick tongue and slurred speech. Everyone, listen to me. Tomorrow, I will give Qin Sun a devilish training. If Qin Sun can survive 1 round in the game, I will reward him with 10 million. 2 rounds, 20 million. 3 rounds, 30 million. The whole audience was in uproar. Is the old man so generous? Why do I feel that Qin Sun is his biological grandson? It is hard for us to get 1 million to play with. Yes, practicing boxing requires hard work and takes a long time. With Qin Sun's ability, if he puts this time into making money, he should make more than this money. Grandpa is compensating him. Wu Yu asked with a smile. Grandpa, what if Qin Sun wins? Everyone looked at Wu Yu, with a playful smile on his face. This Wu Yu is childish, and the question he asked is so childish. If Qin Sun, an amateur, can win, Then Kato Daiki can go and commit suicide. Okay. Is he still worthy of the title of boxing champion? Lu Xiaoquan put his hand on Qin Sun's shoulder and asked. Qin Sun. You won. What do you want? Qin Sun's mind was a mess. He smiled and couldn't bear it anymore. So he lay on the table. Everyone smiled and looked at Qin Sun lying on the table. The truth comes out after drinking. I don't know what Qin Sun thinks is better than 30 million. 40 million? You wouldn't really dare to ask for 100 million. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun lying on the table, pulled out a tissue, and put it under his face. He then reached out and gently stroked his back, trying to make him feel better. Qin Sun mumbled. I want to fight. I want to fight. The voice was not loud, and everyone pricked up their ears to listen carefully. He wants to fight? What does that mean? After beating Kato Daiki, he wants to fight a higher-level boxing champion? He's already floating before the fight? He always shouts. I want to fight 10 people. At this time, Qin Sun seemed to have used up all his strength, and a vague sentence came out. I want to spank. Ning Ning's butt? Lu Xiaoquan. Everyone. Xia Ning. Wu quietly gave a thumbs up to Qin Sun, who was lying on the table. Yes. You are very strong. I wish you a safe night. And can survive until tomorrow. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at Xia Ning. Spank Xia Ning's butt? Is Xia Ning's butt harder to spank than Kato Daiki's? You can have fun, but don't shout it out at the table. Why is Qin Sun so obsessed with Xia Ning's butt? Xia Ning was stunned for a while, pursed her lips, and her cheeks gradually turned red. She took her hand off Qin Sun's back, put it under the table, clenched her fist. Qin Sun! Starting tomorrow, I will train you to death, let you know what cruelty is. You are a lazy idiot with a loose mouth. The next day. Knock. Knock. Qin Sun heard a knock on the door, opened his eyes dazedly, looking at the light coming through the curtains. It didn't seem to be bright. He turned his head to look at the door that was still knocking, and said with a hoarse voice, Come in. The door opened. Xia Ning was dressed very neatly. A black suit, a white shirt, close-fitting trousers, and a pair of black high heels. Qin Sun's eyes lit up, and he joked. Uniform temptation? But Xia Ning's face was cold. He raised his hand, looked at his watch, and said lightly, Mr. Qin, it's 6 o'clock in the morning now. You have to get up to practice boxing. Qin Sun? 6 o'clock? In our village, even chickens can't get up that early. I slept late yesterday, and I have to get up at noon today. Xia Ning slowly walked to the bed, looked down at Qin Sun lying in the quilt, and said coldly, You went to bed at 10:30 yesterday and fell asleep at 11 o'clock. I didn't fall asleep until 2 o'clock in the morning and got up at 5:30. I can get up as a woman. But why can't you as a man? Qin Sun looked up at Xia Ning, feeling that she was too cold today. Why did you stay up late? Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun in silence for a moment, and said coldly, I was afraid that you would get drunk and vomit, and block your trachea and choke to death. You didn't die in the octagonal cage, but died in bed. It would be too embarrassing if it got out. When Qin Sun heard this, looking at Xia Ning's cold face, his heart was warm. It turns out that she had been watching me by the bed for 3 hours. This sister has always been kind-hearted but sharp-tongued, but she is really as gentle as a knife. He lay on the bed, and opened his arms to Xia Ning. But Xia Ning was indifferent, and looked at him coldly, like a big idiot. Qin Sun? Weird. I kicked the sandbag away yesterday, and couldn't she feel a little relieved? She is still angry because I want to compete? Then let her see my talent for boxing today. Qin Sun sat up from the bed with his hands. The quilt slipped off, and suddenly felt a little cold, and looked down. I found that my upper body was naked. I was stunned. He reached out, and lifted the quilt a little more, and saw that my lower body was only wearing a pair of flowered shorts. Qin Sun looked up at Xia Ning. Why am I naked? Xia Ning frowned slightly. Can you sleep without taking a shower? Qin Sun was stunned. You gave me a shower? Xia Ning frowned even deeper. No, I just wiped my body. Qin Sun took a look at the color of the underwear, and found that it was the same one from yesterday. Then why didn't I change my underwear? Xia Ning glared. I didn't wipe it. Qin Sun snorted coldly. You are partial to one and the other, so biased. Xia Ning? Seeing Xia Ning raise his hand to hit him on the head, Qin Sun slid into the quilt like a loach and covered his head tightly. He only heard a series of puff sounds on the quilt. He felt Xia Ning's fists raining down on him. The two of them played for a while. Qin Sun got up, went to the bathroom in the room to take a shower, washed up, changed his clothes and walked out. He looked at Xia Ning standing quietly in the room. Seeing that she was wearing a suit and trousers, she was dressed very formally. He asked with a smile, "Ning Ning, why are you dressed so tightly today?" Xia Ning's voice was cold. "I'm afraid you'll spank me." Qin Sun was startled. He always felt that this sentence was familiar, but he couldn't remember which celebrity said it. He said with a smile, "How could it be? I'm not a pervert." Xia Ning raised a dangerous smile at the corner of her mouth. "You are? Qin Sun?" The two of them had breakfast. Xia Ning suddenly spoke. "Qin Sun, these 10 days, I will show a more professional attitude than working, and record your boxing practice throughout the process. I will keep an eye on you from morning to night. Don't try to be lazy. Don't try to slack off. I want to be the slacker Terminator." Qin Sun heard. Slacker Terminator felt a challenge, and was a little excited. "You won't let me touch, but I will." Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, and said with a smile, "Ms. Slacker Terminator, excuse me, when I go to the toilet, take a shower and sleep, do you also keep an eye on me?" Chapter 410. You really got rich this time. But you may not have the life to spend it. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning with a playful expression. According to his past experience, his shameless words would definitely make Xia Ning speechless. But today, Qin Sun saw Xia Ning thinking seriously for a while, looking into his eyes, and answered, "First, when you go to the toilet or take a shower, I will confiscate your mobile phone. Time outside the door. Take a shower for 10 minutes. And go to the toilet for 5 minutes. If you exceed the time, I will knock on the door to urge you." "Qin Sun? Isn't this perverted?" Xia Ning continued. "Second, we will sleep in the children's room tonight. There is a bunk bed. You sleep on the upper bed, and I sleep on the lower bed." Qin Sun was a little confused, looking at Xia Ning's cold face, and asked, "You want to sleep in the same room with me, but not in the same bed with me? What do you mean?" Xia Ning answered seriously, "I want to keep an eye on you." Qin Sun was even more confused. "Why are you staring at me? Can I run around if I don't sleep at night?" Xia Ning hesitated and said, "I'm afraid you'll secretly make wontons at night, which will affect your physical condition. Before the game, you must keep your body in the best condition and abstain from sex." Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning with wide eyes, and his voice trembled a little. You, where did you learn this word?" Xia Ning tilted his head slightly, looked at Qin Sun, and answered seriously, "I'm just a normal person. I'm not a fool. I still know some basic jargon. Making wontons, childish, crafts, I know everything." Qin Sun. "Oh, you're really knowledgeable." He lowered his head, and continued to eat breakfast. Looking at the wontons in the soup bowl, he suddenly lost his appetite. Looking up at Xia Ning, he looked resentful. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's eyes, understood what he meant, and exchanged her dumplings with his wontons. "You eat this." "Qin Sun, you were so fierce just now, but now you are so nice to me? Playing hard to get?" Xia Ning looked calm, and ate a wonton very naturally, and put down the spoon. "I'm full." She looked at Qin Sun and said, "I have a few things to report to you. First, Kato Oki's punishment has come out. He was detained for 7 days. The crime of indecent assault is because he only took a peek, so don't define it. He didn't hurt Jian Shuiwei with a slap. 7 days is already a heavy sentence. You offended him quite thoroughly this time. He really wanted to kill you." Qin Sun smiled, not minding at all. "Killing the opponent in the octagonal cage within the rules, seems like I don't have to take responsibility. Blame me for being kind-hearted. I won't kill Kato Oki, but he is likely to be disabled in this life." Xia Ning continued. "Second, the box office of the richest man in Shihong City was broadcast live by an internet celebrity because of your tricks yesterday. It has a great influence, and it has increased the box office a lot. Yesterday, the box office was 340 million. It is almost 150 million ahead of the second-place Touch of Love, You Win Again." She took out her mobile phone and looked at it. The cumulative box office from the 1st to the 4th day of the Chinese New Year is 1.036 billion. Today is the 5th day of the Chinese New Year. The current pre-sale box office is also 100 million. The final box office predicted on the internet is 3.1 billion. She paused. "You really got rich." Qin Sun smiled. Xia Ning said coldly again, but you may not be lucky enough to spend it. Qin Sun. Saying this on New Year's Day is really unlucky. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun lowering his head, stirring the dumplings in the bowl with a spoon, looking like he didn't want to talk to anyone. She knocked on the table. Qin Sun, look at me. Qin Sun raised his head and looked at Xia Ning, a little confused. Xia Ning pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers, said seriously, "In these 10 days, I will keep a close eye on you." Qin Sun. Do I have to repeat it so many times? Is it that serious? Did I kill someone? Or did I set a fire? Kato Daiki is to be monitored 24 hours a day. And I have to be monitored too? Qin Sun was a little helpless, closed his eyes, called up the slacking system. Slacking value, 5860080. The next lottery requires 10 million slacking points. Work diligently when shooting a movie, work diligently when editing a movie, and it's a pure holiday again when the movie is playing. There is not much chance to slack off. There are still more than 4 million slack off points before the next draw. Now shouldn't I take this opportunity to slack off? Xia Ning won't let me slack off? I will. Qin Sun opened his eyes, picked up the bowl, opened his mouth, and used a spoon to randomly shovel dumplings into his mouth. He exuded a high fighting spirit. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's appearance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This slack-off monster, who was as stubborn as a stone in a cesspool, was finally persuaded. Very good. After breakfast, it was already 7 o'clock. Xia Ning took Qin Sun to the 3rd floor of the main villa and walked into a spacious practice room. As soon as he entered, Qin Sun looked around. The room was very large. About 90 square meters. The floor was covered with rubber flooring with good shock absorption and wear resistance, which could effectively reduce the impact of jumping and landing. There were some sandbags, boxing gloves, swords, sticks and other martial arts equipment placed in various places in the room. At this time, my grandfather was wearing a practice suit, with his back to the door, looking at a calligraphy on the wall. There was only one word, written in a flamboyant style, full of vigor. Qin Sun shouted, "Grandpa, I'm here." After saying that, he saw that his grandfather was motionless, still facing away from them. Suddenly, Xia Ning's whispered reminder came to his ears. "Call Master." Qin Sun reacted and shouted, "Master, I'm here." Lu Shaoquan turned around, looked at Qin Sun with a smile, and said, "Qin Sun, your matter is a big deal now, and the people of the whole country are watching you. You must study hard and don't embarrass yourself on the stage." Qin Sun said loudly, "Okay, Master." He was thinking in his heart, the whole nation is watching me. Can they keep an eye on me? If I slack off in front of the whole nation, will I get more slacking points? Lu Shaoquan nodded with satisfaction. Yesterday, you kicked the sandbag away with 1 foot, and your strength far exceeds that of a heavyweight like you. You must have crushed Kato Daiki in terms of strength. You are also fast. He looked at Qin Sun, and a somewhat fierce smile appeared on his face. "Qin Sun, everyone thinks you will lose, but I think you have a chance to beat him." Xia Ning was startled, looking at his grandfather, a little worried that he would really train Qin Sun to death, and quickly reminded him, "Grandpa, Qin Sun's combat skills, combat experience, combat awareness and Kato Daiki are not on the same level. I just hope Qin Sun can protect himself, and not be really crippled." Lu Shaoquan looked at Xia Ning, nodded, and then looked at Qin Sun, said solemnly, "Xia Ning is right. But you still have a chance.